The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 1 to Chapter 172. Rumble. The thunder seems to still be ringing in her ears, and Mayan wakes up from her trance. She can't help but let out a painful groan from the burning pain in her body. She slowly opens her eyes, only to find that she's lying in a small, pitch-black, enclosed space. The tip of her nose faintly smells a medicinal fragrance. Where is this? Mayan tries to operate the internal force in her body. A pre-celestial practitioner can see things even in the dark. However, suddenly, a bone-piercing pain hits her. The meridians in her whole body seem to be torn apart by a scalding force, about to break apart at any time. Ah! Mayan cries out in pain and falls down. The severe pain makes her whole body soaked in cold sweat. What the hell happened? She remembers that she had just reached the pre-celestial Great Circle. Her good friend Xianxia found a body-forging pill for her, helping her to attack the first realm on the path of cultivation, body forging. Xianxia accompanies her to Thunder Peak. Under the operation of her internal force, the ninth heaven's thunder tribulation comes. Mayan clearly remembers that she withstood 8 bolts of heavenly thunder. She only needs to block the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder, and she can advance to the body-forging realm. But soon after, she feels a sharp pain all over her body, and she faints. Could it be that she failed to cross the tribulation? Mayan is panicking, when suddenly a glaring light shines from above. She reluctantly opens her eyes, and when she sees the beautiful face that appears above, she immediately calls out in surprise, "Xianxia." However, Xianxia doesn't greet her with her usual smiling face. Instead, she looks down at her with disdain. Mayan feels that something is wrong. She looks around, and finds that she's in a pill furnace. And Xianxia's face is poking in through the hole above the pill furnace. "Xianxia, what's going on? Could it be that I failed to cross the tribulation, so you're thinking of a way to treat me?" Xianxia stares blankly at first, then she can't help but laugh. "June Mayan, you're really more stupid than a pig? Even now, you still think that I'm doing it for your own good." What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Hee, do you think I gave you the body-forging pill to help you survive the lightning tribulation? Fool, I'll tell you the truth. That body-forging pill can indeed help you transcend the lightning tribulation, but it's laced with poison. When you experience the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning and start to temper your body and soul, the poison will take effect. Stop joking around." Mu Yan struggled to get up. Her voice was hoarse and anxious. "Xianxia, I know you like to play pranks on me. This is fake, right? Didn't you say I'm your best friend? Best friend? You're just a lowly girl from an inferior country. Do you think you're worthy?" Xianxia sneers. "Why do you think I've racked my brains to use the best drafts to let you reach pre-celestial perfection? That's because your body contains a strand of celestial core power, and that strand of celestial core power can only be aroused after experiencing the 9-stage lightning tribulation. Haha, the current you is already my best alchemy material." "Alchemy materials?" Mu Yan's entire body was ice cold. She felt as if her world had collapsed at this moment. Ever since that unforeseen event, she didn't trust anyone in this world. But she treated Xianxia as her best friend and relative. For Xianxia, she learned how to mix drafts, and learned medical skills. For Xianxia, she risked her life to break into the dangerous secret territory for her, just because she said that there's something she wants inside. But now, Xianxia is telling her that all of this is fake, she's good to her, just to use her body for alchemy? Just then, a man's gentle voice came from outside the pill furnace. "Junior sister, the drafts are all ready. I've troubled senior brother." Xianxia's voice immediately changed from sharp and unkind to a soft, joyful gratitude. Mu Yan sees the face that emerges from the hole above the pill furnace. From Xianxia, it turns into a young man. She knows this man, he's Xianxia's senior brother in the Heavenly Road sect, Jian Feng, a genius alchemist. She sees Jian Feng throwing the drafts in his hand into the pill furnace. He looks at her with cold ridicule and pity. "Senior brother, will the alchemy this time be the same as refining the immortal fetus 10 years ago?" The immortal power was too abundant, causing the furnace to explode. In the end, I could only absorb 1/10,000th of the immortal power of the immortal fetus. Hee, junior sister, rest assured. With the experience from last time, this time, it definitely won't fail again. What's more, she's only the mother of the immortal fetus. The immortal power contained in her body is incomparable to that of the immortal fetus. Listening to the conversation between the two, Mu Yan's bloodshot eyes widen a little. Immortal fetus, 10 years ago, mother, no, it can't be like what she thinks. The immortal fetus used for alchemy, it can't be her child, however, there's a voice in her mind that's crazily clamoring to tell her that's her child has been refined into an elixir by Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue. Mu Yan suddenly stands up from the pill furnace, continuously struggling like a madman. Gong Qianxue, the immortal fetus that you speak of, where did it come from? Gong Qianxue's venomous gaze sweeps over Jun Mayan's beautiful face, the jealousy and hatred in her heart almost overflowing. She doesn't understand how Jun Mayan, a lowly woman from an inferior country, could get pregnant with an immortal fetus. That immortal fetus is so powerful, it's enough to see what kind of supreme existence the child's father is. Jun Mayan, on what basis? But it doesn't matter, in any case, this immortal fetus has already been eaten by her. Now, even Jun Mayan herself will become her stepping stone. Gong Qianxue reveals a smile full of malice. She leans close to Mu Yan's ear and whispers, the immortal fetus, of course it was taken out of your belly 10 years ago. Hee, that 7-month-old baby, when it was dug out from your belly, it was still alive. When I threw it into the pill furnace, it would still make squeaking sounds, like it was calling for its mother. Mu Yan listens blankly, her ears seemingly ringing with the child's heart-wrenching cries. A heart-wrenching and bone-eroding pain spreads from her heart to every meridian in her body. Her child, the child that she thought was killed by her best relative, turned out that the real murderer was Gong Qianxue. What followed was a bone-piercing, crazy hatred. Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue. I'm going to kill you. I will tear you to shreds. When I refine you into a medicinal pill and swallow you, I'll be able to obtain the rare celestial physique that only appears once every 10,000 years. If you want to kill me, then do it in your next life. Ha 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 ha. The lid of the alchemy furnace was closed, and the entire alchemy furnace was ignited with a blazing alchemy fire. Gong Qianxue looked at Jianfeng expectantly, senior brother, please. Don't worry, junior sister. Jianfeng's eyes flashed with deep affection, I will definitely let you get what you want. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the alchemy furnace. Gong Qianxue let out a shrill scream. She felt intense pain all over her body as she was thrown out heavily. Vaguely, she seems to hear Mayan's mournful and crazed cry, Gong Qianxue, even if I turn into a malicious spirit, I still won't let you off. Flames exploded, and the entire alchemy room shook violently a few times before completely collapsing. The author has something to say. Mayan opens her eyes from her drowsiness, only to feel a convulsing pain in her stomach. She wants to reach out to cover her stomach, but finds that her hands and feet are firmly bound by something, and she can't move at all. She looks around. What comes into view is a rundown room with ventilation on all sides, and the furnishings in the room are somewhat familiar. What's going on? Wasn't she thrown into the Dan furnace by Gong Qianxue? The blazing heat burns her flesh and blood, and the bone-gnawing hatred breaks down her reason, and then she loses consciousness? How could she be tied up here now? Could it be that Gong Qianxue failed to refine pills, so she came up with a new way to torture her? As she's thinking, Mayan's gaze suddenly fixates on a certain place, and her pupils fiercely contract. Heavens! What did she see? A bulging belly. And that convulsing pain, it's also coming from her abdomen. This is her child? The child is still in her belly, and she can still feel the tenacious vitality of the baby. But, how is that possible? Her baby was clearly gouged out from her abdomen and taken away alive. Suddenly, Mayan's gaze fixates on the furnishings around her. She just felt that this room is familiar, but now she remembers. Isn't this the rundown room where she lived in the Su family 10 years ago? 10 years ago, her adoptive father went out to gain experience, and her adoptive mother, Su Shuefan, put her in the care of her maternal family, the Su family. The people of the Su family ridiculed her, and no one treated her well. After she unexpectedly lost her chastity and got pregnant out of wedlock, these people became even more aggressive, and locked her in this rundown room. And the scene in front of her is also so familiar. 10 years ago, she was 7 months pregnant, living alone in a rundown room, without enough to eat or wear warm clothes. Suddenly, one day, First Aunt, who had always ridiculed her, acted out of character, and warmly brought her a steaming hot meal. At that time, Mayan was overwhelmed by the favor, thinking that her cleverness and filial piety had finally gained the sympathy of First Aunt and the others. But she didn't expect that this was the arrival of her nightmare. After eating the meal, she fainted, and then she was awakened by a sharp pain from her abdomen. Big maternal Aunt Susher used the most common dagger to cut open her belly, and cut off her womb palace along with the child inside. Her 2 cousins each made the incision wider so that Xianxia, the eldest sister-in-law, could dig her child out. These 4 people were doing such cruel and bloody things, but they were smiling and looking forward to a beautiful future, completely ignoring her heart-wrenching cries and pleas. For the next 10 years, Mayan never forgot this heart-wrenching and bone-eroding scene. Every night, she would dream of it, and her heart would be haunted by a bone-piercing hatred. From then on, she lost her child and her right to be a mother. But now, why was she lying here? Could it be that she had been reborn? Reincarnated to 10 years ago? Before her child was snatched away, just then, First Aunt's voice came from outside the room. "My lord, are you really going to spend so much money to buy the child in that bitch's womb? Don't tell me that you're going to go back on your word after we dig the child out?" Mayan's mind goes cold. In her previous life, she didn't wake up until her belly was cut open. But in this life, she woke up early because of the sudden pain in her abdomen. That's why she heard this conversation. "Remember to cut off her entire womb palace and give it to me. The child in her belly must not be harmed in the slightest. Darren, please rest assured, we absolutely guarantee to deliver a fresh, living child into Darren's hands. Hee, we've heard that a 7-month-old baby still wrapped in a placenta is the most nourishing thing for a woman." The man's voice suddenly becomes harsh. "Don't say what you shouldn't say, the more you know, the faster you die." Big Aunt Susher is immediately terrified. Yes, it's all my fault for talking too much. I don't know anything. Send the child to the tea house we've agreed on before noon, I'll wait for you at the same place. Remember, the child must not be harmed in any way. Outside the room, Big Aunt's happy and flattering voice slowly moves away, probably sending the man out. Mayan suddenly comes back to her senses, only to find that her teeth have already bitten through her lips. Blood permeates the tip of her tongue, it's so fishy and sweet. She remembers that time when her child was dug out, and Big Aunt and the others happily packed the child in a food box and left. No one cared about her lying on the bed, waiting for every drop of blood to flow out of her body. Just when Mayan was in extreme despair, Xianxia appeared. He had saved her life and given her hope to live on. But Mayan didn't expect that the main culprit of all this would turn out to be Xianxia. That man must have been sent by Xianxia, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that he happened to save her? Thinking of this, Mayan's eyes are suffused with a chilling decisiveness. In her previous life, she was blind to actually regard her enemy as her benefactor. But since heaven has given her a chance to be reborn, she will never allow anyone to harm her child. Her gaze falls on the bulging abdomen, and Mayan's expression becomes incomparably soft. "Baby, in this life, you've been helping Xianxia, right? It's the pain caused by the baby's violent struggle that woke her up earlier, giving her time to respond. Baby, don't worry, in this life, Xianxia will definitely protect you." Her bound hands began to struggle violently. The coarse hemp rope rubbed against her delicate skin, instantly turning her hands into a bloody mess. However, Mu Yan didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain. Her struggling movements became more and more intense and resolute. The first hand broke free, the second hand broke free. Just as she was about to get up and untie the rope around her feet, she heard messy footsteps coming from the door. Mu Yan's expression darkens. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately lies back in her original position, pretending that she is still tied up. With a creak, the door to the room opened. Mayan tilts her head and looks over. She finds that in addition to first maternal Aunt Su, her 2 older cousins Su Jinju and Su Baozhu, her older cousin Su Zhiyong and his older cousin Chen Yulan have also come in. "Mother, this stinky girl is awake." Hearing her daughter Su Jinju's words, Susher promptly turns to look at Mayan on the bed. He originally thought that he would see June Mayan crying and begging for mercy, but who knew that he would meet a pair of bone-chilling bright eyes. When she comes back to herself, she immediately flies into a rage out of humiliation. "Little slut, what are you looking at? You've done something shameful, yet you still have the face to glare at me. Shameless thing, having an illicit relationship at such a young age, and even having a big belly. You've completely lost the face of our Sioux family." Saying that, she raises her hand and is about to throw it at Mayan's face. But before her hand falls, she is stopped by her cousin, Su Jiong. "Mother, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. Don't forget, she's very precious now. Not only is she worth tens of thousands of gold coins, but she also represents my bright future. That Darren said that if we do things well, he will allow me to enter Jin Hong Men." Susher bitterly gives up. Su Jiong's eyes can't help but glance at Mayan. Although the woman has a big belly and swollen feet, it still can't hide her icy jade skin and stunning appearance. In particular, when Susher and the others tied her up, their movements were very rough, causing her clothes to be half open, revealing the faintly discernible delicate collarbone and the sparkling jade-like skin. Su Jiong swallows his saliva, thinking that his cousin's belly is about to be cut open and die. He can't help but feel pity. This little slut can have an illicit relationship at such a young age. Once she's pregnant, she must be very dissolute. He has always wanted to have a chance to taste the taste of this little cousin's body. Now, in order to enter Jin Hong Men, he can only give up. Qin Yulan turns her head and sees Su Jiong looking at Mayan with naked greed in his eyes. A flame of jealousy and hatred suddenly appears in her eyes. After driving Su Jiong out of the room, Qin Yulan fiercely spits at Mayan. "Little slut, you even want to seduce your own cousin, don't you have any shame? Humph, sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense with her. We'll cut open her belly now and dig out the child inside. That's right, when the time comes, there'll be a big hole in her belly, and her intestines and internal organs will flow out. Do you think cousin will still look at her?" Su Jinju and Su Baozhu laugh and comfort Qin Yulan. They look at Mayan with loathing and carefree eyes. Just like Qin Yulan. Ever since Mu Yan moved into the Su family, they had been torturing this girl with all their might. They were jealous of her beautiful appearance and her cultivation talent, which was 100 times better than theirs. Especially when they discover that all the men around them are focusing their gazes on Mayan, it makes them gnash their teeth in hatred. However, that was only in the past. The current June Mayan is just a fish on their chopping block, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Susher gives a sinister laugh and pulls out a very ordinary dagger from her waist. She rudely reaches out and rips open Mayan's clothes. Just as her knife was about to fall. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if his bones were about to shatter. Susher cries out in pain. She turns her head and sees that Mayan, who should have been tied up, is actually sitting up. That slender, bloody hand was firmly gripping her wrist that was holding the knife. "Ah, June Mayan, how did you break free from the rope? Bitch, let go of my mother." Su Jinju and the others are still a few steps away. When they discover that the situation isn't right, they roar and rush over. But Mayan has already bent Susher's arm. As she screams in horror and pain, she ruthlessly stabs the dagger into her chest. Poochie, there's a sound, and blood splatters on Mayan's face. The wrist holding the dagger suddenly turns, the flesh and blood are stirred, and the heart ruptures. Susher's shrill scream gets stuck in her throat. She opens her mouth, but not a single sound comes out. She doesn't understand until she dies. The lamb waiting to be slaughtered should be Mayan, so why is she the one who dies in the end? Nyang. Nyang. Nyang, don't scare me, boo-hoo. Slut, you actually killed my Nyang. By the time Su Jinju and the other two recover from the shock of Susher's murder, they find that Mayan has already cut the rope and stands up from the bed. The three were originally filled with righteous indignation, shrieking in anger. But when they see Mayan's appearance, they are so scared that their hands and feet turn cold, and they can't even speak fluently. June. Mayan, you, don't act recklessly. You killed my Nyang, my father, and my aunt, they won't let you off. Mayan chuckles, slowly turning the dagger in her hand. Sticking out her big belly, she approaches the three step by step. In terms of age, the current Mayan is only 14 or 15 years old, much younger than Su Baozhu. But at this moment, the imposing manner that she exudes makes the three people on the scene so scared that their hands and feet turn soft. In particular, her face and body were stained with the blood that had splattered from Susher's body. Her white clothes had turned into a bloody one, but she did not even bother to wipe it off. Instead, she faintly smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. That appearance is like an evil Azura climbing up from hell to take revenge. The youngest Su Baozhu can't bear it anymore. She screams and turns around to run. But someone suddenly grabs her hair and ruthlessly rips it and throws it back. With a loud bang, Su Baozhu hits the wall and faints. Seeing this, Chen Yulan's face reveals a ruthless expression. She grabs a stool at the side and is about to throw it at Mayan. Her bulging belly hinders Mayan's evasion. Her head takes a hard hit, and the stool falls apart into pieces of wood. Ha, ha ha, smelly bitch, I'll let you be savage. Before she can finish speaking, Chen Yulan suddenly feels a sharp pain in the pit of her knee. Then, her body shakes, she can't stand steadily, and falls down. Fresh blood trickles down from Mu Yan's forehead, mixing with Susher's blood, making her look even more terrifying and sinister. However, she didn't even bother to wipe it. She just carefully protected her stomach and then looked at Su Jinju, who was the last one standing. Evil ghost, you're a life-reaping evil ghost, help me. Su Jinju screams and is about to rush out. Mu Yan throws out the dagger in her hand and hits her in the middle of the back. Ah dash! Su Jinju screamed. She lost all feeling below her waist. She fell heavily on the ground, her body twitching. Mu Yan holds her waist, struggling to pull the three wailing people together. She gently stroked her belly. Baby, these beasts are too noisy. Are you disturbed by the noise? Don't worry, Nyangqin will soon make them unable to scream anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger flashed, and the three tongues fell to the ground side by side. Looking at Mayan, whose face is covered in blood like an Azura from hell, step by step, Su Jinju and the other two are scared out of their wits. They open their mouths wide, wanting to scream, but they can only make ah sounds. At this moment, Su Zhiyong's voice came from the door. Mother, Yulan, why did it take so long? Milord is still waiting. Upon hearing Su Zhiyong's voice, Chen Yulan and the other two's eyes lit up with hope. The three of them did not have much strength, but Su Zhiyong was already at the entry level of ancient martial arts. Dealing with Jun Mulan, a pregnant woman with a big belly, was a piece of cake. Ah, Chen Yulan opened her mouth and screamed with all her might. Seeing this, Su Jinju and Su Baozhu also shouted. Jun Mayan calmly walks towards the door, without the slightest intention of stopping them from calling for reinforcements. What's going on? Yulan? Mother? Sister? Answer me. If you don't say anything, I'll barge in. Bang, 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 a violent crash came from outside the door. A moment later, the door of the dilapidated house was smashed open. The faces of Chen Yulan and the other two were covered with tears of blood. Their eyes were filled with hope and desire as if they had grasped at a life-saving straw. At this time, Jun Mayan, who has been standing by the door, raises the dagger in her hand. As soon as Su Zhiyong rushed in, she raised the dagger and stabbed it into a certain part of his shoulder. Su Zhiyong didn't even have the chance to scream before his body went limp and he collapsed. Mayan picks up the unconscious Su Zhiyong and slowly drags him towards Chen Yulan and the others. Chen Yulan and the others' ecstatic expressions froze on their faces, slowly turning into incredulous terror and despair. How was that possible? Jun Mayan was only at the entry level of ancient martial arts. She was also pregnant and didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. How could she easily subdue Su Zhiyong, who was also at the entry level? The corner of Mu Yan's mouth curls up, revealing a cold smile. All of this was thanks to Gong Qianxue. If it weren't for the sake of repaying Gong Qianxue, she wouldn't have gone to learn medicine and concoction. Naturally, she wouldn't have learned acupuncture. Acupuncture at the Jianjing acupoint could relieve blood stasis and chest swelling. However, it could only be done shallowly and not deeply. This was because the patient would faint if the needle was too deep. Su Zhiyong's clavicle acupoint was stabbed so deeply by her knife, how could he not faint? My dear cousin-in-law, haven't you always been worried that my cousin will fool around outside and make you a cuckold? Why don't I help you get rid of this trouble now? As she spoke, she gently tapped the top of Su Jiong's head with the dagger in her hand. Su Jiong grunted and slowly woke up. However, without waiting for him to realize what had happened, Mu Yan lifted her foot and ruthlessly stomped on his descendant's root. Ah! The shrill scream caused the entire dilapidated house to tremble violently. Dust fell from the roof. Withdrawing her foot, Mayan chuckles, "How is it? Is cousin-in-law satisfied? Compared to the feeling of you digging out my child from my belly, I wonder if watching my husband become a eunuch is happier and more interesting? Cousin-in-law, how are you going to thank me?" Boo-hoo-hoo. Chen Yulan sobbed and shook her head desperately. Lunatic. Lunatic. Lunatic, right now, this June Mayan is a complete lunatic. She was afraid and regretful. She shouldn't have provoked such a lunatic. An hour later, Mayan opens the door. With one hand on her waist and the other on her stomach, she slowly and carefully walks out of the dilapidated house. If you only look at her movements, you'd think that she's an incomparably gentle mother. However, behind her, the door that had just been opened was already filled with corpses. Every corpse's chest and abdomen has been cut open, and their internal organs have been dug out. Their eyes are wide open, and no one can close them. There's only endless fear, pain, and despair in their eyes. It's as if they've seen the most terrible hell. Mayan doesn't look at the bloody ground behind her, but throws a torch that's just been lit behind her. The raging fire was burning under the bright sun. Thick smoke rises straight to the sky, covering the sky above the house with a gloomy grayish-black. By the time a group of men dressed in black arrive on horseback, the place has already been burnt to the ground, and not even a shadow can be seen. The men in black look at each other in dismay, seeing the fear and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right at this moment, a white horse carrying a woman galloped over like a bolt of lightning. The woman has a slender figure, dressed in purple, a bamboo hat on her head, and a veil covering her face. Only the outline of her pretty face can be vaguely seen. As soon as she sees the ruins that have been burnt to ashes, the woman's voice is so cold and gloomy that it could drip water. "What's going on? Where's the fetus that I want?" Replying, sect master, this lowly one also doesn't know how this happened. It should have been foolproof, trash. The woman raises the whip in her hand and ruthlessly lashes at them. After several lashes, she grits her teeth and says, "Search for me, even if it's a corpse, dig it out for me." "Yes, sect master." A moment later, several men in black hurriedly report, replying, "Sect master, the pregnant woman's corpse isn't inside." "You mean she ran away?" "Sect master, rest assured. Although we didn't arrange people around this house, this hilltop has been sealed by us brothers. If that woman really ran away, she absolutely won't be able to escape from this mountain." The woman wearing a veil clenches the horse's reins in a death grip, her face under the veil alternating between green and white. If she wasn't afraid of being discovered that she wanted to obtain an immortal fetus, she should have come to retrieve the fetus herself. She thought that it was just a little girl and nothing would happen to her. But unexpectedly, search the place thoroughly. The woman said fiercely, "Find this woman and her child even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." "Yes, sect leader." After June Mayan leaves the dilapidated house, she doesn't escape from the mountain as expected by the woman in white and her party. Instead, she turned around and headed deeper into the mountains. The deeper one went into the mountains, the denser the trees became. Layers upon layers of leaves rotted bit by bit. Under the soaking of the rain, they slowly turned into mud. There were countless venomous insects, snakes, and rats in the forest. There were even unknown beasts that were on par with yellow tear fighters. No one would have guessed that Mayan would go deep into the mountains. Because she was a frail pregnant woman. If she walked into this dense forest, she would only die. However, June Mayan's expression is very calm. Although her steps are heavy and slow, they are also exceptionally resolute. Roar! A bestial roar came from the front. The leaves sway, and a huge leopard appears in front of her. Its green eyes greedily and viciously stare at the blood-covered Mayan. However, when its line of sight meets Mayan's blood-stained eyes, its huge body inexplicably shudders. An indescribable fear spreads through its body, and its instinctive fear of danger makes the first thought in its mind, escape. The leopard crouches down, baring its fangs and issuing a threatening roar. Then, step by step, it retreats out of Mayan's field of vision. Mayan straightens her waist, protecting her increasingly painful belly, and continues to slowly move forward. Baby, hold on a little longer, just hold on a little longer. Step by step, hour by hour. When the sky is completely dark, she finally finds the cave in her memory. Mayan's mouth reveals a shallow smile, and she gently caresses her belly. Baby, look, we finally found it. There is an extremely rare spiritual vein in the Yanwu continent in this cave. Cultivating internal force next to a spiritual vein, the speed of advancement will be 3 to 4 times faster than usual. In her previous life, she accidentally discovered this spiritual vein and foolishly gave it to Xianxia. And in this life, this will be the place where her baby will be born. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed in a hurry. In the past few years, many major events have happened in the Yanwu continent. For example, in the high-ranked country of Huanyao, an alchemist who can refine a third-grade ice heart pill appeared, Jianfeng. As soon as the ice heart pill appeared, it caused a sensation in the entire Yanwu continent, and Jianfeng became a highly sought-after alchemy master. For example, in the middle-ranked country of Jingqing, news came out that their princess, Xianxia, at the tender age of 22, broke through the earth grade and became the youngest heaven grade expert. Another example, in the low-ranked country of Qiyan, a meteor suddenly fell. This was a sign that a rare treasure was about to be born, so many practitioners gathered in the Qiyan country. However, all of this has nothing to do with Mayan, who is far away in the deep mountains and jungle. For years later, in the nameless jungle, roar and earth-shaking roar resounds through the sky, and a powerful pressure instantly pervades. The small animals that were walking leisurely in the jungle immediately trembled in fear when they heard this roar and fled in all directions. Soon, a huge ancient tree swayed, and a huge black bear scurried down from below. Its eyes were a strange red, and it was holding a dead animal in its hand. It was stuffing the animal into its mouth and chewing on it. If there were any humans here, they would be horrified to discover that this black bear was a mutated beast. And its level had already reached the terrifying profound rank. Yanwu continent's ancient practitioners are divided into entry, yellow level, profound level, earth level, and heaven level. After heaven rank is the innate realm. Only by breaking through the heaven realm and reaching the innate realm could one be considered to have one foot in the door of cultivation. However, in the entire Yanwu continent, the number of people who have reached the pre-celestial realm can be counted on one hand. Most of the ancient martial artists were still stuck at the entry level and yellow level. This was enough to show how terrifying this black bear was. Suddenly, the black bear stopped chewing and looked down with its ferocious eyes. A little being had been standing there for some unknown time. His little face was exquisite and unparalleled, so cute that it made people want to scream. But there was no expression on that handsome and cute face. He raised his little head, a pair of clear and beautiful deep blue eyes, calmly looking at the black bear. The black bear seemed to see disdain and provocation in those eyes. Roar, the majesty of the forest overlord was not to be questioned. The black bear threw away the food in its hand, raised its huge black paw, and fiercely swatted at the little boy. The bear's paw brought a strong gust of wind, causing the surrounding trees to shake incessantly. It seemed that if the bear's paw hit the little boy, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. But in the next moment, the black bear's paw did not land, but its whole fat body floated up. The black bear's big eyes appeared to be in a daze. When it looked down, its eyes suddenly widened. No matter how low the bear's IQ was, at this moment, it was in disbelief and shock. Because its huge body that weighed hundreds of kilograms was actually lifted up by that little bean. The little bean was still expressionless, his chubby little hand lifted the black bear in a circle, and then threw it out. Bang! A loud noise, the entire forest shook, and the birds and beasts fled. A quarter of an hour later, the little boy dragged 4 strong bear paws to the front of a cave. A fire was set up, and the little boy very neatly began to deal with the bear paws, and then put them on the fire to roast. The smell of food filled the air. At this moment, a lazy and pleasant female voice came from inside the house. Smells so good, Xiao Bao, what food did you hunt this time? The little boy turned to look at the cave entrance, his beautiful little face still expressionless. But those deep blue eyes were bright, as if there were stars twinkling in them. Soon, the figure of a girl in white appeared at the cave entrance. The young girl was only 18 or 19 years old. She wore a set of white clothes that couldn't be any more simple. However, her fair skin and exquisite appearance caused others to be unable to move their eyes away from her. The girl's appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, but she had a kind of ethereal fairy-like temperament, as if she was an immortal banished from the ninth heaven who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, making people yearn to touch her, but also unable to bear to profane her. The little boy's eyes were bright as he stared unblinkingly at the young girl, as if he couldn't wait to stick to her. Even if his little face was still tense, it could be seen how much he liked and attached to this young girl. "I say, handsome, if you keep looking at me like that, I might fall in love with you." However, as soon as the girl opened her mouth to speak, her fairy-like temperament disappeared without a trace. She lifted the little boy's chin with one hand and stroked his smooth skin with her fingertips. Then, she lowered her head and gave a loud chirp on his soft and tender cheek. Her smile was especially lazy and charming. The little boy expressionlessly turned his head and turned the bare paw above the fire. He said, "Mother, it's time to eat." June Mayan props up her chin, tilts her head, and smiles. As she looks at her incomparably handsome son. The more she looks, the more she likes him. The more she looks, the more she can't take her eyes off him. In the blink of an eye, the mother and daughter had already lived in this deep mountain for 4 years. When he walked into this cave 4 years ago, Mu Yan's heart was still filled with hatred and darkness, but now, he was indescribably grateful to the heavens. She was grateful to the heavens for bestowing Xiaobao to her. After eating the bare paw, Mu Yan is about to get up, but Xiaobao comes over with a wet towel. He's obviously just a 4-year-old child, but he acts like a little adult. He grabs her hand and wipes the grease off her slender fingers. Mu Yan can't help but hold the little person in her arms, rubbing and kissing. "Baby, you're really Nyang's little sweetheart. If Nyang leaves you, how can I live?" Xiaobao's little face is red. He leans on Mu Yan's fragrant arms and whispers, "Xiaobao won't leave Nyang Qin." Mu Yan is about to continue to tease her beautiful son, when the sky in the distance suddenly lights up with a colorful glow. Her eyes narrow and she lets go of Xiaobao. Looking at the horizon, the corner of her mouth hooks up into a faint smile. "Nyang Qin?" Mu Yan lowers her head and carelessly says, "Baby, we've been hiding in this mountain for a long time. Do you want to go with Nyang Qin to see the outside world?" Xiaobao asks, "Are we going to the town?" "Not just the town." Mu Yan shakes her head, "We're going to leave this cave and go to a faraway place. Nyang Qin has something that must be done." Xiaobao is a little confused, but he still nods. Where Nyang Qin is, Xiaobao will be. Mu Yan holds his face and kisses Xiaobao on both cheeks. She picks him up and reluctantly looks at the cave behind her. This spiritual vein is really a good place to cultivate. Unfortunately, she has to leave now. Gong Qianxue, Jian Feng, Jin Hongmen, Tiandao sect, and those who harmed her in her previous life. Hehe, I wonder if you're ready. I, Jun Mu Yan, am back. On a spring afternoon, the warm wind blows gently and the fragrance of flowers assails. The messy and hurried sound of horse hoofs comes from afar. As it gets closer, it can be seen that it's a group of men wearing tight black flying suits. The leader is a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face is a little pale, but his eyes are bright. He has actually reached the profound stage. Suddenly, the middle-aged man pulls the reins and stares at the direction of a huge banyan tree. "Master, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man did not say anything. He quickly jumped off the horse and walked to the banyan tree. When he saw the scene below the banyan tree, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. "Ah, what a beautiful girl and child." The middle-aged man's subordinate couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, under the banyan tree, there was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and a very cute little baby that looked like it was carved from jade. The two of them leaned their heads against the trunk of the banyan tree. The young girl's long hair hung loosely over her shoulders. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, she had a kind of charm that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. The middle-aged man's subordinate swallowed his saliva. My "My lord, do you want to bring this woman back?" If the third prince saw her, he would probably go crazy with joy, right? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Take her back, don't hurt her skin." The third prince would definitely go crazy if he were to touch her flawless skin, which was as smooth as snow jade. The horses didn't run far before they saw a luxurious carriage in the distance. The carriage was pulled by 8 horses and was divided into 3 spaces. The person sitting in the carriage is Qi Yan country's third prince, Liu Beiyu. At this time, opposite of Liu Beiyu, sits a beautiful and charming young girl. The young girl is only wearing a thin gauze, her snow-white skin and exquisite body are faintly discernible. If an ordinary man were to see such a stunner, he would have already thrown himself at her. But Liu Beiyu doesn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he's holding a brush, earnestly writing and drawing on the paper. However, after writing for a while, Liu Beiyu suddenly flies into a rage. He throws the brush and roars, "Get out, get out! Quickly get out of here!" The beautiful girl jumps in fright. She's about to cry, but she doesn't dare to say anything. She hurriedly leaves. "Your Highness, what's wrong? This girl was the most beautiful woman in Xia and just a moment ago. Could it be that she can't give your Highness inspiration?" Liu Beiyu angrily says, "What most beautiful woman? She's nothing but a common rouge, nothing more." The subordinate scowls and is about to say something when suddenly, someone opens the curtain and reports, "Your Highness, Li Daren requests an audience." He said that he found a peerless great beauty for your Highness? Peerless great beauty? It's not a lie again, is it? Liu Beiyu disdainfully says, "These days, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be called a peerless great beauty. Forget it, let him bring her in." Receiving Liu Beiyu's order, the subordinate immediately goes to pass on the order. But after a moment, the beautiful woman isn't brought in by someone, but carried in. Liu Beiyu is suspicious. When he clearly sees the appearance of the woman in white, his eyes suddenly stare blankly. For a moment, he unexpectedly becomes silly. There's a beautiful banshee, returning to the Xiang River. Tasting a peerless beauty, relying on a city-toppling appearance. Liu Beiyu murmurs in a low voice. He reaches out to touch the girl's face, but then nervously pulls back. Beautiful, she's really too beautiful. The beauty of a beauty lies in her charm, in her bones, not on the surface. How can such a city-toppling beauty be compared to those common rouge and rouge? Quickly change her clothes. This prince is now bursting with inspiration. I believe that this time I will be able to create the most satisfactory painting of a beauty. Yes, Your Highness. Several maids listen to the order and are about to step forward to take off the girl's clothes. But at this moment, the white-clothed girl's eyelashes suddenly blink and she opens her eyes. Her bright and kind eyes are like rippling autumn waves. Liu Beiyu simply stares foolishly, saliva unconsciously dripping down from the corner of his mouth. June Mayan yawns without a care for her image and stretches. Her voice is languid with a hint of sexy huskiness. "Oh, I had a really good sleep. Xiaobao, are you hungry? Shouldn't we go find something to eat?" However, when he turned around, he discovered that Xiaobao wasn't by his side. Instead, there was a man who was drooling at him. However, June Mayan doesn't panic at all. She is calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. "May I ask who your excellency is?" Liu Beiyu wipes his saliva and promptly says, "This one is Liu Beiyu, Qi Yan country's third prince." Because he admired Miss's peerless elegance, he invited Miss over. "I hope Miss can do me a favor." "Oh? What kind of help? Why don't you tell me?" Liu Beiyu picks up a thin, almost transparent dress and shows it to Mayan. "Miss, please put on this dress and let this prince draw a picture of a beauty for you." "Wearing this dress for you to draw?" Mayan's mouth twitches. "Are you sure this is a dress?" When worn on the body, what should be seen and what shouldn't be seen can also be called a dress. Liu Beiyu nods again and again. "When Miss wears this dress, you will certainly be as beautiful as a fairy, exuding a charm that ordinary people can't resist." June Mayan makes an O sound, lightly saying, "And if I don't agree?" The flying fish guard who had just brought Mayan in couldn't help but gloomily say, "Your brother is still in our hands right now. If you know what's good for you, then be obedient, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." "My brother?" Mayan stares blankly for a moment before reacting. They're talking about Xiaobao. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh? Are you using Xiaobao to threaten me? That's right, so you'd better listen to the third prince. Lu Beiyu repeatedly says, Miss, you can rest assured, I'm really just painting, I absolutely won't do anything else. Moreover, after the deed is done, I will give you a generous reward, I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. Change into a half-naked dress and paint. This is an interesting, good idea. Mayan touches her chin and smiles. Great, since Miss is so tactful, please quickly change into these clothes. Mayan takes the clothes, the corners of her mouth hooking up into an increasingly deep smile. That little face that originally seemed noble and holy like a banished immortal, at this moment, becomes incomparably unbridled and charming. Just as Lu Beiyu is absent-minded, a light suddenly flashes before his eyes. He only feels a pain in his waist, and he suddenly loses all his strength. He cries out in alarm and falls to the ground. The guard on the side is startled. He shouts Your Highness and is about to rush over to help. Suddenly, he stumbles and also falls to the ground. Those maids are completely vulnerable. Before they could react to what happened, they're already completely unable to move. Mayan takes the translucent dress and shakes her way over to Lu Beiyu. Your eyes are really good. I also think that this dress suits you very well. What are you doing? Lu Beiyu struggles to sit up, but he finds that he can't move his whole body. They didn't expect that this seemingly frail girl would actually be so powerful. The flying fish guard is even more indescribably shocked. He's a peak yellow stage practitioner. His Highness's cultivation is much higher than his. But they can't even take a single blow from this girl. Don't mess around. Don't tell me you don't want your brother's life anymore? As soon as the voice falls, the carriage's curtain is lifted. Xiaobao comes in with a cold, small, and handsome face. He tosses the captain guard of flying fish in front of Mayan. He immediately ran over and hugged her leg. Mother, are you all right? The little baby's expression was still cold, but his beautiful blue eyes were filled with concern. Mayan holds his little face and kisses him on both sides. Don't worry, of course Nyang is fine. Have the people outside been subdued by Xiaobao? Xiaobao nodded expressionlessly. He was neither proud nor surprised. Just like tidying up a small team of Qiyan country's Imperial Yulin guards, it was as simple as tidying up a group of mice. The guard lying on the ground, unable to move, looked at his superior, then looked at Xiaobao, who was only about 4 years old, and shouted in disbelief, This is impossible. Our lord is a high-rank profound stage warrior, how could he be defeated by a little brat like you? Who are you people? Who are you people? Xiaobao and Jun Mayan ignore him. Xiaobao looks up, his big bright eyes looking at Mayan. Xiaobao's eyes were slightly curved. His pupils were bright, and his ears were red. Although his little face was still tense, everyone could see that he was happy. Aya, how could she be so cute? That was cheating. Mu Yan hugged her son in her arms and kissed him a few more times before releasing him. After looking at Lu Beiyu and the others, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Xiaobao, let's play an interesting game, okay? What game? Hee, you will know in a while. After a while, the two maids, the flying fish guard captain, and the guards were stripped naked by Mu Yan and Xiaobao. Only the important parts were pasted with leaves that Xiaobao had gathered from outside. It was barely enough to cover the important parts. The few of them were ashamed and indignant, wishing they could faint. However, he didn't know what Mu Yan had fed them, but not only did they not have any strength, they couldn't even use the slightest bit of internal force, and they couldn't even make a sound. Mu Yan took the light silk dress and walked in front of Mu Yan. She smiled and said, Your Highness, do you like this dress? Lu Beiyu shakes his head in horror. Then he puts on a strong front and says, Don't mess around. I'm Qiyan country's third prince. If you make a move against me, you won't have a good end. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Mayan smiles like a fox, I'm just very interested in the painting that you mentioned. Lu Beiyu's clothes are quickly stripped, and then put on that transparent tulle. Xiaobao had a cold expression on his face as he arranged the naked and immobile men into all kinds of poses. For example, the captain of the Imperial Guards was a drunken Imperial concubine. For example, the two maids were like mandarin ducks. For example, Liu Beiyu's beauty was lying on the couch, and his style was boundless. There were even a few guards who had their legs raised up, making extremely enchanting and difficult movements. Mu Yan looks at the various poses that Xiao Bao has made according to her requirements, and she can't help but burst into laughter. He felt that his son was too talented. She quickly spread out the brush and paper and began to draw in front of him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao continued to drive the carriage forward. When the carriage arrives at a bustling market on the outskirts, Mayan finally puts down her pen. She gently raised her hand and sent out a stream of profound energy. Liu Beiyu and his group immediately regained their freedom. However, they had been in that position for too long, and their legs were numb. As soon as they regained their freedom, they immediately fell to the ground. Mu Yan held up the newly completed painting for them to see. How is it? Are you satisfied with your looks? When the guard captain and the other guards saw their own image in the painting, their vision suddenly turned black, and they wished they could faint. This, how could the man with his legs raised up and leaning on another man be him? And that enchanting and bashful expression, how could he do that? If anyone were to see them like this, they would no longer be able to continue living. Just find a piece of tofu and knock yourself to death. The captain's complexion is ashen, and he rushes over to snatch the painting from Mayan's hand. However, Mu Yan sneered and opened the window of the carriage. I can copy this painting with my eyes closed. If I'm the only one appreciating it, it would be such a waste. I wonder if I can throw these paintings out for everyone to admire. TSK, it's such a waste to just spread them here. When I go back to a big town, I must copy a few more. No. Don't throw it out. Several grown men and 2 maids are no longer as arrogant as they were a few hours ago. They kneel in front of Mu Yan, snot and tears running down their faces, repenting their sins. Letting the world see these people who look exactly like them, but put on such a shameful pose, how can they continue to conduct themselves in the future? Not to mention being a guard in the imperial palace, they wouldn't even have the face to go out. Heroine, queen, female immortal, we know we were wrong. I beg you to return this painting to us. Mu Yan sneers, weren't you having a lot of fun when you caught innocent women and made them take off their clothes to paint? Now you know to beg for mercy? Several people prostrate themselves on the ground, continuously repenting. At this time, the head guard's intestines are turning green with regret. When he met a beauty on the road, he thought that he could bring her back to please the third prince. He didn't expect that he would bring back an evil star. Now that the head guard remembers his shameful pose just now, he wants to bang his head against the wall and die. But just as everyone was crying and begging for mercy, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the carriage. Beautiful, it's too beautiful. Such charm, such layout, such colors, such a stunning painting, it should only exist in the heavens. Liu Beiyu is holding Mu Yan's painting in his hand. It's still a painting of him wearing a tulle, legs crossed, lips seductively biting, the posture of a beauty lying on the couch. But Liu Beiyu isn't angry or ashamed, instead, his eyes shine. He pounces in front of Mu Yan all of a sudden. Master, please teach me, how can I paint such a charming and spiritual painting? I have studied painting for more than 10 years, and thought that I had already seen the threshold. Now that I see Master's painting, I know how insignificant I am. Mu Yan's mouth twitches, she feels that she has encountered a psychopath. The faces of the guards and maids on the side are red, orange, yellow, green, and purple, incomparably splendid. Mu Yan lifts her foot and kicks him away. Liu Beiyu eagerly climbs up, completely disregarding the fact that his clothes are open and his important parts are exposed. Master, if you lack money or drafts, this disciple can be filial to you, as long as you are willing to give this little disciple 1 or 2 pointers. Mu Yan turns her head, blue veins throbbing on her forehead. Xiao Bao, let's go. She can't afford to provoke this kind of lunatic. Can't she just hide? The curtain of the carriage is lifted, and Xiao Bao's figure appears. He walks to Mu Yan's side and obediently lets Mu Yan lead him. Mu Yan opens the window of the carriage and is about to jump out. But Liu Beiyu throws himself at them, shouting and screaming, Master, little brother, don't go. As long as you are willing to stay, I am willing to promise you anything. Do you want the treasures in the dense fog forest? I can offer them to you, Master. The guard captain on the side felt his vision go black. He wanted to slap his master to death. Mu Yan stopped in her tracks, a glint flashed across her eyes. You guys want to go to the fog forest? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Beiyu sees that Mayan has really stopped, and he immediately nods frantically. His mouth rapid fire. A few months ago, a meteor suddenly fell from the fog forest, and a few days ago, a multicolored glow filled the sky. This is a sign of the appearance of a treasure. That's why my father sent me to the forest to investigate. Send you? Mu Yan couldn't help but shake her head. He felt that Qi Yan country's emperor's brain was probably broken, otherwise why would he send such an unruly lunatic to explore the fog forest? In just a breath's time, he smiles flatteringly. Of course, no matter what, I can't compare to Master and Little Senior. What's more, we're not going to snatch the real rare treasure, we just want to join in the fun and pick up some cheap things. There are many precious drafts in the fog forest. With my identity, as long as I don't fight with those big sects, no one will make a move against me. This time, when the rare treasure comes into being, there will definitely be a gathering of heaven's proud sons and daughters. Perhaps we can even see a lot of beautiful women. I heard that even Jingqing country's proud son of heaven, Gong Qianxia, will come. Just thinking about seeing these beauties and having the inspiration to paint, I'm extremely excited. Even if we don't get any treasure, it's still worth it. Don't you think so, Master? Mayan's eyes slightly dim, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a faint smile. Has she heard of the fog forest? Of course she has. It could be said that no one in this world is more familiar with the fog forest than her. In her previous life, there were also meteors falling, and multicolored lights filling the sky. Numerous experts from the three countries of Qi Yan, Jingqing, and Huangyao gathered in the fog forest, wanting to find this treasure. Later, it was proven that the treasure was really incomparably precious and rare in the world. Because it's actually an egg of a sacred beast that's about to hatch. In the Yanwu continent, there are wild beasts, strange beasts, and spirit beasts, but no one has ever seen a real sacred beast. Sacred beasts, they only belong to the Shozhen continent. It's conceivable that whoever obtains a sacred beast can walk unhindered in the Yanwu continent. At that time, Mayan was just an unremarkable profound stage practitioner. She only came to the fog forest to broaden her horizons with Gong Qianxua. She never thought about fighting over the sacred beast egg. But she didn't expect that in the end, the sacred beast egg would fall into her hands by a freak combination of factors. Thinking of this, the smile on Mayan's face turns into a deep sneer. How foolish she was at that time, she clearly obtained the sacred beast egg that everyone yearns for. As long as she dripped her blood, the sacred beast would recognize her as its master. But because of Gong Qianxua's few flowery words and her expectant eyes, she impatiently gave the sacred beast egg to her. Later, the sacred beast hatched and became Gong Qianxua's contracted beast. It also allowed her to move unhindered in the Yanwu continent. Since then, no one could contend against her. Mother. Little Bao's soft voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. Mu Yan suddenly comes back to her senses from her ice-cold hatred. She lowers her head and sees Xiao Bao's big eyes that are brimming with concern. She can't help but feel her heart soften, and all her hatred is diluted by warmth. Picking up Xiao Bao, Mu Yan chuckles, it just so happens that I also want to go to the fog forest, then let's go together for a while. Master, it's great that you're willing to stay. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and prepare the dishes. The flying fish guards and palace maids all glanced at the prince resentfully. He cowers and looks at Mayan and Xiao Bao, then he turns around and resentfully leaves to prepare food and wine. Master, you and little senior brother are so powerful. I'm an early-stage Earth-stage powerhouse, but I can't even take one hit from you. And little senior brother, he looks like he's only 4 or 5 years old, but he can actually defeat my guard captain. Master, what's your name? Which country are they from? Mu Yan leisurely ate her food and wine. As she picked food for Xiao Bao, she glanced at him with a smile that was not a smile. Under this glance, Lu Beiyu's whole body immediately stiffens, a kind of creepy feeling welling up inside him. His attempt to secretly inquire about his master's origin has been discovered. Lu Beiyu recalls Mu Yan's methods, and he shudders. However, his heart is particularly big. Seeing that Mu Yan has already finished eating, he immediately says excitedly, Master, Master. Then can you teach me how to paint now? How can you capture the charm of the characters so well when you draw them? Mu Yan takes a sip of tea, and says with a leisurely smile, of course it's because your choice of reference is wrong. That can't be? The girls I chose were all real beauties, and I even let them wear gauze and silk to stimulate their senses. Seeing Mu Yan's cold gaze, Lu Beiyu immediately points to the sky and swears, Master, I swear, those beauties were all willing, and I paid them handsomely. Only you, Master, are really too beautiful and seductive, ahem, in short, I was caught by you the first time I made a mistake. Mu Yan's mouth hooks up, you're used to seeing beauties, how could they stimulate your senses? Don't you think that the poses of your guards yesterday were very unique and interesting? Don't you have a particular desire to paint? Lu Beiyu's eyes brighten, Master is right. Especially the head guard. If he were to wear a half-naked palace dress, it would certainly have a different flavor, haha. Master, you're really too awesome, I'll go call someone in. Seeing the silly prince excitedly running out, there's an angry and despairing wail coming from outside the carriage. Mu Yan picks up the teacup and takes a sip, her smile languid and unbridled. Provoking her, and he still wants to escape unscathed? He's too naive. The carriage slowly moves forward. 3 days later, when Lu Beiyu's guards are tormented to the point that they're better off dead than alive, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves, they finally arrive at the fog forest. The reason why the fog forest is called the fog forest is because it's covered in dense fog all day long. The deeper they go into the forest, the thicker the fog becomes, and people can't even see their fingers in front of them. But the strange beasts in the fog have long been accustomed to this kind of environment. And if a human practitioner wants to walk inside, they can only use their internal force to perceive. One can imagine how dangerous it is inside. But despite the dangers of the fog forest, there are a lot of rare drafts inside. Usually, there are a lot of low-level practitioners who come in to search. What's more, now that there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, it proved that a precious treasure was about to be born. Hence, even the high-level martial artists were gathered here. Master, little senior brother, there are clean bluestones here. Sit. Lu Beiyu attentively greets Mayan and Xiaobao to come over, wiping the dew off the bluestone for them. The leader of the third prince's bodyguards face-bombed. They simply couldn't bear to look at their master's silly and adorable look. In the end, does he still remember that he is the third prince of Qi Yan country? However, Mu Yan doesn't seem to be overwhelmed by the favor at all. She holds Xiaobao and leisurely sits down. Lu Beiyu also said, Sure Fu, you and little martial brother rest for a while, this disciple will go pick some herbs for you. Although the drafts on the outskirts of the fog forest can't be compared to the ones inside, they can still be sold for a high price outside. Just as Lu Beiyu is about to leave, a furry shadow suddenly emerges from the fog. The forest is full of powerful beasts, so Lu Beiyu's guards are immediately on alert. But when they saw the furry shadow clearly, they were all dumbfounded. It was actually a rabbit with long ears and fur. It was only slightly bigger than 2 adult palms. Especially when it runs, it's little but shakes up and down, its 4 short legs swaying left and right, it's even more silly and adorable. Lu Beiyu sees Mu Yan staring at the stupid rabbit with bright eyes, and immediately solicitously says, Master, do you like this rabbit? This disciple will catch it for you as a pet, okay? In his opinion, no matter how powerful Mu Yan is, she's only an 18 or 19-year-old girl. It's normal for her to like a cute, furry little animal like a rabbit. Mu Yan's eyes are indeed bright, but she's thinking of stir-fried rabbit meat, braised rabbit meat. Lu Beiyu waves his hand, and the flying fish guard immediately pounces. Who would have thought that the seemingly sluggish rabbit would always be able to accurately dodge their attacks when they pounced on it? Just as the guard captain is about to use his ability in anger, the stupid rabbit's nose suddenly twitches, then it sniffs, and scurries into Xiaobao's arms. Xiaobao is expressionless, his little hand grabs the rabbit and picks it up, Niangqin, I'll make you stir-fried rabbit meat. The rabbit immediately shakes twice, light flashes in its pale red eyes, and it suddenly opens its mouth to spit out a blue fruit. Mu Yan and Xiaobao still haven't reacted when they see this fruit, but Lu Beiyu and his guard can't help but exclaim, Ah, it's actually a blue treasure fruit. A thumb-sized blue treasure fruit can be sold at a sky-high price in the Ghost City. And this blue treasure fruit is at least the size of an adult's fist. the rabbit bounces its limbs, struggling to jump down from Xiaobao's hand. It pushes the blue treasure fruit to Xiaobao with its short legs. Those round, pale red eyes seem to flash with a fawning and intimate light. Xiaobao looks up at Mu Yan, and Mu Yan looks at the rabbit thoughtfully. Just as she is about to speak, suddenly there's the sound of noisy footsteps, coming from the direction where the rabbit just appeared. "Miss, come and see, the dead rabbit that stole our blue treasure fruit is really here." As soon as the voice falls, several figures appear. The one in front is a beautiful girl wearing a crimson gauze. She has bright eyes and white teeth, a gorgeous complexion, and there's a lovable and unruly attitude between her brows. There's also a hint of a mature woman's charm, making people's eyes get hooked at first sight. But when Liu Beiyu sees this girl, his face immediately darkens. His guards all had ugly expressions on their faces as they turned their heads away, seemingly disgusted at the sight of this young girl. The girl didn't seem to expect to see Liu Beiyu here and suddenly froze. After a long time, she stepped forward and said, "Zifei greets cousin." "Cousin, long time no see." Liu Beiyu's face fell as he said coldly, "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." "Wait." Go Zifei quickly opened her mouth and bit her lip. Her voice was filled with grievance as she said, "Cousin, are you still blaming me? You clearly know that I had no choice back then. I didn't really want to let you down." Liu Beiyu takes a deep breath. "You are now Jingqin country's second prince consort, and you have nothing to do with me. I don't want to see you again in the future." As he spoke, he walked to Mu Yan's side and said softly, "Master, let's go." Seeing His Royal Highness, who's usually so silly, revealing an incomparably ashamed and resentful expression, Mu Yan thoughtfully stood up with Xiaobao in her arms. But just as they were about to leave, the maid at Go Zifei's side disagreed. "Wait, you can leave, but that rabbit, and the blue treasure fruit that the rabbit stole, you must return it to us." Saying that, the maid rushed towards Mu Yan and Xiaobao, wanting to grab the blue treasure fruit in Xiaobao's arms. As soon as Liu Beiyu exclaims, he sees that the maid, who doesn't know what's going on, stumbles and falls heavily when she's only 2 or 3 steps away from Mu Yan. Bang, there's a sound, dust flies, and mist drifts away. When the maid raises her head again, her nose and mouth are full of blood, and a large piece of her front teeth is missing. That appearance is really too horrible to look at. Mu Yan's expression is leisurely, holding Xiaobao without moving, her smile incomparably leisurely and peaceful. Everyone at the scene is silent and sluggish for a few breaths, before someone reacts. Go Zifei quickly steps forward to help the maid up. Her reddish eyes look at Liu Beiyu. "Cousin, how can you do this? Even if you still have feelings for me, and blame me for letting you down, there's no need to lay your hands on my maid, right? I didn't expect you to be such a narrow-minded person." Liu Beiyu's handsome face instantly flushes red, that's from anger. Liu Beiyu's maid finally can't bear it anymore, and she screams, "Miss Gua, stop crying and pretending to be virtuous. In Qiyan country, who doesn't know that you were greedy for power and riches, so you abandoned His Highness, who was still your fiancé, and voluntarily followed Jingqin country's second prince, becoming his side concubine? Pa, it's clear that you've become a biao, and you still want to erect a chastity arch, and you still say that you had no choice, so disgusting." "That's right, what side? Concubine, in the end, isn't she just a concubine? Wait until she's old and weak, let's see what kind of good end she can have." This time, it's Go Zifei who's trembling with anger. 2 lines of clear tears flow down from her eyes. She looks at Liu Beiyu with reddened eyes. "Cousin, you allow your maid to insult me like this? Did you forget that we used to be childhood sweethearts and grew up together? Don't tell me you don't have any feelings for me?" Liu Beiyu's face darkens, and he doesn't pay attention to her. Instead, he looks at Mu Yan. "Master, let's go. Cousin, at least let this woman return my blue treasure fruit to me." Go Zifei suddenly shouts, "We guarded that blue treasure fruit for 3 days and 3 nights, and it wasn't easy to pick it. Cousin, you've always been open and aboveboard, don't tell me you want to rob other people's things?" "That's right, in order to get this blue treasure fruit, we even lost quite a few people." Guazifei's maid couldn't help but chime in. Liu Beiyu coldly says, "This blue treasure fruit is my master's. It has nothing to do with me. Even if you ask me, it's useless." Go Zifei glanced at Mayan and saw that her skin was as white as snow, radiating radiance. She was even more beautiful than her own appearance. She also saw Lu Beiyu attentive to her, giving her everything she wanted. Her heart suddenly welled up with a sour and unbearable jealousy. Mayan looks to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her figure is delicate and slender, and she's a lot younger than Lu Beiyu. How could he be Lu Beiyu's master? This can only be the love between Lu Beiyu and her. At the thought of Lu Beiyu shifting his affections so quickly, Go Zifei couldn't help but clench her teeth. Shouldn't Lu Beiyu be obsessed with her, unable to dispel his love and hate in this life? How could he shift his affections so quickly and take a fancy to another woman? Taking a deep breath, Go Zifei looks at Mayan. She tries her best to speak in a calm tone. This young lady, you've just heard that we picked this blue treasure fruit. Please return it to us. Pfft, Lu Beiyu's guards and maids couldn't help but laugh out loud. Along the way, when they were being tortured by this Miss June, they really wished they were dead. But now that they see her tormenting others, they feel unspeakably carefree. Go Zifei's pretty face turns pale from anger, and her maid hatefully says, "This is a spirit fruit, not a strange beast, how could it respond?" Don't twist words and force logic. If you know what's good for you, you'd better return the blue treasure fruit to us. You have to understand that those who offend our Jingqin country's second prince will not have a good end. Do you really want the spirit fruit? Mu Yan curls up the corner of her mouth and looks in Go Zifei's direction. If you want it, it's not like I can't give it to you. Miss June. The captain of the guards couldn't help but exclaim, you mustn't be deceived by this woman. Go Zifei nods, quickly give me the blue treasure fruit. She thinks that Mu Yan has finally compromised, and she can't help but reveal a pleased expression. However, Mu Yan's next words stupefy everyone present. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to my apprentice 3 times, then say 100 sentences, I'm a slut, I've let you down. I'll give you this blue treasure fruit, how about it? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Lu Beiyu's people finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those guards who had been tortured by Mayan to the point of wanting to live and wanting to die, now look at Mayan with an expression full of worship. Lu Beiyu doesn't laugh, his eyes are slightly red as he looks at Mu Yan, an inexplicable sourness and warmth welling up in his heart. After being abandoned by Go Zifei, he became the laughingstock of the entire Qiyan country. Because of the power of Jingqin country's second prince, he couldn't even seek justice for himself, and even his imperial father couldn't support him. But he didn't expect that Mu Yan, a person he had only known for a few days, a master that he casually recognized, would actually be willing to stand up for him. Go Zifei's complexion alternates between green, red, white, and purple. She's so angry that her whole body is trembling. The long sword in her hand is suddenly unsheathed, and she shouts, if you talk nonsense again and don't return the blue treasure fruit to me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Yan sneers, her expression full of ridicule, it seems that you don't want this blue treasure fruit. Since you don't want it, you can eat it, Xiaobao. Xiaobao responded with a cold and delicate face. Then, he picked up the azure treasure fruit and started to eat it. Everyone present was dumbfounded, eat it. Eat it. He ate it, that child, who looked like he was carved from jade, actually directly ate a blue treasure fruit. This was the azure treasure fruit. It contained abundant profound energy and was a rare treasure in the world when used to refine pills. It was a treasure that all apothecaries and alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. In the end, such a treasure was eaten by a child. Master. This was the azure treasure fruit. It contains extremely powerful Xianxia. If an ordinary person eats it without processing and refining it, their internal organs will burst and they will die. Lu Beiyu came back to his senses and looked at the blue treasure fruit that little Bao had already eaten more than half of, and his whole person was not good. Mu Yan smiled carelessly and leisurely took out a handkerchief to wipe her son's mouth. Don't worry, Xiaobao's appetite is very good, he won't eat too much. What if *king great appetite, is this something that can be explained by having a good appetite? After Xiaobao had eaten more than half of it, he held the blue treasure fruit in front of Mu Yan. Nyangqin, eat. Baby, are you full? Mayan takes it with a smile, and in 2 or 3 bites, she nibbles off the rest of the blue treasure fruit, and casually throws away the core. Alright, stupid apprentice, let's go, don't waste any more time here. Lu Beiyu nods absent-mindedly, and he can't help but look at the core of the blue treasure fruit again. The others also have the same actions and expressions as him. A magnificent blue treasure fruit, a rare 7th grade profound fruit, is actually eaten up and thrown away. Liu Beiyu belatedly realizes that this master of his seems to be very, very complicated. Bastard, we've been guarding the blue treasure fruit for 3 days. I'll kill you. Go Zifei's maid lets out a roar, finally unable to bear it, she raises her sword and slashes over. Seeing the sword flashing with cold light, Liu Beiyu doesn't think about it, and steps in front of Mayan to block her. Wearing a gold-threaded glove, he reaches out and grabs the incoming sword. Internal force surges, and the strength of an Earth Stage practitioner is revealed. There's a cracking sound, and the 2 swords are broken by him. Liu Beiyu pushes out his palm again, and the maids are pushed far away by the wind from his palm. 2 of them cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. Go Zifei stares at Liu Beiyu in disbelief, then looks at Mayan with resentment. She didn't expect that Liu Beiyu would actually make a move against her people for Mayan. But she's only at the middle of profound stage, how could she be Liu Beiyu's opponent at the early Earth stage? Does she really have to let go of the woman who snatched her blue treasure fruit? Just as the 2 sides are confronting each other, there's a sudden rush of hooves. Everyone turns to look at the sound. They see that the horses are coming from outside the fog forest. In the thick fog, there's not the slightest bit of delay or panic. It's clear that they're not ordinary foals. As soon as Go Zifei sees the person, she immediately shows a happy expression, and shouts, "Your Highness!" Nay, the horse stops in front of them. A handsome man wearing bright yellow clothes jumped down from the back of the horse. Go Zifei immediately rushes over, nestling in his arms like a little bird, and says coquettishly, "Your Highness, why did you only come now? People have been waiting for you in this thick fog for several days." Haha, it's this king's fault for making Lao Feifei wait so long. The man touches Go Zifei's face, and says with a smile that isn't a smile, "In a moment, Ben Wang will let you pick the rare drafts that we've picked in the fog forest, how about it?" Speaking of rare drafts, Go Zifei immediately remembers the blue treasure fruit that was eaten. She gritted her teeth for a while, then immediately revealed a tearful expression, "Your Highness, you have to uphold justice for Feifei. We found the blue treasure fruit with great difficulty and guarded it for 3 days and 3 nights before we managed to snatch it from the mouth of a strange beast. Who knew it would be snatched away? Azure treasure fruit?" Even though this man was already used to seeing treasures, hearing the name of blue treasure fruit, he couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. "Where is the blue treasure fruit now?" Go Zifei points at Mayan, hatefully saying, "It was snatched away by this woman. I clearly said that we obtained it with great difficulty, but she still shamelessly took it for herself, and even ate our blue treasure fruit." The man looked in the direction Guo Zifei was pointing. When he sees Mu Yan who is carrying Xiao Bao, his pupils involuntarily contract. As soon as this man appears, Liu Beiyu's complexion becomes extremely unsightly. That's because he recognizes at a glance that this man is Jingqing country's 2nd prince, Gong Qianteng. He's also the one who seduced his fiancée, and also the one who ridiculed him. Any man who suffers such humiliation wouldn't be able to bear the anger in his heart. However, Gong Qianteng's cultivation is in the middle of Earth stage, a whole small realm stronger than him. The people that Gong Qianteng brings are even more powerful than his guards. No matter how much anger he has, he can't vent it out. However, when he sees Gong Qianteng's gaze full of interest falling on Mu Yan, Liu Beiyu finally can't bear it. "Gong Qianteng, don't go too far. The drafts in the fog forest belong to whoever gets them. What makes you say that the blue treasure fruit is yours?" Gong Qianteng's gaze falls on Liu Beiyu, and he can't help but sneer, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be His Royal Highness, the 3rd Prince of Qi Yan country." "What? After Ben Wang snatched away your fiancé, you found a new one so quickly?" It seems that His Royal Highness, the 3rd Prince, is quite broad-minded. Women being snatched, he simply doesn't care about it. Ha 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 ha. The person behind Gong Qianteng laughs mockingly, "Your Highness, it would be better if you snatch Liu Beiyu's woman as well. This way, our Qi Yan country's 3rd Prince will have a new nickname in the future." "What nickname?" "Of course it's the Millennium Turtle Green Tortoise." Ha 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 ha. Those insulting words and laughter are continuously transmitted into the ears of Liu Beiyu and his guards. Each and every one of the big men's faces flush red, their eyes almost spurting out flames of anger. Gong Qianteng's gaze can't help but fall back on Mu Yan. His eyes flash with a stunned and determined light. Girl, I don't care who you are. But you should have known my identity just now. I am His Royal Highness, the second prince of Jingqin country. What Liu Beiyu can give you, I can give you. What he can't give you, I can also give you. How about it, are you willing to return to Jingqin country with me? I will give you the position of a concubine, and let you enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. Your Highness. Go Zifei rushed forward in disbelief and grabbed Gong Qianting's sleeve. That woman humiliated me like this. How can you let her become your concubine and be on the same level as me? If she is a concubine, then what am I? A trace of impatience flashed across Gong Qianting's eyes as he waved his hand heavily. Go Zifei fell to the ground. Humph. Ignorant fool. This prince just pampered you a little and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Gong Qianting looked down at Go Zifei and said disdainfully, who do you think you are? At best, you're just a pet that Ben Wang seized from Liu Beiyu's hands. If you knew your place and were obedient, I wouldn't mind pampering you. But if you want to question me, what qualifications do you have? Go Zifei stared at him incredulously, her whole body couldn't help but tremble. A broken voice came from her throat, no, it's impossible. Am I not your most beloved concubine? She suddenly pounced on Gong Qianting and shouted at the top of her lungs, when you tricked me away from Liu Beiyu, didn't you say that you would love me for the rest of your life, and that you would give me the best life? Gong Qianting's face showed a strong sense of loathing and disgust. He suddenly revolves his internal force, and with a cracking sound, Go Zifei's skull is actually crushed by him. Blood and brain matter flow down from the top of Go Zifei's head, flowing through her eyes that are still open in death. Gong Qianting gives a casual push, and Go Zifei falls straight to the ground. Her eyes are wide open, and she forever stops breathing. Those big beautiful eyes stare straight at the sky, and there's no telling if they're hiding hatred, regret, or despair. Gong Qianting takes the handkerchief that the maidservant hands over and wipes his hands. He casually throws it aside, and smiles at Mayan. It's as if the one he just killed wasn't his favorite concubine. And it's just a pet of a cat or a dog. Little beauty, do you understand now? Gong Qianting walks towards Mayan step by step, reaching out to pinch her small and exquisite, spotlessly white chin. As long as you obediently listen to me, you can get everything you want, including glory, splendor, wealth, and rare drafts that mortals can't even imagine. Liu Beiyu steps forward and pushes away Gong Qianting's hand that's reaching towards Mayan, and firmly protects Mayan and her son behind him. Gong Qianting, if you want to humiliate me, then directly come at me. Don't have any ideas about my master. My master isn't a greedy and vain person like Go Zifei. Ha ha ha, Liu Beiyu, you're putting on this posture of a hero saving the beauty. It seems that you really like this little beauty. But the more you like her, the more I want to snatch her. Liu Beiyu's complexion is ashen, internal force surges within his body, as if he could break out at any time. The ridicule and pride in Gong Qianting's eyes become stronger. Hasn't there been a saying since ancient times, that a beauty is paired with a hero? Since you're so reluctant to part with this little beauty, then we might as well use this beauty as a bet. Whoever wins in the end will take the beauty away, and the loser will kneel and crawl around here like a dog. What do you think? My master isn't a bet. I won't bet with you. Liu Beiyu says through gritted teeth. What, don't you know how to bet? Aren't you afraid of losing to Ben Wang? Liu Beiyu, in the end, you're just a useless green bastard. Ha ha ha, how about this? You kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then crawl under Ben Wang's crotch. Ben Wang will consider playing with this beauty for 2 days, then give her back to you. How about it? Each and every one of Liu Beiyu and his guards tremble with anger. However, whether it's Liu Beiyu against Gong Qianting, or his guards against Gong Qianting's guards, none of them are a match. Just as Liu Beiyu was about to lose his mind in anger, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. A bet with me as the stake? I'm quite interested. Mu Yan placed Xiaobao on the ground and said with a smile. Sure fu. Liu Beiyu exclaims. When Gong Qianting hears her languid, clear, and charming voice, half of her bones soften. Little beauty, I didn't expect you to be so tactful. Even your courage is a lot bigger than that coward Liu Beiyu. Ha ha ha, very good. You really suit this king's taste. This king will definitely pamper you for a few more days. Lu Beiyu listens to Gong Qianting's humiliating words. His hands tightly clench into fists. He suddenly clenches his teeth and takes a step forward. Fine, I'll bet with you. The so-called gamble was the ancient martial arts competition, but a low-tier Earth stage against a middle-tier Earth stage, there was no doubt that he would lose. Third Highness, please don't. If you are injured, how will we explain it to His Majesty? Lu Beiyu's complexion is slightly pale, but his expression is incomparably firm. Since I've recognized Master, how can I allow Master to be humiliated and do nothing? Hee. Who said that you're the one going to compete? Mu Yan said slowly. Lu Beiyu stares blankly and turns to look at Mayan. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? None of my subordinates have broken through the earth rank. Could it be that Master was going to take action himself? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Mu Yan's lips curl up slightly, revealing a charming and evil smile. Xiao Bao, go and complete this bet for your junior brother. You mustn't lower your guard and lose Mother. Standing next to Mayan, the little boy with a taut and delicate face nods. Xiao Bao won't give Nyangqin to anyone. With that, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Gong Qianteng with a straight face. There was dead silence. Moss. Xiao Bao is only 4. Lu Beiyu is simply going crazy. He lets out a high-pitched scream that Gong Qianteng is an Earth stage martial artist, and he will never show mercy to children. You, how could you let brother Xiao Bao go? Gong Qianteng felt even more humiliated when he saw Xiao Bao standing in front of him. He fiercely glares at Mayan, sinisterly saying, "Are you courting death? Master, let me fight. Even if I can't beat Gong Qianteng, at least with my identity as Qi Yan country's 3rd prince, he won't kill me." Lu Beiyu anxiously runs over to pull Xiao Bao back. Mu Yan glances at him, then calmly and unruffled finds a blue stone to sit down. Her expression is indescribably leisurely. It's just an embroidered pillow and rotten straw bag, that's all. My Xiao Bao is more than enough to deal with him. Or. His long eyelashes tremble slightly. When he lifts them up, he reveals an awe-inspiring cold light. His Royal Highness, the 2nd Prince of Jingqing country, doesn't even have the guts to accept a duel invitation from a 4-year-old child? I don't have the guts to accept it? Gong Qianteng was so angry that he laughed. As a woman, your courage is the first that this prince admires. In return, I will definitely torture this little bastard to death in a moment. I hope you can still laugh when the time comes, ha 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 ha. Sure fu. Lu Beiyu shouts again. But in the blink of an eye, Gong Qianteng's palm turned into a claw, and all the dark force in his body surged madly as he viciously clawed at the top of little Bao's head. Ah! Lu Beiyu's maid couldn't help but turn her head, her face full of fear and unwillingness. The guards on Gong Qianteng's side, on the other hand, were calm and unruffled. They were laughing and joking, waiting to see the little boy being tortured by their highness. After all, one was an Earth-rank expert, and the other was just a 4-year-old child. When the two of them stood together, Xiao Bao's height only reached Gong Qianteng's thigh. Apart from Mayan, no one here believes that Xiao Bao is Gong Qianteng's opponent. They even believed that the child could not withstand a single blow from Gong Qianteng. However, Xiao Bao's delicate little face was still as cold as ever. There was no panic, no despair, no anger. When Gong Qianteng's claws, which were wrapped in powerful Xianxia, came rushing at him, Xiao Bao suddenly stretched out his small white and tender palm and gently pushed in Gong Qianteng's direction. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Gong Qianteng's huge body falls back heavily. After falling to the ground, he staggers a few steps on the ground before he can stand firm. And not far from him, the child, who is almost submerged in the leaves, stands firmly in place, not moving a single step. Even his cold expression doesn't change a bit. He slowly withdraws his tender white hand, and his ice-blue eyes meet Gong Qianteng's. Suddenly, his pink little mouth opens, and he spits out words in a crisp and pleasant voice. Embroidered pillow, rotten idiot. Waste. Walala, the whole audience is dead silent, only the sound of the wind blowing leaves echoes around. Even Lu Beiyu and the others forget to ridicule him. They just stare in shock at this 4-year-old child as if he's a monster, God. They already knew that their little senior brother is powerful, able to easily capture the profound stage guard captain, But they didn't expect that he could confront Gong Qianting head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, the internal force that Xiao Bao just showed is definitely stronger than Gong Qianting's. Could it be that he's already a high earth stage, or even higher? Could it be heaven stage? Lu Beiyu opens his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. When Gong Qianting comes back to his senses, he's completely furious and in disbelief. In a direct confrontation of internal force, he actually lost to a 4-year-old child. How is this possible? Son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. Gong Qianting suddenly pulls out the knife from his waist, pouring all his internal force into the knife, and fiercely slashes at Xiao Bao. Lu Beiyu panics again. Gong Qianting has a weapon, but Xiao Bao doesn't. This disadvantage is too big. He hurriedly pulls out the sword from his waist, and is about to throw it at Xiao Bao. But just as Gong Qianting's knife is about to fall from the sky, Xiao Bao, who has been standing in the same place, suddenly disappears. The little figure turns into a phantom, revolving around Gong Qianting. Gong Qianting raises the knife and slashes it down, but it can't even touch Xiao Bao's clothes. Gong Qianting, who has been fighting for a long time, begins to go crazy, completely losing his mind. The internal force in his body also flows out like a flood. Not long after, his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. It was also at this moment that Xiao Bao's illusory figure came to a stop behind Gong Qianting. The small palm pushed toward the vital acupoint on Gong Qianting's back. The vigorous qi suddenly condensed into a sharp blade and pierced into Gong Qianting's body. Ah! Gong Qianting screamed and fell to the ground. His body twitched violently and he passed out. The wind slowly died down, and the leaves and dust fell to the ground. The area once again fell into a strange silence. Damn it! Gong Qianting's men suddenly came to their senses. Hurry up and save the second prince. Just as they were about to rush over, a pair of slender jade-like feet slowly stepped on Gong Qianting's unconscious face. Mayan steps on Gong Qianting's face and unhurriedly says, "The profound energy aura on my body is very unstable. If you take another step forward, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally crush your highness's head like a winter melon." Gong Qian. Ting's subordinates suddenly stop in their tracks. They look at Mu Yan with shock, anger, and fear, then they look at Xiao Bao. These people couldn't understand it no matter what. A middle-aged man takes a deep breath and says in a low voice, "Let His Highness go, and we'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You should know that offending our Jingqing country's royal family won't end well." The middle-aged man is Gong Qianting's personal bodyguard. His cultivation is at the peak of Earth stage, only one step away from Heaven stage. He can be said to be a powerhouse who can move unhindered. So he's not really afraid of a 4-year-old child and a girl. He's just afraid that something will happen to Gong Qianting, and he won't be able to explain himself when he goes back. The middle-aged man thought that he would have to waste his words. Who knew that Mayan would easily kick Gong Qianting far away? When the middle-aged man and his entourage have gone to save Gong Qianting, he tells Lu Beiyu to leave immediately. In the fog forest, as long as they walk a certain distance, they will soon be unable to find their traces. They don't have to worry about Gong Qianting's people chasing after them for revenge. But Lu Beiyu is still puzzled and resentful. "Master, you let Gong Qianting go so easily?" "Let go easily?" Mayan chuckles and touches her son's head. She faintly says, "If you think that having his spine broken by internal force, unable to stand, unable to have sex, and that his lower body will forever be paralyzed, is that letting him go easily? Then I'll really let him go." "Ah!" Lu Beiyu cries out in shock, then looks at his little brother who is like a bean. Little brother's seemingly simple blow actually turned Gong Qianting into a cripple. This is really, too cool. Ha 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 ha. Lu Beiyu can no longer hold back his laughter. He only feels that the humiliation and depression he suffered for more than a year have completely dissipated at this moment. Mayan listens to his laughter, and the smile on her lips becomes more and more cold and unbridled. Gong Qianting, Gong Qianxua's brother, how could she forget? How could she let him go so easily? When they first met in the previous life, Gong Qianting wanted to take her as a concubine, and even wanted to use force on her. It was Gong Qianxue who pretended to be a good person, and saved her several times from Gong Qianting's hands, which made her even more grateful to Gong Qianxue. She was really stupid at that time. Why didn't she think that if Gong Qianxue really regarded her as a good friend, Gong Qianxue would not respect her like this? Hee. She was so happy to meet Gong Qianting so early in her life. Of course, he couldn't let him die so easily. His whole body is paralyzed, and he can't have sex. These are just the surface that tells Liu Beiyu. In fact, she had also planted a slow-acting poison in Gong Qianting's body. She believed that Gong Qianting's remaining days would be very exciting. Master. Where do we go next? What treasure do you want to find, and I'll accompany you? Suddenly, she hears Liu Beiyu's loud voice. Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that is not a smile. Next, I have my own things to do, let's part ways here. Ah, master, what do you want to do? Can I help you? A cold light flashes through Mayan's eyes. No one can help me with what I want to do. Stupid disciple, I hope we never meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up Xiaobao and quickened her pace. Liu Beiyu still wants to chase after her, but he finds that no matter how fast they walk, Mayan's figure is getting further and further away from him, quickly disappearing into the dense fog. Niangqin, where are we going? Xiaobao is holding Mu Yan in one hand and holding the stupid rabbit in the other, walking with his short legs. His handsome face is taut, but he still couldn't help but ask. Mu Yan thinks for a moment and picks up her son. She doesn't answer perfunctorily because Xiaobao is too young. Instead, she answers in a deep voice, there was a group of bad people who bullied Niangqin. Niangqin is now going to find them for revenge. Xiaobao's pink and tender little face immediately exudes a strong murderous aura. Xiaobao will not let off the bad guys who bullied Niangqin. Xiaobao is so obedient. Mu Yan can't help but kiss her baby son. Xiaobao's face is red. Just as he is about to ask where the bad guys are, Mu Yan's eyes suddenly brighten and she puts Xiaobao down. She quickly steps forward and pushes aside the bushes in front of her. Sure enough, she sees an unremarkable red fruit inside. 9th rank Zhuyan fruit. Even with Mu Yan's composure, she can't help but gasp. 9th rank Zhuyan fruit is the top draft in the Yanwu continent. It can be used for alchemy, and it can also be used to make drafts. If it is sold, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Xiaobao, you stand guard at the side for Niangqin. Don't let anyone disturb Niangqin, understand? The Zhuyan fruit must be harvested together with its roots. If there is any damage during the process, the medicinal effect of the Zhuyan fruit will be halved. Xiaobao solemnly nods, holding the rabbit and standing obediently on the side. Time passes by, and suddenly, the quiet rabbit in Xiaobao's arms twitches its nose and suddenly scurries out. Xiaobao is startled and turns to look. He sees that the rabbit hasn't left, but is standing in the same place. It turns its head and looks at him with its mung bean eyes. Stir-fried rabbit meat, Niangqin wants to eat it. Xiaobao murmurs. He takes a few steps forward and arrives at the side of the rabbit, wanting to pick up the rations. However, just as he reaches out his hand, the rabbit nimbly jumps a little further. Then it continues to stay where it is. Xiaobao chases step by step like this, not noticing that his mother's figure is slowly covered by the fog, and he can no longer see it. When Mu Yan finishes harvesting the Zhuyan fruit and looks back, she only sees the afterimage of her son dissipating in the fog. Her face changes and she quickly chases after it. In the depths of the fog, two beautiful girls were walking together. The older one was dressed in red, and her cold and elegant appearance exuded a sense of nobility. Although the younger one's looks were slightly inferior, her facial features were delicate, and her eyes were bright and clear, making people unconsciously attracted to her. Sister Xianxia, I'm so unlucky today. It wasn't easy to get senior brother to agree to bring me to the misty forest to play, but in the end, I actually got separated from him. Fortunately, I ran into you. Otherwise, I would have been torn to shreds by the exotic beasts. Gong Qianxue revealed a gentle smile, it's just a slight effort. Sidong, how many times have you thanked me? What's more, I hit it off with you the moment I saw you, and I treat you like a younger sister. Of course, I can't watch you get bullied. Won't you dislike me as your older sister? How is that possible? Lin Sidong exclaims, you're the youngest heaven-grade expert in Yanwu continent, I can't wait to worship you. Being your sister is like a dream to me. The more Lin Sidong talks, the more excited she gets. She looks at Gong Qianxua with eyes full of worship. She even reaches out to grab her arm and happily walks next to her. A touch of impatience flits through Gong Qianxua's eyes, and she calmly pulls her hand away from Lin Sitong's. This is because Lin Sitong's master is extraordinary, and her senior brother Bai Yichen is a famous ancient martial arts genius in the Yanwu continent. Gong Qianxua thinks that this girl has value, so she speaks kindly to her. Just then, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly comes from the sky. The whole sky seems to suddenly darken. Even in the fog forest, there is a strong wind. The fog thickens, and there are countless leaves and dust flying everywhere. Ah, Qianxua sister, it hurts, I've been scratched by the branches. I can't see anything, Qianxua sister, save me. Gong Qianxua stands steadily in the wind, listening to Lin Sitong's cries, but completely disinclined to pay attention. Instead, she shows a cold and disgusted expression. Princess, don't we need to save Miss Lin? Gong Qianxua's guard asks. Gong Qianxua sneered, it doesn't matter. Even if she dies, I can still bring her corpse to her sect, and weep and mourn for my newly befriended little sister. On the contrary, I can gain Bai Yichen and the others' goodwill. She's much more useful dead than alive. This gust of wind and lightning directly engulfs half of the fog forest. It continues for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before it subsides. Qianxua sister, I'm in so much pain. Not far away, Lin Sitong's low cries of pain can be heard, something hit me, it hurts so much. Boo-hoo, my face is scratched. If Yichen senior brother sees this, he will definitely scold me as a clown. Gong Qianxua frowns in annoyance. She is just about to put on the appearance of a gentle sister, but when her gaze falls on the thing in Lin Sitong's hand, her pupils suddenly contract. It turns out to be a golden egg the size of a baby. On the surface of the golden egg, there is a faint layer of dark red veins, emitting a bright light. This is a sacred beast egg. It is also the greatest treasure that will be born in the fog forest this time. Gong Qianxua's breathing is rapid, and with great difficulty, she steadies her mind and steps forward. Sidong is really lucky, you actually found a sacred beast egg. Ah. Lin Sidong suddenly came back to her senses and looked at the egg in her arms. Only then did she realize that this golden egg was exactly the same as the holy beast egg that senior brother Bai Yichen had described to her. She could not help but exclaim in joy, ah, it really is a holy beast egg. I actually found a sacred beast egg, haha, if senior brother were to find out, he definitely wouldn't dare to believe it. Gong Qianxua slightly narrowed her eyes and said slowly, little sister Sidong, didn't you say that you like big sister very much? Elder sister really wants this sacred beast egg, why don't you give it to me? This. Lin Sidong suddenly showed a difficult expression, but then she did not agree, and firmly shook her head, I'm sorry sister Qianxua, I can't give you this sacred beast egg, because I want to give it to senior brother Yichen. A strong killing intent and hatred flashed through Gong Qianxua's eyes. The gentle smile on her face completely disappeared, leaving only a cold malevolence. It turns out that the sisterly love you spoke of was all fake. Hee, since you don't even regard me as an elder sister and are not even willing to give me the sacred beast egg, then don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as her voice fell, Gong Qianxua suddenly made her move. She is a heaven-grade expert, and in the entire Yanwu continent, she rarely has an opponent. And Lin Sidong is just an early profound stage, she doesn't even have the slightest ability to resist under her hands. Lin Sidong falls to the ground, blood overflows from the corner of her mouth, and her internal organs are in pain because of the internal force shock. She looks at Gong Qianxua in disbelief, not understanding why the gentle and affectionate sister Qianxua suddenly becomes so fierce. Sister Qianxua, how can you be like this? I clearly found that sacred beast egg first, how can you steal my things? Gong Qianxua sneers, what qualifications does a fool like you have to get a contract with a sacred beast? Do you know how much preparation I've made to get this sacred beast egg? I'm destined to be the master of this sacred beast. As early as when the meteor fell into the fog forest, Gong Qianxua had already looked for a fortune chart master, to deduce the treasure that would be born this time. When she learned that it's a sacred beast that can't even be seen in the Yanwu continent this time, her whole body trembles with excitement. She's determined to get this sacred beast, and she's already fully prepared for it. And she, the youngest heaven-grade expert in the Yanwu continent, is naturally the only one worthy of the sacred beast's master. Who does Lin Sidong think she is? She wants to snatch the sacred beast egg from her hands. Gong Qianxue looks at the pale red lines on the sacred beast egg with fascination. Thinking that this sacred beast egg will soon become hers, her body can't help but tremble with excitement. However, the next moment, her expression suddenly freezes. Her blood-stained hand touches the sacred beast egg, but the egg doesn't have the slightest reaction. When Gong Qianxue carefully looks at the lines on the eggshell, her cold and elegant face instantly becomes distorted and sinister. She fiercely glares at Lin Sidong. "You've already formed a contract with the sacred beast?" Lin Sidong stares blankly at first, then looks at her own hands. Her face and hands are full of scratches from the branches and sand. When she was holding the sacred beast egg just now, it's natural that she inevitably smeared blood on the eggshell. The so-called contract is under the condition that the sacred beast approves, a drop of blood to recognize the master and servant runes are engraved in the sacred beast's body, and a blood contract bead is condensed in the human's body. Gong Qianxue simply doesn't want to believe that the sacred beast has actually recognized Lin Sidong, this waste, as its master. The sacred beast has actually become Lin Sidong's contracted spiritual pet. Lin Sidong figured out the crux of the matter, and couldn't help but reveal a carefree smile. "You're such a hypocritical bad woman. I kindly treated you as an elder sister, but you actually want to snatch my sacred beast egg. Now you won't be able to get the sacred beast egg, you really deserve it." Although she didn't want the sacred beast egg, she only wanted to give it to her senior brother. But even if he couldn't give it to senior brother, it was still better than giving it to this bad woman. Gong Qianxue took a deep breath. Not only was she not enraged, she instead revealed a shallow smile. Seeing her smile, Lin Sidong couldn't help but shiver. What do you want?" "Once a contract is formed with a spirit beast, a blood contract bead will condense in the dantian. This blood contract bead will need at least an hour to completely fuse with the human body. Even spirit beasts need an hour. How long do you think it will take for your blood contract bead to completely fuse with your body?" Sacred beasts were far superior to spirit beasts and mutated beasts. Lin Sidong's eyes widened in horror. She turned around and wanted to run. But before he could take 2 steps, he crashed into a mountain of flesh and was heavily pushed back by Gong Qianxue's hands. "It's too late. Who told you to overestimate yourself, to actually form a spiritual pet contract with my sacred beast? Your blood contract bead hasn't completely fused with your body yet. As long as I dig out your blood contract bead and eat it, the sacred beast will still belong to me." Lin Sidong desperately struggles to escape, but her limbs are quickly held in place. The next moment, a sharp pain comes from her stomach, and Lin Sidong can't help but let out a mournful howl. However, Gong Qianxue and her men are completely unmoved. Gong Qianxue's hands even rummage through Lin Sidong's dantian, making terrifying sounds of internal organs churning. Lin Sidong's screams become weaker and weaker, even her lips turn blue and black. Her eyes are unfocused, and it's clear that she's about to die. Finally, Gong Qianxue finds the blood contract bead, and she can't help but laugh heartily. She swallows the blood contract bead in front of Lin Sidong. Sure enough, the blood contract bead melts in her body. She feels the contractual connection between herself and the sacred beast egg, and the sacred beast egg in her hand also makes cracking sounds. "Princess, that's great. The sacred beast is about to be born. Congratulations, Princess, you are about to become the first person in the Yanwu continent to have a contracted sacred beast as a pet." Gong Qianxue carefully places the sacred beast egg on the ground, her eyes unblinking as she stares at the increasingly brighter pale red veins, and the eggshell that slowly reveals spider web-like cracks. At the same time, powerful internal force begins to surge within her body, and Gong Qianxue's face shows a crazy and excited light. Just then, the underbrush next to her suddenly moves. Gong Qianxue and the others jump in fright, thinking that someone has heard the noise and has come to snatch the sacred beast egg. But when they turn their heads, they find a chubby snow-white rabbit drilling out of the underbrush, swaying as it walks to the front of the sacred beast egg. Gong Xianxia and the others all breathe a sigh of relief. No one would put a rabbit in their eyes. They wouldn't even bother to kill it. The cracks on the sacred beast egg on the ground are getting bigger and bigger, and there's a faint golden light coming out of the cracks. Aoo, aoo. They can faintly hear the roar of a beast coming from the sacred beast egg, as well as that powerful pressure that pervades between heaven and earth. Gong Xianxia's men can't help but exclaim, "Is this the sacred beast? What a powerful pressure!" Yes, I have never felt such a powerful pressure even from a peak heaven stage powerhouse. The princess can make a contract with a holy beast. From now on, she will be invincible in Yanwu continent. Gong Xianxia suppressed the surging majestic power in her body, her burning gaze unblinkingly staring at the sacred beast egg that was cracking open bit by bit. Soon, just a little bit more and she would become the one and only holy beast master. From now on, breaking through the Yanwu continent and ascending to the upper realm will no longer be a dream. However, just as the shell of the sacred beast egg was about to crack completely, the silly rabbit that was squatting at the side suddenly opened its mouth, and with a howl, swallowed the sacred beast egg that was about to hatch, along with the eggshell and the sacred beast inside. It swallowed the sacred beast egg, he swallowed it. Gong Xianxia and her guards, who were waiting anxiously at the side, were petrified. Even Lin Sidong, who had been gradually losing her vitality, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she saw this scene. The snow-white rabbit is furry and chubby, its small eyes open, but it soon lazily closes again. As if it simply doesn't want to pay attention to Gong Xianxia's roar. A cold light flashes through Gong Xianxia's eyes, a dagger suddenly appears in her hand, and she's about to cut the rabbit's belly. However, there's a sudden flash of light. Gong Xianxia is caught off guard, and the rabbit in her hand is snatched away. Gong Xianxia angrily looks over, only to see that the one holding the rabbit is a little boy carved from jade, so delicate that people can't take their eyes off him. The little boy looks at her expressionlessly, coldly saying, "The rabbit is mine. This is Nyangqin's reserve food, she can't let others take it away." Gong Xianxia's sacred beast has been snatched away again and again, her reason is almost completely washed away by anger. She doesn't even have time to think about it. How could a 4-year-old child have the ability to snatch the rabbit from her hands? A cold light flashes in her hand, and a long sword falls into it. A malicious gaze looks at Xiao Bao, and he says, "Little bastard, if you don't return the rabbit to me, then I'll kill you as well." As soon as the voice falls, a powerful internal force, mixed with the sword light, rushes straight towards Xiao Bao. No one thinks that Xiao Bao can escape this internal force attack. Even Lin Sidong, who was on the brink of death, couldn't help but look sad. But who knew that Xiao Bao, facing the internal force attack of a heaven-grade powerhouse, is calm and unhurried, and dodges sideways. Soon after, the little hand quickly pushes out, with a loud bang, the two mysterious forces collide together, and completely disappear in the air. Xiao Bao and Gong Xianxia both take a step back. Everyone on the scene, including Gong Xianxia, is stunned. She looks at her own sword and hand in disbelief, then looks at Xiao Bao. She can't believe that her own attack was actually blocked by a 3- or 4-year-old child. Gong Xianxia is heaven grade, and to be able to block a heaven grade practitioner's attack, it's naturally only heaven grade, or even higher. Ha 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 ha. Lin Sitong's breathing is already very weak, but seeing this scene, she still can't help but burst into carefree laughter, panting weakly. Gong Xianxia, Yanwu continent's youngest heaven-grade expert, ha ha ha, this is really a big joke. Gong Xianxia's guards also sucked in a breath of cold air. A child that was only 3 or 4 years old and a heaven stage ranker, no matter what, they should not be mentioned in the same breath. However, the truth was right before their eyes. If people were to know that Gong Xianxia's strength is only comparable to that of a baby, then her title as the #1 genius girl in Yanwu continent would really become a huge joke. This was something that Gong Xianxia would not allow even if she died. Gong Xianxia's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. At this moment, not only did she have to take back the rabbit and the sacred beast egg it had swallowed, she also had to kill the child in front of her. Only by killing this boy can she, Gong Xianxia, forever be the #1 genius of Yanwu continent. The youngest heaven rank warrior, a cold glare swept over, and the guards at the side immediately understood. They drew their weapons and attacked Xiaobao. In the confrontation with Gong Qianxua just now, Xiaobao had already realized that this bad woman's strength was equal to his. With the addition of her subordinates, it would be difficult for him to win. Instead, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiaobao recalled his mother's words, "If you can't beat them, run." As soon as Mayan discovers that Xiaobao is missing, she immediately chases after him. But the visibility in the fog forest is really too low, so after wandering around for a long time, she still can't find her son. Instead, she finds Lin Sidong lying on the ground on her last breath. Even with Mayan's indifference, when she sees Lin Sitong's miserable state of being cut open, her heart wells up with pity. Silver needles flash on her fingertips, and she quickly inserts them into several of Lin Sitong's major acupuncture points. But she's lost too much blood, and her entire dantian has been thoroughly crushed. It can be said that there's simply no hope of survival. But under the stimulation of the silver needles, Lin Sidong slowly opens her eyes. Mayan quickly asks, "Have you ever seen a 4-year-old child holding a long-haired rabbit?" Lin Sitong's eyes are blurred, she's absent-minded for a while, then she points in a direction. Which direction did he escape? To? You quickly go and save him, Gong Qianxua wants to kill him. What? Who are you talking about? Mayan's pupils suddenly contract. Gong Qianxua, it's her, because I contracted with a holy beast, she dug out my blood contract bead. Gong Qianxua. It's actually Gong Qianxua again, that's right, only she would do such a deranged thing, digging out the blood contract bead from a person's dantian. At this time, Lin Sitong's pupils are already slowly becoming lax, and her breathing is also slowly becoming empty. But tears still fall from the corners of her eyes. Chen. Senior brother. I originally promised to be his bride. We all agreed to get married next year. If senior brother Chen knows that I'm dead, how sad he would be. I'm sorry. Senior brother Chen, Sidong can't accompany you anymore. Mayan's heart wells up with sorrow, and even more intense hatred towards Gong Qianxua, as well as worry for Xiaobao. Although she sympathizes with Lin Sidong, she must go find Xiaobao right now. However, Lin Sidong suddenly grabs her hand, and puts a jade bracelet in it. Miss. I beg you, help me, give it to senior brother Chen's hands, tell him not to be sad. Wait, which sect is the senior brother Chen from? What's his full name? However, after saying that last sentence, Lin Sidong completely closed her eyes and breathed her last. Mu Yan looks at the dark green jade bracelet in her hand that has traces of blood. She frowns and puts it away in her bosom. No matter what, the most important thing right now was Xiaobao. She would never let Gong Qianxua hurt Xiaobao again. Holding the rabbit in his arms, Xiaobao fled through the dense fog forest as fast as lightning. In a short period of time, Gong Qianxua and her men really couldn't catch him. However, Xiaobao was only a 4-year-old child after all. He would also get tired. Finally, he was forced to the edge of a cliff. The fog here was very thin. Looking down from the cliff, it was still a misty forest. However, they were at least 100 meters above the forest. If one were to jump down, even an inborn expert would fall to his death. Gong Qianxua's cold and murderous voice came from the fog not far away. Why don't you keep running? I want to see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. Xiaobao held the rabbit and looked at Gong Qianxua coldly. Gong Qianxua's face distorts. A 4-year-old heaven-grade warrior, a heaven-grade warrior who was younger than her by a whole 18 years, how could she keep him? Capture him for me, don't let him die so easily. Gong Qianxua says in a horrified tone, a 4-year-old heaven stage practitioner, this doesn't make sense. Maybe he took some kind of treasure. If this child's flesh and blood are refined into medicine, maybe it can help me break through to pre-celestial. Yes, princess. Several guards quickly surround him, blocking all of Xiaobao's escape routes. Gong Qianxua is a mid-level heaven stage practitioner, and her guards are at least at the peak of profound stage. The 2 strongest guards have already reached the early stages of heaven stage. Xiaobao's cold and calm gaze slowly sweeps over everyone. Soon after, he turns around and jumps off the cliff without hesitation. Damn it, quickly catch him for me. Gong Qianxua growls, wanting to pounce over to catch him. But Xiaobao's movements are too fast and too decisive, they don't even have time to react. Who could have thought that Xiaobao would directly jump off the cliff without hesitation or resistance, committing suicide? Xiaobao. Just as Gong Qianxue is hesitating, she only sees a flash of white light in front of her. A figure flashes past them like lightning, heading straight for the falling Xiaobao. Mu Yan didn't expect that she would finally catch up to Xiaobao's figure according to Lin Sitong's instructions. What she sees is the scene of him jumping off the cliff. Mu Yan doesn't even have a trace of hesitation, the mysterious energy in her body surges crazily, and she pounces towards the direction of the cliff. Gong Qianxue finds out that it's a woman's figure, and immediately shouts, "Do it!" The two peak earth stage guards are closest to the edge of the cliff. With a roar, they strike a palm towards the back of the white-clothed figure. Mu Yan suddenly turns around, her white clothes fluttering, her ink-black hair dancing, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. The two guards stare blankly. Before they could react, they feel a majestic aura of mysterious energy that wants to drown them hit them in the face. Bang! There's a loud noise. The two only feel a sharp pain in their chests, and then they simultaneously fall to the cliff. What's going on? Gong Qianxue sternly asks, "Who the hell is that?" Unexpectedly, the two guards stared blankly at her for a long time, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell stiffly to the ground. "Princess, the two of them are dead." The leader of the guards checked their breathing and shook his head. Even at the moment of their death, the two of them still had their eyes wide open, as if they didn't know what had happened. Gong Qianxue's eyes opened wide in shock, and she practically didn't dare believe it. How could this be possible? Two peak-level Earth stage martial artists died in just one blow? Who was that just now? She looked down at the bottom of the cliff and saw nothing but white mist. Not a single person could be seen. Gong Qianxue heaved a sigh of relief when she thought of how they must have fallen to their deaths from such a high place. In any case, she is still Yanwu continent's youngest Heaven's Edge expert, a unique genius. But, go down and search. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. No matter what, she couldn't let them have any chance of survival. And my sacred beast egg, you must find that rabbit for me. Mu Yan wakes up to the tinkling sound of the zither. Because Mu Yan was also good at playing the zither, she could hear that the sound of the zither was very pleasant to listen to, but there was not a trace of emotion in the music. It was as if there was a puppet mechanically moving the zither strings according to the music score. Although it's very good, it's not as touching as Xiaobao's. Xiaobao. Mu Yan suddenly sits up and looks around. She sees that this place seems to be a cave, but the surroundings are empty, not even a shadow of a person. Xiaobao? Xiaobao? Where are you? Come out. Mu Yan shouts for a long time, but she doesn't get any response. At this time, Mu Yan suddenly feels a gentle female voice in her mind, the godly musician's inheritance, the first trial begins. What godly musician's inheritance? At this moment, the originally gentle melody that was like the sound of flowing water suddenly changed into a hurried and impassioned music. It's clearly the sound of a zither, but in Mu Yan's ears, it seems as if there are thousands of troops and horses galloping, and billowing waves of a river. The blood in her body is stirred up by this music for no reason. Mu Yan's cheeks are flushed, and there is a scarlet luster flickering in her eyes. At the same time, on the walls of the cave, countless swords begin to fly towards her from all directions. Mu Yan's figure flashes quickly like a phantom, easily avoiding the flying swords. However, as the music becomes more and more urgent, the number of flying swords also increases, and the speed is also getting faster and faster. If at the beginning, the flying swords were only 7 or 8 profound stage cultivators raising their swords at her. But later on, it's dozens of Earth stage cultivators attacking her at the same time. Even with Mu Yan's cultivation, she is still somewhat strained, and cold sweat breaks out on her forehead. However, the most frightening thing is not this. The most frightening thing is that, as the music becomes more and more urgent, Mu Yan feels her heart beating faster and faster. Her originally clear eyes also start to blur into a fantasy. One moment, her stomach is being cut open, and the bloody placenta is being dug out. The next moment, Gong Qianxue is holding Xiaobao, and throwing him into the furnace. One moment, she was in a pitch-black cave. That terrifying man was pressing her under his body. The scorching hot rolling and tearing pain made her want to immediately faint. The light and shadow changed, and Xiaobao fell from the high cliff again. He could only watch helplessly as Xiaobao fell into a pool of blood and flesh. Whoosh! The sword chi finally cuts through Mu Yan's clothes, and blood spurts out. An intense pain comes from her arm, but it also makes Mayan suddenly wake up from the illusion. Gritting her teeth, she observed the surroundings of the cave while nimbly dodging the flying swords. Finally, when the level of the flying swords slowly increased to the level of nearly 100 heaven-rank ancient martial artists' attacks, she finally found the source of all the attacks. It was a gray zither that was stuck high up on the wall. It was not eye-catching at all. If one did not look carefully, it would be impossible to discover its existence. However, this inconspicuous zither was actually plucking the strings on its own, producing music. The music reverberated in the cave. When it came into contact with dodging, it immediately turned into sword chi and attacked her. Mayan clenches her teeth. She steps on the wall and soars up. She quickly grabs a vine hanging down from the top of the cave. The dark force in his body revolved and struck the zither. Those flying swords are getting denser and denser, and the mysterious energy they contain is even more frightening. Mu Yan is almost unable to dodge all the swords. The wounds on her body are increasing. However, she doesn't panic. Instead, her pair of eyes are getting brighter and colder. Suddenly, she takes the zither. She doesn't circulate her mysterious energy, but plucks the strings with her slender fingers. The clear and melodious sound of the zither from the high mountains and flowing rivers overlaps with the desolate desolation of an ambush. In the beginning, the desolation has the upper hand, and Mu Yan's clothes are almost dyed red with blood. However, as the two kinds of zither sounds overlap more and more, the desolate and impassioned zither sound is slowly suppressed. In the end, it completely disappears in the cave. At the same time, those piercing sword chi also disappear without a trace. Mu Yan breathes a sigh of relief. She can no longer hold the zither in her hand, and it falls to the ground. She hears a gentle female voice in her ear. "Congratulations, you have passed the first trial of the God Musician's inheritance. Now, you will be sent to the second space of inheritance." As soon as the voice falls, the scene in front of Mu Yan changes. Before she could see where she is, she hears a familiar voice, "Niangqin. Xiaobao?" Just as the ecstatic thought turns in her mind, a small body rushes into her arms like a cannonball. Mu Yan staggers from the impact, and the wounds on her body burst open, burning with pain. However, there is a bright and beautiful smile on her face. Holding the little person tightly in her arms, Mu Yan finds that her body is trembling unconsciously. She can endure all the pain and setbacks, but she can't accept Xiaobao leaving her. Xiaobao also hugs Mu Yan tightly, his little head buried in her arms, reluctant to leave. No matter how calm he usually appears, no matter how expressionless, Xiaobao is still just a 4-year-old child. Suddenly, Xiaobao's sensitive little nose smells a strong smell of blood. He straightens up, and only then does he realize that Mu Yan is covered in blood. "Niangqin, you're hurt." The child's crisp and childish voice suddenly rises, trembling and choking. His beautiful blue eyes suddenly become moist, as if he is trying his best to restrain the tears from falling. Mu Yan's current appearance was also somewhat miserable. His originally snow-white clothes had been completely dyed red with blood. Mu Yan takes out the hemostasis medicine she has on her and casually sprinkles it on the wound. She smiles carelessly and says, "It's nothing. It looks serious, but it's actually just a superficial wound." "Mother, does it hurt?" Xiaobao asked in a choked voice. Mayan beamed and said, "As long as Xiaobao blows it for Niangqin, Niangqin won't hurt anymore." When Xiaobao heard this, he immediately held Mu Yan's hand without hesitation. He puffed up his cheeks and carefully blew on it. His small face is clearly cold, but his movements of blowing on the wound are so nervous, as if he's afraid that Mu Yan will be in pain with just a little bit more force. Mu Yan looks at her son like this and her heart softens into a complete mess. She hugged him in her arms and kissed him. Then, she smiled and said, "Xiaobao is really amazing. After blowing on me a few times, Niangqin doesn't feel any pain anymore." Xiaobao's eyes are sparkling as he looks at Mu Yan, the corners of his mouth curling up into a shallow arc that can't be seen. but everyone knew that the little fellow was very happy at this moment. Mu Yan casually bandages her wound, then she gets up and holds Xiaobao's hand as she looks around. She sees that this place is completely different from the cave just now, it's like an abandoned palace. The reason why it's abandoned is because the entire palace is covered in dust, and there are many places with cobwebs. Tables, chairs, and stone benches are overturned on the ground, and there are also many wine glasses that have been smashed on the ground, forming cobwebs. Even in various places in the room, there are several corpses that have already turned into skeletons. Looking at the twisted and broken appearance of those skeletons, one can imagine the pain these people suffered before they died. Looking at this desolate palace, Mu Yan's heart surges with an inexplicable sense of desolation. She feels as if she's looking at the scene of a flourishing dynasty collapsing. But it's only for a moment, and she throws it to the back of her mind. If there's anything special about this palace, it's that it's filled with musical instruments. That's right, all kinds of musical instruments. There's pipa, guzheng, guqin, xiao, flute, se, sun, sheng, any musical instrument that Mu Yan has seen before can be seen here. It's just that some of these instruments are already very shabby, some are bright and beautiful, and there are even a few that faintly exude a frightening aura that makes people's hearts tremble. Mu Yan remembers what the gentle female voice said, the inheritance of the godly musicians. She's never heard of the godly musicians in the Yanwu continent before. Now, it seems that this inheritance should be a musician, right? In the Yanwu continent, there are also ancient warriors who major in musicians. Using internal force into a musical instrument can disturb a person's mind in battle, and when cultivated to the extreme, the sound waves can also hurt people. There are even musicians who can use music infused with internal force to soothe a patient's mind, so that the patient can recover sooner. But in general, musicians are only an auxiliary profession. In the Yanwu continent, where the strong are respected, there aren't many people who major in musicians. As Mu Yan is thinking, she sees Xiaobao striding with his short legs, carrying a snow-white rabbit over. Niangqin, here, stir-fried rabbit meat. The little guy hands over the fat rabbit, as if he's asking for praise. Mu Yan picks up the fat rabbit, but finds that it's sleeping like a dead pig, and doesn't feel anything when it's being strangled. She can't help but be curious, what happened to it? Did it get hurt when it fell off the cliff? Xiaobao shook his head. The rabbit swallowed the bad woman's egg and fell asleep? Mayan stares blankly. She waits for Xiaobao to finish saying that the fat rabbit has swallowed the holy beast egg that Gong Qianxue has tried every possible means to make a contract with. For a moment, she doesn't even know how to make an expression. In his previous life, after Gong Qianxue contracted a holy beast, she was in the limelight for a while. In this life, in order to save Xiaobao, she fell off the cliff. She thought that there was no way to destroy Gong Qianxue's plan. He didn't expect that the sacred beast egg was actually swallowed by this fat rabbit. After a long time, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, stupid rabbit, looks like you're not completely useless, right? Alright, seeing that you've made a great contribution, we won't eat stir-fried rabbit meat. As she said that, Mu Yan hugged the rabbit's fluffy body and rubbed against it. She felt that the smooth and soft touch was really not bad. When Xiaobao saw this scene, he couldn't help but tighten his little face. He hugged Mu Yan's thigh and raised his little face to look at Mu Yan. Xiaobao nodded obediently and held the snow-white rabbit in his arms. Niangqin said it was stir-fried rabbit meat, then it was stir-fried rabbit meat. Niangqin said it was his Ling pet, then it was his Ling pet. What Niangqin said was right. Mu Yan, however, looked at the rabbit with a deep and serene gaze. To be able to swallow a sacred beast egg without indigestion, it seemed like this was no ordinary rabbit. His son's luck was really too heaven-defying. He had randomly picked up a rabbit, and it turned out to be even more powerful than a saint beast. As she was thinking, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The second trial of the god musician's inheritance begins. Within half an hour, you need to choose from among the musical instruments in this palace a musical instrument that belongs to the Shen musician inheritance. If you choose the wrong one, all living beings in the space will die. If you choose the right one, you will enter the third inheritance trial space. The countdown begins now. Mayan is startled. Shen musicians inherited musical instrument? There were at least a few hundred musical instruments placed everywhere in the palace. There was not even a direction to choose from. How was she going to choose? Suddenly, her eyes fell on the twisted skeletons, and her pupils shrank. It turned out that these skeletons did not belong to the previous owner of the palace. Instead, it's those who have entered the Shin musician's space of inheritance, but ultimately failed the trial. Because there was a musical instrument beside each of the skeletons, therefore, if he made the wrong choice, he would end up like them. Most importantly, he would lose his son, Xiaobao. Mayan frowns. She really wants to withdraw from this damned Shin musician inheritance, but this palace is obviously a closed space. Even if she wants to retreat, she can't. Mother, what's wrong? Xiaobao raised his head and asked. Mayan presses her temples and says, Nyangqin is currently undergoing an assessment to find a Shin musician heritage instrument among so many instruments. But Nyangqin doesn't have a clue right now. Xiaobao said, oh. He tilted his head and asked, is it the most powerful musical instrument? I think so. As soon as Mu Yan's voice falls, Xiaobao runs to a corner of the room with his short legs. He kicks away more than a dozen worn-out zither and digs out an even more worn-out one from the inside. Then, he drags it over to her, huffing and puffing. Mayan is flabbergasted, and a gentle female voice immediately rings in her mind, you have chosen the inheritance musical instrument, confirm or deny? If he did not put down his instrument after the countdown of 3, it meant that he had made his choice. 3. 2. Xiaobao, quickly put it down. Mu Yan's expression suddenly changed, and he pounced towards his son like lightning. But in the end, it's still a step too late. In his mind, the final voice counting down to 1 appears, inheritance musical instrument selected, the second trial of the Shin musician inheritance has ended, the trial result is, Mu Yan hugs Xiaobao tightly in her arms and closes her eyes. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. However, in the next moment, she hears the gentle female voice pause for several breaths before announcing the result. The result of the trial is, success. Now, the third Shin musician inheritance space will be opened. The scene in front of him changed once again, but Mu Yan was too lazy to pay attention to it. She looked at Xiaobao with a dumbfounded expression, then looked at the tattered zither in his little hand. Xiaobao, do you know what zither this is? Xiaobao shook his head. Mu Yan, then why did you pull it out? Xiaobao thought for a moment, then said, because it's the strongest. The wood on it is tattered, there's not the slightest bit of pressure or internal force coming from it, and several of the strings are even broken. How does her family Xiaobao know that it's strong? Listening to Mayan's question, Xiaobao is also puzzled. In the end, he can only say, Xiaobao just knows that it's very strong. Mayan holds Xiaobao in one hand and the tattered zither in the other. She can't help but lament. Those people who died in the second inheritance space, they probably wouldn't have thought that the Shin musician's inheritance instrument, which sounds very grand, would actually be such a broken zither. This isn't a broken zither, but the most precious treasure of heaven and earth that could move unhindered across the 3 realms and make all living things bow in submission, the Tian Mo Qin. The familiar female voice suddenly rings out again, answering the question in Mayan's heart. But this time, the female voice is no longer gentle. Instead, it has a deep and suffocating sense of oppression that comes from experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Mayan looks down at the broken zither in her hands, speechless. Although she has never heard of the Tian Mo Qin, the name alone is cool and domineering. Not to mention the prefix, move unhindered across the 3 realms and make all living things bow in submission. But the zither in her hands is extremely broken. Every time she fiddles with it, rotten wood shavings will fall down. Something that no one would buy even if it was sold is actually a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Mayan expresses her serious doubts. However, she doesn't dwell on the Tian Mo Qin. Instead, she narrows her eyes and asks, who are you? What is this place? The female voice slowly says, this is the Shin musician's third inheritance space. If you want to know who I am, then go through the third trial. If you succeed, I will tell you my identity. If you fail, I will obliterate you and the little fairy's body and soul. Now, are you ready? Wait a minute. When Mayan hears that her son will be obliterated if she fails, her face immediately changes. I didn't say that I wanted to accept the inheritance. Since you are fated to come in and have chosen the Tian Mo Qin, then everything is beyond your control. The third trial of the Shin musician inheritance begins. As soon as the voice falls, Mayan feels the world spinning, and everything around her disappears without a trace. She has been sent to a strange space. There were no doors or windows in sight. No matter where one looked, there was only endless darkness. Not far ahead, there was a glowing light, like a candle flame. However, when Mu Yan wanted to approach the light, he discovered that it was very far away from him. Mu Yan tightly knit her brows, her heart was already in a perilous situation. From the very beginning, she discovered that the inheritance of this Shin musician is very powerful. In the Yanwu continent, who can change the space at will? And who can play with these Yanwu practitioners with mysterious energy in the palm of their hands, and kill them easily? In her previous life, Mu Yan had already reached the peak of the pre-celestial realm. She was only a step away from undergoing the thunder tribulation to refine her body and soul. At that time, she already knew that there was a world above the Yanwu continent that was much more powerful than the one she knew. Gong Qianxue had ruthlessly schemed in every possible way for the sake of being able to call the wind and summon the rain after she ascended to that world. Mu Yan also knew that the people in that world were not ancient martial arts practitioners, but cultivators who had the ability to fly and burrow into the ground. So, the master of this Shin musician inheritance is a cultivator from the upper realm? A light turns into a sword blade, and like lightning, it flies towards her. Mu Yan wants to dodge, but she can't move faster than the sword blade. There's a sharp pain in her chest, and the fluorescent sword blade suddenly enters her body, disappearing without a trace. A moment later, an intense burning pain spreads from her chest to her limbs and bones. Mu Yan's complexion is as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat fall from her forehead. When the searing pain was about to melt her bones, she felt as if her bones were about to melt. Mu Yan couldn't bear it any longer. She kneels down on one knee, and a muffled groan of pain comes out of her mouth. But it's only one sound. Afterwards, she clenches her teeth. Even if she bites her lips until they're bloody, she doesn't let out a single moan. What a stubborn little girl. The gentle female voice, with a low sigh and appreciation, echoes in Mu Yan's mind. I actually appreciate your stubbornness. You being able to enter this cave proves that you have the blood of our Shin musician clan in your body, but if you want to control the Tian Mo Qin, just having the blood isn't enough. Only a strong enough spirit, and a rich enough bloodline, can make the Tian Mo Qin recognize you as its master. If you can't get through this, in order to not expose the existence of the Shin musicians, I can only kill you and the little guy by your side. But I hope that you can succeed. That gentle female voice keeps ringing in Mu Yan's ears, as if to encourage her, and also as if to describe a bright and beautiful future for her. At the same time, the pain in her body is getting more and more intense. At this moment, it's no longer the pain of her bones and flesh, but the tearing and grinding from the depths of her soul. Mu Yan can no longer hold on, and falls to the ground, her body curling up like a shrimp. Her ears are buzzing, as if she can hear the sound of her blood boiling, and the crisp sound of her bones breaking inch by inch. The human body can't bear the pain, and her instincts are urging her to faint. A voice keeps saying in her ear, give up, go to sleep. As long as you sleep, you won't be in pain, you won't be tired, and you won't have to bear all kinds of suffering in this world. Mu Yan really feels that she can't hold on any longer. But at this moment, she hears the hoarse cry of a child, Xianxia, come back. That voice was filled with a sobbing tone. Her Xiaobao had been so well behaved since she was young. She had a cold expression on her face and didn't like to cry or laugh. Yet, she knew how to take care of her Xiaobao. Her son had never cried like this before. How could she fall asleep? How could he leave Xiaobao alone in this world? Mayan abruptly opens her eyes, using the Tian Mo Qin to support her body. She slowly climbs up, maintaining a kneeling posture on one knee. The pain did not lessen in the slightest, but Mu Yan's opened eyes became brighter and brighter, as if there was a raging fire burning inside. The fingers on the Tian Mo Qin dig into the rotten wood because of the pain. His skin and flesh were pierced, and fresh blood flowed down the wound, winding through the lines on the tattered sleeves of the zither. The gentle woman's voice rings in his ear again. If you can endure it and obtain the Shin musician's inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the three realms. So noisy. Mu Yan said in a hoarse voice, interrupting the gentle female voice's incessant persuasion. Blood is clearly flowing from the corners of her lips, and the pain is like a tarsal maggot bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws inside her body. But at this moment, Mayan is like a high and mighty queen, looking down on everything between heaven and earth, and no one can stop her. I don't care about the 3 ranks, I don't care about the inheritance of the Shin musicians. But in this world, if anyone dares to separate me from Xiaobao, I will destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, and I will not rest until I die. As she speaks, Mayan tilts her head to look at the tattered zither in her hand, and says, Tian Mo Qin, I don't know how glorious you were in the past, but today, either you recognize me as your master, and let me return to my son's side. Or, I will perish together with you. The gentle female voice sighs softly, that is the Tian Mo Qin, it's not something you can threaten. Before she can finish, she abruptly stops. That's because she sees Mayan's fingers digging into the sound of the zither. The Tian Mo Qin is no longer like a piece of rotten wood. Instead, it's glowing with a red light. As the red light on the zither becomes brighter and brighter, the blood that Mayan left on the zither is completely absorbed, and the few remaining strings begin to vibrate violently. The chilling and exciting music rings out, and the surrounding space begins to fluctuate violently. Even the gentle female voice could no longer remain calm. Heavenly Demon Resonance. She actually triggered the Heavenly Demon Resonance. Even I couldn't do it back then. Just how hot is this woman's blood, and just how strong is her mind? There's a loud bang, the dark space completely collapses, and the red light on the Tian Mo Qin also disappears without a trace. Mayan can't hold on any longer, and she's about to fall. But just as she's about to fall, she suddenly hears Xiaobao's mournful cry, Niang Qin. Mayan's mind suddenly tightens, and she props herself up to not fall. Instead, she raises her head and opens her eyes, Xiaobao. Niang Qin. Xiaobao can't bear it anymore, and bursts into tears. He throws himself into Mayan's arms, and tightly hugs her, unwilling to let go. The child, who is usually as cold as a little poker face, is now crying like rain, and his little body keeps shaking in her arms. Mu Yan was so distressed that she even completely forgot about the exhaustion and pain all over her body. She hugged her son tightly and comforted him softly, Xiaobao, don't cry. Look, isn't your mother fine? Mother said that she wouldn't abandon Xiaobao and that she would be with Xiaobao forever. Xiaobao raised his tear-stained little face. His blue eyes were like the washed sky, clear and beautiful. He looked at her without blinking, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly disappear. Mother, are you in pain? Mu Yan shook her head and said with a smile, Niang Qin doesn't feel any pain. Moreover, I just got a treasure. Saying that, she presents the Tian Mo Qin to Xiaobao like she's presenting a treasure. Just now in the inheritance space, she saw the Tian Mo Qin light up with her own eyes, and then turn into a scarlet treasure emitting a bright light. It's clearly just a zither, but the domineering and disdainful pressure it's emitting makes Mayan, who can't help but gasp in surprise, even though she's in severe pain all over her body. Because that zither was too beautiful, and it made people yearn to own it. This is the real Tian Mo Qin, the one that can move unhindered in the 3 realms, the most valuable treasure of heaven and earth that everyone covets. Mu Yan couldn't wait to show the zither to her son and let him hold the treasure and play with it. That's because the Tian Mo Qin that had clearly become incomparably eye-catching in the inheritance space has now turned into a black piece of rotten wood. Oh, it's still better than rotten wood. In the end, the body of the Qin has become smooth and flat, and the broken strings are automatically connected. And what's very strange is that on the leftmost corner of the Qin, her name is automatically engraved, Jun Mayan. It's just that these 3 words are very small, and the engraving isn't very clear. If one doesn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Now that Mayan is holding this Qin in her hands, others would think that it's an ordinary, unremarkable 7-string Qin. They wouldn't show a look of disdain and disgust, treating this Qin as trash. However, Mayan has seen the radiant true appearance of the Tian Mo Qin. How could she be reconciled with this, and gloomily says, what's going on? Wasn't it clearly very beautiful just now? How did it turn into this tattered appearance now? Xiaobao sees that his mother is really fine, and her spirit is getting better and better. Even her complexion has become rosy, and he breathes a sigh of relief. He pushes the Tianmo aside, nestles into Mayan's arms, and says in a low, muffled voice, Xiaobao only wants Nyangqin, not the qin. Mayan immediately hugs her baby son, and says with a smile, Amen, Nyangqin only wants Xiaobao, not the qin. The Tianmo, the most valuable treasure of heaven and earth, Tianmo, can its new master still be good or not? Cough, the Tianmo hasn't returned to its original state because it was sealed and hasn't been unsealed. Just as Mayan and Xiaobao are hugging each other, the gentle female voice finally can't help but speak. Congratulations, you have become the master of the Tianmo, and also the sole successor of my god musicians. I also want to congratulate myself. 1,000 years, I have waited here for 1,000 years, and finally, this day has come. The inheritance of my god musicians will not be completely cut off. Mayan releases Xiaobao, looks at the empty space, and says with a frown, Now can you tell me who you are? Moreover, you said that I am the successor of your god musicians, don't tell me you won't even show your face? As soon as her voice falls, the shadow of a woman slowly appears not far in front of her. The woman was dressed in white. Her appearance was elegant, and her temperament was otherworldly. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes of life. My name is Bailey Lu, a Shin musician, and also the last Zhang musician of the god musicians. The woman's gentle voice slowly asks, Do you know about Shin musicians? Mu Yan shook her head, I've only heard of musicians. Yes, how do you know about the Shin musicians? Bailey Lu shows a mournful expression. Isn't this their purpose? They want the world to have no more Shin musicians, and no one to know of the existence of Shin musicians. Otherwise, if those people knew that the inheritance of the Shin musicians was still preserved, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to sleep in peace. Are Shin musicians very powerful? Hee, you asked me if Shin musicians are very powerful? A mocking smile appears on Bailey Lu's face. The Shin musicians were once the most powerful existence in the world. However, it was precisely because it was too powerful that it caused others to panic. Therefore, those despicable people joined hands to plot against us and destroyed our entire god musicians. When Bailey Lu said this, 2 lines of tears rolled down from her eyes. There was hatred and unwillingness in her eyes, but more than that, there was longing and loneliness. Mu Yan's frown deepened. She pulled Xiaobao closer to her bosom. So you're a ghost now? No, I'm just a strand of Bailey Lu's spiritual will. She sighs softly. Back then, I personally promised my people that I would continue the inheritance of the Shin musicians. This is the only wish of all the dead souls of godly musicians. Even if I die, I must complete it. After 1,000 years, I thought I wouldn't be able to wait any longer. I didn't expect that I would finally be able to wait for you. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow and says, You mean, I am the Shin musician successor that you have chosen? That's right. In the past 1,000 years, you are the only one who has passed the inheritance space's trial, and finally obtained the Tianmo's recognition as its master. But why should I accept your inheritance? Mu Yan said unhurriedly. Bailey Lu is stunned. Do you know how powerful the Shin musicians are? If you obtain the inheritance of the Shin musicians, you will be able to dominate the 3 realms, but, aren't you also the target of public criticism? Mayan sneers, receiving your inheritance also means that one day in the future, I will become the target of many experts. Bailey Lu sneered, Are you afraid? Her expression is full of ridicule, but Mu Yan smiles and admits it without any psychological burden, Yes, I'm scared. So, please take back your inheritance. As she spoke, Mu Yan glanced at Xiaobao, and a gentle light appeared in her eyes. For the sake of revenge, she would certainly not hesitate to accept the inheritance of the Shin musician. However, now that she had Xiaobao, it was impossible for her to put all of her energy into hatred. If he accepted the inheritance and became the target of those unknown and terrifying experts, what would he do if he implicated Xiaobao? Bailey Lu choked on Mu Yan's reply, but when she saw Mu Yan's gaze on Xiaobao, her heart moved. Are you afraid of implicating this little fairy by your side, so you're unwilling to accept the inheritance? Then I advise you to accept it. What do you mean? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. In this Yanwu continent where there is no spiritual energy, an immortal body cannot live past 10 years of age. Even if he goes to the upper realm of the Yenwu continent, he would only be able to struggle at death's door for another 2 or 3 years. Mu Yan's expression abruptly changed. Her gaze towards Bailey Yinlu was no longer lazy and casual, only leaving a cold chill. Speak clearly. The immortal spiritual body is the purest spiritual body in the world. If he was in the Xianxia continent, his cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than others. But in the Yenwu continent and Xianxia continent where the spiritual energy is heterogeneous and even barren, he will only decline day by day until he dies. Bailey Yinlu stared at Mu Yan's eyes and said word by word, I don't know how such a pure immortal physique could exist in such a lowly continent, but you should know that I'm not lying, and I don't need to lie to you. Accepting the Shin musician's inheritance and truly controlling the Tian Mo Qin is the fastest way for you to ascend to the Xianxian continent. Mayan tightly purses her lips, her hands slightly clenching at her sides. Xiaobao seemed to feel her nervousness and struggle, so he couldn't help but raise his head and call out softly, Mother. Xiaobao's little face was taut as he slowly nodded, but his eyes were especially bright. As long as Xiaobao is with Mother, everything is fine. The corners of Mayan's mouth slightly tilts up, her beautiful face once again revealing a languid and leisurely smile. She looked at Bailey Yinlu and said, I accept the Shin musician inheritance. Bailey Yinlu is stunned once again. Aren't you going to ask how many secret manuals and treasures there are in the Shin musician inheritance? Don't you want to know who our godly musician's enemies are, or who might be your enemies in the future? Mayan chuckles, ridicule in her eyes, I want to ask, but do you still have time to explain it to me? Bailey Yinlu stares blankly, then she shows a helpless and admiring smile. Jun Mayan, you're really an astonishingly smart woman. If it's you, maybe you really can succeed. One day, maybe our god musicians will be able to see the light of day again. As she spoke, Bailey Yinlu's figure became more and more faint. The reason why Mu Yan asked this question was because she felt that the inheritance space was becoming more and more unstable, and it was obvious that it was about to collapse. This was also the reason why Bailey Yinlu had been encouraging her and chattering non-stop during her third trial. Because if she doesn't succeed, the Bailey Yinlu will no longer be able to maintain the existence of the space, and the inheritance of the Shin musicians will also be severed. Bailey Yinlu sighs softly. Her voice is filled with relief, reluctance, and expectation. The Tian Mo Qin has its own space. The treasures left behind by the god musicians, as well as the notes I left you, are all inside. There is one thing you must remember, the Shin musician's most powerful skill can only be realized through the Tian Mo Qin. Therefore, if you want to become a true Shin musician, you must repair the Tian Mo Qin. How can the Tian Mo Qin be repaired? Space. Map. Coordinates. Bailey Yinlu's voice became more and more indistinct, and the image almost completely disappeared. As for the space that Mu Yan was in, it began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Mu Yan picks up Xiaobao with one hand and grabs the Tian Mo Qin with the other. The collapse of space became more and more severe. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into specks of light, gathering towards Mu Yan's body. Countless scenes appeared in front of Mu Yan's eyes. There was a cave where the sword energy and the sound of the zither were attacking, a dilapidated palace, all kinds of musical instruments. Then she heard the sound of the zither that kept changing its rhythm. All kinds of memories that didn't belong to her appeared in her mind. No, it's not accurate to say that it's a memory. It should be a cultivation method, a skill of a Shin musician. The influx of a large amount of information made Mu Yan's face somewhat pale, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. Xiaobao's heart ached as he looked at his mother's pained expression. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid of disturbing his mother, so he could only gently wipe the sweat from her forehead. He instinctively knows that his mother can't be interrupted right now. After about a quarter of an hour, Mu Yan finally slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. At this time, the inheritance space also completely disappeared, and Mu Yan and Xiaobao appeared in the pitch-black dense fog forest. Niangqin. Xiaobao cried out in surprise, his little hands tightly hugging Mu Yan's neck, unwilling to let go. Mu Yan kissed Xiaobao's cheeks and said in a frivolous and joyful voice, Xiaobao, we've picked up a treasure this time. Little Treasure tilted his head and revealed a puzzled expression. This appearance is really too cute. Mayan can't help but kiss him a few more times before saying, that Aunt Bailey is right, the Shin musician is really a powerful existence that defies the natural order. I can completely understand why those people want to get rid of the Shin musicians. A Shin musician has all the skills that ordinary musicians have. They can confuse people's minds, and they can also calm people's minds. But it also had all sorts of heaven-defying skills that ordinary musicians did not have. For example, the most basic zither sound blade could be used for single or group attacks. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level, in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, a Shin musician can annihilate them all in an instant with just a zither. Was it scary? But this was far from the scariest part. The sound of a Shin musician's zither can not only attack and treat illnesses, but it can also be used to refine medicine, refine tools, and even accelerate the growth of drafts. According to the inherited memories, the sound of the zither can be incorporated into drafts or alchemy, and it can increase the properties of the medicine by several times. The poison, stimulated by the sound of the zither, scattered all over the sky. When it blended into the air, it could instantly destroy a city. Mu Yan swallows her saliva. For the time being, she doesn't want to search through the memories of other skills. Just this alone was completely beyond her imagination. Xiaobao listens to Mayan's words and says as if it's a matter of course, Niangqin is the strongest, the Shin musician is barely worthy of Niangqin. Mu Yan is tickled by her own darling's partiality, and her fingers lightly touch the Tian Mo Qin. After receiving the inheritance memories, Mayan's mind automatically learns to control the Tian Mo Qin. There's a space inside the Tian Mo Qin, and the Tian Mo Qin that recognizes her as its master will automatically hide inside her body. Just as her slender fingers touch the body of the zither, with a thought, the worn-out zither disappears from Mayan's hand. Mayan chuckles, Xiaobao, do you want to go with Niangqin to an interesting place to take a look? Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan's neck and nods expressionlessly, but his eyes are bright. The big and small figures disappeared into the forest. The light in front of them suddenly brightens, and Mu Yan discovers that she and Xiaobao have appeared in a huge world. Mu Yan never knew that such a magical thing existed. It was hidden in her body, but when it entered, it was a vast world. There were white clouds in the sky, green plains, and towering palaces. Xiaobao is also very happy. Although he doesn't run like crazy, his eyes are constantly looking around while holding Mu Yan's hand. Just as Mu Yan was about to bring him to the palace with the words demonic palace, the space suddenly shook slightly. Suddenly, the air fluctuations outside are slightly shaken. Mu Yan frowned and said, Xiaobao, stay here obediently. Mother will go out and take a look. Although Xiaobao really wanted to follow his mother, he obediently nodded in the end. What Mu Yan didn't know was that the moment she received the inherited memories, far away in the 9 heavens, in the world where the almighty cultivators lived, someone was startled. It's also because of his arrival that the beasts in the fog forest started to riot, so much so that even Mayan's space was affected. Xiaobao ti Xiaobao. Xiaobao, a trembling voice comes from the ground, the wheel of fate rotates, the inheritance of the Shin musician, Jun Shang, I'm afraid your destined daughter has appeared. The old man kneeling on the ground raised his head and looked at the man not far away. Suddenly, he stands up and walks out the door. The old man says in a trembling voice, Jun Shang, are you going to pick up the woman of destiny? Pick her up? The man's cold and handsome face shows a mocking smile. Ben Jun has never believed in destiny. Since he doesn't believe it, then he will naturally kill him. As soon as Mayan comes out of the space, she hears a huge tremor coming from the ground. Mixed in with it are the terrifying roars of beasts and the shrill screams of humans. What's going on? Are all the strange beasts in the fog forest rioting? But why? Suddenly, Mayan feels something soft and warm at her feet. She looks down and finds that the white-furred rabbit has woken up. It's rubbing against her feet, its round, pale red eyes are hidden under the white fur, and she can't see its emotions clearly. But the warm body sticking to her feet seems to be trembling. Scared? Mayan asks softly. The rabbit can't help but stick closer to her, and its body trembles even more. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a faint smile. She grabs the rabbit and throws it into the space. This is her son's pet and playmate, how can she casually let it die or be lost? As soon as she throws the rabbit in, the ground under her feet trembles even more violently. The roars of beasts and the huge tremors are getting closer and closer to her. Mayan frowns, grabs the hanging vines on the edge of the cliff, and nimbly climbs up. Following her mysterious energy, Mayan climbs to the top of the cliff after a few short breaths. Although the fog is still thick, she can still see the strange beasts frantically fleeing in all directions from her vantage point. There are also the humans who ran into the fog forest to look for treasures, but have now become the mud under the feet of the strange beasts. Suddenly, Mayan's face changes, and she turns around. She sees a pack of giant red-tailed wolves, half the height of a person, slowly appear behind her. 3, 5, 10, 100, in just a short moment, there are already hundreds of red-tailed wolves on the hilltop where Mayan is. Her expression is dignified, and she takes a step back. Squeaking sounds come from the bottom of the cliff. She turns to look and sees that the cliff she had just climbed up has already been covered by a dense pack of giant rodents. Mayan now has no way out, and there are pursuers behind her. But in this kind of desperate situation, the corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and his pair of eyes became even more romantic and charming. The next moment, Ryu turns her wrist, and a gray and unremarkable zither appears in her hand. Her slender hands plucked the strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither was elegant and pleasant to listen to, lingering in the air. The exotic beast that was slowly approaching suddenly stopped in its tracks. The smile on Mu Yan's face deepens. Surrounded by enemies, at this moment when she had nowhere to go, she actually lifted the hem of her clothes and sat down in a carefree manner. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The alpha wolf howled, its eyes turning red as it took the lead and pounced forward. Mu Yan's fingers curl up and move slightly. Clang! The red-tailed wolf in the air let out a mournful howl. A large hole had been pierced through its stomach, and blood splashed everywhere. The stench of blood in the air instantly triggered the ferocity of the exotic beasts. The red-tailed wolves and rodent rats let out bestial howls as they rushed forward, attacking Mayan. The corners of Mu Yan's eyes twitch, and the movements of her hands moving the strings suddenly quickens. Gong, shang, jiao, jing, and yu. 5 different musical scales were arranged and combined, transforming into a murderous musical note that flowed out from her hands. Every note represented the activation of a wind blade. The mysterious energy contained in the wind blade could instantly kill a powerful red-tailed wolf. This is the Tian Mo Qin's most basic area of effect skill, Zither Sound Blade. This is the highest mountain in the fog forest. Above the mountain, in addition to the thick fog and cold, there's also the suffocating miasma. Ordinary humans, even pre-celestial powerhouses, don't dare to casually set foot in this area. But at this very moment, there are 2 figures standing on the summit, their expressions indifferent, like they're taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Jun Shang, it seems that the strange beast's rampage alone won't be able to pose a threat to her. Han Yi glances at the handsome man beside him and cautiously asks, "Do you need this subordinate to make a move?" But when he looks, Han Yi stares blankly. Because he's never seen this kind of expression on his Jun Shang's face. Those pair of eyes that are always cold and disdainful, those that don't put anything in the world in their eyes, now seem to light up with 2 raging flames. The gaze that's staring at the jungle below is so focused and blazing, like a beast that has found its favorite prey. Han Yi is somewhat dumbfounded. Is Jun Shang looking at the Shin musicianaire? Was she his fated daughter? But this look in his eyes, it doesn't seem like a burden to be killed. Just as he's about to speak, the zither music below suddenly stops. Han Yi looks down and sees the woman in white sitting on the top of the cliff, surrounded by the corpses of wolves and rats. The cold wind whistles through the forest on a cold night, like a ghost's wail. Her snow-white clothes are splattered with scarlet, appearing strange and bloody. But when the woman raises her head, revealing her languid and gorgeous face, even with Han Yi's temperament of seeing beautiful women, he suddenly holds his breath, unable to conceal the amazement in his eyes. This woman, this is Jun Shang's destined woman. It's not that there aren't any women more beautiful than her in this world, but Han Yi has never seen a woman with such a temperament that could be as captivating as she is. Suddenly, the woman below gently plucks the strings of the zither, the corners of her lips, which appear pale due to excessive use of mysterious energy, gently hooks up. A sweet-sounding voice comes through the thick fog along with the sound of the zither. Your distinguished self has come from afar, causing the beast's rampage in the fog forest, yet you're watching the fire from the other side, not even showing your face. Isn't that too unkind? Han Yi sucks in a breath of cold air. Jun Shang, she's found us. But a woman from the mortal world, who doesn't even have the slightest bit of spiritual power, can actually discover their existence. How was this possible? However, before Han Yi could figure it out, the man beside him has already disappeared in a flash. Han Yi abruptly comes back to his senses, and finds that his Jun Shang has already arrived in front of the woman in white. He promptly follows after her. Mu Yan looks up at the man who has suddenly appeared. The man's handsome face could make any woman in the world intoxicated and infatuated, especially those eyes. When they look down at her, the blue light flickers, making Mayan's heart skip a beat. It was the same dark blue as Xiao Bao's. But very quickly, the strange look in Mu Yan's eyes completely disappeared, and his brows slightly raised. Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do by causing these exotic beasts to rampage? The man lowered his head and looked at her deeply. The fire in his eyes danced as if he was looking at his prey. Mu Yan feels a trace of displeasure at being coveted and controlled. Just as she is about to speak, the man suddenly reaches out and grabs her chin. While Mu Yan is stunned, the man slowly bends down and lowers his head. His cold lips fall on Mu Yan's warm and soft lips. A deep magnetic voice, mixed with a hint of huskiness, echoes in her ears, "You are mine." Mu Yan's eyes widen, her whole body stiffening. Han Yi, who's following right after, staggers, almost falling straight down from the cliff. Wait. Wait a minute. What is Jun Shang doing? He's kissing the destined woman? And he's even using the power of the oath. Wait. My Jun Shang Darren. Didn't we come to kill? Who was it that said that the destined woman was troublesome, and that killing her would be good? Did he remember wrongly, or did Jun Shang Darren lose his memory? The man slowly straightens up, looking at the dazed girl below him. A soft smile flashes through his eyes. His fingers gently stroke the Tian Mo Qin below, and his fingertips touch the faint, almost invisible engraving of the name. As if making an oath, the man says it again, Jun Mayan, mine. Mu Yan suddenly wakes up. Thinking of what just happened, she immediately flares up in anger. She raises her hand, wanting to ruthlessly slap him, but the moment she swings her hand, the figure in front of her disappears like an illusion. The top of the cliff is still cold and rustling, and corpses are everywhere, as if nothing has changed. However, there was still a different feeling left on his lips. Was everything that happened just now just her illusion? Just as Mu Yan is stunned, a figure suddenly flashes in front of her. Xiao Bao suddenly pounces into her arms, his little raised face taut. His sapphire-like eyes have a thick "I'm not happy" written all over them. Baby, what's wrong? Mu Yan quickly asks. Xiao Bao rubs against Mu Yan's chest, then he holds her face and kisses her on both cheeks. The ice-cold little milk voice loudly swears, "Nyangqin, mine." Mu Yan, ===. After that strange man who took advantage of her disappears, Mu Yan throws this person to the back of her mind and leads Xiao Bao back into the space. As soon as they enter the space, they see the white-haired rabbit lying on its back on the grass, sleeping soundly. That sleeping posture is completely unlike that of a rabbit, but more like a person. And looking at how the rabbit sleeps sweetly, occasionally nibbling on the grass on its side, it should be very satisfied with the environment in the space. The area of the space was really very large, especially this large lawn. Mu Yan felt that it could raise a large group of horses. Holding Xiao Bao's hand, he walked into the palace with the words "Demonic Palace" written on it. Mayan discovers that this place is not so much a palace, but rather a treasury. The palace was ring-shaped and stood tall. Looking up, he saw bookshelves made of mahogany. Unfortunately, these bookshelves were all empty, with only a few tattered old books scattered around. On the other hand, the floor of the palace was littered with books that had been flipped open. There were even a few books that had their pages torn off and thrown everywhere. Mu Yan looked at the ridiculously tall bookshelves around her, and was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, there weren't many books on them, otherwise, it would be a problem for her to take them down. Mother? Xiao Bao called out softly, his handsome little face expressionless. What are we going to do? Mayan's attitude towards her son has always been one of equal respect. She would never treat him as a child, hiding everything from him and letting him go play by himself. Although Xiao Bao is only 4 years old, he is talented and intelligent. Under Mayan's guidance, he has already recognized most of the characters. Sure enough, Xiaobao hears Mayan's words and immediately nods. Xiaobao will help Niangqing. His little face was still as cold as ever, but his ice blue eyes were sparkling, making him look exceptionally adorable. Thus, Mayan and Xiaobao begin to sort out the books while looking for a way to repair the Tian Mo Qin. Most of the books here were miscellaneous records that were of little use. There are also some that introduce refining and alchemy, but Mayan has never heard of the elixirs mentioned in them. She doesn't look at them carefully. She flips through them and finds no information about maps or repairing the Tian Mo Qin, so she puts them back on the shelf. On the side, Xiaobao's little face is taut as he earnestly flips through the books one by one. After flipping through one, he originally wants to look for another, but he finds a corner of a book faintly peeking out from under the shelf. Xiaobao thinks for a moment, then he sticks out his little butt and pulls the book out. That corner is actually a blind spot. Even if others deliberately look for it, they might not be able to find it. Mayan is completely unaware of this until she hears her son's low cry of surprise. "Baby, what's wrong?" Mayan thinks that Xiaobao has encountered some danger and quickly looks over. She sees Xiaobao looking up, his handsome little face full of confusion. "Niangqing, Xiaobao can't understand what's written in this book. What is a TV? What is a plane? What is time travel?" Mayan stares blankly and promptly takes the book from Xiaobao's hands. After reading this book, even though Mayan has lived 2 lives, she can't help but sigh in her heart. No wonder the Shin musician clan is so powerful. That's because the founder of the Shin musicians, Bailey Luin, was like her, a person who lived 2 lives. Only, she was reborn, while Bailey Luin was a soul from another world, reincarnating in a person's body in this world. What's recorded in this book isn't some profound secret technique, but Bailey Luin's notes. It mentions some unimaginable things in the 21st century that Bailey Luin lived in, as well as her longing for her hometown. What made Mu Yan the happiest was that there was a map at the end of Bailey Luin's notebook. There's a red dot on it, which is the place where Bailey Yin Lu said she could find the way to repair the Tian Mo Qin. Mu Yan puts away Bailey Luin's notebook and places it on the bookshelf. She then picks up her son and kisses him on the cheek. "Thank you, Xiaobao. You found what Niangqing wanted. You really are Niangqing's little lucky star." An imperceptible smile appeared on Xiaobao's face. Then, as if she had thought of something, her brows furrowed slightly. Hugging Mayan's neck, he kisses her on the cheek. "Xiaobao can help Niangqing. Mother, mine." As soon as he said that, Mu Yan thought of that bastard who took advantage of her, and the roots of her teeth itched. But when he saw his son's cute jealous look, he couldn't help but laugh. Yes, mother is little treasures, and little treasure is also mother's. Okay? Above the 9th heaven, the Xiaoxian continent. "My lord, you're back." Above the 9th heaven, Xiaoxian continent. "Jun Shang, you're back." As soon as the tall man enters, the people in the hall kneel on the ground. The old man raises his head and opens his mouth, wanting to ask something. But before he could speak, the man quickly leaves, leaving them with only a tall and proud back view. Han Yi, who comes in after them, is still in a trance, his footsteps unsteady. He feels that right now, he really needs space to calm down, to properly sort out what just happened. However, before he could disappear, he's surrounded by a group of people. The old man nervously says, "Han Yi, how did it go? Did Jun Shang really kill the woman of destiny? Did Jun Shang receive any backlash from killing the woman of destiny?" Another person anxiously says. Han Yi looks absent-minded as he looks at everyone, shaking his head. "No backlash?" The old man and everyone else lets out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Han Ye's complexion would turn green and white? After a long while, he squeezes out 4 words with a constipated expression. "Jun Shang didn't kill her. Not only did he not kill her, but he also directly molested the woman of destiny. After molesting her, he hurriedly ran away." When his soul returned to his original body just now, he saw that Jun Shang's ears had turned red. Although his face is still taut, the cold air emitting from his body hasn't diminished in the slightest. But he swears that he really saw Jun Shang's ears turn red. "Didn't kill the woman of destiny?" The old man reveals a shocked expression. "Is there someone in this world that Jun Shang can't kill? How is that possible?" Quickly tell me, what's going on? Hanye's brain is a mess. He opens his mouth several times, wanting to tell the truth, but he still swallows it back. Because he feels that if he were to talk about what he saw, this group of people would definitely think that there's something wrong with his brain, or that he's just joking. Their Xianxia is indifferent, cold, and callous. The women of the Xiaoxian continent must think that he has a heart of stone, but there are still women who want to throw themselves into his embrace. How could he do such a frivolous thing? Unfortunately, their Xianxia's thoughts are never shown on his face. How can he guess what Xianxia really means? He also wants someone to tell him what it means. Okay, just as Han Yi is going crazy, the tall figure that just left suddenly reappears in the hall. Xianxia. Everyone knelt down. The old man asked, "May I ask what Xianxia wants me to do?" The man frowned slightly, his expression ice-cold, his voice powerful and resonant. "Pass down the order, completely erase the news of the Shin musician's reappearance. Whether it's the Xiaoxian continent or the Xiaoxian continent, I don't want anyone to know that the successor of the Shin musicians has appeared." The old man was startled. "Xianxia? Do you understand?" "Ming, understand." The old man was frightened by the man's sharp eyes and quickly responded. His heart was filled with doubts. What was going on? Didn't we agree to kill the successor of the Shin musician, the woman of destiny who will bring trouble to Xianxia? How did it become a matter of erasing the news of the Shin musician's appearance? Xianxia this, what exactly is he trying to do? Inside the space, Mu Yan briefly combed through the Shin musician's inherited memories, and then left the space with Xiao Bao. Because there were many strange beasts in the fog forest, the profound energy fluctuations were also extremely unstable. If Mu Yan also stayed in the space, she would be affected, causing the space to become unstable. Where else could there be more drafts than in the fog forest? Mu Yan holds Xiao Bao's hand as they leisurely stroll through the fog forest. She doesn't know if it's because of Xiao Bao's heaven-defying luck, but in just half a day, Mu Yan has gathered a lot of rare and precious drafts. Mayan is so happy that she hugs her precious son and kisses him several times. Just as he was about to put his son down, a loud bang came from behind him. The mother and son turned around at the same time and saw a bloody person falling from the cliff not far away. An indistinct voice came from above the high cliff. "There's no need to chase after him. If he falls from here, he definitely won't survive." Haha, actually, there's nothing to chase after. In this misty forest, even if he wants to find reinforcements, he has to be able to find them first. Let's go. Mu Yan narrowed his eyes, pulled Xiao Bao along and walked in front of the man whose entire body was dripping with blood. Rather than calling it a person, it would be more accurate to call it a corpse, the kind that probably had one last breath left. However, when Mu Yan saw that most of the man was covered in blood, his pupils slightly shrank. This person turns out to be Liu Beiyu's bodyguard captain, a high-rank profound sage. "Mother!" Xiao Bao called out in a low voice. He looked towards Mu Yan, clearly recognizing the guard captain. Mu Yan puts her son aside and gently touches his head. Then, she takes out her silver needles and pierces them into the guard captain's acupoints. This guard captain's life force had been completely severed, and all the meridians in his body had been shattered. It was impossible to save him. But when Mayan's needle goes in, he slowly opens his eyes. A pair of blood-stained eyes, after a moment of confusion, reflects Mayan's appearance. That pair of dim eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. "Miss Mayan, I beg you, save the third prince, save, he is Gong." Gong Qianteng, Mayan's last breath is finally exhausted, and the guard captain closes his eyes and passes away. He should have been in extreme pain before he died, but at this moment, his blood-stained face revealed an expression of relief. It's as if he's certain that as long as he finds Mayan, his highness will be saved. Mu Yan frowns, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Not only was it because something had happened to her chief disciple, but it was also because of the poison in the guard captain's body. Mu Yan recognizes at a glance that it is Jin Hong Men's unique poison, sky poison fantasy sand. "Mother?" Xiao Bao grabbed her hand, a questioning expression on his face. "Are we going to save her?" Mu Yan picks up Xiao Bao, the corners of her mouth curling up. "Yeah, we're going to save your stupid junior brother. Although he's stupid, he's still the disciple that she, Mayan, recognizes." It wasn't something that anyone could touch as they pleased. What's more, the people who touched her disciple were Gong Qiantang and Jin Hong Men. Equals in the depths of the dense fog forest. At this time, Liu Beiyu's shirt has been pulled off and he's hanging on a tree. His naked body is already covered with cuts and bruises. Even his initial Earth Realm cultivation aura had almost disappeared without a trace. His face that was covered in blood was filled with numbness and defeat. It was as if he had fallen into despair and didn't want to live anymore. Piak, another whip landed on his body. The one holding the whip was a tall and thin old man in yellow clothes. As His Royal Highness Qi Yan country's third prince, are you really willing to become a waste from now on? Liu Beiyu slowly raises his eyes, his pale cracked lips revealing a sneering smile. Don't say that I don't know where Master is. Even if I knew, I wouldn't say it. If you have the ability, then kill me. In any case, Gong Qiantang will accompany me in death, so I won't suffer a loss. The old man frowns, about to speak, when suddenly there's a burst of painful moaning from the side. He sees a man lying on a rattan chair, his whole body festering, unable to move. He can't move at all from the waist down, and even his urine and feces have to be cleaned by others. The skin on his body is covered with black pustules, and as the pustules burst, rancid mucus flows all over his body. This person is Gong Qiantang. He was hit in the spine by Xiao Bao, half of his body is paralyzed, and coupled with the poison, his whole body feels like it's being bitten by 10,000 ants. His whole person looks like neither a human nor a ghost. Compared to his previous handsome and elegant demeanor, it's like the difference between heaven and earth, the difference between clouds and mud. Even though the maid serving him at the side is trying her best to endure, she still shows a look of fear and disgust. Ah! Scram! Scram! Slut, you dare to neglect Benwang, I'll kill you. With that, Gong Qiantang pulls out the guard's sword and directly beheads the maid. The maid doesn't even have the chance to groan before her head leaves the ground and she breathes her last. Blood splatters all over Gong Qiantang's face. Gong Qiantang becomes even crazier. His crimson eyes fiercely stare at Liu Beiyu, and he hysterically roars, beat him to death. I must make him beg for death but can't. Chop off his hands and feet for me. Ah. The yellow-clothed old man contemptuously looks at Gong Qiantang, but on the surface he respectfully says, Second Prince, rest assured, we are under the orders of the sect master, we will certainly help you vent your anger. Saying that, he looks at Liu Beiyu, the corner of his mouth revealing a vicious smile, falling into our Jin Hong men's hands. Do you think it's that easy to die? When we cripple the tendons in your arms and legs, and your profound energy is completely corroded by the sky poison mirage. Sand poison, you will become a cripple, without even the slightest bit of strength to resist. Then, we'll sell you to the dirtiest place in the ghost city, the Wanrenku. There, people with soft skin and tender flesh like you are the most popular, regardless of gender. At that time, the people in the cave of 10,000 people will have plenty of ways to make you obedient. Even if Liu Beiyu's heart is already like dead ashes, hearing these words, he fiercely raises his head and roars, You dare? I am the third prince of Qi Yan country. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Haha, in this world, there is nothing that our Jin Hong men doesn't dare to do. With that, the sword in the hands of the yellow-clothed old man slashed through the air. Liu Beiyu immediately utters a cry of pain, his legs powerlessly hanging down. His hamstring was crippled. So, are you willing to tell us the whereabouts of the mother and son? The yellow-clothed old man unhurriedly says, If you still don't speak, then it'll be your hand's turn next. At this moment, Liu Beiyu clenches his teeth, refusing to say a word. But in the end, tears of humiliation and despair fall from his eyes. Thinking that he, the dignified third prince, will be reduced to a slave that can be trampled on at will in Wanrenku, he really wishes he could die immediately. The sword in his hand is about to strike for the second time, when suddenly, in the distance, there's a melodious and sweet sound of a zither. The sound of the zither is so beautiful that everyone present, including the subordinates of the yellow-clothed old man of Jin Hong men, as well as Gong Qiantang's guards and maids, all show an intoxicated expression. The yellow-clothed old man's heart thumps. He feels something is wrong and wants to sober up. But his mind is immediately attracted by the sound of the zither. That long, thin, horse-like face shows an intoxicated expression. When no one is aware, the sound of the zither suddenly changes, from melodious and pleasant to listen to impassioned and austere. Suddenly, a guard picks up a knife and fiercely slashes at his companion. Blood splatters. Kill you! Kill you! An angry roar resounds in the crowd. Everyone's face shows a malevolent and distorted expression, as if they are possessed, recklessly slashing at the people around them. It's not until warm blood splashes on his face that the yellow-clothed old man suddenly comes to his senses. All of you stop. A roar containing heaven-grade mysterious energy comes out. The sound of the zither is interrupted in an instant, and it also makes the crazed people around stop fighting. Everyone's face shows a confused expression, as if they don't know what they just did. The yellow-clothed old man's face is very unsightly. He looks in the direction of the sound and coldly says, "Your Excellency's musical attack is so skillful, could it be that you are a brilliant disciple of Fanning Palace? I don't know why you want to oppose my Jinhong men." Fanning Palace is the only sect in Yanwu continent that specializes in musicians. Because the sound attack just now was too powerful, the yellow-clothed old man guesses that it's a disciple of Fanning Palace. Not far away, the figure of a girl in white slowly walks out of the fog. Her clothes are still stained with blood, her left hand is holding an unremarkable zither, and her right hand is holding a little baby carved from jade. She obviously doesn't have any makeup on, and her clothes are dirty and messy. But when they see the girl's raised face and that charming and moving color, everyone's eyes are unconsciously attracted, and they even forget to breathe for a moment. Mu Yan curls up her lips and faintly smiles. "Aren't you looking for me?" The yellow-clothed old man's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze moved from Mu Yan's face to Xiao Bao, and dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Was this the youngest heaven ranker that the sect leader had repeatedly urged them to eliminate? That day, Gong Qianshua's men chased him to the bottom of the cliff, but nothing appeared, not even a drop of blood could be found. Later, she heard that the one who crippled Gong Qianteng was a 4 or 5-year-old child. Gong Qianshue immediately thought of the little brat who stole her sacred beast egg. Because she had something to do, Gong Qianshue had to leave immediately. That was why he had instructed the yellow-clothed old man to follow Gong Qianteng, saying that he would avenge him, but in fact, his real purpose was to find the mother and son, kill them, and take back the sacred beast egg. Seeing Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, Gong Qianteng screams, "Slut, slut! You're the one who did this to me. Hurry up and capture her, as well as that son of a bitch beside her. I must skin that son of a bitch alive." Gong Qianteng hasn't finished speaking when Mu Yan gently plucks the zither strings. His mouth suddenly stops in the middle of cursing, and his face fiercely distorts. Immediately after, there's a clatter, and a red object falls out of his mouth, falling to the ground. Everyone stares at it, only to find that the thing that fell to the ground is actually a tongue. Mayan Xiu's cold gaze returns from Gong Qianteng's face, revealing a leisurely smile, only spitting out 2 words, "Too noisy." The yellow-clothed old man's complexion changes, gritting his teeth. "Your Excellency is really vicious and merciless." Mayan's fingers pluck the strings again, and the rope binding Lu Beiyu is instantly cut. At Mayan's side, Xiao Bao rushes out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he drags the bloodied Lu Beiyu to Mayan's side. He also takes out a draft and feeds it to Lu Beiyu. Lu Beiyu vaguely opens his eyes, seeing Mayan and Xiao Bao's figures. His eyes can't help but redden, choking with sobs. "Master, little brother, kill me, then run. I don't want to live as a cripple and be humiliated, and I don't want to implicate you. They are people from Jinhong Men, a famous assassin organization in Yanwu continent. I don't want to implicate you." Bang! Xiao Bao punches him, knocking him unconscious. His cold little face impatiently spits out 2 words, "Too noisy." Mayan chuckles, looking at the yellow-clothed old man, unhurriedly saying, "When it comes to being vicious and merciless, how many people would dare to compare with Jinhong Men? If there's a little dissatisfaction, you'll exterminate an entire family. Haven't you done it many times over the years?" The yellow-clothed old man proudly smiles. "It's good that you know, offending our Jinhong Men won't end well." Mayan hands the zither to Xiao Bao, picks up a sword from the ground, and smiles brightly. "Just in time, this is also what I wanted to say. Offending me won't end well." Although the person in front of him has a child, she looks no more than 17 or 18 years old. In the eyes of the yellow-clothed old man, she's just a silly little girl. If Mayan were to use the zither, he might still be afraid. But this girl wants to defeat him with a sword? Hee, simply a joke. An insignificant little girl dares to threaten this old man. You should know that this old man's cultivation has already reached high heaven stage. You have to pay the price for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. After a short time to drink a cup of tea, the yellow-clothed old man looks at the sword pointed at his neck, trembling all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. Xiantian. How could you be a Xiantian warrior? Who would believe that a teenage girl was a Xiantian realm martial artist? Who could believe it? How many pre-celestial practitioners are there in total in the Yanwu continent? Which one of them wasn't in their 70s or 80s, or even over 100 years old? Gong Qianxue, a 22-year-old heaven-grade martial artist, was already enough to shock the world, but what if the name of this 18-year-old pre-celestial martial artist was spread? The old man's body shivers. He glances at the corpses of his men lying on the ground and tries his best to maintain his composure. Our Jinhong Men is an assassin organization. We have always taken people's money to eliminate disasters. If Miss is willing to show mercy to me, Jinhong Men will certainly repay Miss's kindness in the future. Oh? Mu Yan curled up the corner of her lips, and said with a smile that was not a smile, so you're saying, you want to betray your employer and surrender to me? Yes. But what if your employer doesn't agree? Mu Yan glances at the panic-stricken Gong Qianting sitting on the rattan chair. Mu Yan's eyes reveal a look of interest. She withdraws the sword in her hand and crosses her arms over her chest as she looks at the yellow-clothed old man. The yellow-clothed old man grits his teeth and walks towards Gong Qianting with his sword. Woo. Gong Qianting desperately wants to retreat, but his body can't move at all. Finally, the yellow-clothed old man's sword pierces Gong Qianting's heart. Afterwards, he doesn't stop moving. In just a few seconds, he has killed all of Gong Qianting's guards and maids. Wiping away the blood that splashed on his face, the yellow-clothed old man bows slightly and says with a humble face, like this girl should believe my sincerity? You can believe me, as long as you cooperate with our Jinhong Men, you will certainly get unexpected benefits. Mu Yan slowly walks to Xiaobao's side, touches his little head, and chuckles, worthy of being a member of Jinhong Men, you could even kill your own sect master's elder brother so cleanly and efficiently. What? The yellow-clothed old man's complexion greatly changes. Just as he is about to say something, a sword suddenly comes flying towards him. He abruptly widens his eyes, wanting to dodge, but this sword that contains a powerful mysterious energy flies in front of him like lightning, leaving him with no room to dodge. With a poochie sound, the sword pierces his neck, piercing through and firmly nailing itself to the trunk of a tree. Even as he dies, the old man's eyes are wide open, unable to react to what happened. Mu Yan puts the Tian Mo Qin and the unconscious Lu Beiyu into the space. She picks up Xiao Bao and floats away, her figure slowly disappearing into the thick fog. Only the woman's melodious voice echoes faintly in this bloody world, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Cooperate with Jinhong Men? Heh. Jinhong Men will soon disappear from this world, what's there to cooperate with? Above the 9th heaven, Shoshan continent. Han Yi has been very bitter these past few days, because he has shared the shocking scene he saw in the Yanwu continent with everyone, but none of his companions believe him. Elder Chong. Han Yi turns around and sees the old man standing silently behind him with a beautiful pink-cloaked girl. His bitter face suddenly turns into astonishment. Why are you here? Elder Chong ignores him and walks towards Jun Shang's room with the pink-cloaked girl. Wait a minute, Elder Chong, what are you doing? Don't you know that women are forbidden from entering Jun Shang's palace? Elder Chong glanced at him and said, weren't you the one who told me that Jun Shang wanted a woman? Since you want women, we naturally have to share Jun Shang's worries. How can we let Jun Shang be stifled? Saying that, she doesn't wait for Han Ye's reaction. She leads the bashful and secretly delighted young girl to push open the palace doors and walk inside. Han Yi is immediately thrown into disarray by the wind. When did I ever say that Jun Shang had started eating meat? Hey, at best, Jun Shang only kissed her on the lips, he didn't even hold her little hand, how could he have started eating meat? However, the palace gate had already slowly closed in front of him. Han Yi swallows and says, thinking to himself, could it be that Xianxia has really been enlightened? But at this moment, there was a sudden bang. The entire thick and heavy palace gate shattered into two halves and collapsed. Elder Chang and the girl in pink were kicked out along with the door. The girl in pink, who was still dressed up alluringly when she first entered, was now charred all over and looked battered. Elder Chang shudders as he climbs up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Han Yi. This is what you said about Xianxia having sex. Thinking of a woman? Han Yi, when did I say that? Hearing the noise, everyone also gathers around. Seeing the pink-clothed girl who has fainted on the ground in embarrassment, they all reveal expressions of schadenfreude. Xianxia is still so heartless and callous, with a heart of stone. That's right, Han Yi, you still want to lie to us and say that Xianxia has fallen in love with the woman of destiny. It's good enough that Xianxia doesn't directly kill the woman of destiny. As they speak, a tall figure slowly walks out from the palace gate. Greetings to Xianxia. Everyone respectfully kneels on the ground. But the man seems to not see them at all, walking straight towards the direction of the Chankuan mirror. Han Yi's heart thumps. Xianxia, you're going to the lower realm? A cold word responds to him. Elder Chang can't help but ask, what are you going to do, Xianxia? Why is he going to the Yanwu continent again? The man turns his head and coldly glances at everyone, spitting out two words in an icy tone, propose. Bang bang bang, this is the sound of everyone's voices. Han Yi hurriedly gets up and follows behind the man. He looks back at Elder Chang and his companions, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a mocking smile. A bunch of stupid mortals. Lousy told you, but you didn't believe it, now you believe it. Xianxia is going to propose. Wait a minute. Propose? Xianxia is going to propose to the woman of destiny? The dim candle flame swings in the dark night. In the candlelight, a slim and graceful figure is sitting by the window, looking down and reading something. Her jet-black long hair hung loosely from her temples and swayed gently with the breeze. It set off her snow-white complexion, dense and long eyelashes, and light-colored thin lips. She was like a meaningful, tranquil, and beautiful ancient painting. Liu Beiyu wakes up from the severe pain all over his body. He opens his eyes in a daze and sees such a breathtaking scene. The memories from before he fainted slowly came back to him. That feeling of oppression, suffocation, hatred, and despair instantly surged into his mind. He remembered watching his subordinates being killed one by Gong Qiantang and the people of Jinhong Men. He remembered that he was hung up, his cultivation was slowly destroyed by poison, his tendons were cut off. There was also the melodious sound of the zither at the end, as well as the familiar sound that rang in his ears. The rims of Liu Beiyu's eyes slightly redden. He moves his lips and spits out two hoarse words, Master. He had never thought that the person who would come to save him in his most desperate moment would actually be the master he had just casually acknowledged. When Mu Yan heard his voice, she closed Bailey Liuing's notebook and turned around to walk over. How do you feel now? The woman's voice was clear, gentle, and calm. Liu Beiyu's originally bitter and painful heart slowly calms down. He originally thought that after returning to Qiyan country, he would find a way to repay his master. But now, he had become a cripple. The only thing he could do was not to burden his master. Hearing this, Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. She taps the book in her hand and says with a smile that isn't a smile, "Oh, so you don't need to help restore your cultivation and connect the tendons and veins in your legs? I've studied it for so long in vain. Well then, since you don't want to be treated, I'll send you." Wait a minute. Liu Beiyu snaps his eyes wide, saying in disbelief, Master, what did you just say? Mu Yan chuckles, I didn't say anything. No, Master. You said it. You said that you can restore my cultivation and connect the tendons and veins in my legs, right? Liu Beiyu struggles to get up from the bed, his voice so excited that it's about to turn into a scream. There was originally no hope, so it's one thing to throw away the broken jar. But now, he sees hope in a hopeless situation. How could he calm down? Mu Yan is about to answer when the door to the room is pushed open. Xiaobao's short and small body walks in, his handsome little face is cold and expressionless. He's carrying a food box that's half as tall as him, but he doesn't seem to feel the weight and burden at all. He easily walks to Mu Yan's side and looks up. "Niangqin, it's time to eat." Xiaobao is so obedient. Mu Yan lowers her head and kisses her son's cheek. She takes out the food from the food box and places it on the table. Xiaobao automatically sits at the table next to Mu Yan. He picks out the dishes that Mu Yan likes, and says with a taut face, "Niangqin, eat slowly." Even Liu Beiyu, who's full of hope, expectation, anxiety, and apprehension, can't help but be dumbfounded when he sees the scene. "Hey! Wait a minute, you mother and son are playing the wrong roles, right? Shouldn't Mu Yan be the one taking care of Xiaobao's daily life, preparing his meals, and giving him his favorite dishes to eat? But why is it that everything has been reversed now? Xiaobao is a 4-year-old child, yet he's taking care of his master meticulously and perfectly. What's going on here? Master, little brother, you." Liu Beiyu swallows his saliva, opening his mouth dryly. Mu Yan eats heartily as she says, "Xiaobao, your brother hasn't eaten yet, prepare a portion for him." With an expressionless face, Xiaobao randomly picks a few dishes, brings a bowl of rice, and places it in front of Liu Beiyu. She didn't even bother to say, "Go ahead and eat." She just left him with a cold and elegant back view. After returning to his seat, he brings a plate of beef in front of Mayan and says in a childish voice, "Niangqin, eat more." "Oh, Xiaobao should eat more too." Mu Yan gave her son a bright smile. Liu Beiyu is simply speechless. "Master, little senior brother, isn't this difference in treatment too big? Master, you said that you can cure me, is that true?" Mu Yan takes a sip of her after-dinner tea and holds her son's soft and fragrant body in her arms. She says contentedly, "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" No, I believe you, I believe you. I believe whatever master says." Mu Yan puts down the teacup and opens her mouth again. However, there is a problem. What problem? Liu Beiyu's heart was suddenly lifted. The process might be a little painful. Liu Beiyu's hand that's supporting his body softens, and he falls on the bed with a thump. "Master, please don't tease this disciple anymore. I'm not even afraid of death, why would I be afraid of pain? My good disciple, since you have this kind of awareness, then it couldn't be better. I, your master, was worried that I wouldn't have a place to practice." Hearing his words, Mayan's face finally shows a bright, beautiful, and satisfied smile, making her look even more beautiful and charming, bewitching people's minds. But Liu Beiyu doesn't know why, but when he sees her little face, he shudders. A bad premonition faintly rises in his heart. In fact, Liu Beiyu's sky poison fantasy sand isn't difficult to cure, and Mayan doesn't need to integrate the Shin musician's skills. Just relying on her original attainments in medical skills, she could slowly remove the poison from Liu Beiyu's dantian in a few months' time. It's just that the process would be painful and long. The troublesome part is Liu Beiyu's severed hamstring. In the Shin musician's inherited memory, there is indeed a miraculous medical skill that can reconnect the tendons and veins, and even bring the dead back to life. But the conditions to achieve it are very harsh, and it requires the use of spiritual energy to activate the Tian Mo Qin. Right now, Mayan only has internal force in her body. What is spiritual energy? She has never even heard of it, let alone using it. However, there's no such thing in the Shin musician's inherited memory, but Mayan found some relevant information in Bailey Liuing's notes. That's the 21st century where Bailey Liuing lived, that strange time and space, a kind of unimaginable medical treatment plan. Surgery. Liu Beiyu lies on the bed, full of apprehension, looking in Mayan's direction. She was fiddling with a strange-shaped knife, which she had found in the space, and was engrossed in reading a book. Liu Beiyu can't help but ask, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Oh, looking at the operating procedure." What operating procedure?" Liu Beiyu's face pales, the bad premonition in his heart intensifying. Mayan raises her head, a bright and beautiful smile appearing on her beautiful little face. "Master has never done this operation before, so I'm not very familiar with the operating procedure. So before the operation, I intend to consolidate the operating procedure. But you don't have to worry, Master has just tested it on a chicken leg, I believe there shouldn't be any problems." Consolidate the operating procedure before the operation? She's even tested it on a chicken leg? Lu Beiyu's eyes go dark, and he says excitedly, Master. Your disciple is a person, not a chicken leg. You must take it easy, this disciple only has this pair. Bang, Xiaobao punches down, and Lu Beiyu is immediately silenced. Expressionlessly, he raised his exquisite little face and spat out 2 words, too noisy. Mu Yan smiles and nods, her eyes full of praise. Xiaobao did the right thing. This way, Niangqin doesn't even have to anesthetize him. As she spoke, she kissed her precious son's face heavily. Little Treasure's eyebrows slightly curved, and his deep blue eyes were suffused with a luster as beautiful as the sky. An hour later, Lu Beiyu wakes up from the pain in his feet. He cried out in pain, and when he tried to move his legs, the pain made him bounce on the bed. But very quickly, the pain on his face was replaced by ecstasy. Master, my feet, I can feel my feet again. Did this mean that he wouldn't become a cripple again? Lu Beiyu listens to Mu Yan's words, waking up from his surprise and excitement. Master, are you leaving? Maya nods, her light eyes are leisurely and carefree. All good things must come to an end in this world. But you killed the people of Jinhong men for me. They are very powerful in Qiyan country and Jingqin country. If the people of Jinhong men find you, they will definitely retaliate. Master, why don't you come back to Qiyan Imperial Palace with me? I will definitely protect you. Mu Yan chuckles, who said I killed them for you? Lu Beiyu stares blankly. But he hears the clear and pleasant voice continue, regardless of whether I have you or not, I will not let the people of Jinhong men go. Then, foolish disciple, we'll meet again someday. Xiaobao, let's go. Xiaobao immediately obediently stretches out his white and tender little hand, letting Mu Yan hold it. The mother and son no longer pay attention to the stunned and shocked Lu Beiyu, and float away. Without waiting for Lu Beiyu to ask again, his figure has already completely disappeared outside the door. Xiaobao raises his head and looks at Mu Yan. He always feels that his mother's expression is a bit strange at the moment. That beautiful face still carries a charming and lazy smile, but there's a touch of dense coldness in those clear peach blossom eyes. Niangqin, where are we going? Xiaobao can't help but ask. Mu Yan lowers her head and smiles sweetly at her son. Niangqin is going to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Night has just fallen, and the sky is dyed with a misty gray. Located at the junction of Qiyan country and Jingqin country, this was originally a deserted suburb. But since 7 or 8 years ago, a tea house called Kuai Hualin has been built. Although it's called a tea house, the building covers a very large area. Inside, there are wine and food, beautiful women, gambling, and recreational activities. It attracts a lot of martial practitioners who are in a hurry to stop and spend money here. However, no one knows that this place that looks like a gold squandering den is actually the headquarters of Qiyan country's #1 assassin organization, Jinhong Men. Merry Forest is divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer is the place for guests to indulge in ecstasy, while the inner layer is the place for Jinhong Men's members to vent their frustrations after completing their tasks. At this time, on a square with a canopy covering the sky and a mat on the ground, dozens of bare-chested men were gathered together, letting out wanton and lewd laughter. In front of them, more than a dozen beautiful girls who had been fed drugs were tearing at their clothes in a daze. I'm in so much pain. Give me medicine. Give me medicine. The girl cried out in pain. Her clothes were torn to shreds, but her eyes were filled with pain and despair. The assassins of Jinhong Men laugh even more proudly and wildly. Do you want medicine? Then obediently kneel on the ground and lick our feet, ha ha ha. The young girls were extremely unwilling, but the effects of the medicine made them feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. Sparkling tears fell from their eyes, but they could only kneel down and crawl over like dogs to lick the feet of those killers. They were humiliated and humiliated like animals. The assassins laughed even louder. This was the favorite pastime of Jinhong Men's men. They would kidnap innocent women and give them the addictive, rambling powder, making them abandon their nature and play with them like dogs. Ha ha ha. Lu Lao Er, you don't know. There are a few girls here, and they're all daughters of noble families. When they were caught, they behaved like chaste women, but in front of the peripatetic powder, they still turned into this cheap appearance. Saying that, the killer grabbed the girl's chin at his feet and proudly said, "Dog thing, don't you think so?" The girl's face dripped with tears of despair, but she couldn't suppress the moans that overflowed from her mouth that made her want to die of shame. Just then, suddenly, something fell from the sky. Pink petal-like things fell to the ground, falling on the faces and bodies of the killers. What's going on? Is it raining? That's not right, this seems to be petals? But there are no flowering trees around the square, how could there be petals falling? Everyone was surprised, when suddenly the melodious sound of a zither came from the distant horizon. The tinkling sound was like pearls and jade falling on an ice plate, or like a gurgling stream caressing the mountains and rocky streams. The sound of the zither got closer and closer, becoming more and more mellow and moving. From high mountains and flowing water, it slowly turned into a soft and gentle voice. The faces of the killers of Jin Hong men revealed an intoxicated expression, their eyes blurrily looking in the direction of the sound of the zither. Petals sprinkled down, falling faster and faster, more and more, almost covering every part of the killers' bodies. Suddenly, someone saw a snow-white figure gracefully descending from the roof among the fluttering petals. The cool breeze billowed the snow-white clothes, setting off the girl's jade-like crystal-clear complexion and gorgeous and elegant facial features, stunning the killers below. Someone slightly opened his mouth, not noticing the drool dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Someone pushed away the ravaged girl in his arms, murmuring, "Beauty, I want this beauty." The girl in white finally landed on the ground, her hair slightly fluttering, the petals scattering, the corners of her mouth holding a slight smile. Like a beautiful fairy from the ninth heaven, suddenly mistakenly descending into the mortal world. Gulp, someone swallowed his saliva, his eyes bulging and faintly reddening. Someone couldn't help but stagger over, his perverted hand reaching out towards the girl's delicate and flawless face. The smile on the white-clothed girl's face deepened, and her jade-like fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither. With a bang, the assassin closest to the white-clothed girl exploded like fireworks. In an instant, a dazzling red mist of blood bloomed from his body, and he fell straight down. This sudden change instantly woke up the assassins who were engrossed in it. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Who are you? How dare you?" The zither strings vibrated, and pung, there was another sound, and the body of the person who spoke exploded again. Just like the previous person, there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a mangled corpse. "You, who exactly are you? Why? How did she kill them?" "It's flower petals, the flower petals stuck to our bodies are special drafts. Hurry, hurry, and pull them away." In the square, the killers of Jin Hong men are in a commotion. They scream and want to slap away the pink petals on their bodies. Just a moment ago, they had felt how beautiful these petals were, but now they felt how horrified they were. Mayan looks at their panicked and frightened appearance. Her line of sight sweeps over the painfully moaning and crying girls on the ground, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a cold smile. Whether it's the previous life or the present, the behavior of these beasts really hasn't changed at all. Don't they like to abuse others so much, letting them experience the despair of being tortured to death? Today, she will definitely fulfill their wish. Her slender, sparkling fingertips leisurely pluck the strings, accompanied by frightened screams and wails. The Tian Emochin emits a pleasing sound that moves one's heartstrings, just like its master, leisurely enjoying this feast of slaughter. Immersed in her murderous intent, Mayan doesn't notice that in the void, there's a pair of blazing eyes staring at her. In those eyes, there's an unprecedented desire and a domineering determination to win. All his life, he's been disgusted and alienated from women. However, the first time he laid eyes on this woman, his heart couldn't help but throb, and the blood in his whole body is boiling hot. It's as if this woman was born to belong to him. And his originally empty and lonely life is suddenly filled with the appearance of this woman. Jun Mayan, if it's said that when he first saw her, it was only the vibration of his heartstrings, the desire to win. But now, looking at the shower of pink petals, that bewitchingly smiling girl plucking the strings to kill people, the fire and desire in his heart simply burns to the point that he can't restrain and suppress it. Even in that cold and silent body, there's a part that's crazily clamoring, wanting to possess this woman, wanting to fiercely hold her in his arms, wantonly invading. "Jun Mayan, you're destined to be mine. A low, husky voice spits out from his thin lips, and his pair of black eyes become even more serene and penetrating. In the innermost luxurious residence of Jin Hongmen. Gu Changming leans against the armchair, holding the information he just received in his hands, slightly frowning. Deputy head, what's wrong? Waiting on the side, Hall Hedren sees that Gu Changming's expression is strange, and he can't help but ask. Gu Changming frowns slightly. We've lost contact with the people looking for that heaven stage kid. How is that possible? Hall Master Ren exclaimed, even if he's a heaven rank, he's only a 4 or 5-year-old child. Among the people we sent, there are heaven rank experts and a few peak level earth ranks. Gu Changming impatiently wrinkled the report and said in a low voice, how are Master's injuries? The nominal head of Jin Hongmen is Gu Changming, but in fact, the real master is Gong Qianxue. Everyone in Jin Hongmen, including Gu Changming, is controlled by Gong Qianxue using drafts. Therefore, what Gu Changming and the others feared the most was that they would be severely punished by Gong Qianxue if they didn't do their job well. Hall Master Ren shook his head as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes, because Master has already signed a contract with the Sacred Beast Egg. Once the vital signs of the Sacred Beast Egg disappear, Master will suffer a backlash. This is also the reason why Master is in such a hurry to find that little brat. However, I just received news that the backlash has already begun. Master's injuries are not light, and he is now returning to the Tiandao sect to recuperate. When he thought of the anger and punishment they would have to bear after Gong Qianxue came back and they still hadn't found the child. Gu Changming and Hall Master Ren's faces turned ugly. Hall Master Ren hopefully said, perhaps Master won't be too angry? After all, we've done our best. Hee, she won't be angry? Gu Changming revealed a sarcastic smile. That's because you haven't seen the look on her face when she flew into a rage 4 years ago. At that time, she killed quite a few of my trusted subordinates, and even I was seriously injured. Halfway through, Gu Changming cautiously and fearfully swallows the rest of the words back down. His eyes are somewhat deep, as if he had returned to 4 years ago. Gong Qianxue suddenly informed them, asking them to cut out a pregnant woman's fetus and give it to her. At that time, Gu Changming wasn't the nominal head of Jin Hongmen, but he was the main person responsible for that matter. He thought everything should be foolproof. After all, that pregnant girl was so weak, without the slightest bit of resistance. But unexpectedly, in the end, that girl must be dead by now. After all, she was a pregnant woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If she wasn't caught by their encirclement, then she must have escaped deep into the mountains. If she went deep into the mountains, she would definitely die. Gu Changming was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even react when Hall Leader Ren said goodbye and left. But suddenly, Hall Leader Ren's exclamation reaches his ears, "Who are you?" As soon as the voice falls, there is a loud bang, and a black shadow smashes straight towards him. Blood flowed around his feet and dyed the ground red. Hall Leader Ren widens his eyes and opens his mouth as if he wants to say something, but blood gurgles out of his throat. In a split second, he tilts his head and completely stops breathing. Gu Changming is shocked and angry. He quickly looks up and sees a girl in snow-white clothes, long hair draping over her shoulders, slowly walking into the room. Her feet are full of Hall Leader Ren's flowing blood, but walking in this bloody place, her whole body is surrounded by an awe-inspiring and inviolable sacred aura. You, who are you? Why did you trespass into my, merry forest, forbidden area? After Gu Changming's shout, the girl opposite him slowly hooks up her lips. That pure and holy as snow temperament instantly changes, as if from a snow lotus of Tianshan Mountain to a fiery and flirtatious Permitha Tumi, charming and dangerous. I took the liberty to visit in the middle of the night. I hope the head of Jin Hongmen won't take offense. The girl's voice is like ice jade striking each other, sweet and pleasant to listen to. Gu Changming suddenly widens his eyes, incredulously saying, "You, how did you know I am Jin Hongmen? How do I know you're the master of Jin Hongmen?" Mayan chuckles and looks up at him. Not only do I know that you're the master of Jin Hongmen, but I also know that Jin Hongmen is about to disappear from this world. Being stared at by those eyes that were as cold as snow, Gu Changming inexplicably shuddered. He forced himself to calm down and said, "What do you mean by that?" "The meaning is, today, I will destroy your Jin Hongmen." Gu Changming stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. However, his eyes were burning with rage. "Miss, you sure have a big tone. In this world, there are many people who want to destroy my Jinhong men, but no one has ever succeeded. You dare to spout nonsense at such a young age. I would like to see whether you have the ability or not." Before he could finish his words, Gu Changming's attack is already rumbling towards Mayan like a thunderbolt. A powerful and overbearing profound qi emanated from his body. If it was an ordinary person, even if they were standing 10 meters away, they would still tremble under the immense pressure of the profound qi. Gu Changming's eyes were filled with killing intent and confidence. However, he has full confidence in his own talent and strength, even Gong Qianxue isn't in his eyes. Gong Qianxue, the #1 genius of the Yanwu continent, is only at the early heaven stage. The girl in front of him looks to be several years younger than Gong Qianxue. How could she be his opponent? Seeing that the palm is already in front of her, Mayan's expression is still calm and unperturbed. Her small jade-like hand slightly lifts, internal force revolves within her body, and she pushes it towards the incoming Gu Changming. With a loud bang, the two people's palms collide. Gu Changming's face shows a proud smile. This woman is stupid, right? She actually dares to directly compete with him in internal force. However, just as the smile overflows the corner of his mouth, it doesn't have time to blossom before it freezes. Gu Changming abruptly retreats several feet away, one hand clutching his chest as he spits out a mouthful of blood. His eyes unwaveringly stare at the girl in front of him, his hoarse voice filled with shock and disbelief. "You're actually a pre-celestial? How is this possible?" "That's right. A teenage girl is actually a pre-celestial expert? How is this possible?" Mayan chuckles, unhurriedly saying, "You're also not bad. After not seeing you for a few years, not only did you become the master of Jinhong men, but even your strength has grown to the peak of heaven stage." Listening to her familiar tone, the bewilderment on Gu Changming's face becomes more and more heavy. "Who are you? Why don't you take a guess?" Mayan carelessly smiles. "That's right, by the way, I'll tell Master Gu that I've already cleaned up all the trash outside. Now, the only one left is you. Master Gu, we have a lot of time, we can slowly chat." The girl in front of him speaks lightly, but in Gu Changming's ears, it's like a clap of thunder. "You, what did you say?" he roars, his voice sharp and distorted because of extreme fright. Suddenly, his figure rushes out of the room like lightning, rushing towards the direction of the square. Mayan's expression is quiet, she doesn't have any intention of stopping him. Instead, she calmly follows after him. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 10 corpses, as more and more corpses appear in front of him, Gu Changming's expression becomes more and more aghast and fearful. His Jinhong men has been cultivated for a full 7 or 8 years. With great difficulty, it became the #1 assassin organization in Qiyan country. They were all destroyed by this woman in a single night. "You evil woman! What enmity does my Jinhong men have with you that you must be so cruel and merciless?" Gu Changming abruptly turned his head around, his eyes fiercely glaring at the white-clothed girl who was slowly walking towards him. He let out a beast-like roar. The corners of Mayan's mouth gently hooks up, a charming smile on her dainty face, but her eyes are cold as if they can condense into ice slag. "Jinhong men and I have an irreconcilable enmity." Ryu flips her wrist and a long sword appears in her hand. Mayan runs her mysterious energy and lightly slashes. Gu Changming's body suddenly split open, and blood splattered everywhere. "Ah! Who the hell are you?" Gu Changming shouted at the top of his lungs as he dodged and counterattacked. Mayan sneers, "Sect Master Ji's memory is really bad. Have you forgotten about me so quickly?" As soon as her voice falls, the second sword slashes out, and a bloody hole appears on Gu Changming's shoulder. He lets out a painful wail, his eyes filled with resentment and fear as he glares at Mayan. Mayan shows a regretful expression and shakes her head. "What a pity, Master Gu, you've guessed wrong again." With the third slash, Gu Changming's hand that was about to pull out the dagger at his waist suddenly splashes with blood, and half of his palm is sent flying. "Ah ah ah ah," a mournful scream pierces the sky. Master Ji's scream is really miserable. Mayan unhurriedly says, "Then, I'll give you a hint. 4 years ago, Qiyan country, Nameless Valley." Gu Changming holds his wrist that's missing half of his palm, his whole body convulsing and trembling. The pain makes him unable to concentrate. but hearing Mayan's words, he suddenly raises his head and stares at her face. Suddenly, those blood-stained pupils suddenly contract. Gu Changming opens his mouth wide and lets out a sharp, ear-piercing scream, June. June Mayan, you're June Mayan, the pregnant woman 4 years ago, but immediately, he frantically shakes his head and roars hysterically, impossible. How could it be you? June Mayan, shouldn't you be dead already? Mayan steps forward step by step on the blood on the ground, her smile is gentle and shallow, if I'm not alive, how can I repay you for your kindness? Gu Changming looks at the girl's flowery smile, at her eyes that are as dark as a bottomless abyss. His body suddenly trembles like a sieve. This time, real fear rises in his heart. He kneels on the ground and keeps retreating on his knees, his mouth uttering a terrified murmur, don't kill me, Gong Qianxia instigated me that year, it has nothing to do with me, it's not me who wants to dig out your child. As he retreats, Gu Changming's hand touches his lower back. There hides his final weapon, Jin Hongmen's unique poison, sky poison fantasy sand. It was refined by the Heavenly Road sect's master of alchemy and draft, Jian Feng, and was specially gifted to Gong Qianxia. Even a pre-celestial practitioner can't escape the power of the sky poison fantasy sand. Mayan listens to Gu Changming's pleas for mercy and looks at his hand behind his back. Her eyes narrow and her smile deepens. Seeing that Gu Changming is about to take out the sky poison fantasy sand, a black shadow suddenly flashes between the two. Bang! After a loud bang, Gu Changming's body expanded violently before suddenly exploding. Blood, flesh, and internal organs splattered everywhere. Mu Yan didn't react for a moment and was almost hit by the flesh and blood. However, a tall and slender figure instantly enveloped her, blocking all the blood that splattered over. A cold and strong masculine aura assaulted her senses, invading all of her senses. Mayan stares blankly. Before she could react, she hears the man's deep and magnetic voice, June Mayan. It was only a low murmur, but it seemed to contain countless emotions and desires. His warm breath brushed against her ear, bringing with it a tingling sensation. Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses. Her figure flashes and she leaves the man's embrace. He then looked in the direction of Gu Changming. Looking at the man's corpse, which had no bones left, only a pile of broken bones and internal organs was left. Mu Yan's complexion is ashen, who told you to kill him? Her prey, the first prey she had finally caught after waiting for 4 years. He had planned to torture and take revenge, but his plan was ruined just like that. It turns out that the person in front of her is actually the bastard who took advantage of her in the fog forest. A trace of astonishment flashes through the man's eyes, but it's gone in a flash. He says with a cold face, he wants to hurt you. And he won't allow anyone to hurt his woman. Mu Yan is so angry that she wants to laugh. Do you think he can hurt me? What's more, even if he wants to hurt me, what does it have to do with you? Who are you to me that you should meddle in other people's business? After saying that, Mu Yan feels a burst of discouragement. She decides not to bicker with this lunatic, and turns to leave. But before she can take 2 steps, her wrist is clasped, and she's pulled back. Her body is embraced into a wide, tight, and scorching embrace. Mu Yan frowns, and suddenly turns around to break free. But this time, not only does she not leave like before, her slender waist is embraced, and she's brought into his embrace. Immediately after, the man lowers his head, and unhesitatingly seizes her soft pink lips. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes wide, simply unable to believe everything that's happening at this moment. She's actually been molested by this bastard twice. Mu Yan lifts her unclasped hand, and ruthlessly flings it towards the man's face. But her slender jade-like hand is caught in the air by the man. Both of his hands are clasped behind her back, and her body is pressed into his embrace. Mu Yan wants to struggle, but whether it's internal force, or even summoning the Tian Mo Qin, there's no response in front of this man. It's as if the entire field is firmly suppressed by his terrible coercion. The man seems to be very intoxicated by the sweet taste of her lips. His kiss is clearly very clumsy, and he doesn't even know that their lips and tongues are intertwined. He just greedily holds those 2 fragrant lips, and keeps sucking them. But the imposing manner conveyed by his body is incomparably overbearing, as if Mu Yan is his possession. No resistance, no escape. This kiss lasted for a long time before the man reluctantly let go of Mu Yan. However, his eyes still greedily swept from her delicate brows, to her straight nose, to her earlobes that were as translucent as jade pearls, and finally to her slightly swollen lips. Soon after, he slightly frowns, seemingly very displeased. At this time, Mu Yan is about to explode with anger. She can't wait to tear this guy who has repeatedly molested her into pieces. However, he didn't know where this man came from, but he was actually so powerful. Even though she was a Xiantian master, she had no way to fight back. But who would have thought that the man in front of him would actually use a somewhat dissatisfied and cold voice to say, "Why are you so weak? How are you going to follow me to the Shoshan continent? How are you even qualified to stand by my side? I'll give you 10 years to transcend the tribulation and ascend as soon as possible." Listening to the man's insufferably arrogant nagging, Mayan takes a deep breath, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a shy yet gentle smile. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" If someone familiar with Mayan, such as Xiao Bao, saw this smile, they would know that his mother is angry. Moreover, he was very angry. Whoever provoked him would definitely be unlucky. Unfortunately, the man in front of her didn't know that. Thus, when he saw the girl's clear and bright smile, his gaze wavered, and a hint of gentleness appeared in his cold expression. "Future husband?" Mayan raises her eyebrows. "Then today you came to propose." The ice-cold thin lips unhesitatingly spit out these two words, then he faintly says in a low, hoarse voice, "I want you to become my Demingju's wife." The light in Mayan's eyes becomes darker and darker, her voice slightly soft. "Since it's a marriage proposal, can you let me go first? My hand is hurting from your grip." Demingju stares blankly as he hears that, and promptly loosens the hand that was just holding her. His worried gaze falls on that slender wrist of hers. Sure enough, a red mark has appeared on that jade-white wrist. But that red mark isn't a flaw, on the contrary, it adds a kind of beauty that makes people's blood boil. Just like the girl's slightly swollen lips, so tender and alluring, making him unable to restrain himself from wanting to taste more. Demingju's eyes gradually darken. Step by step, he approaches Mayan, a flame of desire igniting in his eyes. The girl in front of him has a shallow smile, her eyes gentle, as if full of affection, waiting for him to embrace her. Zheng. A zither string makes a light sound. Demingju's pupils shrink, and his figure suddenly retreats like lightning. But in the end, his clothes are still cut open by the zither blade that pierces through the air. There's no longer a trace of gentleness on the girl's face, only a cold and enchanting smile remains. "You want to propose marriage to me? I'm really sorry, even if all the men in the world were to die, the position of this lady's husband would still not be yours." Demingju's complexion is incomparably dark. He suddenly takes a step closer, wanting to pull the girl in front of him back into his arms, not allowing her to escape again. But suddenly, a white light flashes between the two. Immediately after, a small, jade-white hand ruthlessly pushes Demingju's direction. "Don't bully Xianxia." Internal force surges, its power overflowing. Originally, this bit of internal force couldn't pose any threat to Demingju. However, the moment the tender, white hand touches the corner of his clothes, Demingju's body suddenly becomes transparent like a phantom, and eventually disappears. Mayan looks at the empty space in front of her, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. So, this scoundrel, just like last time, suddenly appears and suddenly disappears. "Mother." Xiaobao's aggrieved voice sounded in her ears. Mu Yan suddenly came back to her senses. She quickly bent down and picked up Xiaobao. She said nervously, "Xiaobao, didn't you promise Xianxia that you would obediently stay in the space and not come out?" Xiaobao said with a cold expression, "Someone is bullying mother. Even if someone bullies Xianxia, you can't just come out and take risks." Mayan says with a straight face, "Otherwise, if something happens to you, do you know how sad and scared Xianxia would be? Promise me that you'll be obedient in the future." Xiaobao's delicate little face was still very tense, and his lips were tightly pursed, but he didn't say anything. Mayan's face sinks, and she crouches down to pull her son away from her arms. "Jun Machin, if you're so disobedient, Xianxia will be angry." Hearing this, Xiaobao's tightened lips finally began to change. Her big blue eyes were filled with sparkling tears. The little child's face was full of grievance and unease, but he stubbornly gritted his teeth and refused to let his tears fall. "Xiaobao, don't let anyone bully mother." "I won't." His voice was hoarse and choked with sobs, and his tears finally fell uncontrollably. Seeing her son's tears, Mayan's heart aches so much that it's practically dripping blood. All education and criticism were thrown to the back of her mind. She took her son into her arms and softly said, "Don't cry, Xiaobao. Mother isn't angry, and I won't get hurt. Mother is just afraid that you will encounter danger, because Xiaobao is the most important person in the world to me. I'm sorry, Mother's tone was too harsh just now. Xiaobao, can you forgive Mother?" Xiaobao hugged Mu Yan's neck and buried his entire head in her bosom. He nodded gloomily, then said in a low and hoarse voice, Nyangqin is also the most important, the most important. A smile appears on Mayan's face, and she carries her son towards the entrance of Jin Hongmen. For some reason, that peerlessly handsome face suddenly appeared in his mind. In both her past and present life, Mayan has never seen anyone more handsome or more charming than this man. Unfortunately, he turned out to be a psychopath who would casually take advantage of others and had some mental issues. If he wasn't a lunatic, why would he suddenly propose marriage to a stranger, Di Mingju, the Xiaoxian continent? For Mayan, that really is an incomparably distant place. I don't think we'll ever meet again, right? Touching her red and swollen lips, a trace of annoyance flashes through Mu Yan's heart. Soon after, she throws it to the back of her mind and concentrates on teasing her son. Up in the ninth heaven, a certain Jun Shang, whose marriage proposal was rejected and who swore that even if all the men in the world died, she wouldn't marry him, recalled everything that had just happened and was about to go mad with anger. Han Ye's figure also flashes in the cosmos mirror. As soon as he came out, he felt the low pressure and cold wind around him. It was as if everything within 100 li was going to be frozen into a 10,000 li glacier. Han Ye shudders all over. He tumbles and crawls to kneel in front of Xianyuan Dijuan, Jun Shang. Di Mingju gnashes his teeth and says, "In Xiaoxian continent, those women who cry and shout that they want to marry Ben Jun, are they fake?" "Yes. It's true." Han Yi says in a trembling voice, "As long as Jun Shang says it, there's no woman in this world that can refuse you." Yes, no woman in the world could reject him. However, the little woman that he had taken a fancy to had rejected him in such a straightforward manner. Was it because his strength was not strong enough, or his status was not high enough, or he did not have enough treasures? This woman, this Jun Mayan, where did she get the courage to actually dare to refuse him? She even said that she would never marry him even if all the men in the world died. Thinking of this, Di Mingju simply has the urge to destroy the entire Yanwu continent. Han Yi coughs lightly, risking his life to say, Jun Shang, Miss Mayan is your destined daughter. She's different from other women. You can't move Miss Mayan's heart." Di Mingju looks over coldly. That cold and murderous gaze seemed to be saying that as long as he said one wrong word, only death awaited him. Han Yi swallows, continuing, if you really like Miss Mayan, you should first pursue her, let her be tempted by you. How could you, directly propose marriage? And there wasn't even a betrothal gift. If I were Miss Mayan, I wouldn't agree. Han Yi silently ridicules in his heart, but he doesn't dare to show the slightest bit of it on his face. He says with a sincere face, "Therefore, Jun Shang, what you need to do now is to make Miss Jun fall in love with you first." Di Mingju stares blankly, a suspicious blush seems to creep onto his cheeks. But on the surface, his expression was cold and unconcerned as he said, "Isn't it natural that she likes Ben Jun?" Yes, Jun Shang, you are wise and mighty, your divine might is unparalleled. It's only natural that Miss Mayan likes you. But, that also requires a process, right? Di Mingju gives him a sidelong glance, motioning for him to continue. Han Yi smiles sheepishly, "How to make Miss Mayan like you? Naturally, you have to give her what she likes, do what she wants you to do, and by all means, don't go against her. For example, directly eliminate the enemy that Miss Mayan has been waiting for several years to retaliate against." If he were Miss Mayan, he would also wish that he could chop up the bad guy. Di Mingju's eyebrows are wrinkled to the point that they could squeeze a fly to death. He remembers the little figure that suddenly appeared beside him and Mayan. Although the time was too short and he couldn't clearly see who it was, the fluctuation of the aura gave him an indescribable feeling. As a result, his soul body, which was maintained through the heaven and earth mirror, instantly collapsed and returned. No matter who it is. They actually dared to disturb his and Mayan's time alone, they simply deserve to die. Han Yi kneels on one side, keeping quiet out of fear. It's only after a long time that she hears the man's cold and dignified voice. Build the transmission array to the Yanwu continent, it must be completed within 10 days. Dash. Han Yi abruptly lifts his head, looking at Di Mingju in disbelief. Jun Shang, you want to seal your powers and descend upon the Yanwu continent with your real body? That is the lowest level continent without any spiritual power. When Jun Shang goes there, 90% of his cultivation will be sealed. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to return to the Xiaoxian continent in a short period of time. As soon as he looks up, he meets the man's deep blue eyes. Han Ye's mind immediately shivers, and he bows. Yes, master. His voice is resolute and calm, but Han Ye's heart is already in a perilous storm. Although he already knew that Jun Shang attached great importance to Miss Mayan, he didn't expect that he would actually attach such importance to Miss Mayan that his real body would descend upon the Yanwu continent. At this moment, Han Yi still doesn't know that because of this suggestion of his, Di Mingju's long road to chasing after his wife has just begun. Qi Yan country, Xian. In the largest restaurant in the city, the waiter hurriedly ran up and down, bringing fragrant and steaming dishes into the room. In the large private room, the huge round table was already filled with food and wine. The amount of these dishes was enough for more than 10 people to enjoy. However, in the entire private room, there was only a beautiful girl in white and a little boy who looked like he had walked out of a painting. After delivering the last dish, the waiter stood there hesitantly. Honestly, he felt that a young girl and a little boy wouldn't be able to finish so many dishes. What if these two people didn't finish eating and didn't want to pay? Thus, the waiter looked at the white-clothed girl and smiled sheepishly as he gave a price. Miss, would you like to pay the bill yourself or wait for someone to pay the bill? The young girl and boy sitting here were naturally Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. After they destroyed Jin Hong Men in Qi Yan country, they leisurely came to Xiaoan country. Because she felt guilty for making her baby son cry, Mu Yan planned to treat Xiao Bao to a good meal. Hearing the waiter's words, Mu Yan didn't even lift her head, minding her own business and leisurely eating. He sees that pink and jade-carved little baby jump down from the chair, walks over to him with his short legs, and raises his hand to hand over a banknote. Just as the waiter is startled, an icy childish voice comes over with impatience. No need to keep the change, bring some more drinks over. The waiter absent-mindedly takes the banknote from a 4-year-old child's hand. Seeing the price and the clear stamp of the largest bank, he suddenly feels dizzy. When the waiter walks away in a daze, Xiao Bao scampers back to Mu Yan's side. But he doesn't return to his own chair. Instead, he climbs onto Mu Yan's chair, squeezing the two of them into the same chair, sitting next to each other. Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. She simply picks up her son, puts him on her lap, and gives him food to eat. Ever since Jin Hong Men made Xiao Bao cry, Xiao Bao has been particularly clingy to her. Although he always has an ice-cold little face, he must nestle in her arms when he sleeps, stay close to her when he eats, and raise his little head to be kissed by Mu Yan every 3 meals a day. This adorable little appearance simply melts Mu Yan's heart into water, and there's also a faint heartache. Thus, she can't wait to give all the best things in the world to Xiao Bao. Mu Yan picks up a fragrant chicken leg, and is about to put it into Xiao Bao's bowl. Suddenly, there's a flash of white light. Without waiting for Mu Yan to react, the chicken leg, including the skin and bones, has completely disappeared. Mu Yan blinks. She sees that on the huge round dining table, there's a snow-white fluffy rabbit that she doesn't know when. The rabbit's appearance is very silly and adorable, making people want to hug it and rub it. But when it opens its mouth, the dish in front of it instantly becomes empty. Apart from the clean and shiny plate, there's not even a drop of juice or ingredient left. While Mu Yan is dumbstruck, the rabbit turns around, and has already wiped out most of the dishes on the table. The small mouth slightly opens, and it seems to burp, then it continues. Continue your sister. Mu Yan grabs the rabbit by the nape of its neck, lifting it to her eyes, and coldly says, I think you're tired of living, right? I invited my son to eat, and you dare to seize it? Do you believe that I will really turn you into stir-fried rabbit meat? The rabbit's beady eyes darted around, and with a kick of its hind legs, it played dead without any hesitation. Mu Yan was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She picked it up and looked at left and right, then asked Xiao Bao, "Did this stupid rabbit become bigger?" Originally, it was only the size of 2 palms, but now it was almost the size of 3 palms. Moreover, the rabbit's entire body was round, making it look even more adorable. Xiao Bao nodded and said, "After the rabbit ate the sacred beast egg, it slowly grew up." It grew up after eating the sacred beast egg, which meant that the sacred beast egg had already been digested by the rabbit. And according to what Xiao Bao said, Gong Qianxue had already signed a contract with the sacred beast egg, and now she must have suffered a backlash. Thinking of this, the corners of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a faint smile, and her attitude towards the rabbit in her hand also becomes a little better. However, when he thought about how the rabbit had only grown a little fatter after eating an entire sacred beast egg, without any changes at all, he felt extremely depressed. Just how big was this guy's appetite? He wouldn't go bankrupt if he let his son raise this thing as a pet, right? After eating, Mu Yan leads Xiao Bao out of the restaurant. As for the rabbit, it had already eaten and drunk to its heart's content, and ran back into the space to sleep. Xiao Bao looks up and asks Mu Yan, "Nyangqin, where are we going next?" Because of the backlash from the sacred beast egg, Gong Qianxue rested in the Heavenly Road sect for several days. Because of Jianfeng's pills, her body finally started to improve. However, just as the anger and unwillingness in her heart slowly subsided, she suddenly received a piece of shocking news. Jin Hongmen was destroyed. The nail she placed in Qiyan country with great difficulty was pulled out just like that. Gong Qianxue was so angry that her eyes were about to split open. On the same day, she set off for Qiyan country. Xian City. Several men in black kneeled in front of Gong Qianxue, keeping quiet out of fear. Gong Qianxue suppressed her anger and asked in a deep voice, "Jin Hongmen, what the hell is going on?" Gu Changming is an expert at the peak of heaven stage, and I have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to train the assassins of Jin Hongmen. How could he be exterminated overnight? We don't know either. But by the time we arrived, Jin Hongmen was already full of corpses, not a single living mouth, sect master Gu even more, not even his bones were left. We searched for a long time, but we couldn't find any trace of the murderer. We only know that they were injured by a strange sword qi, and they didn't struggle at all before they died. When Gong Qianxue heard this, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. She lifted her leg and kicked fiercely. "What's the use of this consort raising a bunch of trash like you? Princess, spare me, spare me." The black-robed men prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling as they begged for mercy. It wasn't until Gong Qianxue has vented a bit of her anger that one of the black-cloaked men looks up with trepidation. "Princess, please calm your anger. Although Jin Hongmen was not exterminated, there is good news from the Ghost City." "Good news?" Seeing that Gong Qianxue was interested, the black-cloaked man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "It's a message from Commander Yen. He said that he found a talent that caught your eye and asked you to come and receive him when you have time." Sure enough, after hearing this news, Gong Qianxue's eyes lit up. Now that she has lost Jin Hongmen, she urgently needs to replenish her strength. It couldn't be better for Yen Lai to send her news at this time. As for the person who dared to destroy her Jin Hongmen, humph, one day she will make this person pay a painful price. Miss, do you also want to enter the Ghost City? Mu Yan is pulling her son along as they line up at the entrance of the Ghost City, waiting to pay the 100 gold coins required to enter. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Mu Yan looks back and sees a simple and honest-looking middle-aged uncle. She can't help but reveal a shallow smile. "Yeah. AI, don't tell me you don't know what kind of place the Ghost City is?" The middle-aged man showed a worried and disapproving expression. "How can a delicate little girl like you enter this place? I don't see any Xianxia fluctuations on your body. If you get bullied inside, you won't even have a chance to resist. What's more, you're actually bringing along such a small child. Sigh, listen to this uncle's advice, you'd better leave quickly. Ghost City, this is a mysterious, powerful, and bloody lawless place." It was mysterious because no one knew who the boss of the Ghost City was. They only know that the Ghost City has existed for as long as many people in Yanwu continent can remember. It's powerful and bloody because the Ghost City pursues the principle of the law of the jungle. Here, everything can be solved with force and money. the laws and regulations of the outside countries are not suitable here. The only thing that the people inside can't violate is the rules of the ghost city, and the ghost envoys who are responsible for maintaining the order of the ghost city. Therefore, Mu Yan can hear that this uncle's reminder is absolutely out of good intentions. That's because low-level ancient martial practitioners can't see through the internal force fluctuations of high-level people. Mu Yan is in the pre-celestial realm, Xiaobao is also in the heaven stage, but the uncle behind her is only in the profound stage. The two of them are also so young, the uncle naturally thinks that they are ordinary people who can't use internal force. Mu Yan's expression is still gentle, she shakes her head and says, "Thank you for the reminder, uncle." The words of thanks are spoken, but there's no intention of withdrawing. The middle-aged uncle originally wanted to say a few more words, but Mu Yan has already reached the end of the line. After paying 100 gold coins, Mu Yan quickly leads Xiaobao into the ghost city. Xian City's ghost city is divided into two parts, the exchange and the Colosseum. As soon as they enter, a flourishing, extravagant atmosphere mixed with internal force fluctuations hits them in the face. Most of the people who can live freely and happily here are big and tall men. Occasionally, there are a few women who either look valiant and majestic, or have powerful men by their side to protect them. Therefore, as soon as the strange combination of Mu Yan and Xiaobao appears, many people's gazes converge on them. One of the shirtless men looks at Mu Yan's tender and beautiful face, and can't help but lick the corner of his mouth with his tongue, his eyes revealing a greedy and fierce glint. He walks up in 2 or 3 steps, blocking Mu Yan's path. "Beauty, did you come to the ghost city alone? Your courage isn't small." Mu Yan shows a bashful smile, "Yeah, I've always been very courageous." "Huh, little beauty, you're interesting. This uncle likes this bright red little mouth. How about this, as long as you sleep with this uncle for a night, this uncle will guarantee that you can safely walk out of this ghost city." As he says that, his fat, lecherous hand is already grabbing towards Mu Yan's face. The middle-aged uncle who came in behind Mu Yan instantly shows an unbearable expression, turning his head sideways. He doesn't understand why this little girl is so stubborn, insisting on entering the ghost city. Now, not to mention going out in one piece, whether she can survive is a problem. But even if he can't bear it, with his strength, he simply can't save this pair of brother and sister. However, before the brawny man's perverted hand could touch Mayan's face, all of a sudden, the plump body shot up into the sky. Before anyone could react, he flew out in a semicircle and crashed heavily into a pillar. The entire place was deathly silent for a moment. Everyone looked at the unconscious brawny man, then looked at Mu Yan and Xiaobao. The young girl was still smiling, her figure slender, as if she could not stand up to the wind. The little boy she was holding still had a straight face. There wasn't even a trace of expression on his handsome little face. So, what happened just now? Mu Yan doesn't care about the thoughts of the people around her. She leads Xiaobao and continues to walk towards the beast-fighting Colosseum. Just as he took a few steps forward, another person stepped forward. It was a man at the peak of the profound stage. He reached out and arrogantly blocked Mu Yan's path. However, this person was even more miserable than the burly man just now. Because he didn't even have the chance to speak before the impatient little Bao grabbed him and tossed him out. Bang! A loud noise shook the pillars and beams, causing the dust on them to rustle down. It also woke up the surrounding people. God, a 4 or 5-year-old child actually threw out a brawny man and a peak profound stage man. How is this possible? This time, no one dares to block the two's path. A lazy and leisurely smile hangs on Mu Yan's face from beginning to end. Holding Xiaobao's hand, they leisurely walk towards the direction of the Colosseum. Even though she's smiling, her clear-as-water eyes are slowly tainted with a bone-chilling chill. "Miss, I'm sorry, this leads to the backstage of the Colosseum. Ordinary guests are not allowed to enter." Mu Yan and Xiaobao are stopped by a black-clothed ghost envoy at the intersection of the passageway. Ghost City's Colosseum is a place brimming with blood, violence, and business opportunities. The beast in a beast fight doesn't just refer to strange beasts and spirit beasts, it also includes slaves that are sold to the ghost city like animals. That is, humans. Therefore, in the Colosseum, you can see people fighting against people, beasts fighting against beasts, but more often than not, it's people fighting against beasts. Only by winning can you have a meal to eat, heal your injuries, and live on. If you lose, you can only slowly and miserably walk towards death. On the other hand, the guests of the Beast Colosseum would watch the hot-blooded beast battles from the stands, placing their bets on the slaves or exotic beasts they thought highly of. To put it bluntly, whether it's humans or beasts, they're just playthings in the hands of the rich. Living in such an environment, one can imagine how vicious and irritable the humans and beasts would be. And the backstage of the Colosseum that Mu Yan wants to go to is where these humans and beasts are imprisoned. Although there's an iron cage as a barrier, an ordinary martial practitioner would be scared witless by such a scene and feel such a dark and bloody atmosphere. Stopped by the ghost envoy, Mu Yan smiles faintly. She flips her wrist and a banknote appears in her hand. I want to buy a beast slave, this is the deposit. The ghost envoy stares blankly, his expressionless face shows a rare flabbergasted expression. Miss, do you know the rules of the ghost city? Of course. Mu Yan carelessly says, only the beast slaves who win in the Colosseum are allowed to be bought and sold. If the slave I choose loses, the deposit will not be returned. That's a deposit of no less than 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, the ghost city also has a rule: if there are people fighting over it during the transaction, then they can only use the rules of the ghost city to determine the winner and loser with force. Moreover, life and death did not matter. The ghost envoy doesn't believe that a delicate young girl like Mayan can use force to determine victory or defeat with the people of the ghost city. However, seeing that Mu Yan was so insistent, the ghost envoy didn't say anything else and let her in. The passage leading to the backstage of the ghost city is very long. Furthermore, the deeper he went, the more damp and cold it became. There was also a disgusting stench of rot mixed with it. The first thing he saw were rows of huge cages on both sides, with countless ferocious exotic beasts locked inside. As soon as they saw Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, they immediately opened their ferocious mouths, stared with their bell-like eyes, and let out heaven-shaking roars. Mu Yan's expression didn't change, but Xiao Bao coldly looked at the beasts on both sides. He did not even release the aura of his profound strength. Just a cool and indifferent glance from those icy blue eyes was enough to make all the strange beasts shiver in unison. Woo! The mutated beasts wailed in fear and retreated with all their might, curling up into a ball. It's only a short distance of a few steps, but the vicious strange beasts in the cages on both sides are as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to let out a fart. The ghost envoy didn't follow Mu Yan in. He originally wanted the girl to be a little frightened and give up the idea of buying slaves. But fortunately, he didn't follow in, otherwise, if he saw this scene, he would definitely be so shocked that his eyeballs would fall out. Passing through the area where the strange beasts and spirit beasts are imprisoned, Mu Yan and Xiao Bao finally arrive at the place where the slaves are imprisoned. The cages used to imprison the slaves are much smaller than those of the strange beasts. Humans don't have huge bodies, nor sharp fangs and claws. It seems that they are much safer than the beasts. But the reality is just the opposite. As soon as Mu Yan walks into this area, pairs of cold, cruel, and tyrannical eyes stare straight at her. Each and every one of those pupils is crimson, simply more frightening than a wild beast. That gaze is like a sharp knife, as if it can peel off the clothes and flesh on her body bit by bit. There are also people who let out neurotic giggles. A little beauty actually came. How long has it been since I've eaten such tender, smooth, and delicious human flesh? Jia jia jia, little beauty, come quickly, this grandpa can't wait anymore. Mu Yan leads Xiao Bao and slowly walks towards the innermost area. She doesn't care about the surrounding slaves who are baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Until she stops in front of a dark red iron cage covered in rust. In this iron cage, there's a man with disheveled hair. Compared to the ferocious roars of the other slaves in the beast-fighting Colosseum, the man is strangely quiet. His loose hair hides his expression. However, his exposed hands were stained with blood, allowing one to imagine just how many living beings this man had killed with his bare hands. Seeing this man, Mu Yan's mind can't help but emerge with the appearance of him loyally guarding Gong Qianshui in her previous life. This man is called Yan Haoyan, a very ordinary name, but he has an extremely persevering temperament and talent. In the beast-fighting Colosseum, he was already almost invincible. After being taken away by Gong Qianshui, his strength rose all the way to the peak of heaven stage. As Gong Qianshua's loyal dog, Yan Haoyan eliminated countless enemies for Gong Qianxue, and also brought out a shadow guard called Yama's order for her. And the reason why Yan Haoyan was willing to serve Gong Qianxue so loyally was because Gong Qianxue had rescued him from the beast fighting coliseum. The pitiful Yan Haoyan probably didn't even know that the culprit who exterminated his entire family was Gong Qianshue's trusted subordinate. Mu Yan stands in front of Yan Haoyan's cage. Her white, jade-like hand gently grabbed the tag hanging on the cage and said casually, "Number 3, it's you then. If you win in the beast fighting arena, I'll take you away." The man in the cage slowly raised his head after a long while. His bloodshot eyes didn't have any human emotions. He only fiercely stared at the young girl in front of him. He did not speak, but a beast-like roar came from his throat. Mu Yan doesn't care about his threatening attitude and roar at all. She holds Xiao Bao's hand and deftly turns around. Just as he turned around, a light, sweet-sounding voice entered his ears. "Don't let me down, Yan Haoyan." "Ah. Ah. Ah." Hearing these 3 words, the man in the cage behind him suddenly roared loudly. Mu Yan stops and turns around to look at the man, revealing a mysterious smile. "You want to ask me, how do I know your real name?" The man in the cage nods desperately, his eyes emitting a strong light of desire. Mu Yan slowly shakes her head. "Not only do I know your real name, but I also know the blood feud you carry. If you want to come with me, want me to cure your injuries, and want to take revenge, then first win the next match and prove your worth." Saying that, she doesn't linger this time, turning around and leaving with Xiao Bao. During this time, a blind man reaches out to grab her, but she deftly clasps his wrist. Crack, that's the sound of bones shattering, accompanied by the man's mournful screams. Hearing the commotion, the ghost envoy sees an extremely strange scene. The girl in fluttering white has a beautiful appearance, smiling faintly. Her temperament is like that of a banished immortal, ethereal and noble, holy and charming, making people not dare to look directly at her. But the fiendish slaves in the cage look at her as if they're looking at the most ferocious ghost. One by one, they keep shrinking back, and from time to time, some of them caress their broken hands and feet, letting out painful wails. The way the ghost envoy looks at Mu Yan instantly changes. He realizes that he's mistaken. This girl is not only not stupid or weak, she's actually very strong. "Dear customer, may I ask if you've chosen the slave to be auctioned?" The attitude of the ghost envoy becomes incomparably respectful. Mu Yan points in the direction of the 3rd cage. "It's him." "Good, I'll register the customer right away. Please go to the private room and wait for the Colosseum's match to begin." In the 3rd cage, Yan Haoyan looks in the direction where Mu Yan and her son have left, the light in his eyes flickering, then a raging fire ignites. A pair of blood-stained hands tightly grips the iron bars. Not long after Mu Yan left, Gong Qianxue, wearing pink clothes and a veil over her face, also appears at the backstage of the Colosseum, accompanied by a tall man. "Big brother Yan Lai, where's the beast slave you mentioned? Is he really as powerful as you say?" The man called Yan Lai tilts his head and glances at Gong Qianxue. His eyes reveal a trace of adoration and longing. "When has big brother Yan ever lied to you?" "Qianxue, don't worry. Before this beast slave was sold to the Ghost City, he was only 24 years old and had already reached the peak of Earth stage. Although his strength is greatly reduced because of his injuries, as long as he recuperates with elixirs, he will definitely become your right-hand man in the future. If he didn't have such talent, he also wouldn't have massacred Yan Haoyan's entire family, cut off his tongue, and sent him to the beast-fighting coliseum. After experiencing such despair, as long as Gong Qianxue descended from the sky to save him, she believed that he would shed tears of gratitude and pledge his loyalty to Gong Qianxue. Hearing Yan Lai's words, Gong Qianxue shows a grateful smile. "Big brother Yan, as the leader of Jingqing country's #1 mercenary group, you're willing to do so many things for Qianxue. I really don't know how to thank you." Saying that, she gently grasps Yan Lai's hand, her moist eyes full of worship and gratitude. When he sees the dazed and infatuated expression on Yan Lai's face, his eyes flash with a sneer of ridicule and contempt. As soon as Gong Qianxue sees Yan Haoyan's bloodied and scarred appearance, she immediately shows a distressed expression. "You're in pain, right? Don't be afraid, I'll get you out right away." Saying that, she tries to touch Yan Haoyan's wounds without caring about the filth. But Yan Haoyan roars in anger and is slapped away. Yan Lai sees the red marks on the back of Gong Qianshua's hand and immediately becomes furious. He grabs Yan Haoyan's collar and ruthlessly slaps him in the face. Yan Haoyan is thrown to the ground and spits out a mouthful of blood. Yan Lai is still angry and wants to continue hitting, but Gong Qianshua pulls him back. Big brother Yan, don't be like this, I'm fine. I believe he didn't mean it. Saying that, she squats in front of Yan Haoyan and softly says, would you like to tell me your name? My name is Gong Qianshua, I'm the princess of Jingqing country. Don't be afraid, your suffering has come to an end, I'll get you out right away, but you have to make an agreement with me to win this beast fighting competition first, okay? Because only by winning the beast fighting competition can I propose to the ghost city to buy you. After leaving the ghost city, I'll definitely let you live a good life. Are you willing to believe me? Any normal person, after struggling in this dark beast fighting coliseum for several months, would inevitably be moved when they hear a beautiful girl say that she'll get him out. What's more, this beautiful girl is the princess of a country, and she's so gentle and patient to him, not even blaming him for hurting her just now. Gong Qianshua's heart is full of certainty. She believes that after they get out, this beast slave will be dead set on her. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the beast slave's eyes shine with a burning light. In anyone's view, it seems that this beast slave is full of fighting spirit because of Gong Qianshua's words. Gong Qianshua leaves with Yan Lai, satisfied. At the door, Yan Lai takes out the deposit and says to the ghost envoy, I want to buy beast slave number 3. The ghost envoy shows a surprised expression, number 3? Can't I? No. Of course you can. The ghost envoy takes the deposit and mutters softly, why is it number 3 again? But Gong Qianshua and Yan Lai leave in a hurry, so they don't hear it. At noon, the battle officially began. 2 cages covered by black cloth were pushed to the center of the Colosseum. One of the cages was 4 to 5 meters tall, as big as a house, while the other was less than 2 meters tall. Compared to the first, it seemed extremely small. Then, a graceful figure of a woman appeared on the high observation deck. The moment the woman appeared, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Miss Ruyen, welcome, ancient martial artists, for taking the time to watch today's beast battle competition. Ruyen smiled sweetly, her voice was as clear as an oriole. Even though she doesn't speak loudly, the strange structure of the ghost city allows her voice to be heard clearly by everyone. Today, one side is the early Earth stage saber-toothed tiger, the other side is the peak profound stage beast slave number 3. Which side do you think will win? As soon as Ruyan's voice fell, the black curtain on the cage was unraveled by the rope hanging from above. Roar beasts roar shook the heavens and shook the earth, piercing through the clouds. Saber-toothed tiger. This is an early Earth stage saber-toothed tiger, it's really terrible. It's over, this beast slave number 3 is bound to lose today. That's not necessarily true. I heard that although this beast slave number 3 is only at the peak of profound stage, he has strength comparable to Earth stage. He has stayed in this Colosseum for a month and has won dozens of matches in a row. On the high platform, Ruyen smiles and says, are all the warriors present ready? There is still a quarter of an hour before the start of the beast fighting tournament. Please choose your bets. In the private room, Mu Yan is contentedly eating fruit with Xiaobao while watching the battle in the Colosseum. Looking from afar, Yan Haoyan, who was released from the iron cage, stands in front of the huge saber-toothed tiger. He is as small as an ant, as if he could be trampled to death with just 1 foot. Seeing this scene, the crowd's voices for the saber-toothed tiger to win become even more enthusiastic. Mu Yan looks at her son, who is eating fruit with his cheeks bulging, his delicate little face still cold. She can't help but hug him and kiss him. She asks with a smile, Xiaobao, who do you think will win between the two? Number 3. Xiaobao says with an expressionless face. Why? Because Nyangqin fancied him. Mu Yan looks at her son, who is earnestly boasting about himself, and she can't help but hug and kiss him again. And the result of the match is just as Xiaobao said. Number 3 wins. And it can even be said to be an easy win. Only his shoulder blade is badly mangled by the saber-toothed tiger's claws. Beast slave number 3 is locked in the iron cage, and Ruyan's figure once again appears on the high platform. Before the match, 2 guests paid a deposit and intend to buy beast slave number 3. So now, the guests in the 1st and 7th rooms will start the bidding. The base price for beast slave number 3 is 500,000 gold coins. As soon as Ru Yan says this, the entire Colosseum suddenly explodes. Heavens! 500,000 gold coins, just to buy a beast slave, who can afford it? You can't say that. This beast slave number 3 is really powerful. If we bring him back and train him well, he will definitely become our right-hand man. In the 7th VIP room, Gong Qianxue hears someone bidding against him, and his heart suddenly bursts with anger. Yan Lai glances at him and immediately says a sentence to the maid serving at the side. The maid smiled and said loudly, "The guest in room 7 bids 600,000 gold coins." Ah! He actually added 100,000 gold coins in one go. What a big move. In the 1st private room, Mu Yan leisurely gave a price, 1 million gold coins. As soon as these words came out, the entire beast fighting arena immediately exploded. 400,000 gold coins in one go. What kind of person is in private room number 1? Isn't this too extravagant just for a beast slave? Gong Qianxue's expression was almost unable to maintain that gentle and graceful appearance. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed a sinister light. Which idiot was it that dared to fight with her for it? Although 1 million gold coins was nothing to a princess like her, it was too much of a loss to use it to buy a beast slave. In particular, her Jin Hong Men, which used to be a source of large sums of money, has now been destroyed. Spending 1 million gold coins to buy a beast slave is even more painful for her. But after thinking about it, Gong Qianxue still clenches her teeth and shouts, 1 million gold coins. The Colosseum once again bursts into an uproar. My God, where did the noble person in room number 1 come from? 2 million gold coins, 2 million she actually threw it out so casually. Ha 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 ha, in comparison, the one in room number 7 is much more wretched. Every time he raises the bid, it's only 100,000 gold coins. Although the private room is on the 2nd floor, the words of the people below can still be faintly heard. Gong Qianxue hears the people below talking about her wretchedness, and her lungs simply burst with anger. However, Gong Qianxue still doesn't know. In fact, the gold coins that Mayan is currently using for the bidding are all plundered from her Jin Hong Men. No less than 10 million gold coins, she painstakingly cultivated an assassin organization with elixirs and money, and in the end, it all benefited Mayan. If she knew this, Gong Qianxue would probably directly faint from anger. 3 million gold coins. In the end, Gong Qianxue still clenches her teeth and calls out a sky-high price. On the high platform, Miss Ru Yan's pretty face is already flushed with excitement, shouting, 3 million gold coins, 3 million. This is the most expensive beast slave in the history of our Xianxia Colosseum. I don't know how the noble guest in room number 1 will react. The maidservant from room number 1 comes out with a smile on her face, and loudly reports an amount. Noble guest number 1 bids 4 million gold coins. Another increase of 1 million. Ha 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 ha, noble guest number 1 is formidable. I wonder if noble guest number 1 is deliberately playing with noble guest number 7. Rich people can be willful. Ha ha ha. Gong Qianxue's complexion is already ashen, and even Yan Lai can't sit still. That's because the money that the two of them brought together this time isn't enough. Who the hell is in room number 1? Don't they know that it's me, Yan Lai, who wants to buy this beast slave? In Qiyan and Jingqing country, who doesn't know the name of Yan Lai, the leader of the Raging Fire mercenary group? However, the Ghost City's maidservant only smiles politely. I'm very sorry, the Ghost City has a rule that we can't divulge the guest's information, unless the guest is willing. An insignificant servant, do you know who you're talking to? Yan Lai's face is sinister, and he waves his hand to slap the maidservant. However, he was stopped by Gong Qianxue. Excuse me, can I see the person in charge of the Colosseum? Miss, please instruct me. I will pass on your message. The maidservant was still as businesslike as before. A trace of haze flashed through Gong Qianxue's eyes, but her face was still smiling. My name is Gong Qianxue. I believe you should have heard of my name? This time, the maidservant's face finally shows a trace of astonishment. The youngest heaven stage powerhouse, Jingqing country's princess, Tiandao sect's inner sect disciple, so you are Gong Qianxue. This time, Gong Qianshua's face finally revealed a trace of pride. Exactly. This time, I want to bid for it myself, so I won't bother you. After a while, there was still no movement from room number 7. There was a lot of discussion below. Everyone felt that the person in room 7 couldn't handle the price of 4 million gold coins and planned to give up. Inside the iron cage, Yan Haotian's eyes were fixed in the direction of private room number 1. The light in his eyes flickered, as if he was hopeful, but also as if he was afraid. On the high platform, Ru Yan laughed and said, "Congratulations to room number 1. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly came from room number 7. As soon as these words come out, everyone stares blankly, including Ru Yan, who was about to announce Yan Haotian's ownership. Xianyuan Dan? That Xianyuan Dan, it can't be the one I'm thinking of, right? But I heard that only Tiandao Sect's master Jian Feng can refine the Xianyuan Dan? There are very few pharmacists in this Yanwu continent who can refine elixirs. Even apothecaries are scarce, not to mention the even rarer alchemists. And the Xianyuan Dan is a third-grade elixir. Apart from Tiandao Sect's master Jian Feng, who else can refine it? Ru Yan is so excited that half of her body almost sticks out of the platform. She shouts, "Xianyuan Dan, is it the Xianyuan Dan that master Jian Feng refined?" That's right. As soon as her voice falls, Gong Qianxua, with a white veil over her face, slowly walks out of private room 7. Her figure is slender and extraordinarily graceful, and her whole body exudes a noble and elegant temperament. Ah, that's Gong Qianxua. It's Jingqing country's princess, and also Yanwu continent's youngest heaven-grade expert. Gong Qianxua is Jian Feng's junior sister. I heard that Master Jian Feng dotes on this junior sister very much. Then it's no wonder that she has the Xianyuan Dan. But she actually used a Xianyuan Dan to exchange for a beast slave. This Jingqing country's princess is really generous. The so-called Xianyuan Dan is a third-grade elixir. When an early Earth-grade ancient martial practitioner's internal force is exhausted, they only need to take a Xianyuan Dan to recover all of their internal force. Even a heaven-grade martial practitioner can recover nearly half of their internal force. For an ancient martial practitioner, this heaven-defying effect can play a life-saving role at a critical moment. From this, it can be seen how precious the Xianyuan Dan is. Listening to the admiring and envious discussions of the people below, a smile finally hangs on Gong Qianshua's face. I wonder if this Xianyuan Dan of mine is worth 4 million gold coins? Ru Yan abruptly comes back to herself and says excitedly, "It's worth, of course it's worth. A third-grade elixir refined by Master Jian Feng is priceless. Let alone 4 million, even if it's doubled, it's still not excessive. It's not easy for Jian Feng to successfully refine a third-grade Xianyuan Dan. Gong Qianxua only had this one on her. Taking it out just like that really made her heart ache. But when she thought of how she could make the people below her admire her, and how she could make the guy in room number 1 resentful and jealous, she felt that it would be worth it even if she gave him a Xianyuan pill. Yan Lai followed Gong Qianxua out and loudly said, "Since you already know that the profound Yuan Dan is priceless, Miss Ru Yan, why haven't you quickly announced the result of the bidding?" "Yes, I declare that the winner of the bidding for beast slave number 3 is..." Ru Yan coughed lightly and prepared to announce the result. Woo! Aha! On the war beast stage, Yan Haotian, who was in the iron cage, let out an angry and unwilling roar. A pair of crimson eyes glared fiercely in the direction of private room 1. The voice seemed to be saying, "Didn't you say you would take me away? Didn't you say that you would avenge me?" Everyone was waiting for the moment when the third beast slave would belong to Gong Qianxua. But suddenly, a slow voice came from private room 1, "Wait a minute. Since when did the rules of the beast fighting coliseum make it so that after one party bids, the other party doesn't even have the opportunity to bid?" As soon as this voice came out, the entire martial arts practice field immediately sank into a strange silence. Because that voice clearly belonged to a young girl. There's obviously not a trace of deliberate gentleness mixed in, but when people hear it, it makes their scalp tingle all the way to their bones. This girl's voice is actually 10 times more pleasant than Gong Qianshua's. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turns towards the direction of private room 1. They originally thought that the girl in private room 7 would also come out like Gong Qianxua, and let them have a glimpse of her beautiful face. So each and every one of them cranes their necks in anticipation. But after waiting for a long time, the person inside doesn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Ru Yan comes back to herself and promptly apologizes. "I'm sorry, honored guest, this is Ru Yan's dereliction of duty. May I ask, can you take out an elixir that's on par with the restoration pill?" Behind the curtain, Mayan's voice is still unhurried, as if she's careless. "I don't have an elixir, but I don't know if drafts will do." After she says that, the beast fighting coliseum goes silent for a moment, then everyone bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, drafts? She's actually comparing drafts to elixirs. Could it be that she's stupid? I don't know from which corner did this country bumpkin come that she doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't mention the third-grade elixirs refined by Master Jian Feng, even the most common first-grade elixirs are much more precious than most drafts. To actually want to compare drafts with elixirs, this is really the best joke I've ever heard, haha. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd below, Gong Qianshua's face shows a smug and mocking smile. On the high platform, Ru Yan shows an awkward expression. Honored guest, the value of drafts cannot be compared to elixirs. Even if you add the original bid of 4 million gold coins, it's still far from enough. Oh, is that so? Mayan's voice is still neither too fast nor too slow, but her next words are like a sudden clap of thunder in the beast fighting coliseum. What if the drafts I offer can help ancient practitioners below heaven stage to break through their bottlenecks? It hasn't been long since Mayan received the Shin musician inheritance. Refining elixirs is complicated, and she didn't have the foundation before, so she hasn't had the time to study it properly. But she already has a good understanding of drafts, so she refined some while on the road these past few days. Originally, she hadn't thought of auctioning it, but since Gong Qianxue had taken out the pills first, then she didn't mind accompanying her. Mu Yan said it lightly, but the people below were completely stunned. After a long while, someone came back to his senses and said loudly, "Breaking through the bottleneck, how is that possible? How come I've never heard of this draft? Have you heard of this medicine?" "Never. This little girl must be talking big, right?" For a moment, voices of doubt rose and fell. Almost no one believed it. Bottlenecks in cultivation were almost all ancient martial art practitioners' nightmares. Regardless of whether it was a minor realm or a major realm, those who were lucky would need a few years to break through, while those who were unlucky would need 10 years, decades, or even their entire lives to break through, eventually dying of old age. Although the mystic essence pill was precious and a life-saving medicine, it was only temporary. However, if one could break through the bottleneck, it would have a huge impact on an ancient martial art practitioner's life. Therefore, how could these people not be shocked? How could he believe that something that even great Master Jian Feng's elixir can't do, and yet an insignificant draft from a little girl can do it? Gong Qianxue and Yan Lai were also shocked at first, but then they couldn't help but sneer. Yan Lai shouts even louder, "Unable to come up with more money and elixirs, you start to talk nonsense to deceive the ghost city." The face of the guest in private room 1 is really too ugly. Ru Yan is also embarrassed. "This honored guest, our ghost city has never seen or heard of the draft that you're talking about. I'm afraid it's somewhat inappropriate to use it as a bargaining chip to bid." When Ru Yan said this, she thought that the guest in room 1 would back off. Who knew that the lazy and pleasant voice would still leisurely come from inside? "I've never heard of it. Won't you know if you try it on the spot? For example, Miss Ru Yan, you've been stuck at Earth stage beginner level for a long time, right? Would he be interested in advancing to the mid-tier Earth realm on the spot? I won't charge you for this bottle of draft." Ru Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and even her breathing became slightly rapid. Indeed, her cultivation had been stuck at the early stages of the Earth realm for a very long time. One must know that the competition in the ghost city is very fierce. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest, this is the eternal and unchanging rule here. Whether it was for the guests or the ghost messengers. Ru Yan knew that if she stayed at the beginning of the Earth stage year after year without any progress, her position would soon be replaced by someone else. As a result, in these 2 years, she has thought of countless ways, taking all kinds of drafts, and even bought precious elixirs. However, these medicines could at most improve her physique and increase the profound qi in her body. They were completely useless in breaking through the bottleneck. But now, the woman in private room 1 actually saw through her predicament with a single glance. Could it be true? In this world, is there really a draft that can make people break through bottlenecks? Ru Yan's eyes stared unblinkingly in the direction of private room number 1. Because of nervousness, her voice slightly trembled. Guest, what do you mean by this? Mayan smiles faintly. I've already made my meaning very clear. Now, it's up to Miss Ru Yan to dare or not. Although their voices were not loud, due to the special structure of the beast fighting coliseum, their voices were amplified infinitely. Everyone who needed to hear them could hear them. The crowd below burst into an uproar again. Is the young lady in private room 1 crazy? To actually let people try drafts that they've never seen before? What if something goes wrong? Exactly. I've never even heard of a draft that can break through a bottleneck. Miss Ru Yan, you mustn't try it. Ru Yan's hand that was resting on the railing tightly clenched into a fist. Her chest slightly heaved up and down, showing how tangled her mood was at the moment. Right at this moment, Gong Qianxue opened her mouth and said, Miss Ru Yan, if you have any problems with your cultivation, I can help you contact Master Qianqing. I believe he'll surely be able to resolve your troubles. As for those unknown medicines, it's better not to take them. Dr. Qianqing is currently one of the most powerful doctors in the Yanwu continent. It is said that his medical skills are superb, but he rarely shows his face. The number of people who wanted to see him had been queuing up for years. But now, Gong Qianxue actually said that she could invite Master Qianqing to treat Ru Yan, causing everyone in the beast fighting coliseum to exclaim in surprise once again. In the private room, when Mu Yan heard the name Qianqing, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and a cold light flowed out of his eyes. Qianqing, Dr. Qian. Feeling the chill emanating from Mayan's body, Xiaobao couldn't help but look up and call out softly, Nyangqing? The cold air suddenly dissipates, and Mayan lowers her head to gently stroke her son's head, her eyes overflowing with softness and warmth. Xiaobao's little face was still tense, but his soft and fragrant little body rubbed against her chest and hugged her tightly. Although he didn't say anything, it was as if he was saying, Xiaobao will always be with Nyangqing. In the beast fighting coliseum, everyone is advising Ru Yan to think thrice before acting, and not to recklessly take drafts. But Ru Yan was still hesitating. Even Dr. Qianqing had never heard of him being able to help an ancient martial artist break through the bottleneck. However, the guest in front of her, guest number 1, had a huge opportunity placed in front of her. If she was right, her future would be worry-free, and her nightmares would no longer exist. But if she gambled wrongly, then everything would be over for her. Gong Qianxue didn't expect that Ru Yan wouldn't appreciate it even after she mentioned Qianqing. Her eyes turned cold, then she looks towards private room number 1. She seems to dissuade with good intentions. This guest, how could you be so irresponsible as to let Miss Ru Yan try a draft with an unproven effect? If something were to happen to Miss Ru Yan after taking it, how would you be able to atone for it? There was complete silence in private room 1. Gong Qianxue thought that the person inside had been rendered speechless by her words. She couldn't help but sneer and feel proud in her heart. Who knew that just as she was about to speak, that lazy and pleasant voice came over unhurriedly, how about this? I'll make a bet with you, Your Highness. If Miss Ru Yan doesn't break through her bottleneck after taking the draft, or if there's any mishap, I will crawl out of this beast fighting coliseum. On the contrary, if Miss Ru Yan advanced after consuming it, then the princess would have to crawl out. What do you think? You. Gong Qianxue hadn't expected that she would actually be the one being checkmated, and her face instantly twisted. Do you think I'll believe that there's really a medicine in this world that can help people break through bottlenecks? At this moment, Ru Yan finally spoke, I'm willing to try. Her voice trembled a little, but it was full of determination. When Ru Yan's words came out, it was equivalent to slapping Gong Qianxue in the face. Her face couldn't help but twist for an instant. In the private room, Mu Yan chuckled, good guts. Then a bottle of draft is thrown towards Ru Yan on the high platform. Although the private room and the platform were about the same height, they were quite far apart. When Ru Yan saw the porcelain bottle being thrown over, she was so scared that she almost cried out. But the next moment, the porcelain bottle steadily fell into her hands. Ru Yan showed a surprised expression. Without the support of a strong profound energy, it was impossible to throw the bottle through the air. This gives her a bit more confidence in the draft in her hands. the light in Ruyan's eyes becomes more and more resolute. She opens the bottle cap and pours the draft inside into her mouth in one breath. After the cold medicine flowed into her stomach, it only took a few breaths before it began to spread throughout her limbs and bones. A faint warm current began to surge in his qi. As the draft spreads, the blood and internal force in his body seemed to be boiling. Ruyan quickly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate and meditate. The Colosseum was silent. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on Ruyan, unblinking. After a short quarter of an hour, a cloud of mist condensed from internal force curls up from the top of Ruyan's head. A thick and powerful aura emanated from her body. This is the pressure of a mid-level Earth stage powerhouse. An old man at the peak of Earth stage can't help but exclaim. A high-level martial artist can see the cultivation level of a low-level martial artist. As soon as these words come out, everyone in the beast fighting Colosseum is stunned. I remember that Miss Ruyan is at the early Earth stage, right? Absolutely, Miss Ruyan has been stuck at the early Earth stage for more than a year. This is actually true. Heavens, there's actually a draft that can help people break through bottlenecks in this world? That's incredible. Some people can't help but look in Gong Qianshua's direction, lowering their voices to whisper. In comparison, the profound restoration Dan that Jingqin country's princess took out sounds frightening, but its true value is completely incomparable to the draft that the guest in Private Room 1 has taken out. That's right. That's a draft that can help break through bottlenecks. I've never even heard of it before. Fortunately, Her Highness the Princess didn't agree to the bet just now, otherwise wouldn't she be crawling out of the beast-fighting Colosseum right now? Although Gong Qianxua can't hear all the discussions, she can still vaguely hear a few words. Those gazes of obscure pity and ridicule that are directed at her make her feel like she's sitting on pins and needles. From childhood to adulthood, as Her Highness the Princess, a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Road sect, she's always had a smooth journey, the object of other people's admiration and envy. When has she ever lost as much face as she did today? And all of this was brought to her by the woman in Private Room 1. Gong Qianxua fiercely glares in the direction of Private Room 1, her teeth tightly clenched. Yan Lai turns his head to look and sees the goddess in his heart, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she's about to cry. He immediately feels distressed. Just at this moment, Ruyan opens her eyes from adjusting her breathing. She looks at Private Room 1 with a grateful expression, and immediately says, I declare that the value of the draft that noble guest in Private Room 1 can break through bottlenecks is higher than that of the profound restoration Dan. Would the noble guest in Private Room 7 still want to increase the price? If you do not increase the price, I will judge that the beast slave belongs to the noble guest in Private Room 1. In the Colosseum, Yan Haoyan tightly gripped the iron railing and held his breath. He stared unblinkingly in the direction of Private Room 1, waiting for the moment of judgment to arrive. Ruyan waited for a while, but seeing that Gong Qianxua didn't respond, she couldn't help but smile and said, since the honored guest from the 7th room no longer increases the price, then I declare that the third beast slave belongs to the honored guest from the 1st room. Please follow me to complete the handover. As soon as these words came out, the beast battling arena instantly burst into an uproar. Some people are sighing in admiration, this beast slave's value is too high, he's actually exchanged for a draft that can break through a bottleneck for the ghost city. There are also some people who anxiously ask Ruyan when this bottle of draft will be auctioned. Some people even stretch their necks to look around Private Room 1, hoping to see just what kind of sacred being can take out such a heaven-defying draft. All the focus is on Mayan. On the other side, no one cared about Gong Qianxua, and no one paid any attention to her. To Gong Qianxua, this was even more unbearable than being slapped in the face. She's so overbearing. Even if she buys that beast slave, she probably won't treat him well. Big brother Yan, I really can't accept this. In his heart, Yan Lai adored Gong Qianxua. At this moment, seeing her sad and mournful appearance, how could he bear it, especially when he remembered that it was Gong Qianxua who saved him when he was betrayed and seriously injured by his subordinates. He had to return this favor even more. Thinking of this, Yan Lai immediately says in a deep voice, Qianxua, don't worry. What belongs to you, big brother Yan will definitely take it back for you. Finished speaking, without waiting for Gong Qianxua to react, he had already jumped, using the railing between the first and second floor as a stepping board. With a few leaps, he landed on the warbeast stage. As soon as he lands, Yanlai immediately faces Ru Yan and says, "This one doesn't accept the result of the bidding. According to the rules of the Ghost City, I, Yanlai, propose a life and death duel to the guest in Private Room 1. I don't know if this martial practitioner in Private Room 1 dares to accept my challenge." This turn of events caused the entire beast fighting arena to instantly fall silent. Then, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, the whole place boiled over. "Oh my god! This is Yanlai, the leader of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. I heard that his strength has already reached the peak of Heaven stage." The Raging Inferno mercenary group is one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Yanwu continent. Yanlai actually wants to propose a life and death duel to the woman in room 1. That woman's voice sounds even younger than Jingqing country's princess. How can she be Yanlai's opponent? Yes. If I were that woman, I would definitely give up accepting the death match. But in this way, according to the rules of the Ghost City, that beast slave will automatically belong to Yanlai. The Ghost City wouldn't be able to earn this heaven-defying draft for advancement. Wouldn't both sides be unhappy? What can we do? The rules of the Ghost City have always been like this: the weak are prey to the strong. Not being able to buy a beast slave is better than losing your life, right? Yan Haoyan could hear the discussions of the crowd on the grandstand, as well as Private Room 1. Yan Haoyan glances at Yanlai, then looks towards the second floor. His expression doesn't have the flustered nervousness of a moment ago. Instead, it has an indescribable sense of certainty. In the private room, after hearing Yanlai's challenge, Mu Yan gently hooks up the corners of her mouth. "Yanlai, so interesting. It's actually another old friend. In the past life, Yanlai was even more loyal to Gong Qianshua's confidant than Yan Haoyan. For Gong Qianshua, he can do anything devoid of conscience, such as killing Yan Haoyan's entire family, cutting off his tongue, and selling it to the Ghost City. Another example, just because he suspected that Mu Yan had betrayed Gong Qianshua, he sold her and another person to Wan Renku, causing her to almost be defiled by animals. Then Gong Qianshua descended from the sky like a savior, making her even more grateful to Gong Qianshua and even more devoted to her. Hee, what a good pawn of Gong Qianshua, what a loyal and devoted dog. Through the thin curtain, Mayan's line of sight falls on Gong Qianshua from afar. The smile at the corners of her mouth is enchanting and cold, like an Azura walking out of the Red Lotus hell. "Gong Qianshua, don't worry, in this life, I will not kill you so easily, because it would be too easy for you to die just like that. Bit by bit, I will get rid of all the claws and teeth around you, and pull out the nails you've buried in the Yanwu continent one by one. I want to see you lose everything and die in pain and madness." Niangqin. Her cold hand is caught by a soft little hand. Mu Yan suddenly sobers up from the hatred of her past life. Seeing her son's soft and cuddly little face, a warm tenderness emerges in Mu Yan's eyes. For the rest of her life, she must remember. Vengeance must be avenged. But the most important thing in her life isn't vengeance, but her most cherished Xiaobao. As long as it's for Xiaobao's good, even if she has to give up her life and give up her revenge, she doesn't care. Xiaobao tightens his handsome little face and says coldly, "Niangqin, did that person bully you? I'll go teach him a lesson." Mu Yan can't help but laugh, pinching her bulging cheeks. "That kind of trash can bully Niangqin, do you think that's possible?" Just then, because she's slow to respond, Yanlai once again says in a loud voice, "Humph, it turns out that the person who can come up with a heaven-defying draft is just a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. In that case, we'll accept this beast slave number 3. Saying that, he looks at Ru Yan. "The rules of the Ghost City are like this. I believe that Miss Ru Yan wouldn't mind, right?" Ru Yan shows an awkward expression. "Let Yanlai take away beast slave number 3, and the auction price will be based on Gong Qianshua's bid. That is, a Xianyuan Dan in exchange for the ownership of this beast slave number 3. Although the Xianyuan Dan refined by Master Jian Feng is also very precious, compared to that heaven-defying draft that allowed her to advance to the Middle-earth stage in a short quarter of an hour, its value simply can't be compared. But so what if she's unwilling? The rules of the Ghost City are like this, everything is based on the strong. Even Ru Yan can't go against it." She sighs softly and says, "Since Before Ru Yan can finish speaking, the curtain of Private Room 1 is suddenly lifted and a figure slowly walks out. It's a young girl wearing a snow-white dress, casually holding an old zither in her hand. The girl's face is covered with a very ordinary ghost mask, covering her face. But just by looking at her figure and the porcelain white jade-like skin that's exposed, one can tell how young she is. Moreover, it was clear that the ghost mask completely covered the young girl's appearance, but compared to Gong Qianxue, who wore a veil and half held the pipa to cover her face, this young girl made it even more difficult for people to shift their gazes away. It seemed as if every move and every gesture carried a charm and laziness that caused one's heart to tremble. Even though Zhang Xian couldn't see her face, just looking at her alluring figure was enough to intoxicate him. "Commander Yan wants to fight me to the death?" Mayan lightly leans on the railing, her sweet-sounding voice carrying a hint of indifference as she asks, "Does it mean that whoever wins will obtain his ownership?" Mu Yan points at Yan Haoyan inside the cage. "Exactly." Yan Lai said in a clear voice, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" A low, mocking laugh comes from Mayan's mouth. She fiddles with the zither as she leisurely says, "Great leader Yan, it's not good to seek your own death at such a young age. I'm afraid you're not worthy of me accepting your challenge." Everyone in the Beast Fighting Coliseum couldn't help but sneer at this big talk. This girl actually said that Yan Lai is not worthy for her to accept the challenge? I think she's crazy, right? Does she think that she can defeat a peak heaven stage expert just because she has an elixir that can help her break through the bottleneck? Simply dreaming. A strong killing intent flashes through Yan Lai's eyes. "Whether I'm worthy or not, we'll know after we compete." Mayan raises her hand and hooks her jade-like index finger, then, "Come, I accept the invitation." That action is like calling a dog over. It can be said to be extremely provocative, and completely disregarding Yan Lai. At this moment, Yan Lai is finally enraged. He roars, and his whole body soars into the sky. Just like when he came down, he uses the railing as a stepping board, and like a soaring eagle, he pounces straight towards Mayan. "Ah! Watch out. It's over, this girl is dead meat." Commander Yan's internal force pressure is so frightening. However, from the beginning to the end, Mayan has been languidly leaning on the railing, too lazy to even move. It's not until Yan Lai steps on the second railing and jumps up that her fingers gently pluck the strings. The beautiful sound of the zither resounds, and at the same time, it's accompanied by a swift and fierce sword energy, whistling towards Yan Lai. A muffled groan comes out of Yan Lai's mouth. Immediately after, a bloody mark appears on his thigh and arm, and blood splatters everywhere. Yan Lai awkwardly tumbles down from the air, falling back into the Beast Fighting Coliseum. The whole audience is silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes fall on the Tian Mo Qin in Mayan's hands. This is a sound blade attack, right? Could it be that this girl is from Fanning Palace? Are you kidding me? Although Fanning Palace is the only sect that can use sound blade attacks, it's still just an unremarkable small sect. How could they have such a heaven-defying draft, and how could anyone hurt Commander Yan Lai? Was I hallucinating just now? The internal force emitted from that sound blade attack is so powerful, I even feel that it's stronger than Commander Yan Lai's. You can see that woman's cultivation? I'm at the early Earth stage, but I can't see it at all. I'm at the high Earth stage, I can't see it either. I'm at the middle heaven stage, even this old man can't see it. In the stands of the Beast Fighting Coliseum, all the ancient warriors look at each other in dismay. The way they look at Mayan is no longer shock, but amazement. One can launch a sound blade attack, and the other has a mysterious energy attached to the sound blade attack that's more powerful than Yan Lai's. Even a mid-rank heaven stage warrior couldn't see through his cultivation. What did this mean? Could it be that this woman is actually at the peak of heaven stage like Yan Lai? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. However, he was immediately rebutted. How is that possible? Looking at that girl's figure and listening to her voice, she's clearly a lot younger than Gong Qianxue. If she's at the peak of heaven stage, then what does Gong Qianxue, the #1 genius of Yanwu continent, count as? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but secretly glance at Gong Qianxue outside the 7th private room. Countless gazes focused on her, causing Gong Qianxue to almost grind her teeth to pieces. Just now, she had enjoyed the vanity pleasure of being the center of attention, but now, she was filled with disgust and hatred. She wanted nothing more than to disappear from this place, and she wanted nothing more than to tear the woman in white who had embarrassed her into pieces. Down below, Yanlai also hears everyone's discussion. He could endure being injured and humiliated, but he could not endure Gong Qianshua's reputation being tarnished. With a strong murderous intent in his eyes, Yanlai fiercely glares at Mayan. Gnashing his teeth, he says, "You can only rely on your sound blade attacks to shamelessly mount sneak attacks from high places? If you have the ability, come down and fight me one-on-one. Since it's a one-on-one duel and a life and death duel, shouldn't it be Her Highness the Princess herself?" Yanlai chokes from the question, momentarily speechless. Everyone is discussing spiritedly, their gaze is veiled towards Gong Qianxue. Because they think that Mayan is right. "Stop talking nonsense!" Yanlai shouts, interrupting Mayan, "I want to buy this beast slave, it has nothing to do with Qianxue. If you want to take this beast slave away today, you must accept my life and death duel." Just from that simple sound blade attack, Yanlai knows that this girl's cultivation is definitely higher than Gong Qianshue's. And the most frightening thing is that, just by looking at her figure and bones, Yanlai can clearly guess that this girl is several years younger than Gong Qianxue. It's also because of this that a strong murderous intent emerges in Yanlai's eyes. Because he knows that if he lets this girl live, it will have a huge impact on Gong Qianshue's title as the #1 genius in Yanwu continent. What? Don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Yanlai sees that Mayan still hasn't come down, and he can't help but sneer, "Seeing how nervous you are about this beast slave #3, could it be that he's your lover? You wouldn't be having an illicit affair with him, giving birth to a bastard, right? Ha ha ha." In order to infuriate Mayan, Yanlai's words become more and more unpleasant. When Mayan hears his last words, her eyes finally turn cold. Holding the Tian Emochin in her hands, her snow-white figure leaps up, and like a feather, she lightly and skillfully lands in front of Yanlai. Under the light of the beast-fighting coliseum, the ghost mask that covers her face emits a cold and treacherous light. The girl's voice is like the sound of nature, slowly echoing in Yanlai's ears, "Yanlai, I hope that you can still laugh in a moment." Yanlai seems to have heard the funniest joke, then a fierce light bursts out of his eyes. "Little girl, you think that by relying on elixirs to push your cultivation to the peak of heaven stage, you're invincible in the world? Hee hee, today, I will make you regret your frivolity." Before his voice falls, he has already formed a claw with his fingers, ruthlessly grabbing at the ghost mask on Mayan's face. As he moves, the internal force and pressure belonging to the peak of heaven stage violently surge like a tumbling river. A thick murderous aura pervaded the entire coliseum. Even the spectators in the first few rows near the warbeast stage could feel this terrifying pressure and shivered. Only Mu Yan, from beginning to end, has been standing there absent-mindedly. A charming smile appeared on her face under the ghost mask. As Yanlai approaches, Mu Yan gently plucks the Tian Emochin in her hand. An invisible sound blade shoots towards Yanlai like a sharp sword. Yanlai sneered, "Do you think I will fall for the same trick?" After he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly dodging the sound blade. "Let's see what you can do without the sound blade." "Die, ah." Before he could finish his arrogant declaration, Yanlai suddenly feels a sharp pain in his back. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. There's still a careless smile on Mu Yan's face. Her white, jade-like fingers lightly pluck the strings of the zither. She says guiltily, "I'm really sorry, I forgot to tell Commander Yen that my sound blade attacks can turn." When these words came out, everyone in the Colosseum wondered if they had heard wrongly. But just now, you also saw that after Yanlai dodged that sound blade, it actually went around to his back. Who can dodge such an attack? Everyone's faces reveal an aghast expression, because they think that if they were in Yanlai's place, they would be even more miserable and miserable. Yes, miserable and miserable. Next, Yanlai profoundly displays these two terms in front of everyone. The sweet tinkling sound of the zither flows out from the girl's slender fingers. But it doesn't only bring lingering music, but also a solemn murderous intent. Isn't Yanlai strong? No, he's very strong. How can a peak heaven stage ancient practitioner not be strong? In Xian's ghost city, you can't even find one or two people stronger than him. However, such a strong person doesn't have the slightest strength to fight back under the girl's zither attack. Countless sound blades come in a continuous stream, forming a hurricane that wraps around Yan Lai. No matter how he rushes left and right, he will eventually be blocked by the sound blade attack. The wounds on Yan Lai's body are increasing, and the internal force within his body is being consumed faster and faster. Because only by constantly operating internal force can he withstand the sound blades. Otherwise, he would have already been cut into 7 or 8 pieces by these sound blades. But what Yan Lai fears the most isn't the sound blade attack. Rather, it's the spiritual impact contained in the zither sound. In his mind, scenes of being betrayed, abandoned, and facing death keep appearing. Anger, hatred, pain, despair, all the negative emotions rush into his mind like a tide. Ah. Yan Lai roars, "Slut, slut. Let me out if you have the ability, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Mu Yan skillfully plucks the strings of the zither, leisurely smiling, "Great Commander Yan, I have no enmity with you, why do you have to kill me?" Yan Lai's mind is already on the verge of collapse. Hearing this, he roars, "Because you blocked Xianxia's path. You're obviously younger than Xianxia, but your cultivation is far higher. If I let you live, how could Xianxia still be called Yanwu continent's #1 genius?" These words coming from Yan Lai's mouth are tantamount to confirming the fact that Gong Xianxia is inferior to Mu Yan. The spectators in the Colosseum were in an uproar again. "Sure enough, I said that this girl is much more powerful than Gong Xianxia. Haha, what Yanwu continent's #1 genius, turns out it's just an undeserved reputation. I really can't stand that Gong Xianxia. She advertises how awesome she is all day long, and a bunch of men revolve around her. Haha, now you've been slapped in the face, right? I just don't know where this girl came from. From now on, Yanwu continent's Azure Sky list will be updated." Mu Yan doesn't pay any attention to everyone's fervent gazes. She just plucked the strings and continued to ask, "Bo? You care about Gong Xianxia so much that you're willing to do anything for her?" "Of course." Yan Lai, while resisting the sound wave attack, loudly and proudly says, "Xianxia, she is my savior, my goddess, the only person in this world who will not abandon me. I'm willing to do anything for her." Mayan is silent for a moment. Her gaze sweeps over the man in the iron cage not far away, and she faintly says, "For her, you would even kill and set fire to it, and exterminate Yan Haoyan's entire clan?" Ha, it's me who exterminated Yan Haoyan's entire clan. So what? Yan Lai laughs heartily, "Who told Xianxia to take a fancy to that kid and have me recruit him, but that kid refused? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, then I'll kill his entire family, cut off his tongue, and sell him to the ghost city, ha. Wait until he experiences this life that's neither human nor ghost, when he's in complete despair, then Xianxia will come down from the sky to save him. How could he not be grateful to Xianxia? At that time, he'll be a dog by Xianxia's side, and she can order him around however she wants. Ha. Ah. Yan Haoyan's crazy roar comes from the iron cage at the side. His crimson eyes are like a madman, staring hatefully at Yan Lai. The heavy iron cage vibrates violently under his shaking. His hands were covered in blood, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. However, he was actually able to forcibly bend the cage made of fine iron. Mu Yan's eyes are deep and cold. Looking at Yan Haoyan's crazed and pained appearance, it's as if she's looking at the distant past. The Yan Haoyan in front of her is really pitiful. Just because he had outstanding talent and a persevering temperament, he had to bear the fate of having his family ruined and his family killed. That's why he was trained to be Gong Qianxua's dog. But how much better was she in her previous life? Just because the child she was pregnant with was an immortal fetus, her abdomen was forcibly cut open, and her womb palace was cut out. Her blood feud was clearly right in front of her, but she had eyes but couldn't see, and foolishly worked herself to the bone for her. As for Gong Qianxua's henchman Yan Lai before her, he's nothing more than a pitiful and pathetic fool. He regards Gong Qianxua as his savior and goddess, but in Gong Qianxua's eyes, what's the difference between him and a dog? Yan Lai is still laughing incessantly. In the whole world, only Qianxua won't betray me, won't abandon me. As long as it's for Qianxua, I'm willing to do anything. Mu Yan can't help but sneer. Do you really think that Gong Qianxua won't abandon you? Then why don't you look up now? and see if the goddess in your heart still cares about your life or death. Yan Lai is startled, and the movement of circulating internal force pauses. In a split second, the sound blade cuts open a wound on his body, so deep that the bone can be seen. However, he couldn't care less about that. Instead, he raised his head and looked in the direction of private room 7. He saw that the place was empty, and there was no sign of Gong Xianxia. Even the 2 guards by Gong Xianxua's side had disappeared. Did you see that? Mu Yan ridiculed, as early as when you were trapped by my wind blade, when I determined that you were completely useless, she had already sneaked away. She knew that if she stayed, she would only suffer even greater humiliation. She might even be asked by me to fulfill our agreement and crawl out of the beast fighting arena. As for your life and death, she has never cared about it. Everyone in the martial arts practice field could not help but discuss loudly. None of them actually noticed that Gong Xianxua had already snuck away at an unknown time. Anyone with discerning eyes can see that Yan Lai is fighting for Gong Xianxua's sake. Now that Yan Lai is in danger, Gong Xianxua actually sneaks away by herself. This caused many people to feel extreme disdain towards Gong Xianxua's actions. It's far more than fishing for fame and compliments. Didn't you hear what Yan Lai just said? In order to get loyal subordinates, Gong Xianxua actually had his entire family killed, and even crippled them before selling them to the Ghost City. Such conduct is simply insane. Such a person is actually called the #1 genius of Yanwu continent, and is even ranked first on the Azure Sky list. Really too shameless. On Yan Lai's side, after confirming that Gong Xianxua has really abandoned him, he almost completely collapses into madness. No. Impossible. Xianxua couldn't have done this to me. Don't try to deceive me. I won't believe you. Yan Lai roars hysterically, Xianxua is the best girl in the world. Only she appeared and saved me when I was at my most desperate and helpless time. Mu Yan stops moving the strings in her hands, and the sound blades stop attacking. So Yan Lai clearly sees the pity and ridicule in her eyes. Oh, that's right, there's one thing that you probably don't know, right? When you were betrayed in the mercenary corps, you were almost put to death. The person who betrayed you, it was Gong Xianxua who bribed him. I think you must be very clear about the reason. Just like what you did to Yan Haoyan, it's exactly the same. Yan Lai fiercely widens his eyes, and a trace of extreme fear emerges in the depths of his eyes. He immediately pounces madly at Mu Yan. Slut, don't try to deceive me. You dare to slander Xianxua, I'll kill you. Mu Yan easily dodges, and continues to speak unhurriedly. If I remember correctly, the person who betrayed you was your life and death brother, right? Before you killed him to avenge your death, didn't he reveal anything to you? Whether it was Gong Xianxua or not, I think you know it better than anyone else, right? Yan Lai's movements abruptly come to a halt. Unconsciously, a picture emerges in his mind, and the anger on his face completely turns into horror. Some things are like this. When it's not mentioned, he doesn't think it's suspicious. But when Mu Yan pierces through everything, he finds that everything Gong Xianxua has done is full of flaws. Impossible. 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 Yan Lai kneels on the ground, holding his head, and lets out an angry and desperate roar. Gong Xianxua, why are you doing this to me? There's not a trace of warmth in Mu Yan's eyes. She sneers, and the strings in her hands move. The sound blade doesn't strike Yan Lai, but rather falls on the iron cage holding Yan Haoyan. With a cracking sound, the iron cage broke into 2 pieces. Yan Haoyan roared and rushed out of the cage. Ah! The beast slave's loss of control caused everyone in the arena to cry out in alarm. But Mu Yan said unhurriedly, Miss Ru Yan, this beast slave should be considered my possession now, right? As she spoke, she tossed a porcelain bottle to Ru Yan. Ru Yan takes the porcelain bottle, and with one sniff, she knows that it's that heaven-defying draft that can help people break through bottlenecks. She immediately says with a smile, what the customer says is correct. This beast slave number 3 is now yours. Yan Haoyan's eyes are red as he walks towards Yan Lai step by step. As he passes by Mu Yan, he pauses his footsteps. Mayan indifferently says, I promised you, as long as you come with me, I will avenge you. Now, this person is yours to deal with. Yan Haoyan turns to face Mu Yan, kneels on the ground, and heavily kowtows his head. Then, he rushes towards Yan Lai. The onlookers all show a horrified expression, but no one stops him. In the end, Yan Haoyan stands up covered in blood and walks back to Mu Yan's side. He bows and hangs his head, looking like he respects her as his master. Not far away, Yan Lai's eyes are dug out, his tongue is cut off, his limbs are chopped off, and even his qi is dug out. But he's still alive, living in more pain than death, letting out mournful wails. From now on, he will live worse than a dog, unless he has the courage to end his own life. Mu Yan chuckles softly, when head Yan Lai exterminated the whole family, you probably didn't think that good and evil will eventually be repaid, and that heavens will reincarnate, right? Then, we'll never meet again. Saying that, she turns around and walks away. Yan Haoyan blindly follows behind her. The onlookers in the beast-fighting coliseum point at the badly mutilated Yan Lai on the ground. In the end, no one pays attention to him. After dealing with Yan Lai, Mu Yan doesn't stay any longer. She takes Xiao Bao and Yan Haoyan and directly leaves the ghost city. Apart from the ghost city where the weak are prey to the strong, Xi'an is a prosperous and stable city. Holding Xiao Bao's hand, Mu Yan unhurriedly walks on the street, like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. But the trio still attracts the attention of many passers-by. The reason is that Mu Yan and Xiao Bao are too beautiful, while Yan Haoyan is too ugly and too fierce. Before Yan Haoyan was sent to the ghost city, he only had most of his cultivation wasted and his tongue cut off. But after he was sent to the ghost city, he fought with beast slaves and beasts in the beast-fighting coliseum all day, leaving countless scars on his face and body. His whole body is disheveled, his whole body is spotless, and he's incomparably hideous. Compared to Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, one bright and beautiful, and the other delicate, they naturally attract the attention of countless people. When they arrive at a clothing store, Mu Yan suddenly stops and says to Yan Haoyan, "Go inside and pick some clothes for yourself." Yan Haoyan doesn't say anything and goes into the clothing store. As soon as he enters, the store owner's cursing voice comes from inside, "Where did this beggar come from, dirtying my floor, still not getting out?" But Yan Haoyan seemed to have not heard him at all, and went straight ahead. It was as if he only had Mu Yan's orders in his ears. To him, the words of others were like wind passing by his ears. The innkeeper originally wanted to stop Yan Haoyan, but when Yan Haoyan came closer, he smelled the thick stench of blood on his body and the murderous aura of a ferocious beast that had been honed in the bestial coliseum. He was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, and even his voice began to tremble. Don't act recklessly." Just as he turned to run, Mu Yan threw a bag of gold coins over. "These gold coins should be enough for him to pick a few clothes, right?" The shopkeeper was stunned. He looked at the beautiful Mu Yan, then looked at Yan Haoyan, and then weighed the gold coins in his hand. Suddenly, he smiled like a flower. "It's enough. Not to mention buying a few clothes. Even if you want to buy all the clothes in my shop, it's not a problem." Mu Yan glanced at Yan Haoyan and casually said, "Restrain your aura, lest you scare others." Yan Haoyan, who was completely ignoring the shopkeeper just now, immediately focused his gaze when he heard this. The ferocious aura on his body instantly disappeared completely. The shopkeeper couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is this gentleman your slave, miss? What a frightening aura." Mayan chuckles, "He's my subordinate. She's not interested in raising slaves like Gong Qianxue. But now, she really needs a loyal and capable helper, so she spared no effort to rescue Yan Haoyan from the ghost city. This can be considered as each taking what they need." Mayan is bored to death, staring at Yan Haoyan as he comes out after choosing his clothes. Xiao Bao suddenly pulls her hand and moves in a certain direction. Mayan stares blankly. Following his force, she sees Xiao Bao pulling her in front of a white pleated skirt. With a taut little face, he looks at the shopkeeper in all seriousness, "I want this one." The shopkeeper looks at him in astonishment, then looks at Mayan. He sees Xiao Bao taking out a gold leaf from his bosom and throwing it to the shopkeeper. "Give it to me." Even though it's just a 4-year-old child speaking, that commanding tone and cold, sharp eyes completely intimidate the shopkeeper. He blindly takes the white dress down and mechanically introduces it. "Little Gongzi really has a good eye. This dress is our shop's treasure. The whole dress is woven from quicksand threads. After wearing it, not only can it make a woman as graceful and ethereal as a fairy descending to earth, it also has the effect of warming in winter and cooling in summer. Xiaobao looks at him in disgust. One gold leaf isn't enough? Why so much nonsense? Yes, yes, yes. It's long been enough. The shopkeeper says repeatedly, even wanting to return the gold leaf in fear and trepidation. In fact, the gold coins that girl just gave me are enough. Xiaobao doesn't take it, but holds the dress in front of Mayan, Nyangqin. Mayan's smiling eyes are shining. She crouches down and caresses the smooth texture of the dress. Does Xiaobao want to buy clothes for Nyangqin? Xiaobao nods with a taut face. His pair of big ice blue eyes are clearer than the sky after the rain. Mayan's eyes curve. Xiaobao, do you think Nyangqin will look good in it? N. Xiaobao nods seriously. Nyangqin looks the best. Mayan, who is overjoyed by her son's praise, happily takes the dress and says to the shopkeeper, wrap it up for me, and also wrap this, and this cloth. Mu Yan was referring to cloth because there were no ready-made clothes suitable for children to wear in this shop. Xiaobao, I'll buy some cloth and personally sew clothes. For you, okay? Xiaobao expressionlessly turned his head away, indicating his refusal. With his mother's craftsmanship, it was already very good that she could put two pieces of cloth together. In the beginning, when he didn't have many belongings in the mountains, it was Xiaobao who mended his torn clothes. Mu Yan likes to see her baby son's expression of disgust and reluctance to hurt her heart the most, so she deliberately picks him up and says in a downcast mood, does Xiaobao think that Nyangqin's clothes are not good-looking? Sure enough, Xiaobao immediately hugs Mayan's neck and puts his little head on her shoulder. He says in a low voice, I don't mind. As long as Nyangqin made it, Xiaobao will wear it. Even if it didn't look good, even if it was tattered, as long as it was made by his mother, he would feel warm and happy when he wore it. The rims of Mayan's eyes are slightly hot, and she hugs the little person in her arms a little tighter. Xiaobao, thank you for being able to stay by Nyangqin's side for the rest of her life. It was you who made my life not only filled with dark and bloody revenge, but it was also you who gave me the courage to continue living. She suddenly remembers what Bailey Yinlu said in her mind, Xiaobao can only live up to 10 years old in the Yanwu continent. After buying the clothes, Mu Yan, who doesn't lack money, directly finds an inn and rents a courtyard. After dinner, Yan Haoyan washes up and changes into a new set of clothes. He knocks on Mu Yan's door. The moment he opens the door, he sees a woman dressed in a flowing sand dress under the candlelight. Even a battle puppet like Yan Haoyan, who has already become numb to life, can't help but feel a trace of amazement. After Mu Yan has taken a bath, she changes into the pleated flowing sand dress that Xiaobao picked for her during the day. Her originally gorgeous complexion, set off by the flowing light of her clothes and hair, looks even more elegant and refined, making people feel as if they're in the world of immortals when they look at her. However, Mu Yan's expression is always so charming and languid. As a result, apart from being ethereal and out of this world, it adds a bit of charm that can make people's hearts shake. However, Yan Haoyan's amazement only lasts for a moment, and he kneels down on one knee. He can't speak, but he still performs a very standard master-servant etiquette. Mu Yan holds a cup of tea in her hand, and she leisurely takes a sip. She doesn't have any intention of stepping forward to help him up, and instead says faintly, do you know why I saved you? Yan Haoyan doesn't get up, nor does he move. He just quietly kneels like that, as if he doesn't care about the answer. Mu Yan answers to herself, actually, what I wanted to do wasn't to save you, but to cause trouble for Gong Qianxue. Because I found out that Gong Qianxue wanted to take you for her own use, and wanted to buy you from the ghost city, so I carefully investigated your background. That's how I could inadvertently find out what Yan Lai did to you. I saved you purely because I didn't want Gong Qianxue to be happy. But in any case, you owe me a life. Mu Yan puts down the teacup and looks at him with a gaze like electricity. Now, I can give you two paths. The first path, you serve me for 5 years as my subordinate. In 5 years, you'll pay off the debt you owe me. After that, we won't owe each other anything. No matter where you want to go, or what you want to do, I won't stop you. Yan Haoyan raises his head, his gaze firmly fixed on her, without a trace of emotion on his face. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up, and she continues, the second path, you're willing to recognize me as your master. From then on, you'll lose your personal freedom and can only work for me. If you dare to betray me one day, I will make you beg for death. But conversely, as my people, I will also provide you with drafts to treat your injuries. At the very least, it won't be a problem for you to reach the peak of heaven stage. If an ordinary person heard that they could advance to the peak of the heaven rank, they would probably be so excited that they couldn't control themselves. However, Yan Haotian's expression remained calm from beginning to end. One could even say that he was deathly still. He crawled up from the ground and knelt on one knee again. He clenched his right fist and pressed it against his chest. His body was completely prostrated. This was a very humble gesture. It was also a master-servant etiquette without the slightest discount. Yan Haotian pressed his head against the cold ground, but his body didn't shake at all. In fact, as early as when Mu Yan allowed him to personally cripple Yan Lai for revenge, he had already recognized Mu Yan as his master in his heart. His life had lost all meaning when his entire family was exterminated. It was Mu Yan who gave him a new life, and also gave him the opportunity to take revenge. Therefore, recognizing Mayan as his master, he doesn't feel the least bit lowly or sullen. He only feels incomparably lucky. Because only in this way can he find the meaning to continue living. Mu Yan reaches out and buckles the seat across from her. Sit down, I'll take your pulse. Her jade-like fingers rest on his wrist that's full of scars. After taking the pulse, Mu Yan frowned slightly. Sure enough, Yan Haotian's injury is far from as simple as it looks on the surface. In her previous life, as Gong Qianshua's confidant, Yan Haotian's cultivation eventually reached the peak of heaven stage. But it was forcibly treated with drafts and elixirs that had extremely great side effects. Therefore, after reaching the peak of heaven stage, it was difficult for Yan Haotian to advance even an inch. Moreover, he passed away after a serious injury at a young age. Even at the time of his death, he didn't know that the enemies who exterminated his family were Gong Qianxue and Yan Lai. Mu Yan withdraws her hand and says, sit cross-legged on the ground. In a moment, no matter what I do, don't resist. Yan Haotian sits cross-legged on the ground as instructed. The Tian Mo Qin has appeared in Mu Yan's hands at some point. She closes her eyes and quickly mobilizes the internal force within her body. Xiaobao stands up, his small face taut as he stands guard by her side. As her plain white fingers slowly move on the dark gray strings, a sweet and pleasant music flows out from the gaps between her fingers. Yan Haotian's originally cold and stern expression slowly softens when he hears this music. His brows relax, and his scarred face reveals a gentle and sweet expression, as if he's thinking of a good memory. Mu Yan sighs softly in her heart, but her hands don't stop moving. The sound of the qin slowly changes. From the original touching and moving, it slowly turns into a sobbing, heart-wrenching pain. Yan Haotian's expression gradually turns from gentle to pained and struggling. Bean-sized beads of sweat roll down his forehead. His tall and sturdy body trembles uncontrollably. In his qi, the mysterious energy slowly pulsates along with the music, and begins to circulate in his internal organs and meridians. Wherever the profound energy went, it didn't bring about the usual comfort of warmth, but a pain that felt as if his flesh and blood were being torn apart. Yan Haotian tightly clenches his teeth, blood slowly spilling from the corners of his mouth, and his clothes are completely soaked in sweat. But he doesn't even let out a groan, let alone move, or circulate his mysterious energy to resist. Just because this is Mu Yan's order. When the profound qi that was stimulated by the sound of the zither flowed through every inch of his meridians, the mournful and desolate music suddenly changed, turning into a stern and fierce agitation. An even more intense pain erupted from Yan Haotian's flesh and bones. He finally couldn't bear it any longer, and opened his mouth to let out a beast-like wail of pain. Fine beads of blood mixed with viscous black liquid seeped out from the surface of his skin. At this moment, Yan Haotian looked 100 times more miserable than he had been in the beast-fighting coliseum. Black and red tears of blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The new clothes he had just changed into were completely dyed red with black blood. But the sound of Mayan's zither did not stop or soften in the slightest. The sound of the zither continued for an entire hour before it slowly stopped. Mu Yan retracted her somewhat numb fingers and said softly, "Go back and take a bath first, then change your clothes, and then come see me." Yan Haotian struggled to get up from the ground. He looked like he had just been fished out of a swamp of black blood. He was filthy and smelly. His body was so weak that he couldn't even stand properly. He almost fell down the moment he got up. But he still respectfully saluted, and then staggered out. As soon as Yan Haoyan left, Xiaobao immediately pounced over and hugged Mu Yan tightly. Xiaobao raises his head, unhappiness and distress clearly written in his clear blue eyes. Xiaobao doesn't want Nyangqin to work hard. At this time, Mayan's smile is still bright and languid, but her complexion is incomparably pale, even her red lips don't have a trace of blood. This is clearly a sign of excessive consumption of mysterious energy. Mayan knows that Xiaobao is distressed for her, so she can't help but hold his little face and kiss it. Xiaobao, be good, Nyangqin knows what to do. I just used up a part of my mysterious energy, Nyangqin just needs to rest for a bit. Xiaobao takes the Tian Emochin, his short and small fingers strumming the strings. It is reasonable to say that apart from Mayan, no one else can control the Tian Emochin that has recognized its master. But when Xiaobao plucks the strings, a faint mysterious energy seeps into the body of the qin through Xiaobao's fingertips, and overflows along with the tinkling notes. The music that Xiaobao is playing is very jerky, completely inferior to Mayan's melodious and pleasant to listen to. However, Mu Yan clearly feels that her originally dried-up qi, in the instant that Xiaobao plays the music, slowly starts to fill up with internal force. Moreover, this kind of replenishment of internal force doesn't seem like the side effects of taking draughts or elixirs. It's also not like when someone else transmits their internal force to her, where the two types of internal force are incompatible, leading to rejection. The profound energy that was born from the music seemed to have originally belonged to her, and it complemented and merged with the profound energy that remained in her qi. Mayan's complexion slowly returns to normal, but she can't get rid of the astonishment on her face. Baby! Mayan picks up her son, and kisses him on his smooth, tender, and cold little face. Baby, why are you so amazing? Nyangqin has just learned the echo recovery, and I haven't officially used it yet. I didn't expect that baby could already do it. Echo recovery is one of the skills inherited from the Shin musicians. According to Bailey Luine, this is a group support skill. Through the sound of music, it can restore internal force or spiritual power in a short period of time. In the beginning, it can only restore the internal force of one or two people at the same time. When this skill is practiced to a high level, it's even possible to restore the internal force of 10 million people at the same time. While Mu Yan was practicing this skill, Xiaobao sat quietly at the side, watching her play the zither, watching her circulate her mysterious energy. He didn't expect that he would learn this skill without anyone noticing. An indiscernible smile finally appeared on Xiaobao's cold little face. He hugged Mayan's neck, his small body nestled in her embrace. He said softly, Xiaobao will help Nyangqin recover in the future. Xiaobao doesn't want Nyangqin to suffer. Mu Yan's heart was warm, and her eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Just as she was about to speak, Yan Haoyan knocked on the door. Xiaobao immediately jumps down from Mayan's arms and stands to the side with a taut face. It was as if the child who had acted coquettishly just now wasn't him. But if one looked closely, one could see a trace of red at the base of his ears. Mayan is amused by her son's performance. Only when Yan Haoyan walks in did she restrain her teasing. Yes, in front of outsiders, she still had to save face for her precious son. She looked at Yan Haoyan and said, "You are now in the middle of the earth realm." Yan Haoyan nodded his head. His deadpan face finally revealed a trace of gratitude and emotion. Moreover, he could clearly feel that apart from some external injuries and bone fractures in his hands, the remaining internal injuries in his meridians and qi were almost completely healed. From the day his clan was exterminated until now, his body had never felt so relaxed. Mu Yan, however, is somewhat regretful. She thought that she could restore Yan Haoyan's cultivation to the peak of the earth realm. In the end, I've only just come into contact with the skills of a Shin musician, and I'm still not proficient in the business. The result of being out of practice was that the effect was greatly reduced. In the future, he still had to practice more on Yan Haoyan. Since he was a free experimental subject, it would be a waste not to use him. Yan Haoyan, who was being stared at, didn't notice his master's intentions in the slightest. He kneels down again, and firmly kowtows his head 3 times towards Mu Yan. He wasn't even the slightest bit curious about Mu Yan's miraculous skill of using the sound of the zither to treat internal injuries. These 3 kowtows were only filled with gratitude and the determination to pledge his life to her. Mu Yan was very satisfied with his attitude. She nodded and said, "All right, you have just recovered to the middle rank of the earth stage. Your realm is not stable. You will go into seclusion for 3 days to stabilize it. Don't let me down." After resting for a night at the inn, the next day, Mu Yan takes Xiaobao to wander around. Xiaobao had grown up in the mountains since he was a child. He had never received any interesting toys like other children, and he had never worn any brocade clothes. Later on, when Mayan's cultivation was high enough, she could bring Xiaobao in and out of the nameless mountains at will, but usually only to the nearest town. The resources in that small town were very scarce. The food that could be bought tasted extremely ordinary, and the clothes that could be bought were incomparably crude. Therefore, after Mu Yan finishes her business in Xi'an, she isn't in a hurry to leave. She wants to take Xiaobao to have some fun and enjoy themselves. After one round, Xiaobao's coarse cloth clothes had been changed into gorgeous silk clothes. His soft and smooth black hair was also tied up with a tasseled jade rope, revealing his delicate and handsome little face. He was clearly only 4 years old, but when he was dressed up, he made a cute, jade-like baby look handsome enough to make people blush and their hearts beat faster. Mu Yan holds Xiaobao's hand as they walk on the road. She only feels that the passers-by on both sides of the road are turning their heads in unison, and from time to time, they would glance at Xiaobao in amazement and admiration. The girl's excited voice could even be heard. "Which family does this little boy belong to? How come I've never seen it in Xi'an before? It's simply too cute." Mu Yan couldn't help but bend down to pick up her son. Xiaobao was caught off guard and hurriedly wrapped his arms around her neck. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome little face. Mu Yan rubbed Xiaobao's tender little face and complained, "Xiaobao, Niangqin couldn't bear to bring you out. Look at the expressions of the people on the street when they look at you, they all want to snatch you away from Niangqin. It's all because you're too cute, Xiaobao. What if someone snatches you away from mother?" Mu Yan's words were originally meant to tease Xiaobao. Who knew that Xiaobao would really keep a straight face, frowning and saying, "I won't. Xiaobao will beat up whoever makes Xiaobao leave mommy's side." Mu Yan was amused. She kissed his little face and said, Xiaobao is so obedient. This way, mother and Xiaobao won't be separated." Little Bao nodded in all seriousness, but his fierce gaze shot towards the 2nd floor of the nearby tea house. Not far away, in a private room on the 2nd floor of a tea house, a man in his 30s is sitting by the window, his gaze carelessly sweeping over the street below, but suddenly fixates on a certain place. His leisurely expression suddenly turns into one of amazement. The man closes the folding fan in his hand, his body slightly leans forward and sticks out, even his breathing becomes slightly heavy. "Master, what's wrong?" The subordinate standing on the side sees the man's abnormality and promptly asks. The man doesn't pay attention to him, but beckons the teahouse's waiter over. "Do you know where that girl came from?" The teahouse's waiter takes a look and also gasps. He sees a white-clothed girl holding a child's hand walking on the busy street. There are clearly people coming and going, but that white-clothed girl can attract the attention of others at first glance. This is because the girl's appearance is really too beautiful. Her skin is like snow, her eyes are like twinkling stars, and her lips are like the pistils of a flower. Just looking at her from afar, it can make people's minds ripple, unable to move their eyes away. It's no wonder that the owner of the private room would forget himself and ask. However, the teahouse's waiter quickly shakes his head. "This girl is so beautiful, if I had seen her in Xi'an, this lowly one would certainly remember." The implication is that this girl has only recently appeared in Xi'an City. The man doesn't say a word as he looks at the girl below. He can't help but stick out his tongue to lick his lips, a burning desire flashing through his eyes. When the teahouse's waiter goes out, the man's subordinate immediately says, "Is master interested in this girl? If so, this subordinate will immediately bring her up to see you." In this subordinate's opinion, his master's status is incomparably venerated. To be fancied by his master, whether it's as a wife or a concubine, or even as a servant girl, it would be a great blessing. Therefore, these words are spoken as if it's a matter of course. After the man hears this, he doesn't hesitate and immediately nods, but he gives a rare reminder: be polite, don't be rude to the beauty. The guard bows in response, but when he turns around and goes downstairs, he has a smirk on his face. For a woman from the lowly Xian country to be able to receive his master's favor, it's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. If he is still a bit polite to her, wouldn't that girl go to heaven? Mu Yan puts Xiaobao down, and leads him on the road again. However, he noticed that the little fellow was glancing back from time to time, and the expression on his little face was becoming more and more solemn and cold. Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. His gaze inadvertently glanced towards the tea house behind him, and said casually, Xiaobao cares a lot about those 2 clowns up there? Xiaobao was just about to answer when a man in a guard uniform ran out of the tea house and quickly blocked their way. The guard raised his chin and looked down from the corner of his eyes. He said condescendingly, Miss, my master has feelings for you. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow, your master? Yes, my master is already waiting for you upstairs. The guard said, please go up alone, don't let the master wait too long. By the way, you can't bring the child with you. Master wants to see you alone. Hearing that, Mu Yan couldn't help but reveal a bright and beautiful smile. Her already beautiful face looked even more alluring under the contrast of this smile. The guard's breathing became slightly erratic. He thought to himself, she really is a stunning beauty. No wonder master is tempted. Your master wants to see me? Mayan sneers, who does your master think he is? Just because you want to see me, I have to see you? Hee, why don't you let him go back and look at his own face? Is it bigger than a wash basin? Mu Yan's poisonous tongue was learned from Bailey Liuing's notes. His face was as big as a basin. The guard had never heard of such an illusion, but he could hear the disrespect in her words towards his master. She immediately flies into a rage, but remembering her master's instructions, she still clenches her teeth and patiently says, my master is from Huangyao countries, Jin Wangfu. Miss should now know how great of an honor it is for you to be invited by my master, right? In Yanwu continent, Qiyan country is the lowest country, while Huangyao country is the highest. In Huangyao country, Jin Wangfu is a very revered Wangya's mansion. Therefore, when the guard said these words, he had already determined in his heart that the young girl in front of him would be in fear and trepidation, repenting for her disrespect just now, and begging to immediately have an audience with his master. However, Mu Yan's next words once again refreshed his worldview. I'm sorry, I've never heard of any random prince's mansion. Mu Yan said with a mocking smile, I only know that a good dog doesn't block the way, or are you saying that you can't even be a dog for your master? How dare you call me a dog? The guard couldn't hold it in any longer and flew into a rage. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his body emitted a strong killing intent. What a whore! It's your great fortune that my master has taken a liking to you. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already grabbed Mu Yan's shoulder with a sinister expression. Mu Yan hasn't moved yet, but Xiaobao has already taken a step forward. His small, fair, and tender palm slowly pushes towards the guard's GC. Bang, there's a loud noise, and the scene of Mayan begging for mercy that the guard had expected doesn't appear. Instead, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his dantian, and his whole body flies out. His sturdy body crashed into the stone lion in front of the tea house. The stone lion shattered and turned into dust. The guard suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body twitched and he fainted. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the tea house. The man sitting by the window had seen everything that had just happened. He had originally thought that this young girl would gladly rush over to see him after knowing his identity. Who knew that not long after, he would see his guard being slapped away by a palm. With his cultivation, he could clearly see that the guard's GC had actually been forcefully shattered, and the profound energy within his body was madly gushing out. An Earthrank elite guard was crippled in just a short encounter. However, not only was the man not angry, but the interest in his eyes grew stronger. It was also at this moment that the young girl below raised her head. Her languid and charming eyes drifted over indifferently. The moment their eyes met, a cold light suddenly flashed. With a light wave of her hand, the window on the 2nd floor of the tea house immediately shattered into countless pieces. There were even a few splinters that splashed onto the man's face, leaving a bloody scar on his face. Blood flowed down his cheeks and streaked across the corner of his lips. However, not only did the man not feel angry or afraid, he couldn't help but lick his lips. The interest in his eyes instantly turned into burning desire. Originally, this woman was nothing more than a dispensable appreciation and plunder. But now, he felt that his heart was really moved. For Mu Yan, that lecher who coveted her and that insolent guard were nothing more than a boring interlude. She quickly threw them to the back of her mind. After strolling around with Xiaobao for a while, Mu Yan's footsteps suddenly stop in front of a shop called Qinji Pharmacy. Xiaobao looks up and sees his mother looking at a busy young man in the pharmacy with a complicated expression. A trace of absent-mindedness and gentleness flashes through her eyes. Niangqin? Xiaobao can't help but grasp Mu Yan's hand. Do you want to buy medicine? Mu Yan shakes her head and says, Xiaobao, the older brother inside once did Niangqin a big favor. Let's go in and thank him, okay? Hearing that, Xiaobao immediately nods solemnly. Xiaobao will repay Niangqin's kindness. Mu Yan can't help but smile, and leads Xiaobao into the pharmacy. This is a very simple and crude pharmacy. There are only medicinal herbs placed in the shop, not even a bottle of draft. The only owner of the shop is the young man that Mu Yan had just seen. He has a dispirited expression, his eyelids are swollen, and he has a dejected and absent-minded appearance. He doesn't even notice that Mu Yan has come in. Mu Yan goes to the counter and gently knocks. The shop owner suddenly comes back to his senses, and with great effort, he asks, Customer, may I ask what kind of medicine you want to buy? Mu Yan doesn't answer him, but asks herself, You want to sell this shop? There is a sale notice posted outside the pharmacy. But this notice has been posted for almost half a month, and no one has ever bought it. Occasionally, there are 2 people who come to inquire, but when they hear his conditions, they all scoff at him and scold him for talking nonsense. The shop owner gives a wry smile. He doesn't think that Mu Yan can buy this shop. I won't hide it from this girl, I really want to sell this shop, but I don't accept gold and silver to negotiate the price. Oh? If you don't accept gold and silver, then what do you want? I need a draft that can treat insanity and tuberculosis. When he says this, the shop owner's face and ears turn red, and he feels too ashamed to show his face. Although his shop is an ancestral heirloom, it's in a remote location and there's no source of goods. It can be said that there's no profit at all. And this draft that he wants, it's not necessarily something that can be bought with hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Therefore, everyone who comes to inquire after seeing the notice and hearing his conditions couldn't help but ridicule and curse at his shamelessness. The shop owner is already mentally prepared for Mu Yan's scolding. But who knew that a young girl's clear and moving voice would ring in his ears? Fine, I accept the deal. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Wait. What did you just say? The shop owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Mayan smiles leisurely. I think I've already said it clearly enough. I'll give you the draft to treat your insanity and tuberculosis, and you transfer this shop to me. The young man on the other side opened and closed his mouth for a long time, but not a single word came out. Mayan flips her wrist and a jade white porcelain bottle appears in her hand. She says unhurriedly, You don't believe that I can take out the draft that you want? Don't worry, you can try first. I'll look for you tomorrow. Without waiting for the young man's response, she turned around and left swiftly. The young man was left alone in the shop, holding the porcelain bottle he had left behind. His expression was one of shock and struggle. After a long while, he finally clenched his teeth, closed the shop door, and rushed to the backyard. In Mu Yan's mind as she leaves, the young man's simple and honest face is still constantly flashing. At that time, she was sold by Yan Lai to the dirtiest and most terrible place in the world, and was about to fall into the fate of being ravaged and defiled. In her most desperate time, it was this youth in Wanrenku who saved her life. The youth's own situation was also very bad, but he secretly hid her, allowing her to escape the crisis. Mu Yan doesn't even know the youth's name. But from the way he talks to himself, she learns that the young man was originally the owner of a pharmacy in Xi'an. Because his mother was seriously ill and needed an extremely expensive draft, he had no choice but to sell his shop. He even sold himself as a slave to the ghost city. At that time, Mu Yan promised the youth that after leaving the ghost city, she would visit his mother on his behalf. But when Mu Yan was taken away by Gong Xianxia to visit his mother, she found that his mother had already died of an illness. Even that young man died a violent death in a fight in the 10,000 cave. In her previous life, this debt of gratitude that could not be repaid had always been remembered by Mu Yan. Now, she finally had the chance to repay this benefactor. 3 days later, Mu Yan opens her eyes in the space and looks at her son with ripples of extraordinary splendor. On the opposite side, the baby, who looks like a pink jade carving, is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, operating the internal force within his body. As the internal force in his dantian moves faster and faster, his cultivation realm actually faintly shows signs of breaking through from the early heaven stage to the middle heaven stage. Xiaobao is only 4 years old now, he's actually about to break through to the middle heaven stage. Who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? Mu Yan's eyes are full of pride as she looks at her baby son. Then her eyes can't help but glance at the fat rabbit lying on the grass on its back, snoring loudly. She gently hooks up the corners of her lips. No wonder this stupid rabbit likes to stay in the space besides eating. It turns out that in addition to the beautiful scenery and fresh air, the space also has this advantage. The speed of cultivation here is actually a lot faster than outside. In just 3 days, Xiaobao has already reached the great perfection of the early heaven stage, and her cultivation has also slightly loosened. After a while, Xiaobao slowly opens his eyes on the opposite side. Eyes as clear as the sky, he fixedly looks at Mu Yan. A smile instantly spreads across Mu Yan's face. Baby, aren't you going to continue cultivating? Xiaobao tightens his face and shakes his head. Nyangqin has something to do. Mayan smiles even more brightly. Xiaobao wants to go with Nyangqin? The cold and delicate little face on the other side heavily nods. Xiaobao has to protect Nyangqin. Mu Yan picks up her son and kisses him. With Xiaobao's protection, Nyangqin is not afraid of anything. Not long after they left the space, there was a knock on the door. It's very quiet outside. No one's making a sound, but Mayan can immediately determine that it's Yanhaoyan just from his breath and footsteps. Come in. Just as he finished speaking, Yanhaoyan pushed open the door and entered, respectfully bowing towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and glances at him. Your realm is quite stable. Yanhaoyan bent one knee and knelt down. He placed his right hand on his chest and performed another oath of loyalty. Mayan stands up and says, it just so happens that I'm also going to leave today. Since you've already stabilized your realm, come with me. Yanhaoyan nodded without hesitation and stood up, following closely behind Mu Yan. After checking out of the inn, Mu Yan leads Xiaobao and Yanhaoyan straight to Chen's pharmacy. But 3 days have passed in a row, and the girl who was supposed to come tomorrow still hasn't shown up. Until this morning, when Shen Qingfeng opens the store again, he's pacing back and forth in front of the door before the sun has even risen. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures are reflected in his eyes. At the end of the street, a beautiful girl in a long black dress slowly walks over, holding the hand of a little boy who's even more beautiful than a child in a Buddhist temple. Behind them is a big and burly man with a face full of scars. Looking at them from afar, one can feel the threatening murderous aura coming from that man. But Shen Qingfeng simply doesn't care about being afraid of that man, and practically sprints over. Miss, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't show up again. Miss, you really are my savior, the draft you gave me. I've been afraid for the past few days that you wouldn't show up again. I can no longer repay your kindness. As he speaks, he bends his knees, about to kneel down. Mu Yan reaches out and gently supports him, easily lifting up the man's 70 to 80 kilogram body. Let's go back to the store and talk. The girl's voice is cold and clear, as sweet and pleasant as an oriole's cry, but it inexplicably has a kind of irresistible charm. Shen Qingfeng promptly says, yes, I'm so excited that I've become stupid. Let's go back first and talk. Benefactor, this way. The group quickly arrives in front of the store. Before they enter, they see a gray-haired old woman standing at the door, constantly looking around. Seeing Shen Qingfeng coming over, the old woman immediately asks, Feng how is it, has our benefactor come? Mother, why are you here? Shen Qingfeng promptly runs over to support the old woman. Your body has just gotten a little better, how could you catch a cold? The old woman pushes Shen Qingfeng's hand away, and goes straight to Mu Yan and the others. Her drowsy gaze sweeps over Yan Haoyan and Xiaobao's faces, and finally falls on Mu Yan. An astonished light flashes through her turbid eyes. She didn't expect that the one who gave her son such a valuable draft and saved her life would actually be such a budding young girl. She also has such an outstanding appearance. The old woman slowly exhales and bends her knees before Mayan. Benefactor, thank you for saving this old woman's life. Mu Yan usually had a careless attitude towards other people, but facing this kind of old man, she definitely couldn't accept such a big gift with a clear conscience. The languid expression on her beautiful face disappears, and Mayan promptly reaches out to support the old woman, softly saying, Auntie, there's no need to be overly courteous, I'm not your benefactor. It's just an equal transaction with your son. Mother Chin shook her head repeatedly, my eyes are blurred, but my heart is not blind. How could our shop be worth the price of that draft? If it weren't for your kindness, I wouldn't be regretted even if I died, but I pity my foolish son. He would definitely be dragged down by my illness. Mother Chen knew her son too well. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for her to be saved, Chen Qingfeng would never give up, even if he had to go bankrupt, or even pay with his life. But Mother Chen only had this one son. How could she bear for him to suffer? How could she bear to abandon him? And Chen Qingfeng's ending in the previous life also confirms Mother Chen's conjecture. Speaking up to hear, Mother Chen's eyes redden. She beckons to Chen Qingfeng, Fenger, quickly come and kowtow to this miss. Without waiting for Mu Yan to stop him, he has already kowtowed 4 or 5 times. When he raised his head, he could see that his forehead was bruised. Mu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't stop them. If kowtowing in gratitude like this could make the mother and son of the Chen family feel at ease, she would accept it. But Mother Chen's next sentence makes Mu Yan reveal a surprised expression. Miss, if you don't mind, let Qingfeng be your slave to repay your kindness. Mu Yan was startled. You don't have to be so exaggerated, right? No, not at all. Our Chen family's ancestral teachings say that we must pay back what we owe. Miss, please give our Qingfeng a chance. He may be clumsy, but he will be loyal to you. Under Mother Chen's insistence, Mu Yan has no choice but to compromise. There's no need to be a cow or a horse, how about this? It just so happens that after I buy the shop, I still need people to manage and help me. If young Master Chen doesn't mind, why don't you help me take care of the shop's business? I will pay you according to the normal price of a shopkeeper. Not at all, not at all. Chen Qingfeng was so excited that his saliva flew everywhere. He wanted to shout loudly to express his sincerity. It's my honor to work for you. I don't need any reward. Mother Chen also said, yes, young lady, we owe you that. How can we ask for a reward? Mu Yan no longer argues. He thinks that it doesn't matter if he doesn't receive payment. Seeing that Chen Qingfeng's cultivation has been stuck at the early profound stage, when the time comes, he can just provide a draft that can help him advance. Thus, she smiled and said, Auntie, my name is Jun Mayan. You can call me by my name in the future. This is my son, Xiaobao. Xiaobao, call me Grandma. Xiaobao's handsome little face is expressionless, but when he hears Mu Yan's instructions, he still calls out in his childish voice, Grandma. Such a young girl already had a son. Mother Chen and Chen Qingfeng showed a trace of surprise, but then they felt relieved. Whatever the benefactor did was right. Furthermore, her benefactor's son was so beautiful, it was as if he was carved from the same mold as her benefactor. Mother Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what a handsome child. In fact, Mu Yan only bought Chen Qingfeng's shop to repay his kindness. Moreover, she had no interest in doing business at all. Therefore, for the next few days, she only brought Xiaobao along to cultivate in the space. The shop was still left to Chen Qingfeng to manage. At the same time, she also tries to use the Shen musician's auxiliary skill, Spring Snow, to refine all kinds of drafts. For example, the most basic draft used to supplement internal force, mysterious energy filter. Because of the relationship between the formula, mysterious energy filters are more or less the same. Under normal circumstances, a bottle of mysterious energy filter can only replenish about 70% of a yellow stage martial artist's internal force. Moreover, if you take too much of the mysterious energy filter, the side effects of the medicine will also remain in the meridians. Therefore, he couldn't take too much in a short period of time. But the mysterious energy filter refined with the spring snow skill is catalyzed and purified by the Tian Emochin Sither sound. Not to mention the fact that the mysterious energy filter can replenish more internal force. The most important thing is that its side effects on the meridians and qi have also been reduced to a minimum. After cultivating in the space for a few days, Mayan casually strolls around the store. However, he found that Chen Qingfeng was frowning. As soon as he sees Mayan, Chen Qingfeng immediately comes over in shame. Hanging his head, he says, "Miss June, I'm sorry, I'm too useless. You spent a lot of money to buy this shop, but my shop can't make money for you at all. Instead, it's making you lose money." In fact, Mu Yan simply doesn't care about the income of these medicine shops. After all, she has the entire property of Jin Hongmen in her hands. But seeing Chen Qingfeng's distressed expression, she faintly smiles and says, "It doesn't matter. I'm just looking for a place to sell the drafts that I've refined." Ah. So it turns out that Miss June is an apothecary. Chen Qingfeng immediately says excitedly, "Could it be that the draft you gave me to treat insanity and tuberculosis was also refined by you?" Although he got the draft from Mayan's hands. But at the beginning, Chen Qingfeng had never thought that the person who would refine the draft would be Mayan. After all, Mayan looks too young. Mu Yan just faintly smiles, declining to comment. Chen Qingfeng promptly asks again, "May I ask what kind of drafts you're going to sell in the pharmacy?" Mu Yan flips her wrist and a porcelain bottle appears in her palm. She says lightly, "Sell this bottle." Chen Qingfeng carefully and excitedly takes it and examines it. When he sees the name of the draft that Mayan has engraved on it, he is dumbfounded. This is the mysterious energy filter? Chen Qingfeng blinked and said hesitantly, "That, Miss June, are you mistaken? Mysterious energy filter is the most basic draft, any apothecary can refine it, and we also have it in our pharmacy." That's right, in Chen Qingfeng's Qinji Medicine Hall, there was almost no medicine refiner that could be successfully refined, only ordinary medicinal ingredients. This was also the reason why almost no one came here. After all, eating ordinary medicinal herbs wouldn't bring much benefit. Of course, it has to be refined into a draft, only then can it have the best effect on a practitioner. But it's not like there's no draft in Qinji's drugstore. Like the mysterious energy filter, Qingxin powder, these kinds of most common and cheapest drafts, he would still take in a portion from time to time. Mayan carelessly says, "That's right, I asked you to sell this mysterious energy filter." Chen Qingfeng is even more dumbfounded, "Only one bottle of mysterious energy filter? Are you kidding me? Not only are they selling the lowest level drafts, but there's only one bottle. There are still more than a dozen bottles of mysterious energy filters in the store's current stock." Mu Yan nods, "Unquestionable, sell one bottle." The expression on Chen Qingfeng's face was twisted. He cautiously asks, "Then Miss June, how do you think this draft should be priced?" This time, Mu Yan revealed a hesitant expression. Because she also didn't know how to price this new mysterious energy filter that she had refined herself. "Baby, how much do you think Niangqin should charge for this mysterious energy filter?" Thus, Mu Yan lowers her head and asks her baby son. Xiaobao raised his little head and looked at Mu Yan with his bright eyes, but he also revealed a blank expression. Xiaobao also had no concept of money. Mayan's eyes turn, and she suddenly has a bright idea, "There's a way." As she spoke, she took out a die from her bosom and handed it to Xiaobao. "Baby, you throw it. We'll sell it for as many gold coins as you throw it." Chen Qingfeng is dumbfounded. This, isn't the price of all mysterious energy filters the same? Since when can you use a die to set the price? The die grumbles as it spins, finally stopping at one point. Xiaobao looks at that loan die, unhappily wrinkling his dashing eyebrows, "Too cheap. The draft that Niangqin refines is so good, but it's only sold for this price." Chen Qingfeng promptly says with a smile, 100 gold coins is already a lot, the market price of mysterious energy filters is just like that. Even the most famous, Hongxing drugstore, in Xiaoan, with a mid-level apothecary overseeing it, can only sell a bottle of mysterious energy filter for 200 gold coins at most. At this time, he is already 100% sure that the draft that Mayan gave him to treat his mother's insanity and tuberculosis must have been purchased from outside. But it's also because of this that Chen Qingfeng feels that Mayan is willing to spend a lot of money to buy the draft for him to treat his mother. He should repay this benefactor even more, and must not let her down. Even if the mysterious energy filters that Miss June refines aren't good enough, he will definitely help sell them. Xiaobao coldly shoots him a glance. Those beautiful blue eyes that look extremely similar to Mayan's are now filled with contempt. It's as if what Chen Qingfeng just said is a big joke. Chen Qingfeng has an inexplicable look on his face, and is just about to ask, then he hears an icy childish voice say, "Who told you it's 100 gold coins?" "Ah? Then how much is it?" 10,000 gold coins. Chen Qingfeng stumbles, and his head hits the table. But he simply doesn't care about the pain, and promptly straightens up. "Young master, don't joke around. This is the lowest level of mysterious energy filters, 10,000 gold coins for one. Even the Heavenly Road sect of Huangyao wouldn't dare to sell it like this. You're not mistaken, are you?" Saying that, he looks at Mayan for help, hoping that she can correct Xiaobao's wrong concept of money. Mayan hugs Xiaobao and kisses him, beaming, "Baby, we'll sell it for whatever price you say." But Miss June, this can't be sold at all. The other mysterious energy filters in the store only sell for 100 gold coins. Mayan leisurely thinks to herself, "It doesn't matter, you can price this mysterious energy filter separately and sell it separately. If someone wants to buy it, you can sell it. If no one wants to buy it, I won't settle the score with you." How could anyone buy this? Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but want to wail. Buying a bottle of mysterious energy filter for 10,000 gold coins, isn't that a fool? He wanted to persuade her again, but Xiaobao shot him a cold glance. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Chen Qingfeng froze. Mu Yan knocks her son's head, "Don't be rude to Uncle Chen." Xiaobao wrinkles his little nose, and says with a snort, "How could it be an ordinary draft that Nyangqing refined? If you don't even know this, then what are you if not an idiot?" Mu Yan is tickled by her son's tsundere look, and she can't help but pinch his chubby little face. A blush flashed across Xiaobao's handsome face, and then it immediately became cold again. Chen Qingfeng, on the other hand, was confused and wanted to ask. Mother Chen's voice came from the back door, "Just do what Miss June tells you to do." "Why do you have so much nonsense?" Being reprimanded by his mother, Chen Qingfeng doesn't dare to say anything more. On the other side, Mother Chen has already brought out the steamed buns that she just made, and warmly invites Mu Yan and Xiaobao to enjoy them. "Ah, you're welcome." Xiaobao is so sensible. Xiaobao turns his head and immediately brings the steamed bun to Mayan's mouth. "Nyangqing, eat." Mu Yan lowers her head and takes a bite, smiling like a flower. The buns are really delicious." Xiaobao also wants to eat. Only then did the little fellow bring the bun to his mouth and eat it like a little squirrel. Even when he was eating, Xiaobao's handsome little face was cold and expressionless. However, that appearance was indescribably adorable and obedient, and could practically melt the hearts of all hardened hearts. Mother Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss June, the relationship between you and your son is so good." When they snuggled together, everything else in the world seemed to stop. As long as there was a mother and son, it was already better than countless things in the world. Mu Yan lowers her head and kisses Xiaobao's head, her expression gentle. Xiaobao is the best gift the heavens have given me." Xiaobao looks up at Mu Yan, his blue eyes as bright as stars. The next day, the third day, Junji drugstore, is still deserted from beginning to end. There are only flies flying around the counter. By the way, a few days ago, Chen Family's drugstore has officially changed its name to Junji Drugstore. Moreover, it was changed under the strong request of Chen Qingfeng and Auntie Chen. According to Auntie Chen, they have already taken advantage of Mayan. Now that the pharmacy was Mayan's, of course, it couldn't be called Chen's pharmacy anymore. Otherwise, it would be no different from not giving it to Mayan. Mu Yan can't dissuade them, so she can only let them change it. On the third day, Chen Qingfeng was sitting in front of the counter, worrying. Suddenly, he heard noisy voices and messy footsteps coming towards his shop. "Tiandashao, are we really going to buy the mysterious energy filter in this shabby little pharmacy? Why don't we go to Hongsheng Pharmacy? This store looks a little too shabby." Don't you know that our young master Tian has a grudge against the young master of Hongxing Medicine Hall? If we buy medicine from him, won't we be slapping ourselves in the face? As they spoke, a group of people walked into the shop. There were a total of 5 people in this group, and the leader was a young man dressed in blue. He couldn't be considered handsome, but his eyes were like lightning, making people not dare to stare at him. He said impatiently, "All right, what are you arguing about? Isn't it just buying some mysterious energy filters? It's the same no matter where you buy it." Tian Dashao is right, no matter how good the mysterious energy filter is, it will only have that kind of effect. Don't tell me that Hongxing drugstore can sell mysterious energy filters for a lot of money. When Chen Qingfeng saw these people, his spirit was immediately shaken, and he quickly got up to greet them. He was at the early stage of the profound stage, but he couldn't tell the cultivation of any of the 5 people in front of him. Therefore, these people were at least mystic stage middle rank and above. An ancient martial art practitioner with such a cultivation would usually be more extravagant in his spending. "Dear customers, may I know what kind of medicinal ingredients you would like to buy?" A short man next to the blue-clothed youth says, "Take out all the mysterious energy filters in your store for our Tian Dashao. We'll buy as many as you have." All right. Once Chen Qingfeng hears that it's actually such a big business, he immediately smiles from ear to ear. "Customer, please wait a moment, I'll immediately go and take out the mysterious energy filters. The price of the mysterious energy filters in our shop is 100 gold coins per bottle. We guarantee that we will not cheat anyone." Soon, all the mysterious energy filters in the store are placed on the counter. There were only a few dozen bottles in total. Chen Qingfeng blushes to his ears. Their shop is small and their profits are meager. Even the mysterious energy filter costs him a lot. So he doesn't dare to buy too much. He says shamefully, "I'm really sorry, this is all the mysterious energy filters in this shop." Just as he finishes speaking, he hears the little man loudly say, "What's that bottle? Isn't it mysterious energy filter written on it?" The little man is astonishingly pointing at the mysterious energy filter that Mayan had refined. Chen Qingfeng coughs slightly and says, "This is indeed a mysterious energy filter, but it's a special mysterious energy filter refined by our shop owner, so the price is relatively high." Relatively high price, it's just a mysterious energy filter, how high could the price be? The little man mutters as he moves closer to take a look at the price tag. His eyes immediately go round, incredulously saying, "Are you kidding me? 10,000 gold coins for a mysterious energy filter? Why don't you just rob a bank?" In fact, Chen Qingfeng also wants to agree with their idea. But he still smiles and says, "Our owner has instructed us to do so. If you don't like it, you can also not buy it." 10,000 gold coins? Hee, interesting. The blue-clothed youth suddenly opens his mouth. This young master would like to see what kind of flower your 10,000 gold coins mysterious energy filter can produce. Humph, if you try it and this mysterious energy filter is only an ordinary product, don't blame this young master for smashing your broken shop when I come back. With that, the blue-clothed youth throws a bag of gold coins, picks up the mysterious energy filter and leaves. Before the short man left, he glanced at Chen Qingfeng with a sinister smile. "Smelly brat, you still don't know the identity of Tian Dashao? Tian Dashao is the youngest son of the city lord. You've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, even daring to blackmail Tian Dashao. Your shitty Junji drugstore, just wait for it to close down." With that, the little man swaggers away. Leaving Chen Qingfeng in the same place with a face full of panic, he's so anxious that he's about to grab his hair. However, when he hurriedly reports the matter to Mayan. In exchange, Mayan only smiles lazily and leisurely. If he bought it, then he bought it, what's there to panic about? But, that person is the city lord's son, Tian Yongjin. If, alright, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to worry about? Mu Yan casually tossed a porcelain bottle into Chen Qingfeng's hands. "Here, this is the replenishment." As for the price, she looked at her son. Xiaobao expressionlessly took out the die and tossed it again. This time, the die stopped at 4. Mu Yan is all smiles as she says, "Amen, then this mysterious energy filter will be priced at 40,000 gold coins. So it's happily decided." Chen Qingfeng almost fainted. Heavens! Even if a bottle of mysterious energy filter was sold for 10,000 gold coins, now it had unexpectedly risen to 40,000 gold coins. And happily decided, how could he be happy? What if the shop was really smashed? No, even if young Master Tian really wanted to take revenge, he had to shoulder all the responsibility. I can't let Miss June get hurt. Chen Qingfeng grabbed his hair and walked away with a frown. Little Bao watched him leave and spat out another word coldly. Idiot. The next day, Chen Qingfeng opens the shop on time. The shop still doesn't have a single customer, but Chen Qingfeng is full of panic. From time to time, he would look outside the door, for fear of seeing young Master Tian's flustered and exasperated figure running over to seek revenge. Who knows what he thinks will come true? Who would have thought that it would come? Just after noon, he sees a group of people rolling into the Junji drugstore like a gust of wind. Leading them is Tian Yongjin, the one who bought the mysterious energy filter yesterday. His expression is agitated, his eyes are red, and he has an extremely furious look on his face. As soon as he enters the shop, he slaps the counter loudly, his voice even slightly trembling because of extreme excitement. Mysterious energy filter, yesterday's mysterious energy filter. Chen Qingfeng inwardly cries, it's over. Tian Dashao has really come to settle accounts. His face is deathly pale, he's shivering with fear, but he still clenches his teeth and says, Tian Dashao, yesterday I made a mistake. I made a mistake in the price of the mysterious energy filter. It has nothing to do with my boss, less of your fucking nonsense. Tian Yongjin bellows. With great difficulty, he catches his breath and says urgently, yesterday's special mysterious energy filter, give this little grandpa, pack it all up. This little grandpa will buy it all. Tian Dashao, I'm willing to compensate you double the price of that mysterious energy filter, please be magnanimous. Hey, wait. Chen Qingfeng's voice comes to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening as he says, Tian Dashao, what did you just say? Didn't you want to return the special mysterious energy filter? And didn't you want to settle accounts with our Junji drugstore? Return what return? This little grandpa wants to buy all the special mysterious energy filters in your shop, hurry up and give it to me. Chen Qingfeng is in a trance, he doesn't know what day it is today. His mind even flashes with the thought that Tian Yongjin might have been cheated stupid. If he wasn't stupid, why would he buy a mysterious energy filter for 10,000 gold coins, and then run back to buy a second one? He looks sluggish as he takes the second mysterious energy filter that Mayan gave him yesterday from the cabinet, and hands it to Tian Yongjin. Tian Dashao, thank you for your kindness, 40,000 gold coins. What? 40,000 gold coins? Tian Yongjin scowls, wasn't it only 10,000 gold coins yesterday? Why did the price increase today? You're not trying to swindle me, are you? It's only now that Chen Qingfeng has somewhat returned to his senses. He shakes his head like a rattle drum. Tian Dashao, this special mysterious energy filter is refined by our boss, and the price is also set by the boss. Every day the price may be different. You ask this lowly one also has no way. Alright, 40,000 gold coins it is. It's not that I can't afford it. Tian Yongjin waved his hand impatiently. But how is one bottle enough? Go and take out all the stock in the store. Chen Qingfeng swallowed his saliva. But the owner only gave me one bottle. Therefore, in our entire pharmacy, we only have this one bottle of the special mysterious energy filter. What a joke. Tian Yongjin was furious. Who the hell is your boss? She doesn't even give face to my Tian family. Go and call her out. Chen Qingfeng's face was full of awkwardness, and he hesitated for a moment. At this moment, another man's voice comes from the door. Tian Dashao doesn't want this special mysterious energy filter, I want it. Hearing this voice, Tian Yongjin's already unsightly complexion immediately darkens. He turns his head to look at the newcomer, and says through gritted teeth, Wang Jiaqin, why are you here? The newcomer is dressed in dark blue, and he's waving a folding fan in his hand. He has a confident and elegant appearance. Chen Qingfeng recognizes this person, and he immediately shows a shocked expression when he sees him. However, why would the young owner of Hongxing drugstore run to their small, remote drugstore to buy mysterious energy filters? Wang Jiaqin waves his folding fan, smiling in a romantic manner. You, Tian Yongjin, can come, why can't I? Hee hee, I thought that in today's beast fighting competition, the white wolf under Tian Dashao's hand would suddenly be so brave and fierce, turning defeat into victory. Turns out it was here that we found the miracle medicine. Tian Yongjin's face turns green and white, turning his head to glare at the guard and the short man beside him. It's all because of these useless things, they didn't even notice that they were being followed. Unexpectedly, this Wang Jiaqin followed them here, and found out the secret of the special mysterious energy filter. It turns out that last night, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin had agreed to duel in the beast fighting coliseum. However, it wasn't the two of them who were fighting, but two carefully selected strange beasts. One was a red flame leopard. The other was a white ice wolf. Both strange beasts were early profound stage, but because of the nature-restraining relationship, Wang Jiaqin's leopard firmly suppressed Tian Yongjin's white wolf. Although it wasn't to the extent of defeat, the consumption of internal force was extremely fast. Unfortunately, Tian Yongjin didn't buy enough mysterious energy filters, and the quality wasn't good enough. He watched as the last bottle filled with mysterious energy filters was bitten by the white wolf, and the leopard only took half of the mysterious energy filter. Tian Yongjin thought that he would definitely lose, and was so angry that he swept all the fruit cups and plates in the private room to the ground. Wang Jiaqin, on the other hand, was leisurely and incomparably carefree. However, the next moment, something incredible happened. Because of excessive consumption of internal force and excessive use of the mysterious energy filter, the white wolf, whose body was covered in scars, suddenly opened its eyes. Its body erupted with a powerful and frightening momentum. Roar, a loud noise shook the sky, but the leopard on the opposite side whimpered a few times, retreating a few steps in fear. In the private room, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin simultaneously stood up, their faces revealing a look of horror. Because at that moment, they discovered that the white wolf's strength had advanced from early profound stage to middle profound stage. A profound stage mid-tier winterfrost white wolf against a profound stage early-tier scarlet flame leopard, the result could be imagined. The leopard didn't even have time to swallow the rest of the mysterious energy filter before it was smashed into meat paste by the white wolf, dying on the spot. How could Tian Yongjin have imagined that his loss would be reversed at the last moment? Seeing the ugly expression on Wang Jiaqin's face when he came out of the private room, Tian Yongjin laughed out loud and immediately ordered his men to bring the white wolf over. What was strange was that white wolf's current cultivation had actually dropped to the early stages of the profound stage. However, his body didn't have any side effects of taking the drug. On the contrary, he was full of energy, and even his original injuries were healing quickly. Even if Tian Yongjin was a fool, he would still be able to guess that this was the effect of the mysterious energy filter he bought for 10,000 gold coins. A bottle of mysterious energy filter that could let a strange beast break through from the early stages of the profound level to the middle stages of the profound level in a short period of time. A bottle of mysterious energy filter that doesn't have any side effects after taking it. Instead, it can make one's mental state better. This kind of special mysterious energy filter was sold for 10,000 gold coins. It really wasn't expensive at all. No, not only was it not expensive. It was simply too cheap. Tian Yongjin waited patiently for another 16 hours. That's because the side effects of ordinary drafts would only take 16 hours at most. After 16 hours, that white wolf was still full of energy, and the internal force in his body was even more intense. 16 hours later, that white wolf is still glowing with health and vigor, and the internal force within his body is even more intense. Tian Yongjin is simply ecstatic, and immediately rushes over to Junji drugstore. But he doesn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After that Wang Jiaqin lost, he was extremely unreconciled, and went as far as to secretly tail him, following him. Now he still wants to compete with him for this one and only mysterious energy filter. After Wang Jiaqin taunts Tian Yongjin, he immediately looks at Chen Qingfeng. This special mysterious energy filter in your shop, I'll take it all. Whatever price this guy offers, I'll double it. Tian Yongjin grits his teeth. Fuck off. This bottle of mysterious energy filter is what this father saw first. Don't even think about snatching it. Isn't it just gold coins? Do you think this father doesn't have it? Tian Yongjin is so angry that he bursts out with profanity. He quickly fishes out a large bag of gold and throws it on the counter. Here's 80,000 gold coins. This little grandpa is taking the mysterious energy filter. He turns around to leave, but is stopped by Chen Qingfeng. Tian Dashao, Wang Dashao, the owner has ordered that the special mysterious energy filter will only be sold at a fixed price, and will not be auctioned. Moreover, only one bottle will be provided every day, first come, first served. I ask for the two of you to forgive me. Chen Qingfeng respectfully conveys Mayan's instructions. His whole person is already close to a Spartan. God, forget about 10,000 gold coins, 40,000 gold coins, 80,000 gold coins, they're actually scrambling to buy it. This is just a mysterious energy filter. Could it be that the mysterious energy filter refined by Miss June is really that miraculous? Wang Jiaqin's complexion suddenly turned somewhat unsightly. There's money to be earned. Is there something wrong with your owner's head? Chen Qingfeng frowns, but still politely says, I'm sorry, this shop will definitely comply with the owner's instructions 100%. Tian Yongjin laughs heartily. At this moment, he's finally vented a bit of his anger from being followed by Wang Jiaqin. He waves the mysterious energy filter in his hand at Wang Jiaqin, and proudly smiles, sorry First come, first served, today this mysterious energy filter is this young master's. Saying that, Tian Yongjin swaggers away. Wang Jiaqin gritted his teeth, but he still suppressed his anger and looked at Chen Qingfeng. Then I can book it for tomorrow, right? This won't do either. Chen Qingfeng bit the bullet and said, Boss has stipulated that only one bottle of each medicine will be sold every day. No bargaining, no pre-orders, first come, first served. All right. Good. I've never seen such a strange rule. Tomorrow, this young master must buy your so-called special mysterious energy filter. I'd like to see whether or not your boss's level of alchemy matches his bad temper. After that, Wang Jiaqin left with an ugly expression. Chen Qingfeng stood there in a daze for a long time. He looked down at the 40,000 gold coins on the counter, and then at the empty shelf. With a bang, he stood up, quickly closed the door, and rushed to the backyard. How could he open a shop? A bottle of mysterious energy filter sold for 40,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins, this was equivalent to half a year's income of their shop, Oh, today's mysterious energy filter was also bought by someone? Mu Yan's expression is tranquil. So what if it's bought? Why are you so surprised? But Kiki, but that's mysterious energy filter 40,000 gold coins Miss June, what kind of magic does the mysterious energy filter that you refined have? Why is it sold at such an outrageous price, and they're still frantically snapping it up? Chen Qingfeng was stunned. He didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed. But he didn't even think about it. He took the medicine and drank it in one gulp. A moment later, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his dantian. Sit down and meditate. Hearing Mu Yan's voice, Chen Qingfeng didn't even think about it and immediately did as he was told. An hour slowly passed by. Chen Qingfeng opened his eyes and stared blankly in front of him. Suddenly, he jumped up from the ground. I broke through to profound stage early level, Miss June, I broke through to profound stage middle level. Yes, it's nothing to be surprised about. Mayan is holding a book in her hand. She lightly flips a page, and leisurely says, this bottle of draft is called the filter of barrier breaking. It's used to break through bottlenecks, but it's only effective for practitioners below Earth stage. When Chen Qingfeng heard this, he was shocked and wanted to kneel down on the spot. Only when Mayan's threatening gaze sweeps over him, does he stand shakily. But then he thinks that Mu Yan has actually refined a draft that can help him break through bottlenecks, and she even let him eat it so casually. He had the urge to pass out and see if he was dreaming. Mayan casually pulls out 2 bottles of drafts, with the words mysterious energy filter and filter of barrier breaking written on them. Add a bottle of filter of barrier breaking to the drafts that will be sold tomorrow. Chen Qingfeng stupidly took it. Would you like to invite the young master over to roll the dice to set the price? No need. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, Xiaobao went out to play today, so let's just use yesterday's price. Chen Qingfeng asked, the mysterious energy filter is sold for 40,000 gold coins, then how much is the filter of barrier breaking? 400,000 gold coins? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and glances at him, a smile that isn't a smile. Chen Qingfeng immediately straightened his back and said loudly, I know, the price of the filter of barrier breaking is 4 million gold coins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Qingfeng felt even more dizzy. Heavens, 4 million gold coins. Even if his shop was multiplied by 10 times, it would still not be enough. However, he didn't think that the price was outrageous. Think about it, a draft that can help people break through bottlenecks, I've never even heard of it before. No matter how expensive it was, how could no one buy it? Chen Qingfeng hurriedly walks away. He has to make arrangements on how to introduce this new draft to Tian Dashao and Wang Dashao tomorrow. Mu Yan looked at his back, but couldn't help but smile and shake his head. If Xiaobao were here, he would probably call him an idiot again. Oh, but her baby had been out for a day, why wasn't he back yet? Outside Xi'an, in a remote kernel. This place was desolate and uninhabited, and even birds and beasts rarely passed by. Suddenly, white light shone brightly in the kernel. For some reason, rolling thunder clouds suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. However, this situation only lasted for about 10 minutes. The thunderclouds came and went quickly dispersing. The sky was still clear and bright. At the place where the white light flashed, 2 tall figures appeared. The moment these 2 figures appeared, in the forest not far from the call, tens of thousands of beasts galloped, as if they wanted to rush out, but also as if they were afraid and wanted to escape. High up in the sky, countless birds formed their original forms, circling and fluttering, letting out cries. Their cries seemed to be welcoming, but if one listened carefully, it would carry a deep sense of awe. Di Mingju doesn't respond to Han Ye's words, nor does he pay attention to the vision of heaven and earth. He goes straight towards Xi'an. As he walks, his brows furrow fiercely. Damn it, because his real body has descended to the Yanwu continent, his cultivation has been suppressed to the limit that this continent can bear. So much so that he can't even teleport and fly. Otherwise, he could appear in front of Mu Yan in a flash. He doesn't know if that little woman would be surprised to see him. Would she throw herself into his arms? Thinking of this, Di Mingju's ears slightly redden, and his pace quickens. If Han Yi were to hear his Jun Shang's thoughts, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. Jun Shang, where do you get the confidence to think that Miss Jun would throw herself into your arms? It's already good enough that she doesn't send you flying with a kick. The 2 of them walk extremely fast. Even though they're both walking, it's as if they're flying. In just a short moment, they've already entered Xi'an. Because he gave Mu Yan a kiss of vow, Di Mingju quickly determines Mu Yan's position. He's about to rush over at top speed, but Han Yi stops him, cough. Jun Shang, you're not going directly to Miss Jun, are you? Hearing that, Di Mingju impatiently shoots Han Yi a glance. His eyes were cold and gloomy, clearly saying, are you an idiot? Ben Jun came to the lower realm to find that woman. If I don't go directly to her, should I still be playing around in this spiritual energy barren place, being looked at by his Jun Shang with such a look of disgust? 10,000 grass mud horses gallop through Han Ye's mind. He makes a bitter face and lightly coughs once again. Jun Shang, this subordinate heard that in the Yanwu continent, there is a rule that if a man wants to pursue a woman, then he must give her a gift. Especially after a long separation, when visiting for the first time, he would prepare a generous gift for the other party and their family. This can increase the other party's favorable impression of you. Di Mingju's handsome face stiffens, and he coldly says, Ben Jun needs to increase the favorable impression? No need, no need. Han Yi immediately praises, Jun Shang, you're extraordinarily handsome, brilliant, and powerful. There's no woman in the world who wouldn't like you, and wouldn't want to throw herself into your arms. Give what? Han Yi hasn't finished speaking when his master's cold inquiry is suddenly heard. His voice stops abruptly, and he dumbly looks over. Di Mingju impatiently says, Jun Shang Jun, what should I give to that woman? Humph. He's not trying to please that little woman. It's just that since she's destined to be his, Di Mingju's, wife, what's the harm in spoiling her in advance? Han Yi abruptly comes back to his senses. He looks around, and points at a jewelry store not too far away. Jun Shang, why don't we go there and take a look, and pick a gift? Things from the Xiaoxian continent can't be brought to the Yanwu continent, otherwise, it would destroy the balance of the Yanwu continent. That's why Di Mingju and Han Yi are alone this time. Even their clothes are the most ordinary. Only Hanyi carries some gold and silver pearls that don't have any spiritual power. In the Xianxia continent, no one would pick them up even if they were to be thrown on the ground. Ming and Tutu, Jin and Ming Ju, and Yi. As Di approaches, Ju he. This to him. And Dao. Di Ming Ji Ming Ming. He K Ming Ju is Ming's shop. Wouldn't he, Di Ming Ju, lose face by giving away this kind of vulgar object? Thinking of this, Di Ming Ju coldly glares at Hanyi. Hanyi expresses that he really feels wronged. The Yanwu continent's enchantment is too weak, and its endurance is too poor. He can't bring down the treasures of the Xianxia continent. Can he be blamed for this? Jun Shang, take a look over there. I see that the jewelry over there isn't bad, barely worthy of Miss Mayan. Di Mingju looks over and sees an exquisite glass cabinet in a corner of the huge shop. There are only a few pieces of jewelry in the cabinet. It really looks a bit better than those vulgar objects outside. Di Mingju's eyes brighten when he sees a white jade hairpin. This white jade hairpin is sparkling and translucent. Under the light, the chalcedony inside seems to be gurgling and flowing. The most amazing thing is the hairpin that's made into the shape of a phoenix's tail. There's obviously no other color embellishment, but the white jade carving gives people a sense of elegance and grace. Only this jade hairpin is barely worthy of his woman. Di Mingju quickly walks to the glass cabinet, his slender fingers lightly pressing on the glass. That glass instantly turns into fine powder. The white jade hairpin is revealed, appearing even more radiant and vibrant, extraordinarily noble. Di Mingju reaches out to grab the white jade hairpin. Just as he's about to pick it up, he suddenly feels a heavy force on his hand. He sees that the other end of the jade hairpin is caught by a fair and tender little hand. Di Mingju frowns. He hates it the most when his things are touched by others. Of course, Mayan is an exception. But when he looks up and sees the person in front of him, he stares blankly for a moment. Standing in front of him, the one holding the white jade hairpin is a little boy of only 4 or 5 years old. A small pink face, delicate and handsome features, indescribably cute like snow jade. But the most attractive thing is that pair of ice blue eyes. Although there are no fluctuations of emotion on his face or in his eyes, those big eyes seem to reflect the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, making people unconsciously attracted. When Di Mingju sees the child in front of him, he stares blankly for a full 3 breaths. His heart is inexplicably throbbing with a strange emotion. He clearly hates it the most when other people touch his things. In his eyes, the mortals of the Yanwu continent, except for Mayan, are no different from ants. He doesn't even bother to look at them. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to kill the little boy in front of him. At this moment, the little boy's cold voice sounded, "Let go." After saying that, he exerted force in his hand, intending to snatch the white jade hairpin away. But how could Di Mingju let others take away his things? His face sinks, and the inexplicable emotions in his heart are dispelled in a flash. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Little guy, I saw this first. I saw it first." What responded him was a cold childish voice. "You stole my stuff, shameless." On the side, Hanyi inhales a mouthful of cold air, his complexion turning green and white. Heavens, does this kid want to die? They actually dared to call their Jun Shang shameless? Di Mingju's eyes are already emitting a dense cold light, an invisible pressure is unconsciously released. If you have the guts, say it again. The terrifying pressure instantly froze the air in the shop. The boss and the guests in the treasure pavilion are also startled. Some people scramble to escape, some people shiver and hide under the table, even Hanya's eyes are aghast. But strangely, the little boy who bears the brunt of Di Mingju's pressure seems to feel nothing. He glares at Di Mingju without flinching, saying word by word, "Shameless. This is mine." As he spoke, he pulled back forcefully. With a clatter, the jade hairpins in their hands broke into 2. Both of them looked at the remaining half of the jade stone in their hands. Both of them were clearly more handsome than the other, but their expressions were more terrifying than the other. Just a moment ago, it was only Di Mingju who released his frightening pressure. Now, even the little boy's body has a frightening momentum that surges out like a tide. The customers and the boss were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Han Yi, on the other hand, is incredibly shocked and incredulous. Who was this little boy? How could she compete with his family's Jun Shang in terms of coercion and momentum? One must know that his family's Jun Shang's cultivation level was extremely high. Once the emperor became angry, thousands of miles would kneel. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, under the Jun Shang's anger, everyone could only tremble. Even if he's currently suppressing 90% of his strength, this is the Yanwu continent. This little boy can't even cultivate his spiritual power. But how could he directly contend with his Jun Shang? Could it be that he was dreaming? The boy in the treasure pavilion was none other than Little Treasure. In the past, when he was still living in the Nameless Valley, Xiaobao would often go out of the mountain alone and accept some secret transactions. He didn't need to show his face in mercenary missions, and the money he earned would be used to buy things for Mu Yan. Therefore, the golden leaves in his hands were truly earned by him, and not given to him by Mu Yan. Today, he came out because he saw Chen Qingfeng giving Grandma Chen a gift. Only then did he remember that he hadn't bought a gift for his mother for a long time. Only then did he run out to stroll around the streets. It wasn't easy for him to find a white jade hairpin in the treasure house. He felt that it was barely worthy of his mother. He wanted to buy it, but he didn't expect that a shameless man would come out and compete with him. You broke my mother's things, you have to pay. Xiaobao frowns, glaring fiercely at Di Mingju. Di Mingju grinds his teeth. Little guy, this is mine. Mine. The two of them refused to give in to each other, and the invisible pressure emanating from their bodies grew stronger and stronger. Even the entire shop started to shake slightly, and dust fell from the roof beams. Sir, please be merciful, please be merciful. Seeing that he was about to lose his shop, the boss no longer cared about his fear. He crawled over and wailed, Sir, young master, please calm down, please calm down. Do you want to buy this white jade phoenix tail hairpin? There are more in the store. I guarantee that it's even more beautiful than the phoenix tail white jade hairpin. Don't fight anymore. If this goes on, I won't be able to keep my shop. As he said this, the boss scrambled to the bottom of the counter where his handprint was and took out the 2 brocade boxes. When he opened the brocade box, he saw that it was not the white jade phoenix tail hairpin. Instead, it was a bracelet and a pair of earrings. Although it wasn't the phoenix tail white jade hairpin, the jade bracelet and earrings were of the same quality. Moreover, the workmanship was even more complicated and precise. Under the illumination of the light, it appeared even more otherworldly. You're barely worthy of my mother. Xiaobao thought for a moment, then tiptoed and took the dragon and phoenix white jade earrings. You're barely worthy of Ben Jun's woman. Di Mingju thought for a while, then with a wave of his hand, he put the dragon and phoenix white jade bracelet into his sleeve. The boss wipes the sweat from his forehead and takes a deep breath, rejoicing at the fact that he has survived a disaster. Han Yi steps forward and throws out a sparkling and translucent sapphire. This should be enough to exchange for these 3 white jade jewelry, right? The boss looks at the quality of the sapphire and immediately smiles. It's enough, it's enough. Although these 3 white jade jewelry are exquisite and beautiful, sapphire is something that can only be found by chance and not sought. Such a large piece can be carved into many different shapes. Let alone 3 pieces, even adding 3 more wouldn't be a problem. Han Yi smiles at Xiaobao. This little Gongzi, what happened just now was purely an accident. As an apology, we'll pay for your white jade earrings. Di Mingju coldly snorts, his complexion unkind, but he doesn't stop him. Who would have thought that Xiaobao wouldn't appreciate it at all? He fishes out 2 gold leaves from his bosom, jumps on a chair, and throws them in front of the boss. Keep the change. The boss goes unable to contain his joy. Just now, he thought that he was out of luck, but who knew that he would actually take advantage of it? Xiaobao drops the gold leaves, then coldly glares at Di Mingju. Only then does he jump off the chair and leave. Di Mingju watches the little bean sprout's figure go far away. He slightly narrows his eyes, and only after a long while does he say, let's go. The boss holds the sapphire and gold leaves in his hands and caresses them, smiling so much that his face can't be seen. Suddenly, his complexion changes. He looks up in panic, wanting to call Di Mingju and Xiaobao to come back. However, when he looks outside the door, the figures of those 3 people are nowhere to be seen. The boss immediately frowns, revealing a guilty and ashamed expression. Oh no, I was too scared and happy just now that I actually forgot to tell the two honored guests one thing. The great master who originally made this pair of white jade dragon and phoenix jewelry once said, the white jade earrings are carved with a phoenix, and the white jade bracelet is carved with a dragon. The dragon and phoenix must be worn on the same body, to bring out the harmony of the zither and the harp, and the meaning of peace and happiness. If they were separated, it would represent the parting of labor and the parting of birds. This is also the reason why the boss didn't casually put this pair of dragon and phoenix jewelry up for sale. These two honored guests gave him so much money, but he didn't tell them such important information. It's really, really hard for his conscience. Young master, you're back. Chen Qingfeng was happily calculating the income and expenses of the shop when he saw a small figure walk in from the door. Little Bao paid no attention to him and walked directly into the rear courtyard, and his handsome little face was tense from the beginning until the end. Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but shiver. Although Xiao Bao was usually like a little adult, the aura he emitted was more frightening than that of a high-level ancient martial art practitioner. But for some unknown reason, Chen Qingfeng felt that little Bao made him feel even more fearful today, and he felt even more afraid to get close to him. Xiao Bao passed through the backyard and soon saw Mu Yan, who was lying on a rattan chair and reading a book. The moment he sees Mayan, the curve of his taut little face softens a little. He quickly goes to Mu Yan's side, and with a few steps, he climbs up the rattan chair in a very practiced manner and snuggles into Mu Yan's arms. Mu Yan hadn't seen her son for a long time today, so she missed him very much. Seeing that he was still sticking to her when he came back, she immediately hugged him and kissed him. Baby, did you have fun outside today? Little Bao shook his head with a taut face. I'm not happy. Xiao Bao flattens his small mouth, hugs Mayan, and rubs his little head against her chest. Niangqin, Xiao Bao wants to become stronger, to protect Niangqin. The little childish voice is muffled, carrying a trace of unwillingness. He knows that the man he met today is very strong, and he's completely not his opponent. If that man insists on competing with him for Niangqin's gift, he can only return empty-handed today. Today, he's only competing for the white jade phoenix tail hairpin, but what if one day, there's a bad guy as strong as that man who comes to compete with him for Niangqin? He doesn't want to give Niangqin to someone else. Moreover, he can't beat that man. It must be because he's still young. As long as he grows up quickly, he'll definitely be more powerful than that man. Mayan sees him sullenly acting like a spoiled child, and indignantly swearing an oath, and finds it somewhat funny. She strokes his little head and says, Xiao Bao is already very powerful. When Xiao Bao grows up, he'll definitely be even more powerful. At that time, Xiao Bao will have to protect Niangqin. Xiao Bao solemnly nods, then he remembers something and straightens up his little body. A white and tender little hand covers Mayan's eyes. The little face is still ice cold, but the deep blue eyes are sparkling. Niangqin, close your eyes first. When her baby son does this, Mayan knows that he's going to give her a gift. She obediently closes her eyes. After a moment, she hears the little childish voice say, you can open them now. As soon as Mayan opens her eyes, she sees her son's little hand holding a pile of earrings with white jade pendants. Although they're only two very small earrings, the phoenix carvings at the bottom are extremely exquisite and beautiful. She picks one up and gently shakes it, as if the white jade phoenix is about to spread its wings and soar. Xiao Bao looks at her with a pair of big watery eyes. His voice is still ice cold, but it carries a trace of soft expectation. Niangqin, do you like it? I like it. Niangqin likes it so much. Mayan hugs her son and kisses him, letting him help her put it on. Holding her son, she walks to the water's edge. Looking at the reflection of the two in the water, their similar facial features and snuggling figures, Xiao Bao's cold brows are tinged with a gentle smile. Mayan and her mother are enjoying their sweet and happy family time. Suddenly, the deafening sound of gongs and drums, as well as the clamor, came from outside. Just as Mayan is feeling strange, she sees Auntie Chen hurriedly walking over, her face full of worry as she says, Miss June, there's a group of people outside who claim to be from Jin Wangfu looking for you. Jin Wangfu? Mayan raises her eyebrows. Auntie Chen glances at Xiao Bao, wanting to say something, but then hesitates. They said that Jin Wanya of Huanyao country has taken a fancy to you. and wants to take you as a side fae. Mu Yan doesn't have the time to react. Next to her, Xiaobao's little body was already stretched taut, and his snow-white face suddenly radiated an intense killing intent. Mu Yan comes back to her senses and gently rubs her son's head. She says with a smile that isn't a smile, "What's going on this year? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants me to be a side fae. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Xiaobao nodded heavily and clenched his fists tightly. A bunch of stupid mortals, they're not even fit to carry mother's shoes. If it wasn't for Auntie Chen's presence, his terrifying aura would have been unleashed. Moreover, his natural disposition is dissolute, and he likes to collect all kinds of beautiful women the most. I heard that there are already no less than 100 concubines in Jin Wangfu, and many of them were forcibly seized by him. Unfortunately, he relies on the protection of the Emperor of Huangyao, so no one dares to provoke him. Even in Huangyao, this Jin Wangya is so arrogant and despotic. What more in their inferior Qiyan country, Mayan is merely a weak woman, and she even has a young child with her. How could she contend against such a force? Miss June, I've already instructed Feng Er to delay them first. You should quickly escape from the back door. In any case, you can't be defiled by this kind of beast. Saying that, she pushes Mayan and Xiaobao towards the back door with all her might. But even though she's already exerting all her strength, Mayan and Xiaobao don't budge an inch. Mayan sighs softly, and straightens Aunt Chen's tilted body. She softly says, "If we leave, what will happen to you and Chen Qingfeng? What about this pharmacy? Aunt, have you thought about it?" There's no time to think too much. Aunt Chen grits her teeth, "You are our Chen family's savior. In any case, Feng Er and I can't watch you enter the fire pit." Mayan hooks her lips into a smile, charming by nature, but also radiating a cold light. "We still don't know who the one who has truly entered the fire pit is. Aunt, just have a good sleep here. When you wake up, everything will be as it was before." As soon as her voice falls, Aunt Chen's body sways, and she faints. Mayan puts her on the rattan chair that she had been lying on, and leads Xiaobao out. As soon as they enter the shop in the front yard, they see that the originally empty shop is now filled with boxes. There are also several people dressed in festive clothes, holding suona, gongs, and drums as they stand outside. They were the ones who made the ruckus just now. Apart from the anxious and tongue-tied Chen Qingfeng, there's also an old man standing in the shop. This old man looks to be in his 50s or 60s, with grizzled hair and decent clothes. There's a lofty and arrogant air on his face, especially when he sweeps his eyes over Chen Qingfeng and the shabby goods in the shop. His face is full of contempt. Just as Mayan appears, Chen Qingfeng immediately exclaims, "Miss June, why are you here? Shouldn't you have already?" Mu Yan lightly patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down, then looked at the old man. The old man squinted at her for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. She inwardly says that even in Jin Wangfu, where beauties are as common as clouds, she has never seen such an outstanding and good appearance. No wonder His Highness couldn't forget about this fox after he came back. He even told her to use the etiquette of a side fae to welcome her in. Humph. So what if she was beautiful? She's just a lowly woman from a low-ranked country. How could she be worthy of the position of side fae in Jin Wangfu? Thinking of this, the amazement in the old man's eyes turns into contempt. "You are Miss June Mayan, I am steward son of Jin Wangfu in Huangyao country." After saying that, he paused for a moment. He waits for Mayan to reveal an expression of amazement, envy, and yearning. After all, how many people from low-class countries yearn to become citizens of high-class countries through their own talent and hard work? But who would have thought that there wouldn't be the slightest change in expression on the young girl's bright and moving face? Even those beautiful eyes seemed to not put him in their eyes at all. "Oh, and then?" The clear and sweet-sounding voice is filled with indifference. A trace of anger flashed across Steward's son's face, but he endured it in the end. He slightly raises his chin, and with a haughty expression, he says, "Today, I represent our Jin Wangya to welcome Miss as a bride. The bridal sedan, the betrothal gifts, and the matchmaker, they're all outside. As long as the young lady gets on the bridal sedan, henceforth, she'll be a side consort of Jin Wangfu, and also a citizen of Huangyao. Miss, please." After saying that, he turns to the side, waiting for Mayan to excitedly run to the sedan chair. Before coming here, he had already investigated June Mayan's identity. She's an orphan girl with no background at all. When she first came to Xian, she only bought a small pharmacy. As for her cultivation, Wang Ye said that this woman was hiding her strength, but Steward Sun, a high-level Earth Stage warrior, could not see any surge of Xianxia in this woman. This only proved that this woman did not have any cultivation at all, not even any profound qi fluctuations. For such a powerless orphan girl to be able to gain the favor of His Highness, they should really burn incense and celebrate. However, Steward Sun stood sideways for a long time, but the shop was silent. There was not the slightest movement. He raised his head in shock and saw the young girl and the handsome boy not far away looking at him as if they were looking at an idiot. That's right, the look in her eyes was as if she was treating him as an idiot. The anger in Steward Sun's heart finally surges up. Miss June, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you know that our Jean Wanya? Before Steward Sun could finish speaking, he's interrupted by a sharp and urgent voice. Oh, I say, this girl, don't tell me that you don't even know the illustrious and famous Jean Wanya and Huang Yao? She saw a fat figure rush in from the door like a gust of wind, and suddenly rushed in front of Mu Yan. She starts to shout with her spittle flying everywhere. I'm telling you, I, matchmaker Huang, have been a matchmaker for so many times, but I've never seen a man with conditions as good as Jean Wanya's. Not to mention that he was handsome and elegant, his cultivation base was unparalleled in this small red flame country. Not to mention, Jean Wanya is the younger blood brother of the current emperor of Huang Yao. With great power in his hands, he really wouldn't be able to find a good husband even with a lantern, huh? So what if she was a side concubine? As long as Wanya dotes on you and gives birth to a son or daughter in the future, won't you be able to enjoy the good fortune of the rest of your life? Mayan expressionlessly takes a step back with Xiao Bao, avoiding the flying spit. He said coldly, Yan Haoyan, throw him out. As soon as she said that, a tall figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed matchmaker Huang's collar. You, what are you doing? I, matchmaker Huang, am famous in the surrounding area. Even the marriage of the city lord was arranged by me. If you dare touch me. Ouch. Yan Haoyan swung his arm and threw her out. Matchmaker Huang was sent flying dozens of meters away. She fell to the ground and did not get up again. Seeing the tower-like brawny man standing guard by Mu Yan's side without saying a word, Steward Sun's expression becomes somewhat grave. He could tell at a glance that this man with a face full of scars was not old, but he was already at the beginning of the Earth stage. He was only 2 small realms away from him. Steward Sun suspiciously looked at Yan Haoyan, then looked at Mu Yan. Seeing Yan Haoyan's appearance of a servant guarding his master, he is secretly shocked. Steward Sun's eyes turn, and he slightly cups his hands in greeting. Miss June, that matchmaker Huang has offended you just now. I ask Miss to not take offense. Today, I have come to sincerely represent Wanya to welcome Miss as a side consort of Jean Wangfu. A few days ago, our Wanya had a chance encounter with Miss on the street. Since then, our Wanya has fallen in love with Miss at first sight. He specifically had his subordinates prepare generous gifts to ask for Miss' hand in marriage. Wanya's heart towards Miss, that is truly the proof of the sun and the moon. As he speaks, Steward Sun waves his hand. The guard standing outside the door immediately coming carrying boxes of betrothal gifts. The boxes are opened, revealing silk, cloth, gold, and jewelry stuffed to the brim inside. The common people of Xian, who have been attracted by the commotion, all suck in a mouthful of cold air when they see the treasures in the cages. It's just marrying a side consort, this Jean Wanya's generosity is too great. These betrothal gifts are worth at least tens of millions of gold coins, right? That's the most favored Wanya of the high-class Huangyao country. Isn't this kind of generosity a matter of course? If I may say it, this girl is really lucky to actually be fancied by such a great character like Jean Wanya. The chattering sounds of discussion come in from outside, making Steward Sun's complexion improve a lot. That old face once again raises a trace of arrogance and contentment. He raises his hand in the direction of the betrothal gifts, and asks, Wanya has never failed to get the woman he wants. Is it to accept the betrothal gifts, and henceforth become a superior person, or is it to be stubborn, and be wanted by our Jean Wangfu? Miss June is so intelligent, surely you should know what to choose. When he says this, Steward Sun is full of confidence. He feels that Mayan will certainly agree. Mayan's mouth raises into a lazy smile, and she slowly strolls to the front of the betrothal gifts. Her fingers grab the jewels on it, and she gently caresses them. Then, she slowly says, "The quality is really good. Since you've delivered it to my door, then I'll reluctantly accept it." "So, Miss June is willing to become our Wanya's side consort?" Steward's son's face shows a knowing smile. "Then please get on the sedan as soon as possible." Mississippi Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to him. Instead, she says to Yen Haoyan, "Move all these things to my wing room in the backyard." Yen Haoyan was silent. He immediately stepped forward and carried a large box to the backyard. After going back and forth a few times, all the boxes in the pharmacy were empty. Steward's son and the guards of Jin Wangfu are somewhat unable to come back to their senses. For a moment, no one stops them. Steward's son didn't react until all the betrothal gifts had been moved out. His expression turned ugly and disdainful. Who would have thought that this Miss June, who appeared to be refined, with a peerless elegance, would actually be so petty, unable to be shown in public? "Miss June, you should be able to board the sedan chair now, right?" Mayan smiles sweetly, incomparably bright and beautiful. "Who said that I'm willing to become the bullshit Jin Wang's side consort?" Housekeeper's son stared blankly for a moment before his expression darkened. "Miss June, what do you mean by that? You've already accepted the betrothal gifts. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word now?" Mu Yan says unhurriedly, "What I just received was compensation for disturbing my shop's business." "Who said it was a betrothal gift? Now, we're even. Everyone, please go back." Steward's son's complexion turns green and white, his eyes almost spurting fire. Such great courage, even daring to swindle the people of our Jin Wangfu. "Come, tie this slut up for me and stuff her into the sedan chair. Today, you have to marry, even if you don't want to. An insignificant lowly commoner really thinks that she can overturn the heavens. You dare." Just as Steward's son's voice fell, two voices ring out at the same time. One comes from Mu Yan's side, tender and crisp, but as cold as frost. In a split second, the noisy surroundings of the shop become silent. Everyone's eyes are cast in the direction of the door. They see a tall and handsome man dressed in a black, narrow-sleeved official robe. Especially that face, long eyebrows reaching his temples, blue eyes like an abyss, exquisite facial features, as if they were meticulously sculpted from heaven and earth. As he slowly walks into the shop, everyone, whether men or women, can't help but hold their breaths. Amazement and awe, obsession and fear, desire and panic, completely different contradictory emotions churn at the bottom of everyone's hearts. This man, he has that kind of magical power. He is the ruler of the world, a supreme existence that stands high above all mortals. Everyone who sees him wishes they could kneel and crawl on the ground. But the moment Mu Yan sees this person, she can't help but curse in her heart. This lunatic, how come he's here again? That's right, the person who has come is someone that Mu Yan has only met twice. Di Mingju, who has already eaten her tofu twice. Since Mu Yan's rebirth, she has always been carefree, free and easy. No one has ever been able to force her to do something she doesn't like. But in the hands of this man, she has already stumbled twice. She has actually been taken advantage of by this pervert twice. She originally thought that this man wouldn't come back after he left last time. She didn't expect that he would appear in front of her again. Moreover, Mu Yan can see that this time, his figure is illusory, and there's no reflection. This time, the pressure on Di Mingju's body seems to have weakened a lot, but his figure is solid. Moreover, the dangerous aura emitted from his body only increases. The closer he gets, the more Mu Yan's breathing becomes uncontrollably disorderly. The person who has come is naturally Di Mingju, who has gone one round around Xian, but still hasn't managed to buy a satisfactory betrothal gift. After he roars out those words, there's only Mu Yan left in his eyes. Everyone else around him is just like ants, he doesn't put them in his eyes at all. Seeing the girl's bright and beautiful face once again, Di Mingju knows how much he misses this woman. He has cultivated for thousands of years, and his status is supreme. He gets wind if he wants wind, rain if he wants rain, but this is the first time he knows the taste of deep sorrow. Just one day without seeing her, and he can't sit still. This time, in order to complete the transmission array, he won't be able to see this little woman for 10 days. In the beginning, Elder Chang and the others advised him to think thrice before acting, and not rashly come to the Yanwu continent. But after being ruthlessly tortured by Di Mingju's insatiable desire, these people really wished that they could immediately pack up their Junshang and send him down. During this period, they still had to pray that the Lady of Destiny would do a good deed and submit to their lord. Otherwise, all of them would definitely be tortured by their lord until they wished they were dead. Di Mingju step by step towards Mu Yan. There is a fire. But before he can get close to Mu Yan, Steward Sun has already recovered. He ignores the instinctive fear he has towards this man, and immediately scowls and scowls. He angrily shouts, "Audacious unruly commoner, you actually dare to obstruct Jin Wangfu's business, I think you're tired of living." Ming, Jun Hanyi, who has just entered the shop, staggers and almost falls to the ground. He looks at that steward's son, not as if he's looking at an idiot, but as if he's looking at a pile of shit. Sure enough, Di Mingju stops walking towards Mu Yan and coldly looks at Steward Sunday. When Steward Sun is looked at by those eyes, he doesn't know why but he unexpectedly shudders, his voice stuttering, I'm warning you, I'm a person of Huangyao country's Jin Wangfu. If you offend our Jin Wangfu, you..." Before he could finish his words, Steward Sun's body suddenly flies forward involuntarily. The next moment, his throat is already firmly gripped. "Say it again, who wants to marry Mu Yan?" Under the 5 fingers, his throat makes a cracking sound. Steward Sun's face swells purple and red, tears and snot flowing out. Jin Wangya, it's our Huangyao country's Jin Wangya. Huangyao country's emperor's younger brother. With a snapping sound, Steward Sun's neck is broken, and he weakly falls to the ground. That's a high earth stage practitioner, eh? Just like this, without the slightest ability to resist, his neck is broken? The guards of Jin Wangfu are stunned. Immediately after, some people want to escape, while others roar and attack Di Mingju. Hanyi sneers, his figure flashes and turns into an afterimage, quickly shuttling back and forth between the guards of Jin Wangfu. In just a few short breaths, all the guards have fallen to the ground. The bones in their bodies are broken inch by inch, their eyes are wide open, but they've already stopped breathing. There's a deathly silence in the audience. There's a look of horror on everyone's face. Even Mu Yan slightly tightens her brows, her expression dignified. The hands hanging by her side are suddenly clenched. Mu Yan looks down and sees that Xiao Bao is staring fixedly at Di Mingju. His eyes are full of alertness and vigilance, as well as a trace of imperceptible frustration. As soon as Di Mingju appeared, Xiao Bao recognized that this man is the one who fought with him over the white jade hairpin in the treasure pavilion. He also recognized that this man is the scoundrel who wanted to bully Nyangqin and Jin Hongmen. From the beginning, Xiao Bao knew that this person is stronger than him. But he didn't expect that he's that much stronger. Even the subordinates by his side were no match for him. He's so weak, how can he protect his mother? For the first time, a desolate and unwilling expression appeared on his cold and handsome face. His hands, which were hanging by his side, were tightly clenched into fists. After tidying up the unsightly things, Di Mingju goes in front of Mayan by himself. Suppressing his anger that is about to erupt, he growls, "Ben Jun has only left for a few days, how can you accept other people's betrothal gifts?" Although his voice was very loud, there was a trace of indistinct grievance in his tone. Mu Yan was speechless. Hey. Why do you make it sound like I'm a heartless man? If I remember correctly, I have nothing to do with you, right? Not waiting for Mayan to react, Di Mingju has already grabbed her jade-like wrist and put a white jade bracelet on it. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he could still use a portion of his powerful divine sense. With a sweep of her divine sense, she knows just how expensive and complicated the Jin Wangfu's betrothal gifts that Mayan has moved to the backyard are. However, he only had a white jade bracelet that was so shabby that he could not even take it out. Di Mingju's ears redden, his heart is about to vomit to death. Mayan stares blankly for a moment, unable to react in time. She actually lets Di Mingju put the white jade bracelet on her hand. She frowned and said in a distant tone, "I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. I don't know you at all, so there's no need for a gift." After saying that, she was about to remove the white jade bracelet from her wrist. Di Mingju simply can't believe his ears. Mu Yan accepted that wild man's betrothal gift, but refused to accept his gift? His face was so gloomy that it could drip water, and his voice unknowingly carried a trace of killing intent. You're not allowed to take it down. This lord wants you to wear it, so wear it. Mayan still hasn't reacted when a small hand, mixed with a monstrous internal force, ruthlessly slaps towards Demingju. Don't bully my mother. The small figure strides forward, blocking Mayan's path, and fiercely glares at Demingju. Demingju sees the familiar little face in front of him, but stares blankly. It's you. It was actually the little bean who fought with him over the white jade phoenix tail hairpin in the treasure pavilion. Wait, what did the little bean just call Muyan? Xiaobao turns around and hugs Muyan's thigh. With a blank face, he says, Nyangqin, he's a bad person. Don't be fooled by him. Humph. Don't think that he can't see that this shameless scoundrel wants to molest and take away his mother. Mother belongs to Xiaobao alone, he won't let this scoundrel snatch her away. Mu Yan stooped down and picked up her son. She narrowed her eyes and asked, Baby, did he bully you? Xiaobao nodded expressionlessly. Mayan's expression immediately becomes somewhat dangerous, coldly looking at Demingju. Anyone who dared to bully her precious son deserved to die 1,000 times over. Demingju unwaveringly glares at Mu Yan and Xiaobao. The expression on those two similar faces is almost distorted. Who, are you calling Nyangqin? Han Yi has never seen such a frightening expression on his master's face, and he can't help but shiver. Then he hurriedly laughed and said, Miss June, this is your adopted child, right? That's right, she must have been adopted. Miss June is really kind. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Mu Yan with a sneer. I'm so sorry, my darling was born after 10 months of pregnancy. He is the most important treasure in my world. Xiaobao's big eyes immediately brighten up like stars. He wraps his arms around Mu Yan's neck, and the corners of his mouth rise in a small arc. The panic, desolation, and uneasiness that filled his heart just now disappeared without a trace at this moment. In the whole world, he was the one that his mother loved the most. She wouldn't be taken away from him. Thinking up to here, he even rubs Mayan's face, then looks provocatively at Demingju and Han Yi. Han Yi, on the other hand, has an alarmed look on his face, and his body begins to tremble. No, you're not joking, right? Miss June, don't play with me. You're so young, how could you be a biological child? Mayan's smile is leisurely and playful, but before she can reply, she hears Demingju's cold voice. Who is that man? That voice seemed to come out from between his lips and teeth, word by word. Han Yi takes a look at Jun Shang's complexion, and only feels that this time, it's really over. The sky of the three realms is about to collapse. When he was in the Shoshan continent, he saw with his own eyes how much Jun Shang cares about and crazily misses Miss June. Every moment, he longs to quickly come to the Yanwu continent and reunite with Miss June men. Mu Yan stares blankly, then the smile at the corner of her mouth becomes even more enchanting and deep. Oh, you mean the biological father of my precious son? Why are you looking for him? The anger that Demingju has been suppressing all this time has finally been thoroughly stimulated by the words my precious son's biological father. He suddenly takes a step forward and approaches Mu Yan. Tell me, where is that man? I'm going to kill him right now. Mayan. June Mayan, this woman is mine, she belongs to me alone. But why couldn't he come to the Yanwu continent earlier? Why didn't I meet her earlier? In Demingju's heart, it's as if there's a pot of boiling oil, and as if there's ice condensing. His eyes redden a little, and he reaches out to caress Mayan's face. Whoosh! A swift and fierce palm wind swept over. Yan Haoyan is afraid that he will harm Mayan, so he makes his move without hesitation. However, before his palm, which was condensed with 100% of his power, could reach within a meter of the man, his entire body was sent flying. At this very moment, the pressure and murderous aura emanating from Demingju's body can simply make anyone in this world tremble in fear. Even Mu Yan, being stared at by that pair of eyes, is unable to suppress the trembling of her body. But just when everyone thinks that Demingju is about to explode, Demingju suddenly turns around with red eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of feet away from the medicine shop. But no matter how one looked at that back view, it was bleak and lonely. My lord. Han Yi stares blankly. He looks in the direction that Demingju has gone, then he looks at Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Gritting his teeth, he promptly follows. Mu Yan, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. She and Xiao Bao looked at each other, unable to react for a moment. Xiao Bao glanced at the door and suddenly hugged Mu Yan. There was a trace of confusion on his cold and handsome little face. When Di Mingju approached just now, he really thought that the man wanted to hurt Nyangqin. However, even though the man's aura was so terrifying, he didn't even touch her mother. Moreover, when he turned around, Xiao Bao saw that the man's eyes were red. His expression was not one of terror, but of sadness and pain. He looked a little pitiful. Xiao Bao wrinkled his little nose and felt that he was acting too strangely. That shameless man covets her mother, why would she feel pity for him? Nyangqin, Xiao Bao hugs Mu Yan's neck and asks in a low voice, Nyangqin, will that person appear again? Mu Yan stares blankly for a moment before replying, probably, not. That man called Di Mingju, at first glance, one can tell that he's an aloof and remote person, someone who can't be violated, someone who can't be disobeyed. He had his pride and self-respect, knowing that he was a married woman with a child. He probably wouldn't appear in front of her again, right? From now on, we will never meet again. Outside Cheyenne City. Jun Shang, what are your plans? Han Yi looks at the man's stern back in front of him, and cautiously asks, should we think of a way to return to the Shoshan continent ahead of time? There was silence. Just when Han Yi thinks that Di Mingju won't answer, he hears the man's deep and hoarse voice, find out who that man is for Ben Jun. Di Mingju's tone is very flat and calm, but when Han Yi hears it, he quivers all over. Han Yi swallows, finding the right words with difficulty, Jun Shang, killing people and seizing their treasures, no, killing people and seizing their wives, that's not too good, right? He would be struck by lightning. Why don't we consider it again? Di Mingju coldly looks at Han Yi. After a long while, he slowly says, Ben Jun won't do that. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, it wasn't that he didn't dare to do it, but, if he did that, would Mu Yan be sad and even hate him? Jun Shang, since you don't intend to kill and steal your wife, what can you do even if you find that person? Yes, what could they do even if they found that person? What could he do by staying here? Could it be that he had to watch Mayan and another man kissing each other? However, the thought of forever losing the only woman who could move his heart, the thought of never being able to see Mayan again. Di Mingju feels as if someone has dug out a piece of his heart. It's empty, as if the rest of his life will no longer have any joy. The appearance of the man in front of him is still unparalleled under the heavens, and his expression is still cold and indifferent. But for the first time, Han Yi feels bitter and sad. She felt sad for her Jun Shang. It was the first time his heart had been moved, the first time he had fallen in love with a woman, but she already belonged to someone else. Miss Mayan, isn't she supposed to be Jun Shang's destined daughter? How could I possibly have no fate with Jun Shang? Wait a minute, the daughter of destiny. Jun Shang. Han Yi suddenly bellows. Even Di Mingju jumps in fright, looking over with a calm face. This time, Han Yi isn't afraid of Di Mingju's cold expression at all. Instead, he says in high spirits, Jun Shang, perhaps there's still some misunderstanding in this matter. Misunderstanding? That's right. Have you forgotten, Jun Shang? Miss Jun is your destined woman. The fate between the two of you is preordained by the heavens. Elder Chang's readings have never been wrong, and when it concerns Jun Shang's fate, it is even more impossible for it to be wrong. So, this is either a misunderstanding, or there's something hidden. Why don't you check it out again? Hearing this, Di Mingju's originally serene eyes suddenly light up with a blazing flame. The curtain fell on the farce, and the sky darkened. After having her dinner, Mu Yan takes Xiaobao back to her room. However, what was different from the past was that Xiaobao, who usually clung to her and wanted to sleep with her at night, took the initiative to enter the space this time. Mu Yan asks him why. With a straight face, he said in an icy childish voice, Xiaobao has grown up, he can't just stick to Nyangqin. Xiaobao has to become stronger to be able to protect Mother. After a pause, he continued, Mother, this time I will come out after I break through to heaven rank. He no longer wanted to feel weak and helpless. Not only could he not protect his mother, but he also needed her to protect him. There's a trace of heartache in Mayan's eyes. Looking at the 4-year-old boy in front of her, who was so obedient and sensible, made her feel both proud and sad. However, she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and lowered her head to kiss her son's forehead. Then, she said softly, "Okay, mother believes that Xiaobao will succeed." Because of Mu Yan's words, the handsome and cold little face instantly ripples into a happy smile. For the first time, Xiaobao took the initiative to reach out and hold Mu Yan's face, kissing her on the cheek. Then, he enters the space with a blushing face. Because of Mayan's words, the handsome and cold little face instantly ripples into a happy smile. For the first time, Xiaobao reaches out to hold Mayan's face and kisses her. Then he enters the space with a blushing face. This time, Mayan directly seals the space so that Xiaobao can't see or hear anything happening outside. This way, nothing will disturb Xiaobao's seclusion. She herself also enters the space, and plays with the Tianmo Qin for an entire hour. The Shin musician's skill, mist dispersing, when played during cultivation, can dispel inner demons and make cultivation twice the result with half the effort. It's just that this skill is a rare Shin musician skill. Mayan has studied it for a long time, but she only has a rough understanding of it. She can only play it for half an hour a day at most. But when she plays, mist dispersing, she can clearly see that the internal force around Xiaobao has become calm and docile, and Xiaobao's expression also becomes relaxed and serene. Even that rabbit, who is usually lazy and too lazy to even open its eyes, actually comes over when it hears her playing, mist dispersing. Its slightly narrowed mung bean eyes reveal a satisfied expression. After playing for an hour, Mayan is already panting, sweating profusely. But seeing Xiaobao's steadily improving cultivation, her face shows a satisfied smile. She flashes out of the space and is about to rest when she suddenly sees the figure sitting on her bed. Even with Mayan's calmness, she is startled at this time. After a long while, she says in disbelief, "Why are you here?" She sees the man sitting on the bed slowly getting up and walking towards her. The candlelight shines on that inhumanly handsome face. Every inch of his facial features is exquisite to perfection, as if chiseled by a hatchet or a knife. That pair of ice blue eyes are like the sky and the sea. When they stare deeply at a person, it seems as if even the soul will be swallowed up by them. Mayan's breathing becomes slightly disordered as she is stared at by those blazing eyes, and she takes a step back. Di Mingju's figure flashes, and he suddenly approaches her. Their noses are almost touching, and they can smell each other's breaths. "Jun Mayan, I, Di Mingju, want to take you as my wife." Mayan stares blankly. This isn't the first time the man in front of her has said that he wants to marry her. However, the words he said this time were like a vow, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. She's distracted for a moment, but Di Mingju has already leaned forward and slowly touched her lips. As soon as he touched, he left, the kiss of a vow. However, Mu Yan suddenly came back to her senses. She took a step back and said in disbelief, "Did you forget that I'm already married and have a son? Are you trying to seduce a married woman by doing this?" This time, Di Mingju isn't enraged in the slightest. Instead, he says with indifference and self-restraint, "I found the registration you made when you entered Xi'an." Registration? Mu Yan has a sudden realization. In some prosperous cities of Qiyan, Jingqing, and Huangyao, visitors had to be interrogated and registered when they entered. Mu Yan still remembers that at that time, she filled in her own name and also filled in Xiaobao's name. Her husband's column was empty. In the column for Xiaobao's father, she directly wrote dead. "That little guy doesn't have a father, and you're not married either," Di Mingju says with certainty. Mu Yan frowns at him, "So what? Xiaobao is indeed my biological son. I don't mind." Di Mingju's face is cold, clenching his teeth as he enunciates each word, "The past is the past, Ben Jun doesn't care." As for what he thinks in his heart, whether or not he really doesn't care, only Di Mingju himself knows. Mayan's teeth itch. "Heh, you don't care, but I do. I will treat that little guy like my own son." Di Mingju ignores her words and continues, "As long as you marry Ben Jun, Xiaobao will be the supreme crown prince of the 3 realms. No one will dare to bully him again." This sentence, he said it more sincerely than that Ben Jun doesn't care. He didn't know why, but even though he clearly knew that Xiaobao was the son of Mu Yan's ex-husband, he couldn't bring himself to hate that little fellow, and even had an indescribable feeling of closeness. I will protect my own son. There's no need for you to. Before Mu Yan could finish her words of refusal, her slender waist is suddenly embraced, and her red lips are sealed. After a long time, Di Mingju finally releases her. Insufferably arrogant, he says, if you don't agree, then Ben Jun will pursue you until you agree. If you have misgivings, Ben Jun will eliminate them one by one. If you still have someone else in your heart, Ben Jun will wait until you only have me in your heart. But Jun Mayan, you are destined to be my, Di Mingju's, wife. Saying that, without waiting for Mayan to react, the man's figure disappears from the room. Mayan is left standing blankly on the spot, her face flushed red, unable to come back to her senses. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and closed the open window. Thinking of the man's domineering declaration, the corner of her mouth curved seductively. In both her past life and this life, Di Mingju is the first man who is so persistent in pursuing her. He doesn't even care that she had a child. She was a little curious now. How was this insufferably arrogant man going to woo her? How was he going to move her heart? Early the next morning, as soon as Chen Qingfeng opened the door, he saw two figures rushing in like lightning. Give me a bottle of special mysterious energy filter. They were naturally Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin. They arrived at the shop almost at the same time and shouted at the same time. Chen Qingfeng was stunned by the roar and did not react at all. The two of them were so anxious that their faces turned red. It's still Wang Jiaqin who's quick to react, quickly pulling out a bag of gold coins and slapping it on the table. Today, this young master paid first, still not giving me the special mysterious energy filter. Chen Qingfeng absent-mindedly takes the special mysterious energy filter and hands it to Wang Jiaqin. Wang Jiaqin immediately revealed a complacent smile and shook it at Tian Yongjin. Young Master Tian, thank you for letting me win today. With that, he swaggered away. Tian Yongjin was so angry that he gritted his teeth and had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only roar at Chen Qingfeng, brat, are you tired of living? To actually sell this young master's draft to other people. Do you believe that I will smash your shop right now? Chen Qingfeng felt wronged. He didn't dare to offend Tian Yongjin, but he also didn't dare to offend Wang Jiaqin, the young master of Hongxing drugstore. Tian Dashao, please calm your anger. In fact, the owner has also introduced a new kind of draft today. I think it would be better for you to buy this new draft. I guarantee that the effect of this new draft will absolutely be 100 times stronger than the mysterious energy filter. Tian Yongjin asked suspiciously, what draft is so powerful? Why don't you tell me? Filter of barrier breaking. Chen Qingfeng swallows his saliva, and after a long while, he says with difficulty, Tian Dashao, this little one had just said that the effect of the filter of barrier breaking is 100 times stronger than the special mysterious energy filter, so the price is naturally 100 times higher. Therefore, 40,000 gold coins is not enough. 40,000 gold coins, 100 times? Tian Yongjin stares blankly for a moment, then roars in disbelief, 4 million gold coins? You want this young master for 4 million gold coins for a bottle of draft that I've never even heard of? Do you take this young master for a fool? Chen Qingfeng shrinks back in fright, but he insists, I'm sorry, Tian Dashao. This is the price set by the owner, this little one can't do anything about it. If you really only want the mysterious energy filter, why don't you come back earlier tomorrow? In the end, Tian Yongjin doesn't buy the filter of barrier breaking. In fact, 4 million gold coins is too expensive. Even Tian Dashao, who squanders money like dirt, can't casually take it out. And what the hell is a filter of barrier breaking? He's never heard of it. However, in the next few days, Tian Dashao's intestines simply turn green because of today's decision. Ever since Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin left, Jinji drugstore has once again returned to its deserted state. For a whole day, there's not even a single customer. Just when Chen Qingfeng thinks that he won't be able to do any business today, a somewhat aged old man with a stubble of beard, dressed in grey clothes. The old man looks a little down and out, but Chen Qingfeng doesn't neglect him in the slightest. He immediately warmly greets him. Excuse me, sir, would you like to buy herbs or drafts? But speaking up to here, Chen Qingfeng is somewhat embarrassed. Our shop is small, So the only draft we can sell is the mysterious energy filter. Hearing his words, the old man's face shows a disappointed expression, and he prepares to turn around and leave. Chen Qingfeng seems to have remembered something, and hesitantly adds, "Our shop also has a special draft called the filter of barrier breaking. It's personally refined by our owner, but the price is also a bit." Before Chen Qingfeng could say the last expensive word, the old man suddenly widens his turbid eyes, his voice trembling as he calls out, You, what did you just say that draft is called?" "Filter of barrier breaking." The old man's expression became more and more agitated. He stared at Chen Qingfeng, and his withered hands grabbed Chen Qingfeng's clothes. "Filter of barrier breaking, quickly give me the filter of barrier breaking. Do you know how long I've been looking for this draft?" Chen Qingfeng was startled by the old man's crazy look. "But this customer, the price of the filter of barrier breaking made by our boss is very expensive. It costs 4 million gold coins, and it is only effective for ancient warriors of earth level and below. Are you sure you want it?" "Ha ha ha, 4 million. How is 4 million expensive?" The old man threw his head back and laughed. "As long as I can break through this bottleneck, not to mention 4 million, even 4 million is more than worth it." As he spoke, the old man quickly took out a box. When the box was opened, there were dozens of pearls and a stack of banknotes. Chen Qingfeng gave it a rough look. It was worth more than 4 million gold coins. He felt like he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, their medicine store had earned another 4 million. The main point was that this 4 million was a net profit. As soon as Chen Qingfeng handed over the filter of barrier breaking, the old man immediately grabbed it and drank it in one gulp. Chen Qingfeng looks around at the door. Seeing that he's only cultivating, he doesn't pay attention to him. Instead, he happily counts his belongings, thinking that since he has capital, he naturally has to buy some good drafts. He can't just rely on Miss June's drafts to support the shop's operations, right? As he's absorbed in his calculations, there's a sudden clamor outside. Chen Qingfeng looks up, only to find that the outside is already crowded with people. Everyone was pointing at the corner of the door, their expressions shocked and excited. What's going on?" Chen Qingfeng goes to the door to take a look, but he's startled. He sees that the place where the old man was sitting cross-legged a moment ago is now completely surrounded by smoke. He can only vaguely make out the old man's face in the lingering fog. As soon as Chen Qingfeng approaches, he can feel the majestic and powerful internal force surging and boiling. That internal force and pressure makes his face pale, and he unconsciously takes a step back. Breakthrough, he's really going to break through. Is he going to break through from the middle of Earth stage to the high Earth stage? No, that's not right. He's already broken through to the high Earth stage, but the pressure of that internal force is still rising. Are you kidding me? Is he going to break through from the middle of Earth stage to heaven stage? How is that possible? The crowd's whispers keep ringing, with infinite surprise and envy. But there are also people who are very puzzled. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the Ghost City's ghost envoy, Old Tao? He's been stuck in the middle of Earth stage for more than 30 years, how could he suddenly break through? I heard that Old Tao has been unable to advance his cultivation, and is already about to be expelled from the Ghost City. I didn't expect him to have such a strong foundation. It's fine if he doesn't break through, but once he breaks through, he amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. As everyone is talking, there's a sudden loud bang, coming from the direction where Old Tao is sitting cross-legged. The wall of Junji drugstore that Old Tao is leaning against has a big hole blown through. The gray clothes on his body have all been blown to pieces. The crowd of onlookers around him are pushed back several steps by that frightening blast. Old Tao slowly gets up from the ground, only a pair of ragged pants that can't even cover his important parts. But after a moment of silence, he suddenly looks up and laughs, ha 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 ha. I broke through, I finally broke through. The heavens didn't let me die, I actually found the filter of barrier breaking. Ha ha ha, the heavens haven't forsaken me yet. As it turns out, this old man is a ghost envoy of the Ghost City. He had been stuck in the middle rank of the Earth realm for a whole 32 years. If he still couldn't break through to the high rank of Earth stage, he would never have any hope of peeping into Heaven stage again in this lifetime. But the more anxious he was, the more despair he felt. Furthermore, as they grew older, talented ghost servants were promoted one by one. His position was also under serious threat. If he can't break through forever, it's very likely that he will be expelled from the ghost city. Therefore, after hearing that Ru Yan took the filter of barrier breaking and advanced to the middle rank of Earth stage, he began to frantically search for her in Xian. And now, he finally found the filter of barrier breaking. The effect of the filter of barrier breaking was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only did it allow him to break through his bottleneck, it also cleared away the impurities in his qi and activated all the profound energy in his body. How could Old Tao not be ecstatic? But the onlookers only heard one important point. What? Old Tao, you took the filter of barrier breaking to break through the bottleneck? Isn't that the legendary filter of barrier breaking that's rumored to be more valuable than the elixir refined by Master Jianfeng? Quick, tell us where to buy the filter of barrier breaking. Oh my god. The filter of barrier breaking can actually help people break through bottlenecks, even if it costs 10 million gold coins. I must buy it. Hurry up and tell me where to buy it from. He learned from Old Tao that the filter of barrier breaking was bought from this small medicine shop next to him. Moreover, the purchase price was as cheap as 4 million gold coins, which was as cheap as cabbages. Everyone's eyes turned green. One by one, they glared at Chen Qingfeng, who was standing at the door. That bottle of filter of barrier breaking that had just been auctioned off in the ghost city was sold for 12 million gold coins but Old Tao actually bought it at this Junji drugstore for 4 million gold coins. It was a difference of 3 times the price. Ah, I'm so envious, so jealous, so hateful. Chen Qingfeng took a step back with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Calm down, you guys calm down. Today's filter of barrier breaking was sold out. If you want to buy the filter of barrier breaking, please come early tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He slammed the door shut and ran away as fast as he could. Boo-hoo-hoo, Miss June, these people who want to buy special grade drafts are so scary. If you don't take out a few more drafts to sell, this little one won't be able to hold on. Unfortunately, Chen Qingfeng's wish is beautiful, but Mu Yan's alchemy still depends on her mood. However, looking at Chen Qingfeng's pitiful appearance, Mu Yan was merciful in the end and lent Yan Haoyan to Chen Qingfeng to maintain public order. Sure enough, with Yan Haoyan's scarred face and fiendish appearance, the number of people who dared to act rashly immediately decreased by more than half. On this day, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin rush over to Junji drugstore early in the morning. The two of them were at each other's throats. Today they must be the first to snatch that special grade mysterious energy filter. He had thought that he would see the same deserted scene as before. But just as they turned the corner, the two of them were stunned. That's because in front of that Junji drugstore, there's a dense crowd of people. Everyone craned their necks and hung their heads as they desperately tried to look into the medicine shop. Some people couldn't help but bang on the door and shout, "Open the door! Open the door! We've been waiting all night. Quickly let us buy drafts." Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why are there so many people crowded in front of Junji drugstore? Could it be that the matter of the special mysterious energy filter was exposed? Both of them glared at each other angrily. Did you leak the news? Are you stupid? If other people knew about the existence of the special mysterious energy filter, then how could they swallow a bottle of the special mysterious energy filter every day? After asking the question, both of them were stunned. Didn't you tell them? Wang Jiaqin's eyes were sharp, and he saw a familiar face among them. He sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a gray-haired old man in the crowd, but his tiger-like eyes shone brightly. Clearly, his cultivation was extremely high. It was an elder of the famous Li family in Xian. Why would an elder of the dignified Li family run over to line up in front of a small drugstore, even if it's for the special mysterious energy filter? Isn't that too exaggerated? In a split second, the crowd rushed in like a tide. Filter of barrier breaking, quickly give me the filter of barrier breaking. I'm willing to pay 8 million units, sell me the filter of barrier breaking. Get out of the way, I've already prepared notes worth 12 million gold coins, let me in first. Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if it's just to buy a special grade mysterious energy filter, there's no need to be that crazy, right? Even the doors of Junji drugstore have been squeezed until they're broken. There were even people who stumbled and were stepped on by the crowd. They immediately spat out blood and could not get up. This stance, it's like they're going to tear down Junji drugstore. But just when Tian Yongjin and the rest think that the Junji drugstore will be overturned, the crowd is suddenly thrown out one by one. Then, a sturdy man covered in scars like an iron tower stood at the entrance of the shop. His expression was cold, and his eyes were fierce. When he glanced at everyone, no one dared to act rashly. Tian Yongjin finally couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed a person and asked, "Are you all here to buy the special mysterious energy filter?" "What's a special mysterious energy filter?" That person is baffled. What's the use of a mysterious energy filter? "We're all here to snatch the filter of barrier breaking. That's a draft that goes against the natural order that can help people break through bottlenecks. Moreover, it was only sold for 4 million gold coins. That was 8 million gold coins cheaper than the Ghost City's auction. Whoever doesn't snatch it is a fool." Filter. Filter of barrier breaking? Tian Yongjin's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Filter of barrier breaking worth 4 million gold coins? You're saying that's a heaven-defying draft that could break through bottlenecks? Yeah? Don't you even know this? That person looks at them like he's looking at idiots. That day, the appearance of a heaven-defying draft in the Ghost City had spread like wildfire. After Miss Ru Yan took the filter of barrier breaking, she broke through on the spot. Ghost City's old Tao, who hadn't been able to break through to the middle of Earth stage for 30 years, yesterday he bought the filter of barrier breaking here for 4 million gold coins. As a result, he broke through on the spot, and now he's already at the peak of Earth stage. There is no one in Xi'an who doesn't know about this matter. As he spoke, Yan Haoyan, who was standing at the door like a door god, suddenly stepped aside, revealing the trembling figure of Chen Qingfeng. He clears his throat, takes a look at the crowd outside, and says in a trembling voice, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. Master didn't make the filter of barrier breaking today, so there is no filter of barrier breaking for sale today." "Are you kidding me? I've been lining up since last night. Yes, yes. I must buy the filter of barrier breaking today. Miley family is willing to pay 15 million gold coins for a bottle of filter of barrier breaking." 1,500, Chen Qingfeng swallows his saliva, promptly suppressing the pain in his heart. He goes on to say, "Everyone, although this shop didn't offer a filter of barrier breaking today, the owner still refined other special drafts. They are a bottle of mysterious energy filter, a bottle of healing fluid, and a bottle of rapid fluid, each priced at 40,000 gold coins." Before he could finish speaking, he's interrupted by elderly. "These drafts that you're talking about, were they all refined by that master who refined the filter of barrier breaking?" "That's right, all the special drafts that this shop sells are all refined by the owner himself." Buy. Someone immediately shouts, "As long as it's the special drafts refined by this master, I'll buy them all. What's a few 100,000 gold coins? Even if it's just an ordinary draft, what this master refines is absolutely the best. Today, Miley family must grab it." Because there are too few drafts and too many people are fighting over them, they finally use the method of drawing lots. Whoever is lucky enough to draw a red lot will have the priority to buy a special draft. As a result, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a bottle of mysterious energy filter worth 40,000 gold coins, a bottle of healing fluid worth 600,000 gold coins, and a bottle of speed fluid worth 300,000 gold coins are all snapped up. In this way, the people who spent money are all beaming with joy, while the people who didn't manage to buy it have a sullen look on their faces. Not far away, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin blankly watch the departing crowd. Suddenly, they raise their hands and ruthlessly slap themselves. A filter of barrier breaking that's 4 million gold coins, a draft that goes against the natural order at the price of cabbages. They actually missed it. They're pigs. The special drafts outside are selling like crazy, but it has nothing to do with Mayan in the space. During this time, she gave Chen Qingfeng very few drafts. It's not that she wants to engage in hunger marketing, but that she's really busy. She's been busy studying the Tian Mo Qin and the Shin musician skills. The Shin musician inheritance is directly sent to Mayan's mind. But to really master it, it's not as easy as it sounds on paper. Up until now, the Shin musician skills that Mayan has mastered are Zither Sound Blade, which is used to attack, Echo Recovery, which is used to restore internal force, Mist Dispersing, which is used to disintegrate inner demons, and Spring Snow, which is used to assist in refining drafts. Do many of these skills look very powerful? But in fact, these are just the tip of the iceberg of the Shin musician skills. And Mayan's current Shin musician level is only at the pitiful first level. Many of the rare Shin musician skills can only be learned after the Shin musician level rises. There are also some skills, such as Echo Recovery, which are her group support skills. She can only start to master them after she reaches the second level. However, is it easy to level up as a Shin musician? As Mayan masters more and more Shin musician skills, she discovers that if she wants to level up as a Shin musician, it's far from enough to increase the internal force in her body. To put it bluntly, a Shin musician is a musician like a god. Musicians naturally had to understand music and control it. In order to control the rhythm, one would need great mental strength. Fortunately, Mayan belongs to the category of rebirth, so whether it is mind or mental strength, she is far more powerful than ordinary people. This is also the reason why the Tian Mochin would eventually recognize her as its master. However, it was still not enough to have a strong mind power. This is because, after a Shin musician breaks through to the third level, all skills that can be upgraded require spiritual power to be manipulated. But the current Mayan hasn't even grasped the threshold of spiritual power. On one hand, Mayan is playing the Tian Mochin, grinding the proficiency of each Shin musician skill, and in passing, improving her mental power. On the other hand, she's thinking about how to cultivate her spiritual power. Suddenly, a bang came from outside the space, and even the aura in the space fluctuated. She hurriedly left the space and followed the sound. Soon, she arrived at the backyard. She was dumbfounded by what she saw. She sees that there's a big hole in the west wall of the former Chen family's current Junji drugstore's backyard. A head was poking out from behind the hole. It seemed to be testing the length and width of the hole. When he sees Mayan approaching, the man immediately looks over, revealing a fawning smile. "Miss Mayan, I'm really sorry, did I disturb you?" "Don't worry, this subordinate will get it done right away. I guarantee that it won't take more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." The person in front of her is Di Mingju's trusted subordinate, Han Yi. He's covered in dust, his entire face is dusty. When he grins, his white teeth are particularly obvious, and he looks especially silly. The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches. "What are you doing?" After a pause, she narrows her eyes suspiciously. "That's not right, why are you here?" If she remembers correctly, there should be a family of 4 living next door, right? Han Yi pats the dust off his body, and smiles faintly at Mayan, reporting to Miss Mayan, "This courtyard has been bought by our Jun Shang. Right now, Jun Shang and you are only separated by a wall. However, Jun Shang feels that this wall is not good, as it widens the distance between you and him. Therefore, this subordinate intends to open a door here, so that it will be much easier for you to meet in the future." Mayan simply wants to roll her eyes. Who wants to meet that guy? Moreover, someone who can silently appear in her room. Does he need to break her wall if he wants to meet her? The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a smile that isn't a smile, and she hooks her finger at Han Yi. In terms of age and cultivation, Han Yi is naturally far greater than Mayan. However, Mayan is Jun Shang's future wife, the Empress of the 3 realms. Han Yi doesn't dare to act rashly, and as soon as he's summoned, he obediently goes over. The smile on Mayan's mouth deepens. Her bright and beautiful complexion is like the blazing sun in the sky, making people not dare to look directly at her, but also happily yearning for her. Even Han Yi is dazed for a moment. He inwardly thinks that in the Xianxia continent, it's not that there aren't any who are more outstanding than Miss Mayan, but there isn't a woman like this girl in front of him. When she smiles, those pair of peach blossom eyes are overflowing with light, as if they can hook away a person's soul. It's no wonder that ever since their family's Jun Shang met Miss Mayan, he has been completely dominated. Just as he's thinking, he suddenly hears a clear and melodious voice. "Did your Jun Shang let you smash the wall?" Han Yi repeatedly nods. "Then do you know that this wall belongs to both your courtyard and mine?" Han Yi nods again. "If it wasn't like this, Jun Shang wouldn't have allowed it to be smashed." Mayan sneers. "Since you know that this courtyard also belongs to me, why did you smash it?" This, Mu Yan stretches out her slender jade hand and grabs Hanya's collar. Her tone is languid, so, I'll give you half an hour to obediently mend this wall for me, otherwise, do you understand? You understood. Only then does Mayan loosen her grip in satisfaction. Patting Hanya's wrinkled collar, she leisurely leaves. After Mayan's figure disappears, Hanya abruptly comes back to his senses. Heavens, he was just intimidated by the imposing manner of a mortal from Yanwu continent. It's over. It's over. All. He had no power to resist. Hanya covers his face, even if it's a woman that Jun Shang fancies, this is too scary. An hour later, Mu Yan came to the backyard again. Seeing that the wall had been mended, she nodded in satisfaction. However, just as she returned to her room, she hears a knock on the door. Anchen pushes open the door and comes in. Behind her are 4 people, each carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes. Auntie Chen also has a strange expression on her face. These 4 people said that they were entrusted by someone to give it to Miss, but they refused to say who entrusted it to them. The 4 people are taciturn. After putting down the wooden box, one of them respectfully hands a letter to Mayan. Strange? She shouldn't know anyone in Xianxia who would write a letter to her. Just as she's thinking, Auntie Chen opens the box and exclaims, "Oh, there's a lot of jewelry." Mayan looks up and sees that the box is stuffed to the brim with gold, silver, and jewelry. Although the quantity doesn't seem to be as much as Jin Wanye's, it far exceeds in terms of quality and value. Especially the dozens of rainbow-colored gems inside. Any one of them would be priceless if taken out. Miss June, who gave this to you? Could it be that someone proposed marriage to you again? Mayan suspiciously opens the letter. When she sees the contents, her face immediately fills with black lines. Auntie Chen really guessed it right, at least half of it. Because what is written in the letter is Mayan, my wife idle and bored, I send 2 boxes of worldly goods for you to enjoy. Not a betrothal gift. At the end, it's signed with the word Jew in a dance of dragons, phoenixes, and phoenixes. The man's domineering, callous, and disdainful majesty is vividly displayed in this word. She doesn't need to think to know who sent these things. Deming Jew, so, this is what he meant by pursuing, first smashing the wall, then throwing money, so direct, so crude, so vulgar. Moreover, when did she agree to marry him? He actually opens his mouth and calls her my wife. Mayan stares at the few lines in the letter. When she sees the last 3 words, not a betrothal gift, the corners of her mouth can't help but hook up into a playful smile. The point is, he's still so petty. Are these 3 words ridiculing the shabbiness of Jin Wanye's betrothal gifts? Just as Mayan is considering how to deal with these worldly goods for her to enjoy, Chen Qingfeng, who was supposed to open a shop in the front yard, hurries over, saying that someone wants to see her. And the person who wants to see her is an unexpected person. Mayan picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip. Only then did she raise her head to look at the woman sitting in front of her. She faintly smiled and said, Miss Ruyan paying a visit to my little shop is really a rare guest. The woman sitting on the opposite side is wearing a purple dress and light muslin. Her eyebrows aren't smiling but they contain affection. She is the famous ghost envoy of Xianxia's ghost city, Miss Ruyan. Miss June, please don't say that. Right now, you're Xianxia's most sought-after draft master. If you're willing to visit our ghost city, then you'll be our ghost city's honored guest. Ruyan is deeply indebted to you. It is truly shameful for me to visit you today. Ru Yan stands up and gracefully salutes Mu Yan, her expression incomparably sincere. After sitting down again, she says, in fact, I came here today to represent Ghost City to invite you, Miss June. Oh? Invite me? Mayan leisurely says, I'll say this in advance, I don't intend to consign my drafts for sale in the Ghost City for the time being. Ru Yan promptly shakes her head, Miss June, you've misunderstood. Nowadays, who in Xi'an doesn't know that only Junji Drugstore has special drafts that have nature-defying effects? The rules set by Junji Drugstore are also the most stringent. No matter how much money, no matter how much power, you can't make Junji Drugstore compromise and change the rules. Since that's the case, you still want to invite me? Rare drafts, Mu Yan's eyes slightly brighten and she sits up straight, tell me about it. Ru Yan quickly tells her about the drafts that might appear at the auction 3 days later. Mu Yan has found many of them in the fog forest, but there are fewer and fewer of them nowadays. There are also some that Mu Yan hasn't found yet. Miss June, would you be willing to do us the honor of attending? Of course. Mu Yan picks up the teacup and drains it in one gulp, smiling sincerely. Many thanks for the information, miss. In 3 days, I will certainly attend the auction on time. 3 days later. Mu Yan goes to the entrance of the ghost city alone, leaving Yan Haoyan to help out at the Junji drugstore. As usual, there's still a long queue at the entrance of the ghost city. Mu Yan is just about to pay the 100 gold coin entrance fee when she sees a middle-aged man dressed in a ghost envoy's attire rushing out. With a face full of smiles, he says to Mu Yan, "This must be Miss June? This one is the ghost envoy Luo Fei. I've long heard of your great name." Seeing that Mu Yan is taking out 100 gold coins to pay the entrance fee, Luo Fei immediately flatters, "Miss June, you're an honored guest of our ghost city. You're free to come and go, there's no need to pay any entrance fee." Mu Yan glances at him, and says with a smile that isn't a smile, "No need, I'm most afraid of trouble." Following the rules has always been the simplest thing, isn't it? After saying that, she casually tossed the 100 gold coins into the money box. Luo Fei's complexion changes, then he immediately nods again and again. "Miss June is right, your Junji drugstore is now famous in Xi'an for abiding by the rules. Also, your filter barrier breaking allowed our ghost cities Ruyan and Old Tao to break through their bottlenecks. Now, it's the hottest draft in our ghost city." Saying that, his eyes reveal a greedy and blazing light. This one has been stuck in the middle of the earth stage for a long time. If I could ask Miss June to refine a bottle of the filter of barrier breaking, that would really be. But before Luo Fei could finish, Mu Yan interrupts him. "If I remember correctly, the one who received me today should be Miss Ruyan, right?" Mu Yan's words didn't make it clear, but when she looked at Luo Fei with disdain, it made Luo Fei's face twist. He clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger. "Ru Yan is only a 3rd-rank ghost errand boy, and I am already a 4th-rank ghost errand boy. The implication is that his status in the ghost city is much higher than Fang Yan's. For him to personally receive her, Mayan should be deeply grateful." But Mu Yan just smiled and said lightly, "Oh, is that so? That manager of the ghost city really has no foresight." After saying that, she brushes past Luo Fei and enters the ghost city. Luo Fei was left standing where he was, staring at her back with a dark look in his eyes. The ghost city's auction house is adjacent to the beast fighting coliseum. At this time, Mu Yan was sitting in a private room on the 3rd floor. She could faintly hear the earth-shattering shouts coming from the coliseum next door. On the other hand, the auction house was much quieter and more refined. On the stage, a beautiful and alluring girl, whose appearance is comparable to Ru Yan's, presents the drafts that will be auctioned one by one in front of everyone. Listening to the rising and falling voices of the people below, Mu Yan is somewhat lacking in interest. That's because the drafts that were auctioned earlier were things that she could easily pick up in the fog forest. Her fingers gently caress the jade bracelet on her wrist, and a trace of annoyance flits through her eyes. That day when Jin Wangye proposed marriage, Di Mingju inexplicably put this white jade bracelet on her, and she took it off as soon as she turned her head. But who knew that on the 3rd day, when that guy found out that she didn't wear it, he actually flew into a rage, and even had an appearance of being greatly wronged. Soon after, she couldn't take this jade bracelet off her wrist anymore. Recalling the man's overbearing, stubborn, and insufferably arrogant expression, Mayan can't help but brush her forehead. As she's thinking, a white light suddenly flashes before her eyes. A white, fluffy, and plump rabbit appears in front of her. Mayan raises her eyebrows. "Yo, a lazy rabbit like you also has a day where you can come out for a walk?" The fat rabbit is still very tactful. It knows that this is the little master's mother, the person who holds the power over its life and death. Thus, it sticks out its little tongue to curry favor, licking Mayan's fingers, and rubbing its plump, fluffy body against her. Well, if that's the case, then moving its body can be considered rubbing. "I haven't seen it for a few days, how come this rabbit seems to be fatter?" Casually trying to curry favor with Mayan, the rabbit's round little moonbeam eyes immediately stare in one direction, and there's a greedy and longing glint in its eyes. Its fluffy little mouth is slightly open, and there seems to be drool flowing down. Mayan is just wondering about this little guy's reaction, when she sees the fat rabbit hopping on its hind legs and directly scurrying out. The direction it's heading towards is still the back window of the private room. Wait, over the back window, that's the beast fighting coliseum. What does the fat rabbit want to do? Mayan's eyes and hands are quick, and she promptly grabs the fat rabbit back. The fat rabbit is so anxious that its 4 short legs are flailing about, and that round belly actually makes rumbling sounds. Huh? This is hungry? Could it be that there's food here that the fat rabbit would like? Just as she's thinking, the voice of the beautiful ghost envoy comes from below. The starting auction is for purple Danshan, starting price, 10,000 gold coins. Hearing the 3 words purple Danshan, Mayan's spirit immediately shakes, and she promptly prepares to bid. Although she still has purple Danshan in her space, there aren't many left. In the split second that she's distracted, the fat rabbit immediately breaks away from her control and jumps out of the window. TSK. Mu Yen frowns. The back window was the Beast Coliseum. There were either bloodthirsty and berserk martial artists there, or savage exotic beasts 100 times bigger than the fat rabbit. If the fat rabbit went there, it wouldn't be eaten as food, right? However, thinking that the fat rabbit can even swallow and digest the sacred beast egg, Mayan's heart still goes back to her stomach. Purple pill ginseng, the guest in the first private room bids 20,000 gold coins. The 2-hour auction quickly came to an end. Mu Yan stood up with a smile and stretched. She's very satisfied with today's harvest. In the prescriptions that Bailey Inlu left behind, there are quite a few kinds of drafts that are as rare as the filter of barrier breaking. She really wants to try to concoct them, but she suffers from not having enough medicinal herbs. Now, she had finally collected most of these rare medicinal herbs. However, just as Mayan is about to pay the gold coins and receive the drafts, she sees a first-stage ghost envoy walking towards her. He respectfully salutes Mayan. Miss June, our Ghost City's magistrate Sue invites you. In the Ghost City, there are ghost envoys from 1st to 5th rank. Judges of the 5th level and above were considered infernal judges. Above the Ghost King is the person in charge of all the ghost markets in Yanwu continent, the Ghost Emperor. But she heard that a long, long time ago, there was an even higher level above the Ghost Emperor, a supreme existence. He was called the Dark Lord. However, it is said that apart from the first generation of the Ghost City, no one has ever seen the Dark Lord again. And a Ghost City's magistrate is already a very high level. For example, in Xianxia's Ghost City, that magistrate is equivalent to an existence that can call the wind and summon the rain. And now, such an existence that can call the wind and summon the rain specially summons her. She doesn't know what his intentions are. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a leisurely arc, and she leisurely follows the little ghost envoy to a luxurious room. There's no one in the room, but Mayan doesn't feel the slightest bit awkward or uncomfortable. Minding her own business, she sits down, pours herself a cup of tea, and slowly drinks it. Miss June is really young and promising, with outstanding courage and insight. A deep voice suddenly comes from outside the door. Immediately after, the door is pushed open, and several people enter in a line. The leader is an old man. His hair and beard are all white, but his skin is smooth and tight. If you don't look at his hair color, he looks to be in his 40s at most. He looks at Mayan with a pair of tiger-like eyes, and says with a solemn smile, Miss June is so at ease to eat and drink at this old man's place. Aren't you afraid that this old man will poison your tea? Mayan raises her eyebrows and glances at him. Her posture is still languidly sitting on the chair, without the slightest intention of getting up to greet him. A sweet-sounding voice leisurely rings out, Ghost City's Magistrate Sue, you shouldn't use such a despicable method like poisoning and sneak attacking, right? You, what kind of attitude is this? Luo Fei, who is following behind Magistrate Sue, suddenly becomes angry from shame, and shouts loudly, do you know who is standing in front of you? This is our Ghost City's Magistrate Sue. Even if it's the city lord, or even the heads of influential families, in Xi'an, who wouldn't be respectful and fawning when they see Magistrate Sue, and as Magistrate Sue's apprentice, Luo Fei has always been respected. When has he ever suffered such vexation in front of Mayan? Mayan gives him a sidelong glance, and sneers, this ghost envoy Luo Fei, is there something wrong with your brain? Didn't I just greet Magistrate Sue? Do I need you to repeat yourself? If you don't have a good brain, then don't work in the Ghost City. so as to avoid making a fool of yourself and losing face for the entire ghost city. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Luo Fei was finally angered by her. Raising his fist, he circulated his profound qi and was about to smash it towards her. Luo Fei, come back. Don't be rude to Miss June. Magistrate Su let out a loud shout, and the powerful pressure of an innate rancor filled the air. Luo Fei, who had just rushed out, staggered and fell to the ground. The other ghost envoys who followed him in were also shivering, their faces pale. Only Mu Yan, who is sitting at the table, is still smiling and leisurely sipping tea. Shock and amazement flashed through Magistrate Su's eyes, then he took a big step forward and sat in front of her. This old man has lived for so long, but has never seen such a young Xianxia expert like Miss June. Not only was he an innate rancor, but he was also an apothecary who could concoct heaven-defying medicine. Miss June's talent really makes this old man gasp in admiration. Even in the 1,000 years of history of my ghost city, there has never been a record of a person as talented as Miss June. You woman, you're really shameless. Luo Fei couldn't help but curse again. Magistrate Su fiercely glares at him, and he immediately bitterly retreats. Magistrate Su looks at Mayan with a burning gaze, lowering his voice. Miss June misunderstood, our ghost city doesn't buy drafts. Oh? Don't buy drafts? Then what does Magistrate Su want me to do by keeping me here? Magistrate Su picks up the teacup in front of him and takes a sip, then slowly puts it down. On behalf of Ghost City, I would like to invite Miss June to become our exclusive alchemist. As compensation, I am willing to promise Miss June the title and position of a rank 5 ghost envoy. Miss June is so intelligent and talented at such a young age, I believe that you should know how much benefit you can get from becoming a rank 5 ghost envoy. Rank 5 ghost envoy, that is indeed a great benefit. Even in the entire ghost city of Xi'an, there are only a dozen or so rank 5 ghost envoys. Moreover, every one of them is promoted step by step by accumulating merits. After becoming a rank 5 ghost envoy, all the treasures in the ghost city can be bought at half price. Moreover, they have the power to buy and sell the slaves in Wanrenku. Hearing Magistrate Su's promise, Luo Fei's eyes turn red with jealousy. He has a deep background, and he's also Magistrate Su's apprentice. After 30 years, he's only a rank 4 ghost envoy. But Mayan is a rank 5 ghost envoy, a little girl whose hair hasn't even fully grown. How can she step on his head? Mayan's expression doesn't even change when she hears that. She strolls around and says, oh? Rank 5 ghost envoy, that sounds really good. But what if I don't agree? Her words make Magistrate Su's face suddenly turn cold. His voice also becomes gloomy, like a real magistrate of the underworld. Miss June, do you really think that you can run amok in the world and be invincible just because you're a pre-celestial expert? Pre-celestial experts may be really rare outside, but in our Ghost City, they're nothing more than a useful tool in our hands. If you're willing to be obedient, then the Ghost City will naturally give you enough power and wealth. But if you're stubborn and insist on going against the Ghost City, then your fate will only be more miserable than those casually trampled slaves in Wanrenku. Mayan narrows her eyes, her expression still languid, but her body reveals a languid aura. She hated it when people threatened her. However, Luo Fei had long felt indignant when he saw her arrogant look. Now that she saw that Magistrate Su wanted to fall out with her, she immediately felt incomparably carefree in her heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. June Mayan, I've checked. You shameless whore, you don't have a husband, but you have a son. That little bastard, I don't know which wild man you had illicit relations with to give birth to him. If you really want to go against our ghost city, not only will you be sold to Wanrenku, even your son won't have a good end. I know that there are many high-level martial artists and wealthy families who love to play with those beautiful children. I've seen that son of yours. He's so handsome, it really makes one's heart flutter. He believed that if it was auctioned in 10,000 cave, it would definitely sell for a good price. Ha ha ha. Ah. Before Luo Fei could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, and his whole body was lifted up. At this time, Mayan's expression is still incomparably calm, there's even a charming smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. But her pair of eyes that are usually half squinted, full of charm and laziness, are now completely open. Her eyes are blood red, blazing like fire, as if it could burn everything in the world. Xiaobao is Mayan's reverse scale, no one can touch it. Whoever touches it, will die. No one could have expected this turn of events. Even Magistrate Su is caught off guard. By the time he comes back to his senses, Mayan is already clutching Luo Fei's throat. Magistrate Su roars, "Jun Mayan, you dare to injure people in my ghost city, do you really not want to live anymore?" Luo Fei's neck is clutched, his face flushes purple, his eyes are filled with panic. He opens his mouth wide and lets out a hoarse and broken voice, save me, let me go, kill me, you won't live either, you wouldn't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to walk out alive." Although he's panicking, although he's in pain, Luo Fei firmly believes that Mayan wouldn't dare to kill him. Then, he sees the girl's smile, as bright as a spring flower, brighter and more beautiful than the sun. The 5 fingers on his neck suddenly tighten. There's only a cracking sound, Luo Fei's neck is crooked, and he completely loses his breath. "Jun Mayan, you dare." Magistrate Su lets out a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting roar, and ruthlessly swings his palm out. In a split second, internal force surges, and a terrifying pressure scatters in all directions. The surrounding tables, chairs, and benches are all smashed to pieces, smashed into a complete mess. All the ghost envoys are crawling on the ground, shivering, their complexions deathly pale. There's even a small rank 1 ghost envoy that overflows with blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes roll back and he passes out. However, when the wind from the palm dissipates, Magistrate Su looks again, only to find that the entire room is empty. Where's Jun Mayan's shadow? He's trembling with anger, almost going crazy. The ghost city has run amok in the Yanwu continent for so long, it's been rampant for so long. Who dares to disobey, who dares to resist? No one even dares to show the slightest bit of disrespect. But today, a little girl who was only 18 or 19 years old had killed his disciple right in front of him. How could he endure such a great humiliation? If Jun Mayan really escapes, then how would the ghost city still have the face to see people in the future? Pass down my order, stop all business in the ghost city, close the gates of the ghost city, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Gather all the magistrates and 5th-rank ghost envoys. Even if you have to turn the entire ghost city upside down, you must find that slut, Jun Mayan. There are a total of 5 pre-celestial practitioners in Xian, including Magistrate Su. Moreover, each of them had entered the innate realm for several years, some even more than 10 years. Even if Jun Mayan is a pre-celestial expert, she's still only an 18 or 19-year-old girl. How could she contend against a colossus like the ghost city? Her fate was already determined, and it would definitely be extremely miserable. Magistrate Su issues all the orders, the crazed fury in his eyes slowly recedes, turning into bitter resentment and maliciousness. Jun Mayan, wait until you fall into this old man's hands, this old man will make you beg for death. At the same time, in the Colosseum. Magistrate Su's orders have just been issued, but the last beast fighting competition hasn't ended yet. Roar, a shocking roar, a majestic pressure surges forth like a tide. Several people have already stood up and frantically shouted, cheering for the exotic beasts that they had bet on. On the stage, the 2 scarred exotic beasts are tearing at each other. In the end, it's the snow leopard with its sharp claws and agile agility that wins. And it's the red bear that's as big as a hill, able to smash a boulder with a single slap, that can stand in the end. These 2 are the Ghost City's Beast Fighting Colosseum's rare heaven stage exotic beasts. They're also the Colosseum's trump card. Even the ghost envoys that raise them must be rank 4 or above. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll become a side meal for these 2 heaven stage exotic beasts. Every time these 2 heaven stage exotic beasts appear on the stage, the scene is always exceptionally explosive. Not to mention that today, the Colosseum actually sent out both heaven stage exotic beasts. That's why today's spectators are so crazy. Blood, violence, cruelty, and slaughter, these are the things that the martial artists who come to the Colosseum are most eager to experience. Time passes by, minute by minute. More and more blood is flowing from the 2 heaven stage exotic beasts' bodies. Seeing that it's already the decisive moment, the martial artists in the stands are completely immersed, screaming hysterically at the top of their lungs. No one noticed that in the corner, there was a plump rabbit with snow-white fur. It was swaying as it walked towards the center of the warbeast stage. just as the rabbit is getting closer and closer to the two heaven stage exotic beasts. Suddenly, the two heaven stage exotic beasts seem to have felt something and abruptly separated. Their bodies curled up into a ball, their eyes revealing a look of alarm. What's going on? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Eh? When did a rabbit appear on the warbeast stage? Who threw it up there? Why do I feel that the two heaven stage exotic beasts are afraid of this rabbit? Are you kidding me? Those are heaven stage exotic beasts. When they were fighting each other just now, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear. How could they be afraid of a rabbit now, however, as the fat rabbit staggers closer and closer? The performance of the two heaven stage exotic beasts is becoming more and more unimaginable. The crimson bear's enormous body lay prostrate on the ground, its fan-like palms hugging its head and burying it in the ground. Its tower-like body trembled uncontrollably. The snow leopard wasn't much better off. Its long tail was tightly clamped, and its blood-stained fur was standing on end. It bared its teeth at the fat rabbit, but it wasn't a threat. Instead, it was more like a roar of despair. Just as everyone was baffled, the fat rabbit walked to the middle of the two exotic beasts, and its mung bean eyes lit up. Then, it opened its small mouth towards the red bear. Whoosh, it was as if a cool breeze had brushed past the Colosseum. Then, the tower-like red bear in front of everyone disappeared. The fat rabbit rolled over and touched its belly with its stubby paws. It was still flat. Thus, it turned around, faced the snow leopard, and opened its small mouth again. There was a deathly silence in the hall. After a few breaths, someone let out an earth-shattering scream. Disappeared, disappeared, the two heaven stage beasts disappeared. What's going on? Where did the heaven stage beasts go? Why is it gone? Could it be? Could it have been eaten by that rabbit? What kind of joke is this? How could a rabbit eat heaven stage beasts? Moreover, look at the size of those two heaven stage exotic beasts. If they were really eaten, where did the heaven stage beasts go? The ghost envoys in the beast-fighting Colosseum seemed to come back to their senses at this time. Catch it, quickly catch it for me. The disappearance of the heaven stage strange beast must have something to do with this rabbit, we can't let it run away. A hint of panic flits through those round mung bean eyes. Its short legs jump even faster. The fat rabbit's figure turns into a stream of light in a split second, scuttling back and forth in the crowd, trying to escape. However, there are too many people tracking it. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding the fat rabbit tightly. Not long after, a ghost envoy pounces on the fat rabbit and lifts it up by the neck. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to now. No matter how you look at it, this bastard is just an ordinary rabbit. How could it possibly swallow a heaven stage strange beast? Whether it swallowed it or not, wouldn't we know once we cut open this little bastard's belly? Saying that, a dagger appears in the ghost envoy's hand that's holding the fat rabbit, and he's about to slide it down the fat rabbit's bulging belly. However, the knife hasn't fallen yet. Suddenly, the sound of a zither buzzes in his ears. Immediately after, a sharp pain comes from the hand that's holding the knife, and the dagger falls to the ground in a flash. And the tendons in the hand that's holding the rabbit are directly cut off. The ghost envoy howls in pain, and he immediately loosens his grip on the rabbit. In a split second, the fat rabbit's figure turns into a stream of light, and with a whoosh, it scuttles into a familiar embrace. A whining sound comes from its throat, and its chubby body can't help but tremble because of the lingering fear. Strangely, the whining it makes doesn't sound like a rabbit at all, but more like a young and tender whine. Mayan hugs the little guy in her arms, smoothing its fur, and teasingly says, "Did you learn your lesson this time? Let's see if you still dare to run around in the future." The fat rabbit sticks out its tongue and licks her fingers. Then it turns over in her arms, and its fat belly comfortably rubs against her. Then it happily closes its eyes and goes to sleep. This, dead rabbit. Mayan is speechless. In this world, is there a more useless, lazier spiritual pet than this fat rabbit? She really wants to just strangle this guy to death. Who are you? You actually dare to hurt the people of my ghost city. Are you tired of living? June Mayan, let's see where you can escape to. 2 voices sounded at the same time. In front of them were the ghost messengers of the Colosseum, the group of people who had just caught the fat rabbit. Behind them were the pursuers sent by Magistrate Su. Almost every one of them was an expert at the peak of heaven's stage or above. It could be said that the current Mu Yan had nowhere to go, and there were pursuers behind her. It would be hard for her to escape even if she had wings. Jun Mu Yan, I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, if we make a mistake and injure your beautiful face and body, it will be too late for you to regret it. Mayan holds the Tian Mochin horizontally across her chest, her expression leisurely, her eyes biting cold. Is that so? Why don't you try and see how you can fail? As soon as she finished speaking, her jade-like fingers gently plucked the strings. The clanging of weapons and armored horses flowed out from her fingertips. At the same time, the notes turned into sound blades and shot towards the ghost envoys. Back in the fog forest, Mayan's zither sound blade could only hurt one person with each sound. At this moment, the sound blades could already turn into a meteor-like rain of swords, making it impossible to dodge or evade. After a few short breaths, the ghost envoys blocking in front of Mayan all screamed and collapsed. The remaining ghost envoys widened their eyes in horror, looking at Mayan like they're looking at a monster. It's not like the people of Ghost City haven't seen a pre-celestial powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, several peak Earth stage and early Heaven stage ghost messengers actually fell to the ground. Facing Jun Mayan, they don't even have the slightest bit of power to resist. Jun Mayan, don't run if you have the guts. Magistrate Su's bellow comes from a distance. What followed was the terrifying pressure of an inborn expert. And it wasn't just one, but 5. Mu Yan, however, chuckled lightly, and said in a clear voice, Magistrate Su, have you gone senile? This lady is a woman, so naturally I don't have any guts? On the other hand, if Magistrate Su is willing to be like me and be a gutless person, there's no harm in me staying behind to discuss with Magistrate Su. Ah. Slut. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Magistrate Su rushes over like a gust of wind, but there's no sign of Jun Mayan in front of him. Where is he? Where is that bitch? The ghost envoy trembled. She ran away. Trash. Magistrate Su swings a slap over, ruthlessly flipping that ghost envoy to the ground. You can't even keep a woman, what's the use of the ghost city? Find that bitch for me, dead or alive. Whoever finds that bitch will be heavily rewarded. The ghost city has been turned upside down. All the guests have been driven to the beast fighting coliseum and are not allowed to leave. The ghost envoys in the ghost city are all dispatched, conducting a carpet search, just to find a young girl who hasn't even reached 20 years of age. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't even catch Mu Yan's shadow. On the contrary, bad news kept coming from various places in the ghost city. Magistrate Su, not good, that one Renku has collapsed, all the slaves have run out. Magistrate Su, this is bad. The armory, all the weapons in the armory have been emptied. Magistrate Su, things aren't looking good. Those strange beasts and slaves at the back of the beast fighting coliseum have all been released from their cages. Moreover, I don't know why, but all of them seem to have gone berserk. The original draft can't control them anymore. Magistrate Su's eyes are bloodshot, and his eyes are about to split open. He's so angry that he's about to explode. Jun Mayan. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. *TCH, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Ah. At this moment, Magistrate Su wished he could tear Jun Mayan's corpse into 10,000 pieces, but unfortunately, he couldn't even touch the corner of Jun Mayan's clothes. Jun Mayan is like a cat playing with a mouse, freely shuttling through the ghost city. Wherever they went, they would wreak havoc and create chaos. The Tian Mochin zither sound blade is not a joke. Under the support of powerful profound energy, even a sturdy building could be instantly destroyed into rubble. Thus, one side chased while the other fled. In less than an hour, the flourishing ghost city, which originally represented the pinnacle of Xianxia's power, has unexpectedly been turned into ruins everywhere. It's a tragic sight. In the end, there was not only anger in Magistrate Su's eyes, but also panic. The ghost city was destroyed. If he still can't catch Mayan today, he will definitely die an incomparably unsightly death. Thinking of this, Magistrate Su's twisted face revealed a crazed killing intent and malevolence. Today, in the entire ghost city, there is only one place that hasn't been destroyed or plundered. Warehouse for drafts, therefore, June Mayan will definitely go there. Magistrate Su took his people and rushed to the location of the medicinal ingredients warehouse as fast as lightning. With a bang, the door was kicked open. As soon as he says that, a clear and moving laughter, like silver bells, comes from inside the room. TSK, you guys are really slow. I've been waiting here for a long time. The door opens, revealing the empty warehouse. In the center of the warehouse, cabinets are stacked high and high. At the top, a young girl in green sits leisurely, her black hair lightly dancing, her smile languid, looking down at the few people who rush into the room. If it's not that June Mayan, who else could it be? Many of the medicinal herbs that are stored in the Ghost City's draft warehouse are priceless and priceless. They can also be regarded as the Ghost City's treasures. However, the warehouse in front of them is completely empty, there's nothing left. All the herbs once again, they've been plundered clean by Mayan. Magistrate Su's chest heaves up and down, looking at Mayan with eyes that can almost spit fire. But the next moment, his face suddenly changes, revealing a greedy look. June Mayan, you have a spatial treasure on you, right? Otherwise, with so many things in the Ghost City, how would she be able to plunder everything cleanly? In the Yinwu continent, a portable space is a legendary treasure. Even in the Ghost City, there's only one Ghost Emperor at the highest level. But this June Mayan has a spatial treasure on her. If he can seize the spatial treasure, then he can be absolved of today's crime. What Magistrate Su can think of, the other pre-celestial powerhouses can also think of. Their reactions are surprisingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they've already surrounded Mayan. Miss June, if Magistrate Su had spoken inappropriately just now, and offended you in any way, we can apologize on his behalf. Our Ghost City has always treated you as an honored guest, why must we fight to the point of life and death? This time, the one who speaks is a middle-aged man who looks like a scholar. This man looks younger than the others. But the moment Mayan looks at him, she slightly narrows her eyes. Although they're both pre-celestial, this man is clearly a lot stronger than Magistrate Su and the others. When the man sees Mayan looking over, he looks up at her snow-white complexion, and a touch of amazement flits through his eyes. Then he hooks up his lips, revealing a refined and gentle smile. This one is Chao Wendao, also a magistrate of Xianxia's Ghost City. If Miss June doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good talk? In fact, the 5 pre-celestial powerhouses here are all Ghost City's magistrates. After all, no matter how strong the Ghost City is, pre-celestial powerhouses aren't like radishes or cabbages that can be found anywhere. Chao Wendao shows kindness to Mu Yan. Magistrate Su's eyes flash with unwillingness and resentment, but he doesn't say anything in the end. Today's matter has turned out to be like this. Although the other magistrates are also helping him to capture Mu Yan, however, she still held a grudge against him in her heart. It was obviously a good thing to recruit a powerful alchemist, but it was unexpectedly handled like this by this idiot Su Wenhu. Even the Ghost City was almost demolished. I'm afraid that regardless of the outcome of today's matter, Su Wenhu's position as an infernal judge will no longer be maintained. Hearing Chao Wendao's words, Mu Yan's lips curled into a playful smile. Sit down and have a good talk. If we talk, you won't force me to become Ghost City's exclusive alchemist, or are you saying that if we talk, you won't covet the secret space treasure on me? This is the first time I've heard someone explain forcibly seizing in such a fresh and refined way. Mayan mockingly says, but what if I don't want to? Chao Wendao's eyes suddenly darken, and he slaps the air with his palm. With a loud bang, the dozen or so medicine cabinets under Mayan are smashed into pieces. Wood shavings flutter and dust fill the sky. When the ghost envoys who are chasing after Mayan see this scene, they take a step back with pale complexions. They look at Chao Wendao with awe and worship in their eyes. This June Mayan is definitely going to die today. These are 5 magistrates, 5 pre-celestial powerhouses? So what if June Mayan is also a pre-celestial? 1 against 5, is there still a need to guess what the outcome will be? Isn't it June Mayan's own stupidity? Since she escaped, she should have obediently hid. She was actually stupid enough to stay in the warehouse. Now that she's being besieged by Magistrate Chao and the others, how can she still have a way out? In the crowd, Ru Yan's complexion is deathly pale. She looks at old Tao at the side. Her voice is already trembling. It's me who harmed Miss June. Miss June accepted my invitation. What should I do? How can I save Miss June? Old Tao grits his teeth. Miss June has given me a new lease of life. Old Tao, can't just watch her die. Miss Ru Yan, you stay here. Old Tao, will go outside the ghost city to get reinforcements. Before I come back, you mustn't let Miss June die. Ru Yan's complexion is still deathly pale, but there's a persistent light in her eyes. Okay, even if I have to risk my life, even if I have to kneel on the ground and beg, I will definitely protect Miss June. I won't let anything happen to her. Old Tao nods, and his figure shuttles through the crowd, quickly disappearing. Ru Yan is staring at the direction of the warehouse. When the wood shavings and dust scatter, a blue figure, like a slowly blooming blue lotus, floats down from the sky. Chao Wendao looks at the girl's picturesque face, and says in a deep voice, June Mayan, I'll give you one last chance. If you obediently surrender, I guarantee that the ghost city will absolutely let bygones be bygones for your actions today. Magistrate Chao, why are you still being so long-winded with her? Magistrate Su finally couldn't take it anymore, and let out an angry roar. This slut killed my disciple Luo Fei. We can't let her off today no matter what. Saying that, his eyes revealed a sinister and vicious look. There's one more thing that Magistrate Chao probably doesn't know. This slut has a very precious son. When the time comes, we'll capture her son and torture him. No matter how stubborn this B*TCH is, won't she still have to obediently surrender? Mayan gently plucks the Tian Mo Chin in her hands. Her voice is soft and her smile is charming. Magistrate Su, I could have easily escaped from under your eyes, but I've been waiting here, not leaving. Do you know why? Why? The strings of the Tian Mo Chin are plucked, making an irregular but pleasant sound. Mu Yan's words were accompanied by the sound of the zither, because before I leave, I still want your life. In this world, all the people who humiliated and hurt Xiaobao, not a single one of them would be spared. As soon as he finished speaking, his slender and fair fingers suddenly moved. The gentle music turned into a roar that was like a monstrous wave. Piak! 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 The huge ceiling is on the verge of collapse, and dust is flying everywhere. Outside the warehouse, the ghost envoys widen their eyes in horror. Their bodies are shivering out of instinct. The fight between 6 pre-celestial powerhouses, even if it's just a little bit of pressure leaking out, it's enough to make their blood churn, making it difficult to breathe. But no matter how scared and uncomfortable they are, no one leaves. Every pair of eyes is firmly fixed on the 6 intertwining figures in the warehouse. As time goes by, the ghost envoys' expressions become more and more frightened. Because, after a quarter of an hour, June Mayan still hasn't been defeated. Half an hour has passed, and June Mayan still hasn't been defeated. The sound of the powerful zither crisscrosses in the surging internal force. It forcibly cleaves open a hole. 5 magistrates, 5 pre-celestial powerhouses, besieging a girl, but there's no progress for half an hour. Such a situation has never happened since the opening of the ghost city. Ru Yan clasps her hands together, tightly clasping them, her heart incessantly praying for Mayan's safety. However, the next moment, Chao Wendao's palm suddenly hits Mayan's chest. The girl's figure flies backwards like a kite with a broken string. The ghost constables cheered in an instant. Ru Yan's heart is raised. But no one expected that Mayan, who's in midair, would suddenly turn around, facing Magistrate Su's direction. The sound of the Tian Mo Chin suddenly changes, like a rustling cold wind, full of murderous intent. Chao Wendao's complexion changes. When who? Be careful. Magistrate Su sneers, want to hurt me with a mere sound blade, you're looking down on me, Su Wenhu. As he speaks, his figure doesn't retreat, but advances instead, suddenly pouncing towards Mayan. To put it bluntly, the strongest skills of a zither master are nothing more than long-range attacks and confusion. As long as he gets close, no matter how powerful Mayan's sound blade attack is, it'll be useless. When he catches this slut, he'll make her beg for death. However, it was also at this moment that he saw a charming smile blossom on the young girl's face right before his eyes. Just like the red spider lily that blooms in the blood-soaked land, enchanting and full of death. The next moment, the Tian Mo Chin in Mayan's hand suddenly disappears, and a sword appears in her hand. Boundless profound energy surged out of her body like an avalanche. That was the sound of a blade piercing into flesh. Magistrate Su's blood-red eyes were wide open. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. A long sword had already pierced through it. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. As the dark force surged into the rice, he could feel that his heart was breaking bit by bit and his life force was flowing out. But, how could it be? How could this be? They had 5 inborn experts, while the other party was just a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Why did he lose? How could he possibly lose? The girl in front of him smiled lightly. Her smile was as bright as the morning sun and as beautiful as a peach. Do you think I only know how to transform zither sound into a blade? In fact, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Withdrawing the long sword, Magistrate Su's body fell straight down. Until the moment of his death, his eyes were still staring straight ahead, unable to rest in peace. He really can't understand why the ghost city would go all out to besiege and kill a little girl. Why did he still die? There was a deathly silence in the hall, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, a trace of regret rises in his heart. Because Mu Yan is too strong. Strong enough to make people tremble in fear. And they have made such an enemy for the ghost city. If they can't kill Mu Yan today, then in the future, as Mu Yan continues to grow, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. So today, Mu Yan must die. A cold light flashes in Qiao Wendao's eyes, and he sternly says, "Everyone, we can no longer keep this person alive." The other 3 judges also have the same grave expression, slowly nodding. Surrounded in the middle, Mu Yan's complexion is as white as ice crystals, and the blue clothes on her body are already stained with blood. Her current situation is very bad. Under the siege of the 5 people, the internal force within her body has already been consumed by more than half. Qiao Wendao's palm even makes her chest ache faintly. Even if she escapes the attacks of these 4 people, she has no way to escape in the ghost city. For Mu Yan, this is already a dead end. It should be a desperate situation that would make anyone panic and fear. But in such a hopeless situation, Mayan actually smiles. A pair of peach blossom eyes are charming and bewitching, like water shrouded in mist. There's a flame that slowly sprang up from the bottom of her eyes. It's excitement, it's joy, it's the desire to fight. She wants to see to what extent she can fight without the help of the Tian Mo Qin. She also wants to know how much her strength has improved after 4 years in the mountains. The long sword draws a beautiful arc in the air, and the tip of the sword points in Qiao Wendao's direction. Want to kill me? Then let's see if you can do it. On the streets of Xi'an, 2 figures are galloping like lightning. Han Yi, who is following behind, sees Jun Shang's back, and feels the terrible, almost uncontrollable pressure coming from his body. His whole person simply doesn't feel good. The ghost city has actually trapped Miss June, and they even want to kill her. God, isn't this courting death? No. Not only are they courting death themselves, but they also want the entire Yanwu continent to be buried together with this group of idiots. If Miss June is really injured, Han Yi simply can't imagine how angry Jun Shang would be, and how he would react. That group of idiots from the ghost city, they're courting death themselves, can't they not implicate others? Who? The ghost city is sealed, no one is allowed to leave. The ghost envoy guarding the entrance of the ghost city hasn't even finished speaking when he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood and flies far away. Han Yi follows Di Mingju, entering the ghost city's complex unimpeded all the way. As the number of ruined buildings increases, the smell of blood becomes thicker and thicker, and the breath that Di Mingju exudes also becomes more and more frightening. Even Han Yi, who is following behind him, can't help but shiver. Not to mention the ghost envoys in the ghost city. Before they could even get close, they had already fainted and foamed at the mouth. In just a short while, they had already arrived at the location of the medicinal herb warehouse. This place could no longer be called a warehouse. It was a pile of ruins. The air was thick with the smell of blood. 5 figures wrapped in cold saber light and sword shadows crisscrossed. Han Yi takes a closer look and sees that the girl in Xi'an is being besieged by 5 pre-celestial powerhouses. She's covered in blood, and he immediately sucks in a mouthful of cold air. This time, Jun Shang is really going to go crazy. Before he could finish this thought, Di Mingju's figure had already soared into the sky, and a shockingly powerful airflow gushed out like an avalanche. Mu Yan, who was in midair, was suddenly embraced into a wide embrace, tightly hugging her. Mayan, how are you? Are you hurt badly? Does it hurt? The man's hoarse and trembling voice urgently rings out. The hands that were originally tightly holding her seem to remember something. They abruptly loosen, then softly embrace her again. As if she's the most precious treasure. If it's too heavy, he's afraid that she'll hurt, and if it's too light, he's afraid that she'll disappear. Especially when he sees Mayan's blood-soaked clothes, Di Mingju can't help but tremble. Damn it, these people should all die 1,000 times, even he can't bear to force the slightest bit, the person he holds in the palm of his hand, the person he hides at the bottom of his heart. These dregs actually dare to hurt his Mayan. Mayan is fighting to her heart's content, still wanting to continue. Being suddenly interrupted by Di Mingju like this, she only feels extremely depressed. But when she turns her head and sees this insufferably arrogant man in front of her, she stares blankly at first, then a trace of warmth flits through her eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine, this isn't my blood. Mayan raises the corner of her mouth, smiling conceitedly and leisurely. These wastes want to kill me, it's nothing more than a dream. When the girl smiles, there seems to be a vast starry sky jumping and twinkling in her eyes. There's pride, conceit, and also a free and easy feeling of looking down on the world. It's only at this time that Mayan is like a 19-year-old girl, cunning, willful, and high-spirited. Di Mingju really loves this appearance of hers. His fingers caress the girl's cold and tender cheeks. His fingertips rub, wiping away the bloodstains on her face. Hiss. With a low cry, Mayan wrinkles her brows. She suddenly takes a step back, and angrily says, Di Mingju, do you have a grudge against me? So forceful? I wasn't hurt by this group of wastes, but you've already scratched me. The charming and gentle feelings dissipate in an instant. Di Mingju gnashes his teeth in anger, wishing he could grab this little woman into his arms, ruthlessly gag her little mouth, and ravage her as punishment. Does she know how worried he was just now, how afraid that something would happen to her? But before he could get angry, Mayan's body suddenly softens, and she falls into his arms. In that fight just now, she fought to her heart's content, fighting 1 against 4 without falling into a disadvantageous position. However, the consumption of the profound qi in his body was too great. The moment he relaxed, he immediately felt as if the last bit of strength in his body had been sucked out. For a moment, he couldn't even stand steadily. Feeling the young girl's soft body tightly pressed against him, the fragrant breath hitting his face, Di Mingju's entire body stiffens. After a long while, he reached out and hugged her tightly. In a trance, he hears Mayan's whisper, as light as a mosquito, Di Mingju, take me home. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. They had just met for the first time. She didn't know why, but when this man appeared, she felt at ease and could rely on him. As long as this man was here, he would definitely help her solve the predicament in front of her. She did not need to be exhausted, nor did she need to support herself. Di Mingju looks at the girl in his arms, her complexion deathly pale. His complexion suddenly becomes even more frightening than the azure demon god's. His cold eyes swept over Qiao Wendao and the others who had just climbed up from the ground. His hoarse voice sounded like it came from the abyss of hell. You dare to harm this monarch's woman, all of you deserve to die 10,000 times. Qiao Wendao and the other 3 stood up. If the other people's coercion is just a kind of imposing manner that makes people tremble in fear, the pressure of this mysterious man in front of them seems to have condensed into a substance. A pair of ice-cold, bone-chilling hands pinch their hearts, and suddenly tighten. They obviously haven't launched any attack, but the 4 people suddenly grab their throats, open their mouths wide, and let out a terrifying cracking sound. And the entire ghost city's ground begins to emit a violent hum. Large chunks of gravel fall from the already dilapidated ceiling. Not to mention the 4 judges who are directly under attack. Even the faces of Ru Yan and the others who are hiding on the side are deathly pale, vomiting blood. They want to cry for help, but not a single sound comes out. Even the guests of the ghost city, who were driven to the beast-fighting coliseum, each and every one of them begins to have difficulty breathing, the internal force within their bodies surging uncontrollably. It's as if an invisible hand has appeared between heaven and earth, firmly grasping the ghost city. With just a little bit of force, he would be able to crush this huge building and the living beings within it. Jun Shang, calm down. Calm down a bit. Han Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He risks death and rushes over, saying in a trembling voice, Jun Shang, don't forget, this isn't the Xiaoxian continent, it's the Yanwu continent. If you slightly release your coercion, it could make this world collapse. This is the place where Miss Mayan lives. No, aren't they just a few dregs? This subordinate will handle it for you. Hearing that, Di Mingju looks down at the girl in his arms. Even though he has tried his best not to let the coercion affect Mayan, the person in his arms still slightly frowns, as if she's sleeping very restlessly. Di Mingju's hand that is holding Mayan suddenly tightens, a touch of tenderness and heartache flashes through his eyes. The coercion on his body dissipates without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chao Wendao has just escaped from death, no longer caring about his dignity. With a thud, he kneels in front of Di Mingju. We were wrong, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, forgive the ghost city. At this moment, Chao Wendao and the other three are really regretting to the point that their intestines are green. The people of the ghost city are used to being tyrannical. How could they have thought that forcing an insignificant apothecary to stay would actually provoke these two fiends? Jun Mayan, a girl of only 18 or 19 years old, is all by herself, yet she has turned their ghost city upside down. She thought that Jun Mayan was already scary enough, but this man that appeared in front of her wasn't scary at all. He was simply an azure demon. Facing this person, they were only left with an instinctive fear. How could they have the slightest ability to resist? Di Mingju slowly raises his head to look at them, a cold smile appearing on his grave and stern face. He raised two slender fingers and gently slid them from top to bottom. Suddenly, Chao Wendao covered his throat and widened his eyes in horror. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy, wanting to scream, but blood rushed out from his lips and teeth, gushing out from between his fingers. Bang 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 bang. With four muffled thuds, the four infernal judges collapsed to the ground like corpses covered in blood. On the side, Han Yi sneers, thinking in his heart, injuring Miss Mayan and you still want to escape unscathed? Wasn't that daydreaming? At this moment, Di Mingju's gaze is already looking at the surrounding ghost envoys. Everyone here has a part in hurting Mayan. He would not let a single one of them go. Honored sir, please be lenient, a cry comes from a distance. Then, a figure is seen approaching from afar as fast as lightning, urgently stopping in front of Di Mingju and Han Yi. They see that the person who has come is in his early 40s, even younger than Chao Wendao. But his temples are white, and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes make him look even more incomparably old. Seeing this person, many people in the ghost city cry out in joy. King of Hell! It's King of Hell! We're saved, the ghost city is saved. The person who has come is actually the person in charge of Xiao's ghost city, King of Hell Xia Yi. Everyone in the ghost city knows how powerful and frightening the King of Hell is. Although they are all pre-celestial powerhouses, 5 magistrates added together can't compare to a King of Hell. So when they see Xia Yi's arrival, the ghost envoys think that they're saved, each and every one of them almost crying tears of joy. However, what makes them shocked is that when Xia Yi sees Di Mingju, not only does he not fly into a rage, he instead reveals a frightened and vigilant expression. He even instinctively takes a step back. His complexion changes again, and he finally slowly cups his hands. This one is Ghost City's King of Hell Xia Yi. May I ask for your honored sir's name? If my ghost city has offended you in any way, I hope that you will be magnanimous and let us go. As long as it's within the scope of our ability, my ghost city is willing to make any compensation. As soon as Xia Yi says this, the surrounding ghost envoys all suck in a mouthful of cold air, their complexions becoming increasingly pale. Even the King of Hell is afraid to this extent. Who is this man? What kind of fiend did they provoke this time? Han Yi sneers, stepping forward and saying, compensation? You injured my madam, do you think that by saying a word of compensation, you can get away with it? Hearing that, a mouthful of old blood gets stuck in Xia Yi's throat, and he can't spit it out. Just now, he glanced at the girl in Di Mingju's arms. Although she's unconscious, she's only exhausted, and not injured at all. And what about his ghost city? Not only are 5 magistrates dead, more than half of the building has collapsed, and all the treasures and belongings have been completely lost. It can be said to be a heavy loss. Shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? Han Yi sneers. Since you have nothing to say, then all of you should die as an apology to my madam. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, which gleamed with a cold light. There's no need for Di Mingju to make a move. Han Yi, with 90% of his cultivation suppressed, is already enough to make Xia and the group of ghost envoys tremble, their faces revealing despair. Wait a minute. Suddenly, an aged voice shakily rings out, surrounding and killing Miss June was the doing of Magistrate Su and his men. Me and Miss Ruyen, we want to risk our lives to save Miss June. Please be lenient and give our ghost city a way out. Old Tao, who had followed Xia in, knelt on the ground with a thud, his face full of pleading. Han Yi narrows his eyes. You risked your life to save my madam? Yes. It's all thanks to Miss June's medicine that I was able to break through the bottleneck. Miss June has given me and Miss Ruyen a new lease of life. How can we just watch as Miss June dies? Old Tao pointed to the heavens and swore, I dare to swear that everything I said is true. Please believe me. The reinforcements that Old Tao had requested were none other than the King of Hell, Xia Yi. But for so many years, he hasn't asked Xia Yi for anything in return. This time, he makes an exception for Mayan. Ruyen kneels on the ground, her voice choking and trembling. I want to protect Miss June, but I'm too incompetent. In fact, I can't do anything for Miss June. If your excellency really wants to punish, then please punish me directly, because Miss June came to Ghost City precisely because she accepted my invitation. But please let the lives of the innocent people in Ghost City go. Han Yi sees that Old Tao and Ruyen are speaking with sincerity, and his complexion improves quite a bit. He turns back to look at Di Mingju. But he sees that Di Mingju doesn't even look at them. He turns around and leaves while carrying the unconscious Mayan. In a moment of carelessness, his figure has already gone several meters away. Seeing the man's cold and lofty figure disappear, Xia Yi and the ghost envoys simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief. Ruyen and Old Tao suddenly collapse to the ground, like they'd just survived a disaster. Han Yi doesn't leave right away. Instead, he looks down at all of them. Seeing that the two of you are sincere in wanting to save my family's madam, I can let the rest of you go. But if there's a next time, and anyone in Ghost City dares to disrespect my family's madam, you know the consequences. When everyone hears this, they immediately go wild with joy. Each and every one of them swears that they won't dare to make a move against Mayan again. In the future, when they see Mayan, they will definitely worship her like an ancestor, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Han Yi nods in satisfaction. Soon after, his gaze falls on Xia Yi, a mocking smile appearing on his face. I really didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the Ghost City would actually fall to such a state. Can it only be maintained by relying on force and robbery? What a disgrace. Hearing that, Xia Yi raises his head, looking shocked. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The sneer on Han Yi's face slowly recedes, expressionless as he says, go back and tell Gu Yu, within a month, let him explain clearly in front of Jun Shang how he hurt Madam today. Otherwise, prepare to disappear forever. Xia Yi suddenly widens his eyes, suddenly stands up and exclaims, You, who are you people? Han Yi doesn't pay attention to him anymore. He sneers, then turns around and quickly disappears. Xia Yi stared blankly at his departing back, unable to come back to his senses for a long while. Old Tao couldn't help but whisper, Yama, what's wrong? Who are those two people? Xia Yi is silent for a long time, only then does he silently murmur, Gu Yu, that's the highest person in charge of the Ghost City, the name of the Ghost Emperor. In the Ghost City, apart from the various Ghost Kings, no one knows of him. Why? Why would that man know? He wanted the Ghost Emperor to appear in front of Jun Shang within a month. What did he mean by that? Xia Yi suddenly turned around, ignoring the doubts of Old Tao and the others, and quickly left. He had to report this news to the Ghost Emperor immediately. Xia Yi has an intuition that perhaps the sky of the Ghost City is about to change. Don't worry, young master, your wife is fine. It's just that her profound energy and physical strength were overused, so she collapsed. As long as I rest for a few days and take good care of myself, I'm sure I'll I'll be able to recover. Under Di Mingju's icy gaze, the doctor stutters as he finishes his diagnosis. It's only until Han Yi smiles and asks him to go out and settle the consultation fee that the doctor hurriedly leaves, as if he's been granted amnesty. Inside the room, there's only Di Mingju and the still unconscious Mayan. He sits down on the edge of the bed, gazing at the girl's sleeping face. The cold light in his eyes slowly becomes softer and softer, more and more persistent. His fingers caress that picturesque and beautiful face. He wants to caress it, but then he remembers her accusation against him in the ghost city, and hangs his hand in the air in annoyance. Mayan's skin is so delicate, as if it could be broken with a blow. If he touches it, what if he hurts her again and wakes her up? Di Mingju frowns. On one hand, he feels that with his identity, isn't touching the woman he likes a matter of course. On the other hand, he remembers Mayan's angry expression in the ghost city, and his heart is apprehensive, unable to put down his hand that's suspended in the air. The doctor's words suddenly echo in his ears, "Your wife is not seriously injured." Mayan is his wife, his wife. Di Mingju's ears are slightly hot, and there's an inexplicable joy bubbling in his heart. His gaze slowly moves from Mayan's jet black hair, her smooth forehead, her long eyelashes, her raised nose, and slowly falls to those light pink lips. Even after a long time, he still remembers the sweet taste of those lips. Every day and every night, he yearns for her in his dreams, longing to taste her again. Even though he promised Mayan that he would pursue her until she fell head over heels in love with him. But since it's a foregone conclusion, isn't it only right and proper for him to exercise a little of his rights as a husband? Di Mingju's ears are slightly red, his eyes burning. One hand props up next to Mayan's face, and his body slowly bends down. Little by little, he approaches those red lips that he's been thinking about for a long time. Just as his lips are about to seize those lips that are as soft as peach blossoms, and properly savor that sweet fragrance, suddenly, a burst of powerful profound energy abruptly attacked from between him and Mu Yan. Di Mingju is caught off guard, and he's pushed back several steps by that force. His charming and gentle desire is interrupted, and Di Mingju's complexion is so unsightly that he wants to kill someone. His cold eyes look at the bedside, at the culprit who disturbed him and Mayan. He sees a little boy who's just taller than the edge of the bed guarding in front of Mayan, coldly glaring at him. The handsome little face is taut, and his pair of ice-blue eyes are the same as Di Mingju's, full of vigilance. "What do you want to do to Xianxia?" The childish voice was cold, full of coldness and sternness. That imposing manner was even more terrifying than an adult who had been in a high position for a long time. But after saying that, Xiaobao no longer cares about Di Mingju. Instead, he eagerly turns to look at Mu lying on the bed. The person in front of him was extremely beautiful, but her face was so pale that it was almost translucent. Even her originally bright red lips were as white as rice paper. Her long eyelashes drooped, and she was completely silent, as if she would never wake up. Xiaobao's eyes redden all of a sudden. He clutches Mu Yan's finger tightly, and his little body trembles. Xiaobao. But he had never been a child who would cry, so he just leaned against the edge of the bed and let out a weak cry like a young beast. Mother, don't leave little Bao. Little Bao will be good." Lying on the bed, Mu Yan seems to sense something, and her long eyelashes tremble slightly. Di Mingju frowns. With a cold snort, he grabs Xiaobao by the collar, and turns around to walk out. At this time, how could Xiaobao be willing to leave his mother? Like a crazed little beast, he began to struggle with all his might. The profound chi of a heaven stage powerhouse was released without a care for anything else. Di Mingju didn't expect that this little guy's cultivation would be so high. Caught off guard, her clothes were cut by the sword formed from his profound chi. Di Mingju's eyes darkened, coldly saying, "Quiet down for me, she's tired, she's just sleeping, are you sure you want to wake her up?" The man's words startled Xiaobao, and he couldn't help but lessen his strength in struggling and kicking. Mother is all right, just too tired? Is he asleep? When he thought about how his mother was fine and wouldn't leave him, Xiaobao's tightly clenched heart instantly relaxed. The rationality and calmness that did not belong to his age instantly returned. "Let me go." Xiaobao raises his head, not showing any weakness as he glares at Di Mingju. "I'm going to see Xianxia. I promise I won't wake her up." In this world, besides Mayan, who in the three realms would dare to shout at Di Mingju and frown in anger, those who really dared to be rude to Di Mingju would have long since died without a corpse, and would have been separated to grow grass for 300 years. Did this little guy in front of him eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? How dare he order him around? Di Mingju wants to get angry. However, looking at Xiaobao's exquisite features that are 70 to 80% similar to Mu Yan's, as well as those ice blue eyes that are exactly the same as his. There were still traces of red in that pair of stubborn eyes, which represented how scared and panicked the little guy was just now. For some reason, his heart, which had always been as hard as iron, softened a little. Di Mingju gives a cold snort, but he still loosens his hand. As soon as Xiaobao's feet touch the ground, his small body rushes out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, and he pounces to Mu Yan's side. But this time, his movements are very gentle, and his eyes are full of attachment as he looks at Mu Yan. However, her small fists were tightly clenched. Although that hateful man said that Nyangqin was just too tired and fell asleep. But Xiaobao knew that his mother had been bullied by bad people, and that she had been injured. When the bad guys bullied Nyangqin, he couldn't stay by her side. He said that he would protect his mother, but he didn't do it. Her big, watery eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. On the side, Di Mingju sees the appearance of the little guy forcibly holding back his tears. He doesn't know why, but he, who has always had a heart of stone, unexpectedly feels upset. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, she saw the little guy suddenly rubbing his eyes. He carefully moved closer to Mayan and gently kissed her on the cheek. Xiaobao thought to himself, every time mother kisses Xiaobao like this, Xiaobao feels very happy. Xiaobao kisses mother. Mother, wake up soon, okay. However, seeing this scene, Di Mingju's entire person feels unwell. This little bastard, he hasn't even kissed Mayan yet. Di Mingju grabs Xiaobao by the collar and lifts him up. Unable to restrain his anger, he doesn't forget to lower his voice. What are you doing? Xiaobao glared back without showing any weakness. His big eyes were still a little red and moist, but his imposing manner wasn't weak at all. Then what were you doing while mother was asleep? Humph, this shameless lecher, don't think that he doesn't know anything. Just now, he had successfully advanced to the middle heaven stage, and when he came out, he saw this lecher trying to take advantage of his mother. But very quickly, he coldly snorts, expressionlessly saying, Ben Jun is naturally taking care of your Nyangqin. Unfortunately, his righteous explanation is met with Xiaobao's disdainful look of you're deceiving a child. Di Mingju is speechless. He wishes he could pull down this little thing's pants, and ruthlessly spank his bottom. One big and one small, the two of them are staring at each other, neither of them willing to take a step back. The door to the room is suddenly pushed open, and Hanyi comes in with a steaming black earthen pot. He lowers his voice, and excitedly says, Jun Shang, this subordinate has inquired, the people of Yanwu continent nourish their bodies, this black-bone chicken soup is. Before he can finish, the two people at the bedside turn their heads at the same time, fiercely glaring at him. They growl in unison, get out. Idiot, you're disturbing my Nyangqin's sleep, idiot, you're disturbing my lady's rest. Hanyi shivers in fright, and the chicken soup in his hands almost falls to the ground. God, why does he have this illusion? It's like he's facing two Jun Shangs. This kind of pressure and disdainful imposing manner hitting him in the face, it's simply making him wet his pants. Before Hanyi could react, a strong gust of wind hits him in the face. He staggers back a few steps. Then there's a bang, and the door closes against his nose. Hanyi trembles in fear as he touches his still intact nose, his eyes brimming with lingering fear. Two Jun Shangs, that's really too scary. Wait a minute, wasn't that little Jun Gongzi just now? How could he be inside? When did he go in? Just as he's thinking, he sees the door open again. Di Mingju carries Xiaobao, striding out. Xiaobao is forced to hang on his shoulder, his face flushing red as he angrily says, put me down. Di Mingju ignores him, and goes straight to the backyard. Hanyi stupidly looks at this scene, his jaw about to drop. Jun Shang is actually holding a child. Although that's not really holding, it should be carrying, but that's the Jun Shang of their family, who has always kept strangers away. Let alone a child and a beautiful woman. Even they, who are close to him, can't get within half a meter of Jun Shang. But now, it's fine if Jun Shang admires and pursues Miss Mayan, but he's even willing to be so close to young Master Jun. If the people of the Xiaoxian continent were to see this scene, their eyeballs would definitely pop out. Wait, what is Jun Shang carrying the little Gongzi to do? Could it be that because of jealousy, he wanted to secretly do it with Miss Mayan's ex-husband's child? Thinking of this, Han Ye's complexion goes pale. Miss Mayan is protecting the little Gongzi like an eyeball. If she were to accidentally let the little Gongzi suffer any losses, then Jun Shang would really have no way to ask for a wife. This won't do, he must follow along. If necessary, he will remind Jun Shang to never hurt the little Gongzi. After discovering that he can't resist Di Mingju, Xiaobao doesn't cry out like an ordinary child. Instead, he clenches his small fists and quickly revolves the internal force in his body. Di Mingju quickly brings Xiaobao to the backyard. Just as he was about to put him down, Xiaobao suddenly launched an attack. She patted him on the shoulder, and her small body suddenly leaped into the air. At the same time, the internal force gathered in her palm turns into a sharp blade, and she ruthlessly swings it towards Di Mingju. Di Mingju's expression doesn't even change, and he casually waves his hand. Xiaobao's figure falls down from the air, steadily landing on the ground. But his expression is very unsightly. There are countless complex emotions churning in his eyes as he looks at Di Mingju. This man is very strong, stronger than anyone he's ever met. Even stronger than his mother, a lot stronger, but even so. Xiaobao clenches his small fists, his eyes full of determination. Even if this man is stronger, he won't let him snatch his mother away. Di Mingju looks down at him, expressionless. You should be very clear that you're not my opponent right now. But I can give you a chance. Xiaobao, what chance? Di Mingju turns his wrist, and a piece of vermilion jade drops down from his palm. There are golden tassels dangling from the jade, gently swaying in the sunlight, emitting a bright light. However, what's more captivating than the tassels is that piece of jade. It's obviously dull in color, and its shape is ordinary, but there are strange veins on it. Gazing deeply at it, it makes people feel as if they're immersed in a vast sea of stars, and even their souls are being cleansed. Xiaobao has never fancied gold, silver, or treasures, but seeing this piece of jade, he's inexplicably attracted. There's a hint of longing in his big crystal clear eyes. Di Mingju looks at him and says in a low voice, I'll give you a quarter of an hour. I won't use mysterious energy, and I won't attack. If you can snatch this piece of jade from my hands within a quarter of an hour, I'll give it to you, and I'll never appear by your mother's side again. Hearing this, Xiaobao retracts his gaze from the jade pendant, and looks suspiciously at Di Mingju. And if I can't do it? If you can't do it. Di Mingju pauses, and then says in a low voice, then you must accept the fact that I'm your mother's husband, your father. Han Yi, who has just arrived, almost stumbles, and falls to the ground when he hears Di Mingju's words. Cold sweat is about to roll down his head. I say, Jun Shangdaran, can you not be so shameless? In order to chase after a wife, you're even starting to trick a child, not to mention Xiaobao, even he can't snatch the jade pendant from Jun Shangdaran's hands. Not to mention a quarter of an hour, it's impossible to do it in an hour. Jun Shangdaran, you're bullying Miss Mayan's son like this, aren't you afraid that Miss Mayan will find you to settle accounts? However, Xiaobao was not easily fooled. With a taut face, he refused without the slightest hesitation, liar, you're not mother's husband. The light in Di Mingju's eyes darkens, saying word by word, there will come a day when Mayan will become Benjun's wife, it's just a matter of time, that's all. But this has nothing to do with you. You only need to know one thing. If you lose today, you must accept the possibility of me being your father in the future. Xiaobao frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Di Mingju sneers, contemptuously saying, what? Benjun has already let you reach this point, and you still don't dare to try? You said you want to become strong to protect your mother, but you only have this little courage and boldness? No matter how smart Xiaobao was, he was still just a 4-year-old child. What's more, protecting his mother and becoming stronger were his weaknesses. Goaded by Di Mingju like this, her little face suddenly lifts up, her big eyes bursting with a prairie fire. Fine, I'll bet with you. If you lose, you're not allowed to snatch my mother from me in the future. As soon as Han Yi hears their conversation, he immediately covers his face in shame and turns his head away. Jun Shang, can you be any more shameless? Because it was different from what he had expected, that Xianxia was just fooling and playing with children. After hearing that Xiao Bao has agreed to compete, not only does Di Mingju not reveal the slightest trace of a devious smile. On the contrary, he's solemn and respectful, his hands behind his back. He says in a low voice, "Polar domain, Di Mingju, please enlighten me." Little Bao was stunned. He thought that the man before him was playing with him and humiliating him. But at this moment, she saw the man's stern expression and heard his cold voice. However, Xiao Bao could feel his respect for him. This man did not treat him like a child and tease him. Instead, they treated him as an equal opponent, someone who had the same right to speak. All the shame and anger on his young and tender face disappeared. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he even faintly felt the joy and anticipation of being treated as an adult. Xiao Bao also straightened his back, his expression neither servile nor overbearing, and said in a clear and melodious voice of a child, "Qian, Jun Machin, please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, little Bao's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. Hanya's pupils suddenly contract. With his experience and eyesight, although 90% of his cultivation had been sealed, he had not discovered how the young master had disappeared. The next moment, there was a flash of light in the sky. Xiao Bao's figure flits past Di Mingju's eyes like a stream of light. The profound energy that had not leaked out a moment ago, suddenly poured out in torrents like a huge roaring wave. His short legs seemed to transform into a myriad of leg shadows, ruthlessly kicking towards Di Mingju's chest. A loud bang resounded, his small body flew backward like a cannonball, and he staggered and landed on the ground. Her face was slightly pale. But Han Yi simply can't be bothered to look at him. Instead, he glares at his Xianxia as if he's seeing a ghost. The tall man was still holding the vermilion jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant swayed gently, and the tassels shone brightly. It was as if nothing had changed. But Han Yi clearly saw that just now, just when the little Gongzi used that shadowless kick just now, Xianxia actually took a step back. But that's his Xianxia, even if he didn't use his Xian Qi and sealed his spiritual power, his powerful physical body was still unique in the world. Even if he used all his strength to kick Xianxia, he still wouldn't be able to make Xianxia budge. However, the little master actually did it. That was only a 4-year-old child. Even if it's the child of the evildoer Miss Mayan, then, isn't that too much of an evildoer? It's just that Han Yi is so shocked by Xiao Bao's performance that his jaw almost drops. However, Xiao Bao was very dissatisfied with his own performance. His two small sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his ice blue eyes flickered. Di Mingju expressionlessly says, "What? Giving up just like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Treasure moved again. But this time, he doesn't soar into the sky. Instead, he takes slow steps, circling around Di Mingju. Han Yi finds it a bit strange at first. What's the point of circling around Xianxia like this? Don't tell me you can make Xianxia confused. What's more, it was so slow. But as time goes by, Han Yi's eyes widen in shock once again, and he even rubs his eyes. Because he discovered that the little young master in front of him had become countless. It's as if dozens of Xiao Bao's clones have appeared in the world, surrounding Di Mingju. It's not like Han Yi hasn't seen this kind of treacherous body technique. But Xiao Bao only understands mysterious energy, yet he still managed to do it. What kind of powerful body structure does he have, and what kind of astonishing speed does he have to elevate his own speed to be able to achieve this? However, Di Mingju, who is surrounded by Xiao Bao, reveals a disdainful expression. Do you think that you can snatch the vermilion jade from my hands with these unorthodox methods? The jade pendant in his hand lightly shakes, the tassels dazzling. The Xiao Bao surrounding Di Mingju suddenly seem to have waited for the right moment, and they suddenly soar up. Bang 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 bang, the continuous sounds of fists hitting flesh resound like thunder. The trees around the courtyard are violently swaying due to the huge airflow. Along with the sounds of fists hitting flesh, Di Mingju's cold words are heard. Your feet are too slow. If I were to attack, your legs would have already been gone. Your internal force should have already filled your whole body when you made your move, and not wait until you made your move before launching it from your Qi. Remember, martial skills are used to kill people. It must be straightforward and efficient, no unnecessary movements are needed. If you can't utilize every bit of internal force to the extreme, you can't become a true expert. Han Yi is simply dumbfounded at the sight. Is this still his Xianxia, who cherishes words like gold? Unexpectedly, he patiently teaches the little Gongzi during the fight. Moreover, he even says so much in one breath. Han Yi sourly thinks, don't even mention Miss Mayan, the words that Xianxia has said to me in a year. I'm afraid that it's not as much as what he has said to the little Gongzi today. As Di Mingju and Xiaobao crisscrossed, time slowly passes by. It's getting closer and closer to the quarter of an hour that was set at the beginning. 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths, Xiaobao's face and body are already completely soaked in sweat. For the first time, he feels powerless and frustrated. At this moment, he clearly realizes that even if the man in front of him lets him go like this, it's still impossible for him to win. But in those big, wet blue eyes, there's no discouragement or despair. On the contrary, there's a blazing flame. Because Xiaobao believes that one day, he will become stronger than this person. Mother had said that she was still young and this man was much older than her. When she grew up, she would definitely defeat him. Di Mingju looks at the unyielding fighting spirit and flame in the little guy's eyes with satisfaction. He says a rare word of praise, "You're even more outstanding than I imagined. Truly worthy of being Mayan's son, the only thing lacking was that his temper was too bad." Humph, this must have been inherited from Xiaobao's father, trash. However, before Di Mingju could finish speaking, an unforeseen event occurs. Just as Di Mingji was silently cursing Xiaobao's biological father, Xiaobao suddenly raised his little hand and formed a sword with his fingers. A ray of profound qi condensed into a blade and suddenly shot out. There's a ripping sound, and the jade pendant rope in Di Mingju's hand is cut. At the same time, little Bao's figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the jade pendant. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Han Yi gapes, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Di Mingju's expression is stiff on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. A rare crafty smile appeared on Xiaobao's eternally cold face. The clear and melodious voice of a child resounded in the courtyard, "You defeat me." Kala, Han Yi seems to hear the sound of his Xiang's heart breaking. "Xiang, you mustn't go crazy, ah. Even if you're crazy, don't vent your anger on your subordinates." However, what surprises him is that after a few breaths, Di Mingju comes back to his senses, but doesn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. His face was expressionless, but he said resolutely and decisively, "No, you're the one who lost. Because the time has come." Little Bao's little face instantly sank, and he said coldly, "He hasn't arrived yet. We're here." The two men turn their heads at the same time, fiercely glaring at Han Yi. "You tell me, is the time up or not?" Han Yi suddenly quivers. With a bitter face, he shakily says, "This subordinate. At the last moment, I was too nervous and forgot to count the time." Meeting the two people's murderous gazes, Han Yi simply wishes he could shrink himself into a ball and find a hole to burrow into. But he really didn't know, when the young master snatched the vermilion jade, did a quarter of an hour pass or not. This would probably become a riddle that would last for thousands of years, and no one would be able to confirm it. Di Mingju and Xiaobao simultaneously turned their heads, glaring at each other. "You lost. You lost. It's not time yet. We're here. You're shameless." Humph. Han Yi has never seen his Xiang so childishly bickering with others. Seeing that the two of them were in a stalemate, it was unknown how long the stalemate would last. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Xiang, little Gongzi, how about this round, we consider it a draw?" Hearing Han Yi's proposal, one adult and one child show hesitant expressions. Little Treasure opened her palm and looked at the vermilion jade in her palm. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although when he confronted Di Mingju just now, he seemed to be confident. However, Xiaobao knew in his heart that he had actually lost. It was an unfair victory. Moreover, she felt that he didn't seem happy that this man would never appear in front of her and her mother again. Xiaobao frowned again. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this lecher. It's just that, after all, he saved his mother. So, should he admit defeat, just like Nyangqin said, a man must openly admit his gains and losses, success and failure. However, he really liked this piece of vermilion jade. From the moment he saw this piece of vermilion jade, he felt a sense of familiarity, so much so that he didn't want to part with it. It was as if he had seen his mother. Xiaobao wanted to give this piece of jade to his mother. He felt that his mother would be very happy if she got her hands on this piece of jade. Unfortunately, he lost. A loss was a loss. There was no reason to deny it. With a cold face, Xiaobao slowly hands the jade over to Di Mingju. I'll return it to you. However, the reluctance in those big eyes could be clearly seen. Di Mingju takes the vermilion jade, his fingers gently caressing it. Looking at Xiaobao's lingering gaze, a rare look of hesitation appeared on his face. If it was anything else, he would have given it to the little fellow. But this piece of jade, Di Mingju himself doesn't know where this piece of vermilion jade came from. He only knew that after an accident 5 years ago, this piece of vermilion jade had appeared by his side. The vermilion jade itself was not precious, even if there were mysterious patterns on it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through the barrier of the 3 realms and be brought to the Yanwu continent. However, Di Mingju doesn't know why, but he's been carrying this piece of vermilion jade with him all these years. There's always an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This piece of vermilion jade is very important to him. Although the jade is very important, but marrying Mayan is even more important. Di Mingju stretches out his hand in front of Xiaobao, slowly spreading it out. Do you want this jade? Xiaobao raises his small head, staring at him without blinking. Di Mingju expressionlessly looks back at him. I will only give you this one chance. If you don't want it today, you won't have another chance in the future. Sure enough, an eager expression immediately appears on Xiaobao's face. His white and tender little hand goes to grab the jade. Di Mingju's hand moves to the side, unhurriedly saying, the condition is that you cannot obstruct me from being with your Niangqin. Xiaobao frowns and glares at him. Niangqin will not agree to marry you. Humph, this is Ben Jun's business, it has nothing to do with you. You just have to promise not to obstruct and not to make trouble. Xiaobao frowns and hesitates for a long time. In the end, he can't resist the temptation of the jade, and signs a temporary truce treaty with Di Mingju. Mayan had a very good sleep. When she wakes up, she doesn't immediately open her eyes, but directly enters the space. That's because she feels an unusual internal force fluctuation in the space. This means that her Xiaobao has successfully advanced. Baby, you've finally finished your closed-door meditation? Mayan is just about to hug her baby son and give him a good kiss, when she sees Xiaobao hurriedly hiding something. Loneliness, unwillingness, and stubbornness flashes across his little face. However, when he turns around and sees Mayan, he immediately pounces over. Although his face is still expressionless, his big eyes are flickering, full of joy and longing. Before Mayan can hug Xiaobao, he has already hugged her tightly. The little body is buried in her arms, gently rubbing against her, indescribable attachment. But Mayan can feel her son's strange emotions. She casually thinks about it, and understands. She can't help but soften her expression. Hugging him, she softly says, baby, don't be afraid. Niangqin is fine. Niangqin was just too tired and fell asleep. Xiaobao nods in her arms, making a muffled sound in response, but he refuses to let go of her. Mayan can only hold him, gently patting and coaxing him like a baby. She felt gratified and amused at the same time. She didn't expect her precious son to be so spoiled and willful. After the mother and daughter made out for a while, Mu Yan suddenly remembered something. Baby, what were you looking at just now? When little Bao heard this, his body instantly stiffened, and he silently lowered his head. Is it something that mother can't see? Xiaobao's long eyelashes fluttered for a moment before he said in a low voice, not yet. Mu Yan looks at Xiaobao's expression and realizes that something must have happened while she was asleep. But since her precious son was unwilling to say it, she would not force him. If she wanted to know what had happened, she naturally had a place to ask. After Mu Yan left the space, Xiaobao took out the vermilion jade again. Tightly pursing his lips, his big eyes reveal an unswerving determination. This jade pendant, I will wait until after I defeat that lecher, then I will give it to Niangqin in a proper manner. After saying that, he looked at the fat rabbit at the side. He brought the jade to its mouth. Keep it for me. don't ever lose it. How could a rabbit eat a jade pendant? However, the next moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The fat rabbit slightly moved its lips, and the vermilion jade in Xiao Bao's hand immediately disappeared. After the fat rabbit swallows the jade pendant, it rubs against Xiao Bao's side and licks him with its tongue, as if it's assuring its little master that it will guard this piece of vermilion jade well. Xiao Bao touches the rabbit. The taut lines on his gloomy face finally relax, and a faint smile flashes in his eyes. He will definitely defeat that man, then he will personally give the jade pendant to Nyangqin. At that time, Nyangqin will definitely be very happy. As soon as Mayan leaves the space and returns to the bed, she happens to bump into Han Yi coming in with the chicken soup. Seeing Mayan appear out of thin air, Han Yi is startled. But he quickly returns to normal. In the Xiaoxian continent, a portable space can be seen everywhere, and it's not unusual at all. Although it's reasonable to say that it's impossible for a portable space to appear in the Yanwu continent. But Miss Mayan is the heir to the Shin musician. What kind of role is the Shin musician? That's the person who turned the three realms upside down in those days, who made all the influential families of the Xiaoxian continent tremble in fear and panic when they hear about it. What's so strange about such a frightening and powerful legendary figure leaving behind a space of inheritance in the Yanwu continent? Miss Mayan, this is the blackbone chicken soup that Jun Shang specially instructed the kitchen to stew for you. You've consumed too much internal force in the ghost city, and lost too much blood. It's best to drink some chicken soup to replenish your vitality. Mayan takes it a few times, takes a sip, and says with a smile, "Thank you. Miss Mayan, please don't be polite." Moreover, Jun Shang specially instructed this subordinate to stew for you. Han Yi is rambling on, trying to increase his Jun Shang's favorability. But he suddenly hears Mayan casually ask, "When I was asleep yesterday, did anything special happen?" Hearing this, Han Yi immediately shudders all over, and almost reflexively shakes his head. No, absolutely nothing special happened. But as soon as he finishes speaking, he regrets it. He can't wait to slap himself. With this attitude, isn't it clear that he has something to say? Sure enough, Mayan lifts her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly hooks up into a charming smile. She stretches out a finger and beckons him. When Han Yi sees her action and expression, he immediately gets goosebumps all over his body, and his heart goes cold. That, Miss Mayan, if there's nothing else, this subordinate will go back first. Mu Yan just looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. She even slowly took a sip of the chicken soup. Han Yi hesitates for a long while, but in the end, he doesn't have the guts to escape. With a bitter face, he obediently walked in front of her. He thought to himself, Miss Mayan is sleeping like a log. Even if he dies, he won't admit that Jun Shang bullied the little Gongzi. Miss Mayan definitely can't know who knew that Mayan's next words would almost scare him to the point of pissing his pants. Tell me, while I was sleeping, what did your Jun Shang do to my son? Han Yi shudders, wailing in his heart. Wait a minute, he didn't say anything. How did Mayan know? The corner of Mu Yan's lips curled up, but a trace of coldness flashed past her eyes. He mistreated my Xiao Bao. No. Absolutely not. Han Yi anxiously says, Jun Shang treats the little Gongzi like his own son. How could he possibly abuse him? It's just a little friction, haha. Mu Yan makes an "oh" sound and looks at him meaningfully. In that case, tell me what kind of small friction it is. Mayan stirs the chicken soup, and unhurriedly says, it's fine if you don't say it, but I'll treat it as your Jun Shang abusing my baby son. Hee, Han Yi, do you know what happened to the last person who hurt my son? Han Yi's mouth twitches, and he inwardly says, how come I don't know? That Ghost City's Luo Fei and Magistrate Su only insulted Xiao Bao, and now their corpses have already begun to rot. Boo-hoo-hoo. Jun Shang, it's really not that this subordinate is incompetent and betrayed. Miss Mayan is really too scary. This subordinate thinks that the Yanwu continent is too dangerous. This subordinate should return to the Xiaoxian continent. A quarter of an hour later. Mayan is still unhurriedly stirring the chicken soup. The smile on her face is faint, and her eyes are dark, making people unable to see through her emotions. Han Yi swallows his saliva. Miss Mayan, you're not angry, right? Mayan curls up her lips, smiling sweetly. How could I be? How could I be angry? I'm very angry. Di Mingju actually dared to bully her baby Xiao Bao, and even made the little baby bear unhappy. Hee hee, very good, really very good. Hanyi sees that she's smiling like a flower, and really doesn't look like she's angry. He immediately breathes a sigh of relief. Miss Mayan, you mustn't say that this subordinate told you. Otherwise, I'll die very miserably. Mayan nods, resting her chin on her hands, and leisurely says, rest assured, I'm very grateful to your Jun Shang for rescuing me from the ghost city. By the way, where's your Jun Shang? Han Yi is hesitating on how to answer about Deming Ju's whereabouts. But he hears Mayan saying indifferently, how about this, you go back and tell your Jun Shang to come to my small courtyard next door tonight. I'll personally cook and invite him to dinner, as thanks for saving my life. Han Yi suddenly widens his eyes, staring blankly at Mayan. He simply can't believe his ears. The situation has changed too quickly, he simply can't believe it. Could it be that Miss Mayan has finally been moved by Jun Shang, and is willing to accept him? Han Yi happily walks away dizzily, leaving Mayan sitting in the same place. She slowly hooks up the corners of her mouth. Her smile is like a gentle spring breeze, but her eyes are faintly discernible like stars. In the evening, Han Yi anxiously stands guard outside the room. It wasn't until there was movement inside that he suddenly rushed in. Jun Shang, you're finally back. The handsome man on the bed slowly opened his eyes and sat up. A natural majestic aura emanated from his body. The imposing manner of a monarch looking down on the world caused all living beings in the world to want to submit and follow him. This is Deming Ju, the king of the polar domain, and also the strongest person in the Xianxia continent. Seeing Han Yi rush in without permission, Deming Ju coldly looks over. Just one glance makes Han Yi quiver, and he promptly halts his impatient steps. Greetings, my lord. He respectfully knelt down and saluted. My lord has returned to the polar domain this time. Has something happened in the higher realm? No problem. Deming Ju indifferently replies. What he meant was that Elder Cheng and the others were just making a routine report. There was nothing major that needed to be delayed or dealt with. Han Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Jun Shang's real body is now staying in the Yanwu continent. Even if an avatar leaves his soul and returns to the Xianxia continent, it can only be for a short period of time. Moreover, his strength wouldn't even be 1/10 of his original strength. If something were to happen in the Xianxia continent, it would be quite unfavorable. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Oh. Han Yi slaps his forehead and anxiously says, how could I forget the most important thing? Jun Shang, Miss Mayan has already woken up, and has already returned to the courtyard next door. What? Deming Ju abruptly stands up, glaring at Han Yi with a devouring gaze. Why didn't you stop her? No, it's not. Han Yi doesn't have time to be afraid as he continues. Miss Mayan said that in order to thank Jun Shang for saving her life, she personally cooked and prepared dinner for you. It's already time for dinner, Jun Shang, do you think? Wait for Ben Jun to come back, then I'll punish you for your crime. Deming Ju throws down a stern shout, and his figure instantly disappears. Such an important matter, and he's only saying it now. Han Yi is left with a bitter face, silently lamenting as he watches Deming Ju's disappearing figure. Xianxia continent is still better. Yanwu continent is too scary, let him go back. Woo woo woo, in the evening, the setting sun is like a fire. The courtyard behind Junji drugstore is quiet, without a shadow of a person. However, a candle was already lit in one of the rooms. As the candlelight swayed, it reflected the silhouette of a graceful figure inside. Deming Ju composes himself, then pushes the door open and enters. He sees a round table and wine in the room, as well as a young girl gently plucking the zither strings with a distant expression. The moment he sees Mayan, Deming Ju sucks in a mouthful of cold air, followed by a slightly disordered heartbeat and breathing. Mayan's usual attire is deliberately to make herself appear mature. But this evening, she seems to have just taken a bath. A head of soft ink black hair drapes over her back, the dense steam making her beautiful complexion even more ethereal and otherworldly. Just like an orchid in a secluded valley, isolated from the world, yet with a fragility that makes people yearn to protect, and a charm that they long to pluck. She's only wearing a white dress. Her waist is tightened with a belt of the same color, making it look slender, like a weak willow swaying in the wind. The delicate collarbone that is slightly exposed, and the white, almost transparent ice skin, makes Mingju's mouth even more parched. A burst of heat frantically leaps down his body. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Mayan lifts her eyes, a pair of eyes flickering under the candlelight. Junshang has finally come? Mingju takes a step forward, inadvertently arriving in front of her. The door behind him closed on its own. One of them raised his head and the other looked down. As their eyes met, there seemed to be a strange flame burning between them. I said, "Call me by my name." Mingju opens his mouth, but it's this sentence. That persistent tone and childlike stubbornness makes Mu Yan want to laugh. Alright, Mingju. Aren't you here to eat? Don't you want to see the food I prepared for you? Mingju purses his lips, thinking, Ben Jun wants to eat you even more, but Mayan actually said that he had personally prepared the food for her, so he naturally couldn't disappoint her. There was a round table in the middle of the room. On the table, there were 7 or 8 bowls and plates. Each plate was covered with a porcelain bowl. Beside the lid of the porcelain bowl, there was still faint steam coming out. Clearly, as Mu Yan had said, it had just been prepared. However, when Mingju opens the lid of the bowl, even with Jun Shangdaren's grave and calm demeanor, he can't help but be struck dumb at this time. Only to see that the food on the plate isn't some delicacy that looks, smells, and tastes good. Instead, it's a black, charred lump of some unknown substance. The most frightening thing is that the juice flowing at the bottom of the plate is actually a terrifying dark green color. One by one, the lids of the bowls are completely opened. Some of them even emit a pungent smell. Is this food that people eat? Mu Yan looks at Mingju's frozen face and stops plucking the strings. She props her cheek with one hand and looks at the man not far away with a smile that isn't a smile. What's wrong? Junshang doesn't like the food that I personally made? Mingju is silent for a moment, then expressionlessly says, I like it. Saying that, he sits down at the table, picks up the chopsticks and starts to eat. She watches him stuff the dark lump of food into his mouth, refusing it without batting an eyelid, and swallowing it. Even Mu Yan can't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. It should be known that she doesn't have a natural talent for cooking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed a little bean sprout like Xiaobao to take care of her diet for 4 years in the mountains. Not to mention dogs, even the things that she makes are disliked. Even her dear Xiaobao was determined not to take a bite of it. But this Mingju actually eats it all without batting an eyelid. She watches as he really finishes a dish. Mu Yan is a little unperturbed. You really want to eat it? Mingju casts a sidelong glance at her, coldly and indifferently saying, as long as it's Madame's cooking, no matter what it is, Ben Jun will love to eat it. Mu Yan? Who the hell is your madam? After a strange silence, Mu Yan suddenly hooks up her lips and chuckles. There's food without wine, there's wine without music, it's not a blessing in life. How about I play a song for Junshang? Mingju coldly stares at her, neither speaking nor moving. He has a seething appearance. Mu Yan instantly understands, Mingju. However, this time, Jun Shangdaren is still not satisfied, too unfamiliar. A posture that says, if you don't call me, I won't eat, and won't listen to the song. Mu Yan grits her teeth, and finally squeezes out 2 words, a Jew. It should be a very humiliating thing for a dignified Junshang to be called a Jew. But Mingju seems to be satisfied, and continues to eat the food that is even more terrible than pig's food. Mu Yan can't help but touch her cheek. Calling out a Jew in such an intimate way, Mingju doesn't have any reaction, but she herself inexplicably blushes and her heart beats, unable to control herself. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Mu Yan begins to gently pluck the strings. The melodious music flowed from her fingertips and slowly lingered in the room. Mingju was originally just concentrating on eating pig's food, and concentrating on looking at his wife. But slowly, he discovered that the blood in his body seemed to be gradually boiling. Then, all the heat in his body converged towards a certain part of his body. As for Mu Yan, who was not far away, in his eyes, every inch of her seemed to be filled with charm and enchanting. That small pink mouth that opened and closed slightly, that snow-white skin that was faintly discernible under the lapel of her robe, that plain white finger that lightly plucked the strings of the zither, it seemed to be stirring up the fire of lust within his body. Mingju couldn't bear it anymore. He abruptly stands up and strides towards Mayan. The sound of the zither abruptly stopped. Di Mingju picks Mayan up from her seat. His tall figure tightly wrapped around her slender body. His scorching breath landed on the girl's delicate and faintly pink cheeks. Mayan, Ben Jun is pleased with you. He uses a hoarse voice to say the words that had been buried in the bottom of his heart for a long time. His big hand presses down on the nape of Mayan's neck, and he leans over to grab those pink lips, ruthlessly ravaging them in an instant. Ever since they parted at Jinhongmen, he was thoroughly rejected by Mayan. Mu Yan's small mouth, her breath, everything about her, it's as if it's poisonous. With just a little touch, he's unable to extricate himself, unconsciously becoming addicted. Just like countless years ago, they should have been one, and Mayan should have belonged to him. Today's Mayan is also very well behaved and obedient, which is rare. Even though she was in his arms, she did not struggle or scold him. On the contrary, his eyes were even brighter than the moonlight. However, just as Di Mingju is about to take the sweet little mouth he's been longing for into his mouth, her pink lips opened and closed slightly, spitting out a lazy and smiling voice. 5. 4. Di Mingju stares blankly, subconsciously stopping his movements. What did you say? Mu Yan, on the other hand, was full of smiles. A hint of craftiness appeared between his brows, faintly discernible as he continued. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the last word one was uttered, Di Mingju feels weak and dizzy all over. For a moment, he could not stand steadily and was about to fall. He gritted his teeth and glared at the little woman in front of him. What did you do? The smile on Mayan's beautiful face becomes more and more like a flower. Why don't you take a guess? Di Mingju's eyes redden. He reaches out, wanting to ruthlessly rub this hateful little woman into his bosom. However, Mu Yan nimbly turns around and dodges it. A charming smile appeared on her bright and beautiful face. What's the matter? Why is your face so red? June. Mu Yan. Di Mingju growled. Mayan brushes back her loose black hair and says with a sweet smile, why is June Shang so angry? Do you feel very uncomfortable? Why don't I go to Ingchen courtyard now and call a courtesan queen over for you? With that, she leisurely turned around and was about to leave the room. Today, in order to scheme against Di Mingju, she has put in a lot of effort. Even his personal cooking, which he had not done for several years, was now being used. That seemingly dark, inedible food is actually mixed with a special draft concocted according to the prescription that Bailey Luin had left behind. Just taking it would not have any effect. Moreover, it was colorless and odorless, so no one would be able to detect it. But once combined with the sound of the Tian Emochin and the skill, floating like a dream. But it can spread out the efficacy of the draft by 1,000 times. Even if Di Mingju's strength is out of the ordinary, and his body is more valiant than an ordinary person's, he still fell into the same trap. Di Mingju dares to bully her precious son, then she would let him know why flowers were so red. However, Mu Yan's hand has just touched the doorknob. His body suddenly soared into the air, his feet leaving the ground. When she came back to her senses, she had already been thrown onto the bed. The man's strong and scorching body firmly pressed against her, not giving her any room to move. Woman, you're playing with fire. Di Mingju's voice is unbelievably hoarse. His crimson eyes are looking down at her from above, ferociously glaring at her, as if he'll swallow her into his belly in the next moment. Mu Yan's breathing has a rare hint of disorder. How did you break free from the effects of the drug? It was written in Bailey Luin's notebook. This kind of draft is modified according to the characteristics of some medicines before she crossed over. Even the cultivators of the Xianxia continent would not be able to resist for a short period of time if they were struck by it. Mu Yan originally thought that letting Di Mingju burn with lust in this room for half an hour could be considered as taking revenge for Xiao Bao. After half an hour, the effects of the drug would naturally disappear, and there wouldn't be any side effects to the body. But she didn't think that. No, that's not right. Mu Yan sees the man's flushed cheeks and his eyes are filled with lust. She thinks that this is bad. Di Mingju didn't remove the effect of the drug, rather, he directly resisted it. He wasn't completely powerless and unable to move, but he was still burning with lust. This time, she had really shot herself in the foot. Mayan's complexion changes again and again, just as she is about to open her mouth to say something. However, the man had already blocked her lips and tongue. A strong, overbearing, invasive aura instantly wreaked havoc in her mouth. It was as if he couldn't wait to tear her apart, swallow her whole, and assimilate her flesh and blood. And the hands that were hugging her began to be dishonest. Muyan's pupils suddenly constricted and she fiercely gritted her teeth. The taste of blood instantly filled his mouth. The man on top of her let out a muffled groan and regained some of his senses. However, he continued to stare at her like a wolf. Muyan swallows her saliva. I can give you the antidote. No. Dimingju resolutely refuses. You are Benjun's antidote. Muyan. Believe it or not, I will castrate you, you stinking hooligan. Dimingju's hand slowly caresses her warm and soft face. His voice is heavy, as if he's suppressing an endless tide of emotions. Woman, it was you who provoked Benjun first. As soon as these words come out, Mayan's body fiercely trembles. Memories from a long time ago came flooding back like a surging tide. The damp and dark cave, the man's body that was as hot as fire, the desire that was tormented by desire, and the tearing pain. Even after Dimingju says these words, he also stares blankly, slightly wrinkling his brows. Why did this scene and these words feel so familiar? But in the next moment, Muyan's eyes have already turned cold. She flicked her slender fingers in the air. Zheng, not too far away, the Tian Emochin seems to feel its master summons. It suddenly floated up from the table and hovered in the air. The zither strings follow the movements of Mayan's fingers, playing on their own, producing a noise like a torrential rain. The sudden sound of the zither startles Dimingju. The force restraining Mayan also slightly relaxes. This was the moment. Muyan abruptly bends her knee and ruthlessly slams it into a certain, indescribable position of the man. With a loud bang, the bed collapsed, and the dust on the beams fell down. Immediately after, Dimingju lets out an earth-shattering roar. Jun Mayan, you're murdering your husband. Ah. Mayan is standing not too far away, holding the Tian Emochin in her hands. Her long hair flutters without any wind, and her smile is charming, like an evildoer who can turn the whole world upside down. Where did this husband come from? Could it be that Jun Shang has forgotten that my husband is still buried in the ground? The one I'm trying to kill now is just a lecher. Dimingju simply gnashes his teeth in hatred. Why was this woman not willing to be like other women, adore him, and submit to him? Could it be that those women in the Xianxia continent who were like bees, who tried every possible way to throw themselves at him, were all fake? But the more Mayan acts like this, the more he loved her, the more he loved her. Even if her clothes were neat and tidy, her expression calm and carefree. But Dimingju can only watch as his whole body heats up. He can't wait to press this hateful woman under his body, and wantonly rub her, making her a part of his body. It's clear that the draft's effect isn't the least bit useful to him. However, he found it even harder to control himself than if he had been drugged by the most powerful aphrodisiac. Dimingju stares at the woman in front of him, and slowly takes a step forward. But as soon as he moves, the sound of the zither turns into a blade, carrying a swift and fierce momentum as it pounces towards him. Muyan says with a smile, Dimingju, are you forcing me? Seeing the coldness in the girl's eyes, Dimingju abruptly stops. His congested brain slowly calms down. Of course, he won't force Muyan. This is the woman he wants to marry as his wife, to accompany him for the rest of his life. How could he bear to force her even a little bit? What's more, what kind of person is he, Dimingju? He can't pursue the woman he likes, so he's actually forced to the point of using force. If this gets out, would he still have the face to stand in the Xianxian world? The lust in Dimingju's eyes slowly recedes, but the fire of unwillingness and jealousy burns up. You can't forget that man who's already dead? A man who's already dead? Can't forget. Muyan stares blankly at first, then she suddenly sobers up. Dimingju is talking about her groundless lurking. Ahem. Muyan coughs a little guiltily. When she looks up at Dimingju, she's already confident and confident. He's my baby's biological father. I can't forget him, and my feelings are deeply rooted. Is there a problem? Dimingju is simply angered to death by this woman. He's the dignified emperor of the polar domain, the #1 person in the Xianxian continent. How could he lose to a dead man? In the end, Is that man more handsome than him, stronger than him, or is he better to Mu Yan than him? Mu Yan looks at the man in front of her, his eyes spitting fire, his eyes full of murderous intent. She's about to explode from anger. But even if he's angry to this point, he hasn't hurt her in the slightest. Mu Yan's heart can't help but soften a little. She sighs softly and says, Di Mingju, I don't know who you are, or what your identity is, but if you want a woman, you certainly don't lack one. Why do you have to waste your time on me, who is already married and has a child? Why do you insist on forcing me? After living again, her heart has become too hard and too ruthless. Apart from Xiaobao and revenge, there's no room for anything else. Moreover, there was still her unbearable experiences. Even if more than 10 years had passed, it was impossible to erase them from her life. Even her strength and Di Mingju's status are like heaven and earth. They were not suitable for each other after all. Di Mingju abruptly takes a step forward, looking down at her from above. He unwaveringly glares at her. If Benjun insists on wasting time, insisting on insisting? Mayan is sluggish. She slightly lowers her eyes, not daring to look at the man's blazing eyes. Di Mingju, just give up. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the man's cold voice. Jun Mayan, Benjun said that if you aren't tempted, then Benjun will pursue you until you are tempted. If your heart belongs to someone, then Benjun will wait until there's only me in your heart. But if you want to throw Benjun off and abandon me after you've started, dream on. After saying that, Di Mingju doesn't wait for Mu Yan's response, he turns around and leaves. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from strangling this heartless woman. Mu Yan, who was left in place, was dumbfounded for a good while before he suddenly came back to his senses. Wait, Di Mingju, tell me clearly. What have I done that you're accusing me of using you and then abandoning you? This man was so shameless. Jun Shang, you're back? How does Miss Mayan's cooking taste, you? Hanye's voice comes to an abrupt halt under Di Mingju's murderous glare. He shrinks his neck, then shrinks his neck again, desperately reducing his presence. It's over. Miss Mayan must have retaliated against Jun Shang because of the little Gongzi's matter. If Jun Shang finds out that he was the one who complained to Miss Mayan, then he might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. Hanyi is just thinking about how to escape without leaving a trace. Di Mingju suddenly frowns and raises his hand slightly in the air. In a split second, several glittering golden characters appear in the air. Jun Shang, someone has found traces of a Shen musician, return quickly. Di Mingju's expression suddenly turns cold, his whole body instantly tensing up. Even though he was just angered half to death by that little bastard Mayan. However, the whereabouts and news of the Shen musicians must not be leaked in the slightest. No one knows better than Di Mingju how cruel and ruthless the entire Xiaoxian continent, and even the Xiaoxian continent, were towards the Shen musicians 1,000 years ago. And no one knows better than him how the major forces of the Xiaoxian continent are afraid of the Shen musicians. Although Mayan has inherited the Shen musicians' inheritance, she is still too weak at the moment. If those people know of the existence of Mayan, the successor of the Shen musician, the consequences would be unthinkable. Di Mingju says in a low voice, in a few days, I will return to the Xiaoxian continent. Han Yi also completely restrains his joking manner, frowning as he asks, Jun Shang wants to use the Wanzhong Gui Yuan technique? Wanzhong Gui Yuan technique, although it is also a clone of the soul. But it can condense into a real entity, and the time it takes to descend to the Xiaoxian continent will be extended by a lot. But at the same time, Jun Shang's main body in the Yanwu continent will fall into a real slumber, without the slightest power to resist. Seeing Di Mingju nod, Han Yi doesn't say anything else, but bows and says, Jun Shang, rest assured, this subordinate will not leave your side for even a step. Right, Jun Shang, do you want to leave a message for Miss Mayan? For example, send another love letter or something, as for protecting Miss Mayan. Han Yi thinks that only in the Yanwu continent, those who want to hit on Miss Mayan should be mourned, right? Han Yi asks this question, thinking that Di Mingju will gladly pick up his pen. At the same time, he also asked him to send a few boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry over. Who knew that when Di Mingju hears this, he would gnash his teeth and spit out 3 words, no. Must. Yes. He was going to leave that woman hanging for a few days, Let her know that this emperor's sincerity and friendship isn't something that can be casually trampled on. In short, our Xianxia is jealous, envious, and has a fragile heart. However, Mu Yan on the other side is completely unaware that she won't be able to see a certain Sundara Junsheng for a long time. Early the next morning, Mu Yan takes Xiaobao out. Baby, in order to celebrate your advancement to heaven rank middle rank, mother will take you out to eat delicious food and buy new clothes, okay? Mu Yan is all smiles as she pinches her son's soft little face. Xiaobao's delicate and handsome little face is taut, his expression serious as he lets Mayan tease and ravage him. Mu Yan is tickled by her son's little adult appearance. She can't help but bend down to kiss his soft cheek. But little treasure dodged with a taut face. Mayan couldn't hold it in any longer, convulsing with laughter. It attracted the attention of passers-by. Seeing that Xiaobao's face is red, Mu Yan finally stops teasing her son. Instead, she smiles and takes his little hand, continuing to walk forward. Xiaobao's face is bright red as he thinks Xianxia is good at everything, it's just that, she's too undignified. So many people are watching, however, he can't help but tighten his grip on Mu Yan's hand, his big watery eyes twinkling with star-like brilliance. It would be great if he could always be together with Xianxia like this. Hey, little Gongzi, please wait. Mu Yan and Xiaobao have just finished their meal and are preparing to go back. As they pass by Zhenbao Pavilion, the owner of Zhenbao Pavilion hurriedly runs out and stops them. Mu Yan stops and turns back with Xiaobao, looking at the owner together. The owner promptly shows a fawning smile. Little Gongzi, do you still remember this one? A few days ago, you bought a pair of white jade earrings in our shop. I wonder if you've already given them away? Before Xiaobao can answer, Mu Yan is already smiling and flipping her long hair. The owner's earrings are really exquisite, I like them very much. It turns out that the little Gongzi gave the earrings to Mississippi. The little Gongzi is really good to your sister. The owner sees that Mu Yan is less than 20 years old and looks very similar to Xiaobao, so he naturally thinks that Mu Yan is Xiaobao's older sister. However, Xiaobao doesn't accept it. His originally cold little face immediately turns frosty, and he grabs Mu Yan's little hand even tighter. The childish voice blurts out, it's Xianxia. The owner has experienced this little ancestor's terrible coercion. He shivers in fright for a moment, and almost escapes. But hearing Xiaobao's words, he stares blankly for a moment. Then, he comes back to his senses and promptly flatters even more. So that's how it is, the little Gongzi is really filial. Madam, you're really blessed. Mu Yan smiles warmly. Shopkeeper, no need to panic. I don't know what's the matter for you to stop us too. It's like this, the earrings that the little Gongzi bought last time are actually. Halfway through his words, the owner suddenly widens his eyes. Pointing at the white jade bracelet on Mu Yan's hand, he says in disbelief, how come this white jade bracelet is also on your hand? Mu Yan is also stunned by his words. For a moment, she doesn't know how to answer. Could it be that the white jade bracelet could not be in her hands? The boss stared blankly for a long time, but suddenly slapped his thigh, coming to a sudden realization and said, oh my, turns out that the godlike young master that day is a family with Miss and young master. These white jade dragon and phoenix earrings and bracelet are actually for you, Mississippi. I was worried to death because the master who made the earrings and bracelet once said that if the dragon and phoenix were separated, it would be an ominous sign. Now that the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity are both in Madam's hands, I am truly relieved. As he spoke, he looked at Lil Bao in a reproachful manner. Little young master, you and that young master are clearly family. Why did you have to go against the Dragon King's temple that day? You don't know each other, do you? At this moment, the boss no longer doubted the identity of this family. Why? Because they were too well matched. Not only was the woman in front of him extremely beautiful, but there was also a kind of grace and otherworldly aura that came from her bones. As for the man from that day, there was no need to talk about him. With a single glance, one could tell that he had been in a high position for a long time. The most obvious one was this young master. This was clearly an auspicious, happy, and wealthy family. Xiaobao glared at the boss. Whose family with that shameless lecher? It's a pity that the boss didn't receive his fierce gaze. He was still praising Mu Yan with a smile. Madam is really blessed. Your husband loves you so much, and your son is so filial to you, Mu Yan. However, without waiting for the boss to finish, without waiting for Mu Yan to ask, Xiaobao directly pulls Mu Yan away with a fierce face. Along the way, no matter how Mu Yan asked, Xiaobao refused to say anything. He couldn't compete with that man in robbing, and he also couldn't compete with him in martial arts. He wouldn't say such a shameful thing, he wouldn't let his mother know. Humph, Mu Yan has just returned to Junji drugstore with Xiaobao when she discovers that there are a lot of people sitting in the originally deserted drugstore. That's because Junji drugstore sells very few special drafts every day. In the wee hours of the morning and early in the morning, there would always be a crowd of people who wished they could flatten the medicine shop. However, it would only take a quarter of an hour for these people to completely disperse. Because the special drafts are sold out, since they were all sold out. What were they still doing here? Naturally, they would have to line up again the next morning. But what's strange is that it's already evening when Mayan comes back today. Not only is the shop not deserted, it's also crowded with dozens of people. As the host, Chen Qingfeng was cowering in a corner, his face pale and trembling. Yan Haoyan, who was also in the living room, was tense, as if he was facing a great enemy. As soon as he discovers that Mayan has entered, Chen Qingfeng rushes over as if he has caught a life-saving straw. Miss June, little Gongzi, you're finally back. If he didn't come back soon, he would have fainted from fright. Mu Yan indifferently looks over, and quickly understands why Chen Qingfeng is so afraid, and why Yan Haoyan is acting as if he's facing a formidable enemy. Because at this time, the people sitting in this shop were all from the Ghost City. Ru Yan and Old Tao were among them. There are also some people who aren't ghost envoys of the Ghost City, but Mayan has seen them in Wanrenku and the Beast Fighting Coliseum. They were all slaves who were used to seeing blood or cruel and ruthless outlaws. TSK, what is the Ghost City trying to do? Could it be that he was here to take revenge for what happened a few days ago? Greetings, Miss June. Just as she was thinking, she saw a middle-aged man with white hair stand up from the crowd. He respectfully cupped his hands towards her. This one is the Ghost City's King of Hell, Xia. Today, I have disturbed Miss June, and I have specially come to apologize to you. I hope that you, as a great man, will not hold grudges for the offenses of a lowly man, and forgive our Ghost City's rudeness towards you. Jie? Chen Qingfeng turned his head in a daze and looked at the middle-aged man, unable to believe his ears. Even Yan Haoyan's eyes widened in shock. Just now, who did that middle-aged man say he was, Ghost City's King of Hell? God, that's the Ghost King of the Ghost City that even the emperors of Qi Yan, Jingqing, and Huangya don't pay attention to. Why would he appear here? Moreover, the Ghost City's King of Hell actually came to apologize to Miss June. Chen Qingfeng felt that either his ears were damaged or he was hearing things. Mu Yan, on the other hand, had a leisurely expression, and sat down on a chair at the side without any joy or anger. Xiaobao gave her a cup of tea, and Mu Yan smiled as she took the teacup, and hugged Xiaobao in her arms. She sipped the tea, and unhurriedly smiled. Ghost King Xia, don't tell me you don't blame me for destroying the Ghost City, and even emptying the Ghost City? Thump, Chen Qingfeng doesn't stand firm and falls to the ground. Oh my God! What did he just hear, Miss June? She destroyed the Ghost City? How is this possible? That's the Ghost City. There's only one in the entire Qiyan country, and there are several pre-celestial powerhouses. Miss June actually destroyed it? Xia Yi hears Mu Yan's words and smiles wryly. Miss June must be joking. The matter the day before yesterday was my Ghost City's fault. Even if Miss June destroyed it, it's still our own fault. Mu Yan says with a smile that isn't a smile. Oh? If you're not here to denounce us, then you've come with such a big attitude today. I said, today is our Ghost City's apology. Xia Yi clenches his teeth and waves his hand behind him. Ru Yan and Old Tao immediately step forward and respectfully kneel down towards Mu Yan. Greetings, Master. Immediately after, those dozens of fiendish slaves also kneel down, shouting in a sparse manner, Greetings, Master. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. What did you call me? Ru Yan raises her head, her pair of beautiful eyes watching Mu Yan. She enunciates each word. Ru Yan is willing to leave the Ghost City and follow Master. Henceforth, if I have second thoughts, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Old Tao also raises his head, speaking in a rough voice. I, Old Tao, also asked to leave the ghost city. Henceforth, I will be Master's person. I ask Master to not despise this old Tao for his vulgarity. Those dozens of slaves don't speak. Instead, each and every one of them stealthily glances at Mu Yan. Mu Yan looks at Xia, Ghost King Xia, what do you mean? These people are the ghost city's apology to Miss June. Xia stands up and says with a dignified expression, I hope that all the conflicts in the ghost city the day before yesterday can end here. I don't know what Miss June thinks. Xiaoyi's heart is bleeding as he says these words. This time, Xiaoyan's ghost city's losses are really too great. It can almost be said to be a complete wipeout. Not to mention that all the treasures were plundered by Mu Yan, several halls collapsed, and most of the slaves of Wanrenku and the beast-fighting Colosseum escaped. The ones who are the most distressed are the 5 magistrates. 5 pre-celestial powerhouses, and not a single one is left. Do you know how many drafts and resources the ghost city needs to cultivate a pre-celestial expert? But as it happens, not only can he not pursue this matter with Mu Yan, he also has to send the person over to apologize to Mu Yan. They can only hope that this madam will forget the grudge with the ghost city and not trouble them again in the future. Otherwise, Xiaoyi really doesn't know what kind of miserable situation that terrible man will make their ghost city fall into. Mu Yan, on the other hand, looks pensive. She looks at Ru Yan and the others, then looks at Xiaoyi. Only then does she smile faintly. Alright, then I thank Ghost King Xia and the ghost city for their good intentions. After sending them off, Xiaoyi turned around and left. Mu Yan lets Ru Yan and Old Tao get up. She slowly asks, after I was unconscious that day, what else happened in the ghost city? Tell me in full detail. Ru Yan and Old Tao did not dare to conceal anything and hurriedly recounted the various scenes that happened that day. After Mu Yan heard this, he was a little startled. So, that person was so angry because of her? Had he done so much for her? Master, if we stay, will we be a burden to you? Ru Yan cautiously asked. These days, she's been busy familiarizing herself with the Shin musician's skills and refining special drafts, so she doesn't have time to work. But she has long wanted to establish her own power. In this life, what she wants to do is to ruin Gong Qianshua's reputation and make her lose everything. She wants to make Huanyao's #1 sect, the Heavenly Road sect, fall apart and disappear from the world. No one knows better than her how strong Jing Cheng's royal family and the Heavenly Road sect are, and how complicated Gong Qianshua's forces are scattered all over the place. If she doesn't have enough power and strength, how could she avenge the blood feud of her past life? During this time, Mayan has come to understand that Chen Qingfeng really isn't suitable for doing business. Originally, she was thinking about whether or not to hire a shrewd shopkeeper. Now that Ru Yan and Old Tao have arrived, Mayan feels a lot less worried. Ru Yan, from now on, you'll be in charge of Junji Drugstore's business. Old Tao, you'll assist Ru Yan. Tell those people who have crooked ideas that if they want to buy my Junji Drugstore's drafts, they must abide by the rules. Otherwise, I'll beat them out with a stick. As Mayan refines more and more special drafts, the effects are becoming more and more heaven-defying. It's impossible to say that there aren't people in Xi'an who want to plunder, buy, and sell by force. Ru Yan and Old Tao shiver, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. They bow and say, yes, Mississippi. They didn't expect that as soon as they arrived, Mayan would actually entrust them with such a heavy responsibility. This means that she doesn't treat them as outsiders at all. However, Ru Yan and Old Tao are happy, while Chen Qingfeng is dejected, almost about to cry. Mayan looks at Chen Qingfeng in amusement. Come with me. Chen Qingfeng hangs his head and follows her unhappily. After entering, Mayan picks up an orange, feeds half to her son, and unhurriedly puts the other half into her mouth. She asks, do you know why I didn't let you manage Junji Drugstore? Chen Qingfeng's eyes are red, and he's holding back his tears. I know, I'm too stupid, too useless. But Miss June, can you not abandon me? Don't mention Ru Yan, even an ordinary drugstore's shopkeeper is better than him by 100 times. If someone else had the heaven-defying drafts that Mayan had refined, they would have already made their business flourish and become popular in Xi'an. But what about him? There's an empty mountain of treasures, but up until now, except for when drafts are sold, the entire shop is still deserted, and there's no income at all. Mu Yan almost choked to death on an orange. What did he mean by not abandoning him? Seriously, who did she offend these days? Every single one of them made it seem as if she had used them and then abandoned them. Cough. Mu Yan took the towel that Xiaobao handed over, wiped her mouth, and said, "All right, wipe your tears." "How old are you, crying in front of Xiaobao? Don't you feel ashamed?" "I'm not letting you manage the medicine shop because there are more important things for you to do." "Something more important?" Chen Qingfeng glares at Mayan with his rabbit-like red eyes. Mayan raises her hand and throws an ancient book in front of Chen Qingfeng. "I remember you saying that you have some basic knowledge of alchemy. In half a month, digest the contents of this notebook. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Chen Qingfeng picks up the ancient book and flips it open to see the 3 words draft chart written on it. The contents are very complicated and messy, like the miscellaneous notes of a person's experiences. But even a fool can see how valuable this notebook is. Chen Qingfeng blankly raises his head to look at Mayan. "Miss June, why did you give this to me?" This time even Xiaobao can't bear it anymore. Finally, he coldly spits out those 2 words once again, "Stupid." "Idiot." Chen Qingfeng quivers, as if Xiaobao's idiot had suddenly opened up his conception and governing vessels. His eyes suddenly widen, trembling as he says, "Miss June, you want to teach me how to refine medicine?" Mayan shakes her head. "At least you're not completely stupid." But, this should be your secret. How could you teach it to an outsider like me?" This draft chart is indeed Mayan's notes from her 4 years of studying medicine refinement in the mountains. If she were to take it outside and sell it to an apothecary, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. But for the current Mayan, this really isn't a secret at all. That's because her true refining secret is no longer a formula, but the Tian Emochin, a Shen musician skill. However, she can't explain it clearly to a hothead like Chen Qingfeng. Mayan scowls and says in a low voice, "A man of character, don't be overly sentimental. To learn or not to learn, it's just a matter of one word. Learn, learn, learn." Chen Qingfeng holds the draft chart in his arms like it's a treasure. He kowtows to Mayan several times. "Miss June, don't worry, even if I don't eat or sleep every day, I definitely won't disappoint your expectations." Let's not talk about how Chen Qingfeng forgets to eat and sleep for the next few days, immersing himself in refining medicine. Let's not talk about how the Junji drugstore, under Ru Yan's operation and Old Tao's escort, became popular throughout the city. In the next few days, Mayan's attention is focused on the dozen or so slaves from the Ghost City. The Ghost City's Wanrenku is called Wanrenku. Naturally, the number of slaves inside is innumerable. And these dozen or so slaves, with just one look at their fierce eyes and the baleful aura they emit, you can tell that none of them are good people. However, Mayan expresses that she is very satisfied. "I can give you a chance." Mayan sweeps her eyes over these people, and gets straight to the point. "As long as you win, I will directly set you free, and guarantee that the Ghost City and I will not trouble you again. But if you lose, you have to obediently listen to me and work for me. Do you have any objections?" The dozen slaves looked at each other in dismay, their eyes full of splendor. But no one was wild with joy. One of them, a man with a face full of scars and who looked even scarier than Yan Haoyan, took a step forward and asked in a rough voice, "Who are we going to win against? Is it you, or him?" The knife-scarred man pointed at Yan Haoyan. With Old Tao's help in Junji drugstore, Mu Yan transfers Yan Haoyan to Xiaobao's side. He gave him full authority to listen to Xiaobao's orders and take care of him. When the knife-scarred man asked, the dozen or so slaves looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, nervously staring at Yan Haoyan. In the Ghost City, there are only a few slaves who don't know of this ever-victorious lunatic number 3 in the Colosseum. Even if there are a few among them who have a higher cultivation than Yan Haoyan, they have never been able to gain any advantage from his hands. Seeing the expressions of these slaves, the corners of Mayan's lips slightly rise, revealing a light smile that is indescribably bright and moving. As she says that, she beckons to someone not far away. "Xiaobao, come here." Hearing Mu Yan's call, Xiaobao, who was originally practicing, immediately runs over. Mu Yan touches her son's head. Then she leisurely says, "Your opponent is him." "Are you kidding? Smelly woman, are you playing with us? A milk baby, this father can kill him with one finger." Mu Yan watches them quarreling and cursing with a smile that isn't a smile. When they're done, she blushes and says, "It seems that you don't want this chance." Saying that, she turns around to leave. "Wait a minute." The knife-scarred man quickly stops her and asks suspiciously, "Are you serious? As long as we defeat this milk baby, you'll set us free?" "Of course." Mu Yan turns around, "I never lie. 1-on-1, or best of 3? Mu Yan is stumped by this question. She looks down at Xiao Bao. "Baby, how do you think it's more interesting?" Xiao Bao's little face is still cold, but a trace of impatience flashes in his eyes. "All of you, together." Mu Yan raises her head and smiles. "Did you all hear that?" The slaves of the ghost city are stunned, wondering if they're hearing things. A milk baby, who's not even 5 years old, actually says together in the face of these fiendish brawny men, "Is this stupid, or crazy?" After a moment of blankness, an ominous glint appears in the eyes of the slaves. They're actually looked down upon by a milk baby and a frail woman. How can they tolerate this? "Little bastard, since you're courting death, don't blame us for being impolite." That woman said it herself just now. "Even if we tear this little bastard to pieces, you can't blame us." That's right, who let this smelly woman not know the immensity of heaven and earth? As they speak, more than a dozen slaves rush up like a swarm of bees with a fierce murderous intent. Mu Yan slowly takes a step back, wraps her arms around her chest, and watches this one-sided battle that's about to be one-sided. The expressionless Xianxia finally can't help but look at her, then at the slaves besieging the young master, and shakes his head imperceptibly. He could already foresee the miserable future of this group of idiots. Don't be fooled by the smile on young Mrs. face. She would never let off anyone who had humiliated young master. Furthermore, these idiots wanted to defeat the young master? Dream on. Just as this thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. With a loud bang, a huge body was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If there was one, there would be two, and two, there would be three. Following that, the entire courtyard was filled with screams of agony. Then, one by one, the tower-like brawny men were either kicked away or lifted into the air and flung away. In short, after a short quarter of an hour, except for Mu Yan and Xianxia who were watching from the side, the entire courtyard. Only a small figure stood proudly in the middle of the courtyard. Around him, there were many bruised and swollen men lying on the ground, screaming miserably. At this moment, all the Ghost City slaves look at Xiao Bao. Not only were they shocked, but they looked at him as if he was a monster. This was just a 4-year-old kid, a child who didn't even reach their waists. If this child isn't a monster, then what is he? Mu Yan unhurriedly walks up, looking around at the miserable sight of the dozen or so people. She chuckles. "How about it? Do you submit?" Some people open their mouths, wanting to speak up in anger. But Mayan's next sentence scares everyone's guts back. "Baby, if there's anyone who doesn't submit, remember to beat them until they do." Xiao Bao clenches his small fist, coldly nodding, "Amen." The dozen or so slaves present all shiver in unison. Then, under the leadership of the knife-scarred man, they crawl up one by one and kneel in front of Mu Yan. Slaves are willing to follow master. Mu Yan's expression hardens, and she says in a low voice, "Your master is not me, but him, Jun Machin." Mu Yan's hand presses on Xiao Bao's head, making it clear that Xiao Bao is the new master of these slaves. Xiao Bao stares blankly. He looks up at Mu Yan, softly calling out, "Nyangqing?" Mu Yan smiles at him and shakes her head. She then looks at the dozen or so slaves. Any objections? If she had asked this question a quarter of an hour ago, these dozen or so slaves would definitely have laughed out loud. But now, if Mu Yan wanted them to recognize her as master, these slaves might still hesitate. Recognize Xiao Bao as master? The knife-scarred man clenches his right hand and presses it against his left chest. He bows towards Xiao Bao. Slaves are willing to serve the little young master as master. Slaves are willing to serve the little young master as master. The dozen or so slaves shout in unison. Mu Yan says again, "From today onwards, you are no longer slaves, and you don't need to call yourselves slaves. You are members of the Ink Camp, headed by Xianxia, and receive training and unified deployment. In the future, I may assign you all kinds of tasks, but you must always remember one thing. Your highest order and goal is only one, and that is to protect your little master. Anything that conflicts with this order, even if it's me who gives the order, you can refuse to obey. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, the dozen or so slaves, or it should be said that they are members of the ink camp, bow in unison, and respond in a clear voice, "Your subordinates obey." Xiaobao looks up at Mu Yan in a daze, his little hands clenching into fists. Mu Yan looks at the respectful appearance of these ink camp members. She knows that it will take time to truly tame them. However, she was really not anxious at all. He believed that the process of training and taming these people would be very interesting. After letting Xianxia take these ink camp members to settle down, Mayan crouches down to look at Xiaobao. What's wrong? Is Xiaobao unhappy? Xiaobao's little face was as cold as ever, but his big blue eyes were filled with grief and grievance. Mom, Xiaobao doesn't need anyone to protect him. Xiaobao wants to protect Mom. Silly child. Mayan laughs in spite of herself, gently stroking his head. These people only know three-legged cats martial arts. They can't even beat Xiaobao, how could they protect Nyangqin's baby? Xiaobao was taken aback and revealed a bewildered expression. After all, he was only a 4-year-old child. There were many things that he didn't understand. Little treasure, you should know that increasing one's cultivation isn't the only way to become stronger. There's another way that can make you incomparably powerful. That is to gather a group of people who are willing to work for you, and let the strength of others become your strength. Mayan chuckles, Xiaobao is really smart, but just defeating them isn't enough. Xiaobao still has to make them willing to listen to you, and be loyal to you. Only in this way can Xiaobao become strong enough. As strong as that lecher. Xiaobao clenches his small fists, his big eyes become bright. Then, I can protect Nyangqin. Lecher, Mayan stares blankly for a long time before reacting. Xiaobao is talking about Di Mingju. She looks at the courtyard next door with a complicated expression. Oh. I haven't seen that person's figure for a long time. Probably, that night, he was really angry, right? In the next few days, the newly established ink camp collectively falls into an abyss of torment. Their daily living arrangements are like this: training, taking drafts, listening to tunes. Doesn't it sound particularly fulfilling and happy? But in reality, this group of butchers who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire, their hands stained with blood, each and every one of them is living a life worse than death. This so-called training isn't cultivating martial skills or internal force. Instead, it's making them line up every day, do drills, and run back and forth. It's so boring that these brawny men simply want to bang their heads against the wall. After training, Mayan prepares a bottle of body-refining draft for everyone. That's a special draft. Outside the Junji drugstore, how many people would break their heads to buy it, but they couldn't. But the people of the ink camp drink it until they cry for their parents. That's because drinking that draft really hurts too much. The muscles all over their body feel like they're being cut by a knife. It goes on for more than an hour without disappearing. So every time it's time to take the medicine, they can hear the ghostly wails and wolf howls of more than a dozen brawny men. The evening arrangement is to listen to tunes. Isn't this a nice job? The people of the ink camp express that they don't want to listen to tunes again in this life. No, in the next life. In the next life, they don't want to listen to it again. That's because the sound of the zither has a terrible power. Once it's played, it's like they've fallen into an endless nightmare. They desperately struggle in the nightmare to wake up drenched in cold sweat. Think about it, listening to a tune every day is the same as living through a bitter and torturous life. Day after day, who could stand it? Late at night, in the ink camp. Motherfucker, I can't stand it anymore, I want to escape from here. Escape? How could he escape? Not to mention Xianxia, who is guarding the camp. Do you think you can escape from this courtyard? I have to escape even if I can't. Are we going to be tortured to death here? More than a dozen people from the ink camp are gathered together, angrily discussing how to escape from the clutches of that female demon and the little king of hell. Suddenly, a coarse voice interrupted their indignant words. A bunch of idiots. Don't tell me you haven't noticed any changes in our bodies over the past few days? Hearing this, everyone was startled and looked at the knife-scarred man. Changyu, what do you mean by that? That's right. Who do you think you are? How dare you call us idiots? The knife-scarred man called Xianxia coldly glanced at the few of them, his eyes filled with disdain. You entered the treasure mountain and obtained great benefits, yet you don't know anything and still want to escape. If you aren't idiots, then what are you? Xianxia, speak clearly. What kind of great benefits did we obtain? What? You've broken through? How is this possible? Xianxia looked around at them and sneered, don't tell me you haven't noticed that your cultivation has been growing at a frightening speed in just a few days? Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and then started to inspect themselves. This inspection was truly incredible. What the f***ck? I'm about to break through to mystic stage. My cultivation has also increased. Heavens, I didn't even notice. Xianxia continued to ridicule, I said that you guys are idiots, yet you don't want to admit it. Haven't you seen the sea of people outside Junji drugstore these past few days? What were those people doing here? All of them are here to buy drafts. Why do these people have to queue all night to buy our Junji drugstore's drafts? Do you still not understand? The others widened their eyes and trembled, unable to control their emotions. Because our master is an extremely powerful alchemist. The drafts that she refines are hard to find even with 10 million gold coins. And we, for the past few days, have been drinking a bottle every day. Gulp, someone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. As for the training and the music, I don't know how you feel, but in the past few days, I only feel that my body has become stronger, and the old injuries in my body are slowly healing. What's even more unbelievable is that I feel that my state of mind has become clear, and the demons in my heart have been expelled unknowingly. The bottleneck that has been bothering me for years has become insignificant in just a few days. Do you know what this means? Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. Xianxia swings his sleeve, turns around and leaves the room. If there's still any idiot who wants to leave, then go ahead and leave. I believe that there must be a lot of people outside who want to enter our ink camp. After Xianxia left, the remaining people looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, someone shouted, let's go, let's go. From now on, Lousy will take root in the ink camp. Alive, I'm a person of the ink camp, dead, I'm a dead person of the ink camp. If I pledge my loyalty to Little Master, I'll be able to advance quickly and become an expert. So what if I have to work for Little Master for the rest of my life? What's more, the time limit given by June Mayan is 10 years. The woman said that as long as they protected and served Xiaobao for 10 years, she would return their freedom. From now on, it was up to them to decide if they wanted to stay or go. Mayan is flabbergasted to discover that on the second day of training, the enthusiasm of these people from the ink camp has suddenly soared to an unprecedented level. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even the baptism of the Tian Mo Chins floating like a dream, which they were most afraid of in the past, was now without fear. On the contrary, each and every one of them was eager to give it a try. Mu Yan regretfully shakes her head. TSK, these guys, how did they become enlightened so quickly? If he hadn't been enlightened, she could have tortured him for a while longer. That's right, this period of training is beneficial to the people of the ink camp. But it is also true that Mayan is deliberately tormenting them. For example, a draft that originally doesn't have any side effects when drunk can be transformed into a bitter medicine that would make you hover between life and death when drunk. For example, in Floating Like a Dream, he could make their lives a little more miserable and torturous. The reason was, of course, to take revenge on these fellows for insulting Xiaobao. But now that these guys have become so active and obedient, Mayan feels embarrassed to continue tormenting them. Mu Yan glances at Xianxia and suddenly takes out a bottle of draft. Then, he beckoned Xiaobao over. Xiaobao, your subordinates have been training for some time now. Which of them do you think is the most outstanding? Give this bottle of filter of barrier breaking to him. What? Filter of barrier breaking. Was it the filter of barrier breaking worth tens of millions of gold coins? As soon as Mayan says this, each and every one of the ink camp's people turn into Spartans. Especially when they saw Xiaobao handing the filter of barrier breaking to Xianxia with a deadpan expression, they were even more regretful. They were pigs. What a moron, why didn't he perform well earlier? Otherwise, the filter of barrier breaking might very well have been theirs. Changyu was flattered and took the filter of barrier breaking from Xiaobao's hands. Although he was already close to breaking through to the earth stage, with the filter of barrier breaking, it was equivalent to sweeping away all obstacles. There would be no danger or side effects during the breakthrough. Moreover, once he broke through, it would be the most stable realm, and he might even be able to rise to an even higher realm. How could he not be happy? Thank you, young master. Changyu held the filter of barrier breaking in his hand, his scarred face scrunched up as he smiled. From now on, this subordinate will definitely do his best and pledge his loyalty to little master. Xiaobao nodded and slowly uttered, "You're not bad." Although it was just a simple evaluation, it came from the mouth of the little master who valued words like gold. It was not easy at all. Changyu's excited body can't help but tremble, and the members of the ink camp at his side are even crazier with jealousy. They swore that they would perform well in the following days and strive for the reward of the filter of barrier breaking, as well as the praise of their young master. When Mu Yan saw this scene, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a faint smile. The autumn wind is rustling, and unwittingly, it's already the annual Lantern Festival of the Yanwu continent. Mu Yan is holding Xiaobao's hand, followed by Yan Haoyin, leisurely walking on the streets of Xi'an City. Today, the streets were bustling with noise and excitement. Colorful lanterns were hung on both sides of the street, and a dazzling array of goods could be seen below. On this day, both men and women went out together, and there was laughter everywhere. "Xiaobao, is there anything you want? Did Niangqin buy it for you?" Mu Yan held Xiaobao's hand and lowered her head to ask softly. However, Xiaobao shook his head, only holding Mu Yan's hand tighter, "Neither. As long as he is with his mother, that's enough." Mu Yan, on the other hand, felt a little distressed. Her baby was just too well-behaved, too sensible. Why couldn't he act coquettishly and cry like other children, asking for this and that? "Baby, do you think that rabbit lantern is pretty?" Mu Yan suddenly points to a lantern hanging outside a shop not far away and asks Xiaobao, "Doesn't it look like a fat rabbit?" Xiaobao follows Mu Yan's finger and looks over. Sure enough, he sees a white and plump rabbit lantern. Long ears, red eyes, and a small mouth. She looked really cute, much cuter than the stupid rabbit in the space. In the space, the fat rabbit sneezed like a human. After that, it rubbed its nose with its short claws, turned over and fell to the ground, snoring loudly. Mu Yan saw that Xiaobao's eyes were sparkling as he looked at the rabbit lantern. She immediately picked him up happily and went to the front of the shop. "Boss, I want this rabbit lantern." "Boss, give me this lantern." Holding Xiaobao, Mu Yan turns around to look. What she sees is a young man dressed in white, tall and slender, with an outstanding demeanor. There's a kind of warm, jade-like aura that lingers around him. Just looking at him makes people feel close to him. It's just that the young man is wearing a mask, covering most of his face. Only a pair of pitch-black clear eyes and soft curved thin lips are exposed. Hearing Mu Yan's voice, the young man also turns around to look. Seeing Mu Yan and Xiaobao in her arms, he shows a slightly surprised expression. "Two honored guests, I'm really sorry, but we only have one rabbit lantern in our shop." The shop owner comes forward with a smile, "But our shop has a rule, if you want to buy a lantern, you have to guess a riddle. The two of you might as well try to guess this riddle of this old man. Whoever guesses correctly first will have this lantern. The riddle is, all living things sleep together in a dream, find a kind of draft." Mu Yan curls up the corner of her lips, finding it very interesting. The riddle that this boss came up with is actually a draft. Just as Mu Yan is about to answer, she hears Xiaobao's crisp voice, "Niangqin, Xiaobao wants to guess by himself." It's the rabbit lantern that Xiaobao wants, so Xiaobao has to guess by himself. If you want something, you have to snatch it yourself. Mu Yan can't help but laugh at her son's domineering manner. Her eyebrows curve as she nods. Okay, Xiaobao will guess by himself. His delicate little face slightly wrinkles, racking his brains. For a moment, he can't think of anything. Just then, the young man next to him says, "It's the scorpion grass." The scorpion grass is a very rare draft. All living things sleep together in a dream, completely at rest. Scorpion grass, Xiaobao hasn't seen it before, so he can't think of it. Gongzi guessed right, the boss shouts, smiling as he takes down the rabbit lantern and gives it to the young man. Xiaobao is a little disappointed, but he doesn't have any regrets. He grabs Mu Yan's hand, about to leave. Little Gongzi, please wait, the young man suddenly calls out to stop them. As soon as Xiaobao turns around, the rabbit lantern is already in front of him. I'll give it to you. Unfortunately, Xiaobao doesn't appreciate it. He says in a low, muffled voice, Nyangqin said, a real man, a loss is a loss. Don't accept charity. The corner of the young man's lips curled up, revealing a dazed smile. After a long time, he finally said softly, I haven't been able to find the person who likes this rabbit lantern for a very, very long time. Even if I brought it back, I wouldn't be able to give it to her, so I might as well give it to you. Besides. The youth looks up at Mayan, your mother has already guessed the answer. In terms of ethics, this rabbit lantern is yours. After saying that, the young man stuffed the rabbit lantern into little Bao's hands, turned around, and left. Looking at the young man's departing figure, Mu Yan raised her eyebrows, and her gaze fell on a jade tablet at his waist. It was the jade token of the Purple Sun sect. In Huangyao country, the Ziyang school was second only to the Tiandao school. In other words, a few years ago, the Ziyang house was only a second or third-rate sect in the Huangyao country. However, in the past 2 years, his reputation had soared, and his strength had soared. Because Ziyang Zong has produced a genius that can shock the entire Yanwu continent, Bai Yichen. Before Gong Qianshui advanced to heaven stage at the age of 22, Bai Yichen was publicly recognized as the #1 genius in the entire Yanwu continent. However, Mu Yan very quickly threw the Ziyang school and the young man to the back of her mind. Holding Xiaobao's hand, she continues to wander around the flower market. The three people waited until the moon is high in the sky, then they slowly walk back. End of chapter 172. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.